Chapter 1 Valley of the Gods. At this moment, Alan stood bare-chested, revealing his bronzed skin and a physique that was remarkably well-proportioned. It was as if the very air around him quaked under the weight of his formidable presence, creating an almost surreal atmosphere. "Hey, Alan, must you make such a spectacle?" Roger's mustache twitched humorously, yet his face bore no trace of a smile, replaced instead by a grave demeanor. Behind him, both Dark King Rayleigh and Sparks Jabba stood at the ready, their muscles taut with tension. To the right of Roger's trio stood two burly men, one exceptionally muscular with a scar over his left eye, and the other sporting frog-like glasses and a beard twisted into braids. Both were clad in navy cloaks, emblazoned with the word justice across their backs. "Alan, I truly wish to avoid conflict with you. Why must you provoke that band of rogues?" Kapu nonchalantly scratched his nose, feigning indifference. Before he could continue, Sengoku swiftly covered his mouth. It was unthinkable for a Marine Vice Admiral to insult the celestial dragons in the presence of pirates, even with Admiral Kong backing Kapu. He would face repercussions. "Alan, this is something I intend to do. Are you not being a bit too arrogant, young man?" In another direction, a man with a wild afro glared displeased at everyone present. Behind him stood Edward Newgate, with his crescent-shaped mustache, the stunningly tall Charlotte Linlin, and the golden-haired Shiki, all poised for action. In that moment, these formidable figures found themselves subtly aligned against a 20-something youth encircled in their midst. "Wow, what have I done to deserve such attention, that both the Marines and the pirates unite against me?" Alan remarked flippantly as he surveyed the scene, raising an eyebrow in nonchalance. Before him stood Rox, Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, and Charlotte Linlin. To his side were Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. Behind him loomed the steadfast Kapu and Sengoku. "Alan, it is not that the Marines and pirates have united against you, rather, your actions have been exceedingly shocking." Sengoku glared at the seemingly harmless young man before him. Had it not been for the towering dossier on Alan within the Marines, who would believe that this world-altering figure was but a youth not yet 20? Shocking? Alan coldly spat to the side. Pirates slaughtering innocents, should they not be eradicated? The Marines harboring ill intentions, should they not be dealt with? The celestial dragons wreaking havoc upon the world, should their kind not be exterminated? While the first two statements elicited little response, the third, voiced with fervor, sparked an uproar even among those observing from a distance. In truth, Alan harbored no lofty dreams of delivering the common folk of the pirate world into a realm of peace. Upon his arrival in this world, the town he found himself in, once serene, was laid waste by a band of pirates, leaving only Alan to escape. After drifting at sea for 6 months, he was captured by a slave ship and taken aboard. Fortune smiled upon him when he managed to consume a devil fruit and escape, only to be subsequently targeted by the Marines, who unjustly placed a bounty on his head. Prior to these events, Alan had never initiated an attack on anyone. It could be said that his current predicament was entirely a consequence of the relentless pressure exerted by both the Marines and the pirates. Since subtlety was no longer an option, he decided to become the most ostentatious figure. As a time traveler, how could he not have his pride? After dispatching several notorious pirates and annihilating a dozen celestial dragons, his infamous reputation spread far and wide. With the world against him, he had no choice but to disband his crew and venture alone into the Valley of the Gods. Originally, he had intended to stir up another significant incident, yet he found himself ensnared by such a formidable assembly of powerful beings. He had indeed grown a bit too complacent, believing himself to have reached the pinnacle of strength in the pirate world. Had he taken a moment to perceive the surroundings with his observation hockey, he might have avoided such a passive predicament. This time, he would likely face a perilous battle for survival. Though this group was still youthful, in a few decades, the 3 legendary pirates would all be present, alongside the Marine Admiral, the Marine Hero, and even 3 of the 4 Emperor, one of whom was merely an intern, relegated to a distant vantage point. This was undeniably a high-stakes confrontation. Initially, the Valley of the Gods was meant to be a battleground for Roger and Kapu against Rox. How had it transformed into a siege against him? Are you not afraid that while the Marines and pirates join forces against me, rocks might ambush you? That fellow is no saint. Allen raised an eyebrow at Sengoku, well aware that Kapu was too muscle-bound to grasp the subtleties of such provocation. This crude tactic of sowing discord, though simplistic, often proved the most effective. Upon hearing Allen's words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Sengoku's face. While their current coalition against Allen was indeed formidable, once he was dealt with, they would be left facing an overwhelming horde of pirates. If they followed Allen's suggestion, perhaps it would be wiser for the Marines to refrain from intervening, allowing the pirates to tear each other apart. Allen, as long as the Roger pirates are here, your only opponent today is you. Roger stepped forward, drawing his sword, ace, its tip aimed straight at Allen. His good buddy Kapu promptly followed suit, letting out a resigned sigh. For the sake of world peace, Allen, I implore you to surrender. I shall do my utmost to preserve your life in the depths of the underwater prison. For Kapu, Allen, who had never harmed an innocent, was a rare individual he could regard favorably. World peace? Is it the extravagant tranquility of your celestial dragons, or the unbridled chaos of the pirates that you seek? Have you ever considered the plight of the common folk? For Allen, who had traversed from a land of the Dragon Kingdom, it was inconceivable to accept their views, which regarded ordinary citizens as mere fodder. Perhaps only Kapu's son, after experiencing certain events, would come to comprehend his sentiments. Allen, your ideology is far too perilous surrender without resistance. Why engage in futile struggles? Sengoku spoke with conviction, knowing that if everyone present united, toppling this world, while exaggerated, was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, was there any doubt left regarding the necessity of dealing with Allen alone? Why waste breath with such trivialities? Let us settle this with a fight. Allen, I ask you one final time. Will you join my pirate crew, and together, let us upend this world? At that moment, a thick cloud of darkness enveloped rocks, forming shapes akin to flames that pulsated with his rising aura. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte Linlin recoiled a few steps, frowning in concern. Dark fruit, is it? It seems today we are indeed destined for a fierce battle. Allen furrowed his brow, cracking his neck with a series of sharp pops, his gaze sharpening with murderous intent. In this scenario, the only way to avert conflict would be to lower himself and join either Rocks or the Marines. However, after witnessing countless scenes of devastation in this pirate world, how could he possibly set aside his grievances to serve another? Silence was, in fact, the best response. Kapu and Sengoku shed their navy cloaks, loosening their muscles as they unleashed their combined auras. The previously overcast sky shattered into countless fragments under the weight of their clashing energies, sunlight streaming through, while the winds swirling in the valley began to calm. Though the environment shifted, an increasingly oppressive atmosphere emanated from the Valley of the Gods, forcing all but the strongest around Allen to retreat several paces. Kapu slowly raised his arm, his clenched fist aimed at Allen. Just as he was about to leap forward, Allen abruptly extended a hand. Wait, Kapu, poised for action, stumbled at this unexpected gesture, his previously gathered momentum faltering. What's the matter? Allen did not respond to Kapu's query. Instead, a metallic chime echoed within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully traversed into the world of One Piece. The Champion Clash system is now officially activated. A new player gift pack is being dispatched. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. 1 to physique and foundational swordsmanship training. Sequential tasks are now being issued. The Path of the Strong, Part 1. Confronting the future Pirate King, the Straw Hat Kid, summon your courage and strike boldly. Ignoring the puzzled gazes of Karp and the others, Allen stared blankly at his system's interface, then proceeded to open the novice gift pack. A rush of warmth surged through his body, initiating a comprehensive enhancement. As for the extent of the enhancement, one might say it equates to the increase he achieved from performing 10 push-ups during his training the previous night. Moreover, he acquired basic swordsmanship. Could it be that the formidable figures before him, Roger and Shiki, are both grand masters of the sword? In light of the individuals surrounding him, Alan resolved to rely on his most proficient weapon, his fists. I say, system, perhaps you should assess the caliber of opponents before issuing tasks? Defeat Luffy? Karp's hair is black. And let's not even mention Luffy Dragon might still be relying on his fifth daughter for sustenance. The Path of the Strong, Part 1. Confronting the future Pirate King, the Straw Hat Kid. Summon your courage and strike boldly. Task details. Please defeat the 17-year-old future Pirate King. Monkey D. Luffy. Warm reminder. Main quests cannot be declined. The host is urged to complete the tasks diligently, as each completed segment will yield corresponding rewards. Are you joking with me? System, do you have any idea what year it is? The year of the Sea Circle calendar is 1520. Am I to be damned? It is currently the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar. There remains a full 36 years until the time you speak of. Alan was rendered speechless. Was this system truly designed for amusement? Time is dictated by the system. Get lost, get lost. With a face clouded in frustration, Alan spat to the side. What are you playing it over there? A shadow materialized before Alan, and a fist, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, hurtled towards his face. Rocks was not as blunt as Karp. If Alan attempted to block him, it would not guarantee that he would refrain from striking back. The pirate code dictates that one must seize the opportunity to strike when an adversary is vulnerable. Without hesitation, Alan countered with a punch of his own. Boom! The clash between the two generated a series of sonic booms, as clouds of dust were swept up from the ground, swirling into the air. The impact of Rock's fist against Alan sent a wave of weakness coursing through his body, reminiscent of the effects of sea prism stone. Ha ha! The overturner Alan is indeed a power user. My dark fruit is your nemesis. Before Rocks could finish his laughter, an overwhelming force propelled him backward, leaving traces of blood on his face. At that moment, a smirk of disdain played on Alan's lips. That trifling dark fruit had witnessed how Whitebeard dispatched Teach during the Marineford War. Were it not for having seen Rocks in action aboard his ship, knowing his weaknesses, how could the near-death Whitebeard have possibly suppressed Teach, who bore no fruit abilities and left a scar on red-haired Shanks? Would I divulge that during my regular training, I often adorn myself with sea prism stones? Moreover, empowered by the tortoise fruit, mythical Zoan Xuanwu form, his physique now surpassed even that of Kaido, who boasts of being the strongest creature in the seas, land, and air in later tales. In terms of physical enhancement alone, the Azure Dragon does not even compare to the Xuanwu. Fist-bone impact. As Karp leapt into the air, an abundance of haki enveloped his fist, and the moonwalk he executed in midair generated invisible shockwaves. Before the jarring sound of the sonic boom arrived, he had already materialized above Alan, his waist and abdomen driving his arms with force as his pitch-black, menacing fist struck fiercely towards Alan's body. Buddha's impact. At the very moment Karp made his move, Sengoku's body also began to swell to a colossal size, a towering golden Buddha appearing on the battlefield, gleaming. The Buddha's palm propelled a shockwave towards Alan, stirring up a cloud of dust. Come on. Alan's dark hair was whipped into a frenzy by the violent winds generated by their attacks, yet his expression remained notably serene as his words faded. A long hand emerged before Karp, silently intercepting his iron fist. Despite the stark contrast between Alan's well-proportioned physique and Karp's disproportionate muscles, their collision rendered Karp's formidable martial prowess utterly nullified. Karp, incredulous, lifted his gaze to meet Alan's expressionless face. His pupils constricting, revealing a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. Although it was merely a probing strike, Karp had faced countless battles, yet it was the first time someone had so effortlessly caught his fist. Before he could process this, a massive foot appeared before him. Karp barely had time to raise his other hand in defense before being sent flying back by the overwhelming force beneath the supreme haki. He could even feel a faint sting emanating from his bones. Boom! In the next moment, Sengoku's shockwave struck Alan head-on. Amidst the rising dust, a calm voice emerged from within. Sengoku, are you afraid I might be too hot and come to fan me? You! Divine avoidance. Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, a voice from beside him rang out. A slashing strike enveloped in dark red Conqueror's haki hurtling towards Alan T.O. Rogers' right. Rayleigh also made his move. His silver-hued slash, slightly smaller than divine avoidance, but equally formidable. Jabba leaped from their side, wielding an axe, soaring into the dust alongside the strikes, a piercing sound, reminiscent of nails scraping glass, echoed as the lingering dust suddenly cleared, revealing Alan's upper body shrouded in darkness, the top-tier haki encompassing half of him at this moment. Jabba's axe blade was firmly gripped in Alan's hand, while the left axe, enveloped in haki, was striking his chest, yet failing to penetrate. Jabba, retreat. Suddenly, Roger's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted a warning. However, it was evident that his words came too late. A flicker of anger appeared on Alan's face. After all, no one relished the idea of being besieged. Since you have made your move, you must bear the consequences. Alan clenched his empty right fist, dark red conqueror's haki swirling around it, and with a barely perceptible motion, he struck Jabba's chest. The immense force propelled Jabba backward, creating a sonic boom as he was launched from God's Valley. That a figure appeared behind him, catching him securely in his arms. Barrett, take Jabba to Karokas. A hint of fury flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. With his keen perception, he could see that Jabba, cradled by Barrett, had already lost consciousness. His eyes glazed over. If you come to assault me, you must be prepared to lose a few. Alan's face contorted into a fierce expression, as if to say, do you think I'm weakened just because I remain quiet? Alan knew. Rayleigh. Before Rayleigh could finish, Roger had already placed a hand on his shoulder. Since we have chosen to come here, we must embrace the resolve to face death. Roger's face was devoid of its usual playful demeanor, yet Rayleigh could sense the suppressed emotions within his captain, seeing Jabba, whom they had spent countless days with, in such a state. How could Roger not be enraged? Shiki, be careful. Battling such a formidable foe requires immense physical strength. Rox glanced sideways at those behind him. Among his crew, he regarded the ambitious Shiki with the most promise, while the others, like the family-oriented Whitebeard and the child-seeking Linlin, hardly crossed his mind, let alone the less competent rookie officers and crew members. Understood, Captain, Shiki replied seriously, tightening his grip on the sword's hilt. Though he had never fought Alan directly, he had clashed with Roger's crew. The combined slashes of Roger and Rayleigh had failed to harm that man. It seemed utterly exaggerated. Airquake. With a fierce roar, the towering Whitebeard leaped forth, compressing his devil fruit powers to their utmost, striking down towards Alan with his Tsongyun slash. Compared to the later generations where the tremors could shake the earth, Whitebeard's command of his powers was evidently superior at this moment. Although it didn't alter the landscape, the air sliced by Tsongyun slash bore visible fissures due to the tremors. This is intriguing. I didn't expect even you, Whitebeard, to wade into these murky waters. Alan held a degree of admiration for Whitebeard, yet still met his attack with a powerful punch, regardless of your flashy sword techniques or abilities. My fist shall break through all. As their forces collided, the ground beneath them instantly cracked into countless fragments. While Whitebeard exerted force to press his Tsongyun slash downward, he couldn't help but smile. Captain's orders, and besides, I want to see how you, the legendary strongest in the world, measures up. Then do pay close attention. Alan's lips curled into a smirk as he exerted more force with his right fist, shattering the tremors emanating from Tsongyun slash, and swiftly followed with his left. In mid-air, Whitebeard barely managed to raise the handle of Tsongyun slash in defense. Upon contact, the handle visibly twisted, sending Whitebeard hurtling backward. The 6-meter-tall Whitebeard carved 2 deep trenches into the ground as he skidded to a halt several dozen meters away. This is astonishing. Outside God's Valley, the 13-year-old Barrett stared in awe at the thunderous spectacle unfolding in the distance, unable to blink. Years ago, after Alan had intervened and obliterated the War of Endless Nations, he had been adrift at Seapy chance. He had acquired the fusion fruit and was defeated by Roger, which led him to join the Roger Pirates. That he had once thought Roger was among the world's elite. Yet witnessing Alan's battle today revealed the existence of realms beyond realms. Glancing toward Uncle Jabba, who usually guided him but now lay unconscious on the ground, Barrett couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Challenging Roger, even if he were to lose, would only leave him with minor injuries. Had he dared to challenge Alan at that time, one punch could have cost him his life. After examining Jabba's condition, Karokas chuckled and patted Barrett's shoulder. Of course, that guy is powerful. Otherwise, why would so many come to attack him? Even with the Marines and pirates joining forces, he said this while shaking his head, entirely unbothered by the expressions of the nearby Marines. Mama, such a strong man. I really want to capture him and have a child with him." Charlotte Linlin, with her pink curls and adorned with lipstick and eyeshadow, gazed at Alan from a distance, her expression transformed. Despite her towering height of 8 meters, she had fixated on the mere 1 meter and 80 Alan, which seemed rather peculiar. "Shut your mouth. This is a fight, not a disgusting spectacle." The overwhelming voice was, of course, heard by Alan. Now in her 30s, Charlotte Linlin still possessed remarkable beauty, a stark contrast to the aged and corpulent big mom of later years. Yet, even without witnessing what she would become, Alan had little interest in her. He had encountered several children from the Charlotte family outside the valley, including her 4th son, Owen, who had already been born. She likely had several men in her past. Such a woman was not for him. The once jovial Linlin suddenly fell silent, her face instantly contorted with rage. "Refuse me, and you shall meet your demise." Napoleon, Prometheus, Zeus, Mama. Flame Prometheus instantaneously appeared at the tip of Charlotte Linlin's weapon, Napoleon, while the thunderous Zeus soared to its forefront, forming an energy ring with Napoleon's body. Photon cannon. A beam of high-density laser surged towards Alan's chest with incredible speed, prompting him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Crossing his arms, he braced himself against Charlotte Linling's assault. The intense heat and paralyzing attribute of the lightning caused Alan to furrow his brow upon contact. However, after withstanding it for a few seconds, he abruptly sidestepped, redirecting the laser, which subsequently carved a massive cavity into the rock face of God's Valley behind him. The intertwining flames and lightning generated such extreme heat that the ground began to crystallize. If one were to speak solely of the attack's potency, Charlotte Linling's full-force strike surpassed even Roger's earlier divine evasion. Yet, it merely induced a sensation of heat and numbness for Alan that lacked the capacity to inflict any real harm upon him. Nonchalantly shaking his arms, he cast a disdainful glance at the crowd surrounding him. Surely, they had tested him enough. If this was all they could muster, there was no need for their concerted effort to eliminate him. Let them remain. At this juncture in the battle, apart from Charlotte Linling's furious full-fledged assault earlier, the others had merely engaged in probing attacks. Although Alan had never fought them for his life, it was quite evident. "Newgate, Linling, Shiki, you take the lead. There's little point in prolonging this skirmish with this fellow." Rox wore a somber expression. No one could decipher his thoughts. Even Sengoku instinctively sensed that this individual was concocting some scheme. Yet its nature eluded him. "Gurur. To battle the world's strongest. This may well be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Whitebeard stepped forward with a grin, his Tsongyun saber aimed directly at Alan. "Though I'm not accustomed to collaborating with others, facing you, sir, compels me to make an exception. Enough chit-chat. Let us engage." Alan's fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited by the earlier exchanges as he beckoned toward Whitebeard and his companions, despite the multitude surrounding him. At this tier of strength, every strike would inevitably ripple through a certain range. The triangular formation of Whitebeard and his companions encircling Alan was the most effective strategy, the greater the number, the more their attacks would be affected, resulting in a situation where 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 was less than 4. The black-red conqueror's hockey coiled around Whitebeard's Tsongyun saber. A smile crept across Alan's face. If in a few decades, during the Marineford War, Whitebeard unleashed his hockey, would it not end with him killing a Kainu and teach outright? This indicated just how much the years, old wounds, the damage from the Gura no Mi, and the toll of aging had weakened Whitebeard. "Come on, Alan. Receive this blow." The conqueror's hockey entwined around Whitebeard's Tsongyun saber, while the power of the Gura no Mi was once again compressed into the blade as he swung it towards Alan. From the left flank, Shiki also employed his armament hockey, transforming the withered wood and cherry blossom into an obsidian hue, now embodying the legendary Sword Master realm. Lion's roar, several devastating slashes erupted from his twin blades, the sheer sharpness cleaving through mountains and flora alike. Photon blade. Similar to his previous maneuver, this time Charlotte Linling did not unleash the laser, instead gripping Napoleon, now enveloped in flames and thunder, and striking towards Alan from another angle. The flames and thunder on the sword, coupled with Charlotte Lingling's immense strength, produced damage far surpassing her earlier strike. Now this feels more fitting. To have future legendary pirates and emperors joining forces against me is certainly worth the journey to this pirate world. Alan chuckled self-deprecatingly, wrapping his arms in Conqueror's hockey as he approached Whitebeard. Regardless of the circumstances, the title of the world's strongest man is not merely bestowed. It holds far greater significance than Kaido's trifling reign over land, sea, and air, at least at Whitebeard's current 40-plus years of age. In another decade, should he encounter Luffy, he might not even survive long enough to witness the awakening of the Nika fruit. Just as Allen was about to throw a punch, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body, his equilibrium shattered, and this punch held barely a fraction of his usual strength. Beside him, Shiki broke into a sweat. With his current strength, merely influencing a powerhouse like Allen with the Moku Moku no Mi was already his limit. Yet, that fleeting moment was enough. Whitebeard immediately sensed the diminished force behind Allen's punch and unleashed all his strength, pressing down with fervor. Just as he managed to slightly subdue Allen, Shiki and Charlotte Lingling's attacks arrived. Multiple slashes and Charlotte Lingling's Napoleon cleaved into Allen's back. Hiss! Battles among the strong can change in an instant, and Allen, having been momentarily disarmed, felt his insides churn, even tasting the metallic sweetness in his throat. "Get the hell away from me!" Enraged, Allen unleashed his full might, sending Whitebeard, along with his weapon, crashing backwards. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Charlotte Lingling. Iron Balloon. Despite being targeted by Allen, Charlotte Lingling remained unfazed. Even at the tender age of 5, she could inadvertently injure a giant with a single slap. In terms of raw physicality, she surpassed even the likes of Whitebeard and Karp. Alas, she had encountered a far more formidable opponent in Allen, who was not only stronger but also in a furious state. Before Napoleon could even swing, Allen seized the blade with one hand, and his iron fist followed suit. Charlotte Lingling barely managed to interject before being elbowed aside, only to be struck directly in the chest. Though termed an iron balloon, the sensation was not so different from that of a typical human. Anger aside, amidst such combat, Allen found himself distracted by peculiar thoughts. However, this notion was fleeting, as his fists rained down upon Charlotte Lingling with fervor. Even if she were indeed forged of steel, she would be pounded into a disc. Under such relentless onslaught, Charlotte Lingling instinctively released her grip on Napoleon. Her entire being propelled into the rock wall. Blood gushed from her crimson lips. It seemed she would take a while to recover. Without waiting for Allen to act, Shiki soared into the sky at the fastest speed he could muster. If even that woman was left in such a state, he would surely meet a fate of broken bones and a swift demise. At this moment, the other onlookers, powerful as they were, wore grim expressions. Although Shiki and Charlotte Lingling's attacks had struck Allen's back, even altering his emotional state, the reality was that their combined efforts had failed to breach his defenses. They had merely left superficial scratches on his skin. If his defenses were this formidable, the ensuing battle would prove exceedingly challenging. Just as the skirmish commenced, Roger's Jabba and Rock's Charlotte Lingling were already left severely injured. If they did not fight with all their might, they risked being the next to perish here. Allen regarded these individuals coldly, his expression devoid of emotion, making no move. In truth, his current state was far from what they perceived. At least, having taken those 2 attacks without full defense had inflicted considerable internal damage. As for why he had not been torn apart by such strikes, he was the wielder of the Kame no Mi, mythical Zoan, Xuanwu form. Where does the greatest defense of the Xuanwu lie? If one could slice through his skin and muscle from the back, such a powerful attack could easily cleave him in half from the front. He had yet to encounter such a formidable assault. "My subordinates have already been injured to this extent. It is now your turn, Navy." Allen was still silently recovering from his internal injuries when Rock suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on Karp and Sengoku. Having developed his pirate crew to such an extent, Rox was certainly no fool. From the intelligence Allen had previously gathered, it was evident that he was not the type to commit murder indiscriminately. Thus, he had instructed his 3 subordinates to join the fray. While they were undoubtedly no match for Allen, they could at least create some trouble and inflict minor wounds, provoking his wrath. This would allow the Navy personnel to step in. If they couldn't defeat Allen, both sides would surely be utterly exhausted, leaving him to reap the benefits as a bystander. He could even seize the unfinished endeavors of Allen and strike against those foolish pigs seated in the heavens. Should Karp and the others manage to subdue Allen, he could do the same, or even attempt to recruit Allen for his own purposes. The entire plan was fraught with advantages and devoid of any drawbacks. Why not pursue it? All right, let us proceed. Sengoku had also come to understand Rock's intentions, but before he could speak, Karp stepped forward with a serious expression. Even as a strategist, facing a companion like Karp compelled him to follow suit. On the Navy's side, only these two top-tier warriors stood ready, while Roger exhibited no hesitation and joined the fight. "Huh? Garp, who would have thought we would fight side by side one day? Captain, you go to Jabba's side. I don't trust him, and you are not suited to stay here for the upcoming battle." Rayleigh's expression shifted slightly as he approached, but before he could speak, Roger raised a hand to stop him. At that moment, Roger's eyes were fixed intently on Alan, never glancing back, yet his tone was resolute. Rayleigh could only sigh softly and dart towards the outskirts of God Valley in terms of physical prowess. Rayleigh was even inferior to Shiki. A small frame like his would surely meet its end if struck by one of Alan's punches. Alan, even though he was somewhat outmatched, Garp was not the type to resort to ambush tactics. His fists, enveloped in haki, charged boldly towards Alan, with Sengoku following suit, and Roger launching an assault from another angle. "Come at me," Alan shouted in response, meeting them head-on. Contrary to everyone's expectations, this time Alan was unable to directly withstand Garp's assault. His body suddenly stiffened for a moment, resulting in Garp's iron fist crashing against his head, followed by Sengoku's shockwave. For the first time, he was sent flying by the force of the attack. Divine avoidance. This time, Roger held nothing back, unleashing his swordsmanship with full force. The air was instantly rent asunder, and a streak of black-red sword light flickered, appearing before Alan's chest in the blink of an eye. With a soft sound, a blood-red mark appeared on Alan's chest, droplets of blood seeping forth. Ignoring his wound, Alan cast his gaze towards the figure of Shiki, who was currently hiding behind rocks. It was this guy again. Just as Alan was about to collide with Garp, Shiki fully utilized the powers of the float fruit to momentarily immobilize him. "Shiki, I'll remember you." Alan pointed a finger towards Shiki, and in an instant, his upper body transformed into a deep black. To become immune to the float fruit's abilities was quite simple. One merely needed to cover half their body in haki. However, this came at a cost. It would greatly deplete Alan's stamina, which was why he had refrained from doing so until now. Yet, it was unrealistic to resolve Shiki in a short time. He could only deal with the Navy first before turning his attention to rocks. At that moment, the enemy was divided into two factions, which was the best news for him. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed the faces of Roger and Garp as they stood opposite Alan. They watched as a dark aura began to emanate from Alan, swirling around him as if alive, eventually coalescing into a robe that enveloped him. The robe bore faint patterns resembling turtle shells and radiated a subtle glow. Swaying in the wind, almost as if one could hear the sound of crashing waves, Alan's features also underwent a transformation, his once normal eyes shifting to serpentine slits, while the aura surrounding him morphed into a colder, more lethal killing intent. "This is bad. This guy is far too powerful. I almost forgot he is also a devil fruit user." Sengoku's expression darkened considerably, even before Alan transformed into his hybrid form. He had been overwhelming them. Now, with the power of his devil fruit at his disposal, how could they possibly withstand him? Seeing the trio of Garp, Sengoku, and Roger, a peculiar expression crossed Alan's face. He leaped into the air, taking a deep breath as his robe shone with an extraordinary brightness. Frost blossom, extreme cold feast, countless torrents of seawater erupted from Alan's mouth, forming colossal waves that surged towards the three. With no time to react, Roger and Garp struck simultaneously, one wielding a sword and the other a fist, shattering the oncoming waves. However, water, being formless, surged forward the moment the front was dispersed, within mere seconds. The right half of God Valley was entirely submerged. Amidst the relentless torrents, Garp struggled to locate the now weakened Sengoku, just as he was about to leap out of the water with a moonwalk. He failed to notice Alan, who had ceased spewing water, wearing a cold smile in the distance. "This technique is called extreme cold feast. I have only just begun to unleash the sea, and this is merely half of it." In the next instant, the right half of God Valley, now filled with seawater, transformed into an extreme cold, the water solidifying into a massive block of ice that firmly ensnared the three within. "Shiki, it's your turn now." Having dealt with the Navy, Alan turned his gaze towards Shiki, who remained behind his captain. A savage glint appeared on Shiki's face, with a hint of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. "Men who fight on the sea know that it's either you or me who will perish. Even if the opponent is powerful, there is nothing to fear." Yet, Alan's strength still instilled a sense of trepidation within him. From the onset of their battle, Alan had demonstrated top-tier haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki, not to mention he was the possessor of a Zoan-type mythical devil fruit, based on Alan's performance. Shiki had no doubt that the opponent had mastered the awakening of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Faced with such a foe, Shiki was merely ambitious, not insane. How could he possibly believe himself to be Alan's equal? It was truly difficult to fathom that such formidable individuals existed in the world. Charlotte Daifuku stared blankly at the distant scene unfolding within God Valley, murmuring to himself. Previously, they had always believed their mother to be one of the strongest individuals at sea, only to realize that the only one who could potentially suppress her was Captain Rocks. Little did they know, today was an eye-opener, expanding their horizons. It was precisely because of his immense strength that the battle had come to pass. Captain John and Wang Ji exchanged a wistful glance, finally acknowledging the young scions of the Charlotte family at that moment. Even Rocks, witnessing Alan's transformed state, revealed a hint of madness in his gaze. Even the self-proclaimed exceptional one could not help but marvel at Alan's extraordinary talent. It was worth noting that at his age, neither Rocks, Roger, nor Karp had been anything more than ordinary pirates or Navy personnel. Throughout the annals of world history, it seemed that no one had ever emerged as remarkably talented as Alan. Alan, let me be your opponent. Countless black tendrils of smoke billowed from Rock's body, forming a stark contrast against the ice on his right. Whitebeard, attack alongside me. Shiki, be ready to support. I am a pirate. How could I engage in a simple one-on-one game with you? TCH, Alan smirked, realizing that in this state, combined with the intertwining of hockey and conqueror's hockey, his stamina was being depleted at an alarming rate. He had no desire to engage in a mere facade with Rocks and the others. If he were to perish today, he would certainly take Rocks, Shiki, and Charlotte Linlin down with him. After all, compared to others, only these three possessed ambitions and intentions that could genuinely harm countless innocents. If death were imminent, he might as well do something for the civilians of this world before his demise. Although the world government might conceal his information just as they had with the blank history and Rock's details, that was of little consequence now. If one were to lose their life, what did it matter about fame or infamy? Dark Cavern, Lox's hand, enshrouded in the energy of the dark fruit, pressed firmly against the ground, causing darkness to spread frantically in all directions. With Whitebeard offering no resistance, he and Shiki found themselves standing atop a shattered fragment of rock, propelled into the air by the shockwave. The lack of air supremacy was perhaps the most helpless predicament for Alan at this moment. However, with his mastery over the Xuanwu fruit, he was not so easily suppressed upon mere contact with the dark pathways. Come and fight. Alan charged towards Lox first. Please, host, strive diligently to defeat the 17-year-old Monkey D. Luffy, get lost. Lox's expression darkened further. Having been besieged, he could not tolerate such audacity. He would slay him, despite the constraints imposed by the dark fruit and his continuously healing but not yet fully recovered injuries. Alan's punch lacked the power of previous strikes, merely dispersing the tremors emanating from Whitebeard's fist, but failing to match their might. Kekiki. Alan, today is the day you meet your demise. Lion's might, Shiki, observing from above, erupted into a boisterous laugh, his two supreme blades unleashing frenzied slashes that rained down upon Alan. Simultaneously, the rock faces on either side of God's Valley began to crumble under the influence of the float fruit, forming several lion heads that bore down on Alan. That isn't this just elemental manipulation? I have not merely watched One Piece before. Frostflower, Ice Spring. As Alan made his move, countless frost shards erupted from the ground like a spring, shattering the lion heads controlled by Shiki and continuing their assault towards the two suspended in the air. That if Kaido in later years could manipulate the Azure Dragon fruit to exhibit fire attributes, then how could Alan, wielding the Xuanwu fruit which governed water and earth, not develop such capabilities? Moreover, considering that this world is composed of 90% ocean, was it not the Xuanwu's natural domain? Alan, just as Alan conjured frost to counter Whitebeard and Shiki, a hand emerged from the ground before him, grasping his ankle. The once formidable frost shards hesitated momentarily. Whitebeard concentrated the power of the tremor fruit into his fist, the violent shockwave instantly shattering most of the frost, while Shiki propelled himself higher into the air, evading the icy spikes. Lox, grinning maliciously, rose slowly from the dark mist of the dark fruit, as if possessing a force that drained Alan's stamina and fruit abilities. Strike now. What are you waiting for? At Lox's furious command, Whitebeard's Songyun slash and Shiki's strikes simultaneously descended upon Alan's head, forcing him to raise his right arm, originally intended for an attack on Locks. To block their assaults, had they aimed for his body, Alan might have opted to exchange injury for a fatal blow to Locks. Yet, the defense of his head was far weaker than that of his body. A feeble resistance might lead to his immediate demise. In the next moment, a sound akin to a nuclear explosion erupted where they clashed. The overwhelming shockwaves overturned the walls of God's Valley. Sweeping further afield, the pirates and navy who had been observing around them all changed their expressions, hastily retreating. This single blow had widened God's Valley by several dozen meters. Even the solid ice that Alan had fully encased showed numerous cracks. A fierce wind swept away the dust raised moments ago, while Locks, along with Whitebeard and Shiki, had retreated to a safe distance. Alan's mouth bled. A deep wound appeared on his right arm, and blood flowed profusely. Although his physique seemed to be that of a naturally gifted cultivator, having honed his body and three-color hockey to such a degree by the age of 20, and awakened the mythical beast Xuanwu fruit, he now faced some of the most formidable individuals of his time. Even the boastful Kaido of the future would surely not last a minute against this lineup. Under the influence of the Xuanwu fruit, the wound on Alan's arm rapidly scabbed over, and a hint of madness flickered in his gaze that a person who had trained himself to such an extent could hardly lack a desire for battle. The primal urge for combat, previously suppressed by the Red Soul, was ignited by the pain he felt at that moment. Now this is interesting, huh? Bring it on. The excitement broke through Alan's previously calm demeanor as he clenched his fists. Enveloped in dark red Conqueror's hockey, with a resounding thud, the spot where Alan stood vanished, leaving behind a massive crater. Be careful. Locks solemnly heightened the capabilities of the dark fruit. His arms, clad in hockey and enveloped in the fruit's power, resembled two enormous black boxing gloves. Even though the three were prepared, how could they withstand Alan, who was now exerting himself to the fullest, with a piercing sound of wind slicing through the air? Alan's first target was none other than the Golden Lion. This individual had been persistently utilizing the float fruit to disrupt Alan's movements from above. Moreover, the trio's ability to collaborate hinged on his levitating them alongside Whitebeard. It was high time to deal with him. Shiki, Whitebeard was the first to recognize Alan's target. Without hesitation, he leaped into action, aiming to force Alan into a defensive posture with his Songyun slash. But at this point, Alan had already shifted his mindset. It was better to sacrifice a finger than to lose all 10. Seizing the moment while Shiki lacked defense, Alan's fist was encased in solid ice, which then transformed instantaneously into the shape of a tiger's claw. Covered in hockey, the tip of the claw gleamed with lethal brilliance, in the face of Shiki's terror-stricken gaze. Alan's claw struck precisely at the joint where his left arm met his shoulder. Blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, Whitebeard's Songyun slash struck Alan's back as he adjusted his posture. With a tremendous sound, that Songyun slash failed to even pierce the seemingly thin robe Alan wore. Locks, leaping from below, had clearly witnessed the chilling cold in Alan's eyes as he looked at Shiki. With Whitebeard's strike bearing down upon him, Alan seized Shiki's left arm, his right fist crashing down once more at the same spot on Shiki's body. In the next instant, the tremor fruit, Shiki's right-handed strike, and Locks' fist all collided with Alan simultaneously. Even he, despite his formidable strength, was sent flying, crashing into the rocky walls of God's Valley, along with him. Shiki's left arm was also caught in Alan's grasp. As for Shiki, after propelling Alan away, his complexion turned ashen, and the stones beneath him and Whitebeard began to tremble precariously in his current state. Maintaining the float fruit's ability had become exceedingly difficult. Yet, Shiki's gaze remained fixated on Alan, who lay against the wall, filled with deep-seated hatred. He had always strived to surpass his captain, now missing an arm. How could he who prided himself on standing above all accept this setback? Alan, I will kill you. I must kill you. Witnessing Shiki's maddened expression, Locks suddenly sensed something, breaking into a grin. Newgate, take Shiki and Charlotte Lingling to the ship's doctor. Your involvement in the upcoming battle is no longer necessary. Whitebeard paused, yet still reached out to grab Shiki and Lingling, heading towards their pirate ship. That it was not that he was particularly obedient, but rather that he had no desire to engage in a battle that involved teaming up against a single individual. Now that he was no longer needed, this was the best outcome. Alan, of course, would not intervene. The absence of such a powerful ally was undoubtedly beneficial for him. Before Whitebeard could completely depart, explosions began resonating from within the solid ice on the opposite side of God's Valley. Within mere seconds, cracks appeared in the outer layer of ice. Boom. Finally, 3 figures burst forth from the solid ice, their expressions grim, even Sengoku's face tinged with a bluish hue from the extreme cold. Sengoku, my subordinates have suffered significant casualties. Now it's time for me to confront this kid with Karp and Roger. You all better step aside. This is far from a futile endeavor for Rocks. As the strongest among this faction, his participation is absolutely imperative. However, his dark fruit possesses an overwhelming advantage against other devil fruit users, particularly those whose powers have yet to awaken, such as Sengoku. Within the confines of his dark fruit abilities, Sengoku may struggle to muster even 50% of his combat prowess, rendering him a mere hindrance. In contrast, Karp and Roger harbor no such concerns. One relies on physical might, while the other on swordsmanship. Although the dark fruit affects them too, its impact is negligible. Yet, for Alan, the situation is undoubtedly more complex, as their strengths ebb and flow. The likelihood of them subduing Alan increases significantly. Alan, cease your silence. That last attack was hardly sufficient to keep you down for so long. Rocks coldly bellowed at Zhou Ming, who remained prone against the rocky wall. Yet he showed no signs of response. His injuries were indeed considerable, and he was currently recuperating. Ignoring one's physical condition to recklessly engage in combat is the mark of either a fool or a lost cause. Fortunately, Alan is neither. Thus, he lies here, discreetly recovering his stamina and wounds. Goddess avoidance. Having been trapped in ice for such an extended period, even a carefree individual like Roger could not escape a tinge of resentment. He directed a powerful slash toward Alan, who still lay there. Just as the attack was about to connect, Alan deftly sidestepped, evading the strike. The flying slash cleaved through the rocky wall, splitting the substantial surface in two before gradually dissipating in the distance. Goodness, that was a close call, Alan remarked with a hint of mockery directed at the expressionless Roger. Much like the legacy of the Straw Hat, Roger, Shanks, and Luffy share similarities. Rather than mere pirates, they resemble adventurers. Their battles primarily revolve around victory, rarely seeking to take lives. Roger's previous strikes had mostly aimed for non-lethal areas, such as the arms or chest. However, that last attack, Goddess Avoidance, was aimed squarely at Alan's head. Had he not dodged, it would have resulted in his demise. At this moment, Roger's gaze was sharp. Although encased in ice, he could still see. Observing Alan's treatment of the Golden Lion, it was evident that he possessed a fierce determination. Should they be defeated today, Alan's wrath would undoubtedly be unleashed upon him and the Roger pirates. For the sake of his companions, he resolved to hold nothing back. Sengoku silently returned to the position of the Navy soldiers in the distance, ready to guard against any ill intentions from the pirates once the battle concluded. Alan, Rocks, Roger, and Karp once again formed a triangular formation against Alan, their eyes glinting with cold resolve. How intriguing. It was Roger and Karp who subdued Rocks. Yet now it is they three who confront me. Alan rose from the ground, brushing off non-existent dust, his expression turning solemn. The cold wind held past. The relentless battles had left the Valley of the Gods resembling a site ravaged by a demon-slaying decree. Appearing quite dilapidated, both the ground and the rocky walls bore numerous holes and uneven scars. Come on, let us continue the fight. Dark water. In the center of Rock's outstretched palm, a swirling black vortex rapidly formed, firmly locking onto Alan. Even with his haki covering his upper body, he could only barely resist the vortex's pull, unable to break free. Goddess Avoidance, Fist of the Falling Star. With a swoosh, Roger and Karp appeared on either side of Alan, their punch and sword strike imbued with unparalleled might crashing down upon him. Is that all you've got with that sword technique? Alan, caught in the crossfire, showed no sign of anxiety, even turning to taunt Roger. No worries, as long as it's effective, the latter responded with a slight smile, yet the momentum of his ace did not wane in the slightest, just as their attacks were about to land on Alan. He suddenly wore a peculiar grin, eyeing the astonished gazes of Karp and Roger. Alan released the force that had firmly bound him, and, using the momentum, propelled himself like an arrow shot from a bow directly at Rocks. Alan's movement was so abrupt that neither Karp nor Roger could react in time. Fortunately, their instincts kicked in, and they deftly maneuvered aside as their strikes sailed past. Ha ha ha, Alan, have you willingly walked into a trap? Rox, previously focused on ensnaring Alan with dark water, found himself confronted by the latter in an instant. Grasping Alan's body with his hand imbued with the dark fruit, he activated the ability to suppress all devil fruit powers. Instantly, the cloak enveloping Alan vanished, and the claws of his fist melted away, dripping into liquid water. With his right hand gripping Alan's fist, Rox displayed a sinister smile, his left hand reaching for Alan's face. He aimed to seize Alan's fruit. Once Roger and the others eliminated him, he would promptly extract the fruit for himself. He intended to find a crew member he could trust implicitly to consume it. Fostering a subordinate as formidable as Shiki and the others, you underestimate us far too much. In a display of confidence, Alan also wore a smile. During the War of the Best, the most infuriating moment for him was witnessing Whitebeard thrash Teach. Though he did not say it then, it was evident. When he restrained Teach's hands, he could still wield the tremor fruit's power. Thus, the dark fruit's ability to suppress other devil fruit powers hinges on direct contact with the user. If Whitebeard could achieve this, how could Alan possibly fall short? Release me at once. While he may be unable to utilize his fruit abilities, Alan swiftly sidestepped Rock's grasping hand, and, with Conqueror's Haki enveloping his right hand, he struck at the crook of Rock's arm with tremendous force. A thick plume of black smoke erupted from Rock's, obstructing the path of Alan's fist, while the dark fruit could absorb energy attacks and much of the force. It could not negate Alan's Conqueror's Haki. After merely a second of resistance, Alan broke through, delivering a devastating blow to Rock's arm. However, having navigated the seas for many years, Rox was no stranger to pain. Gritting his teeth, he endured the strike, his body trembling only slightly. The dark fruit has the side effect of returning double the pain inflicted upon the user, yet Rox bore the hit with surprising resilience. Alan, you cannot escape. At that moment, Karp and Roger surged forward from behind. Witnessing Alan seemingly trapped in a dire situation, Rock's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was but a step away from claiming the devil fruit. Under the influence of the dark fruit, Alan could not withstand the combined assault of Karp and Roger. Now was the moment. Alan, seemingly oblivious to Karp and Roger's presence, fixed his gaze on Rox. His eyes brimming with murderous intent. His body had endured significant damage from the attacks, and even if he broke free from Rock's grip, he could not possibly overcome Karp, Roger, and Sengoku. Instead, he reached to his lower back, trembling slightly as he instinctively felt a surge of weakness. Yet, seizing the moment of Rock's triumphant laughter, he swiftly tossed a cuffed sleeve toward his left side. A cuffed sleeve adorned with sea prism stone latched onto Rock's arm. And in the blink of an eye, all the black mist of the dark fruit vanished, leaving Rock's pale with shock. Sea prism stone. This was originally Alan's training gear, yet it had transformed into his secret weapon. Before Rox could react, Alan, with fingers sharpened like a blade, thrust straight through his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Locke spat several mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if questioning how it was possible that he, destined to become the world's strongest, would meet his demise here. Yet, no one could answer him. The moment Alan's right hand pierced through Locke's chest, he crushed his heart with a swift motion. Slash. Roger's ace had already struck Alan's back. And at that moment, all of his strength was concentrated in that single attack against Locke's, leaving him no time to muster any defense. In an instant, a gaping wound was opened on his back, blood gushing forth, while Karp's iron fist came crashing down on his side, sending Alan flying. The two remained momentarily stunned, casting a glance at Locke's fallen body, both equally dumbfounded. No one could believe that the formidable Locke, who had ruled the seas, would perish here. Ugh! Before they could ponder further, Alan, having been sent flying, let out a roar of fury, and the long robe formed from his fruit abilities reappeared around him. This time, his aura was far greater than before, yet a hint of delight flickered across Karp and the others' faces. Seasoned warriors like them recognized that Alan was now at his limit. If they could just hold on a little longer, capturing Alan would merely be a matter of time. Regardless of how Alan's fate would unfold today, his solitary battle against the 9 most powerful figures of the era, inflicting such severe injuries upon them, would undoubtedly stand alone in the annals of history. Moreover, at the mere age of 20, he had achieved what no one before him had, nor would anyone after. If word of his exploits were to spread, perhaps hundreds of years hence, people would still speak of this pinnacle battle with great fervor. Unfortunately, all present understood that this clash would remain confined within their small circle. The world government would never allow such news to circulate. Alan, you are a formidable adversary. Allow Karp and me to see you off on your final journey today, Roger declared earnestly, given the strength Alan had displayed today. Even if they faced unforeseen circumstances, Sengoku and Whitebeard would surely follow suit. No one could bear the potential consequences of allowing Alan to escape, at merely 20 years of age, if he were to train for another decade. The level he could reach was something they dared not imagine. With reddened eyes, Alan disdainfully curled his lip. He had previously been fired up by the impassioned words of Luffy and his crew. But now that he had truly traversed into this world, he realized that these pirates were nothing but a scourge among the common folk. He even began to understand the hawkish mindset of Akainu and his ilk. What wrong would there be in eradicating such troublemakers from the seas? Of course, he could only comprehend their desire to eliminate pirates, for the notion of serving the celestial dragons was utterly incomprehensible to him. Who would escort whom to their end was still up for debate. Why waste breath on trivialities? Let us proceed directly. Alan's hands manifested two icy claws, soaring toward the duo. Karp and Roger showed no hesitation, charging forth to meet him. The final act of this climactic battle had officially commenced. They maintained their positions, one to the left and one to the right, their techniques remaining unchanged, observing the juxtaposition of a navy man and a pirate, exchanging punches and blades in a seamless dance of combat. Even Alan found himself momentarily taken aback by the uncanny synchronicity between Karp and Roger's attack and defense. Their level of cooperation surpassed even that which Karp shared with Sengoku. Was this what they referred to as true camaraderie? One could only wonder how Roger would react upon learning that his son was named after Karp's grandfather. Would he willingly lower himself to become a good elder brother? Karp's iron fist, imbued with the pinnacle of armament haki, collided with Roger's ace, which was enveloped in Conqueror's haki. The ground within hundreds of meters around them cracked like brittle chips, and even the ordinary Navy soldiers and pirates who had retreated a kilometer away could distinctly feel the tremors, as if witnessing an earthquake unfold in real time. At that moment, regardless of their allegiance, everyone present fell silent in the face of such overwhelming force. This caliber of battle, even if they were unable to partake, would undoubtedly etch an unforgettable memory in their lives. Karp, despite lacking Conqueror's haki, had honed his armament haki to the point of rivaling those who wielded it. Truly impressive. Even Alan couldn't help but admire Karp's prowess. In truth, his own armament haki had also reached its pinnacle. However, in a pure comparison of this particular skill set, Alan indeed fell short of Karp. Karp was formidable. Otherwise, how could he have pursued me for so many years? Just as Alan reflected on this, Roger let out a hearty laugh, swinging ace down from behind him. The flying slashes collided with Alan's fists, producing an ear-piercing sound. Ace, enveloped in red and black haki, met Alan's fists with equal ferocity, generating a force that rivaled the earlier clash between Alan and Karp. The coordinated assault from both sides left Alan no respite. Come on, if we're going to fight, let us all engage at once. Alan, though gasping for breath, felt increasingly exhilarated, his eyes transforming into a vivid crimson. The robe formed from his devil fruit began to show signs of wear beneath the relentless onslaught from Karp and Roger. Yet, this had no bearing on his movements. In fact, the battle was still within Alan's calculations. Finally, after parrying Roger's sword strike, Alan was struck once more by Karp's iron fist, sending him hurtling through the air. However, this time, instead of rebounding off the ground, he utilized the force from Karp's blow to pivot and flee into the distance. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. Giant Buddha shockwave. Just as Alan managed to escape several dozen meters, two booming voices erupted from ahead. The colossal golden Buddha appeared, its massive palm descending upon him. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Buddha, the air fractured as if it were glass, sending shockwaves that ravaged through him, causing Alan to involuntarily spew forth blood. Karp and Roger followed closely behind, encircling Alan once more. To his surprise, the two had joined forces. Alan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a cold glance at Sengoku and Whitebeard, the latter scoffing dismissively. Earlier, Sengoku had suggested that Karp and Roger engage Alan, clearly anticipating potential blind spots. To preempt Alan's escape, they had intentionally positioned themselves as barriers. and Sengoku's foresight had proven accurate. Truly, a master strategist among the Navy's ranks. Let us strike together. Observing Allen, who appeared battered and pale, barely able to stand, Sengoku hesitated momentarily, yet his resolve was unwavering. Without a word, the battlefield grew oppressively tense. With all our might, giant Buddha shockwave, Sengoku bellowed, transforming into the colossal Buddha, its palm blocking out the sun. Karp wasted no time, channeling every ounce of armament hockey into his punch, creating a resounding impact. Whitebeard's tusk descended from above, the space around his blade fracturing into shards, resembling a galaxy of shattered space. Roger infused all his conqueror's hockey into Ace, which turned pitch black, crackling with red lightning. This combined assault from the four was far more powerful than their previous skirmishes. The very ground of God Valley trembled, as if a dragon had risen, every stone fracturing beneath the immense pressure. And those watching from afar fled in terror. Their cataclysmic attack bore down on Allen. Allen, farewell. The four, panting heavily, watched as he struggled, desperately flailing his fists toward the sky, yet his efforts bore no fruit. Allen's gaze was complex. Had it not been for Locks and the others sacrificing their lives and sustaining injuries to wear him down, they might not have succeeded in this encirclement. Yes, the encirclement was a foregone conclusion. No one doubted that this strike would obliterate Allen. In the instant before the attacks converged, as their vision was obscured, a wild smile crept across Allen's lips. Fruit awakening. Turtle breathing technique. Translucent, shell-like plates resembling the carapace of a tortoise instantaneously enveloped Allen's entire body, causing his presence to dissipate entirely, as his form melded seamlessly into the ground beneath the protective armor. Boom! The simultaneous assault of the four individuals struck the earth, resulting in an unprecedented, colossal explosion. The quartet, despite their considerable distance, was violently hurled hundreds of meters away by the shockwave of the detonation, their bodies marred with numerous wounds of varying severity. Once their respective vice-captains and crew members secured their captains, they steadied themselves, awaiting the revelation of the explosion's epicenter. As the dust settled, all eyes widened in astonishment, mouths agape. The Valley of the Gods? It was no more. The once verdant valley had transformed into a vast, unfathomable pit, from which groundwater surged upward ceaselessly. Each of them, masters of the observation hockey, meticulously examined the surroundings, yet found no trace of Allen, no sign of life whatsoever. Admiral, a distant vice-admiral from the Navy headquarters approached with palpable excitement. The life card we confiscated from the remnants of the Xuanwu pirate crew has completely burned away. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. In the realm of piracy, no one had yet managed to elude the grasp of a life card. The incineration of the card was irrefutable proof that Allen was indeed deceased. Finally, it was over. Gentlemen, let us part ways for today. When we meet again, I shall show no mercy. Sengoku glanced at his own and Garp's condition, then surveyed Whitebeard and Roger across the way, hesitating momentarily before reaching a decision. Very well. In the East Blue. At the Baratai restaurant. A competition? How pitiable the weak are. Mihawk cast a sideways glance at the green-haired swordsman wielding 3 blades, whose excitement was palpable. In the next instant, Mihawk found himself on the deck of a dilapidated ship floating upon the sea. If you are a top-tier swordsman, even without engaging in battle, surely you can discern the disparity in our strengths, can you not? To dare raise your sword against me. Do you possess courage or merely ignorance? It is driven by my ambition and the vow to my dear friend. The green-haired swordsman bit down on the hilt of his sword, gripping 2 more with his hands, an unusual sight indeed, a rare 3-sword style practitioner. Yet, amidst their exchange, neither noticed that Mihawk's previous slash had penetrated deep underground, shattering a massive rock. From within, a humanoid figure began to rise, though it was encrusted in grime. As it ascended from the depths, the mud and dirt were continuously washed away, unveiling a transparent, tortoise-shell-like exterior. Cracks began to appear upon the surface, suggesting imminent fragmentation. Meanwhile, on the shore, Mihawk continued to display his nonchalance, tearing a cross necklace from his neck and revealing a miniature sword, no longer than his thumb. Unlike foolish beasts that exert full effort to hunt a rabbit, despite your modest renown as a swordsman, this is the weakest sea of the 4 seas, and fortuitously, I possess no smaller blade. The exasperation etched on Mihawk's face served as the utmost mockery of the swordsman before him. Hey, there are limits to arrogance. Do not regret it when you are dead. The green-haired swordsman spoke with a voice laced with gritted teeth due to biting his sword. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he lunged at Mihawk with astonishing speed, observing his movement. Mihawk found it amusing, disdainfully curling his lip. This man was not even worthy of being called a swordsman, failing to pique his interest at a frog at the bottom of a well. Come and witness the vastness of the world. Ghost slash. The green-haired swordsman crossed his blades in an attempt to strike, while the long sword in his mouth followed his slight tilt, slicing horizontally. Yet, before he could complete his maneuver, Mihawk had already thrust his small sword, precisely intercepting the convergence of the three swords. TSK, TSK, TSK. How intriguing. How long have I been in hibernation? Is this the iconic clash between Mihawk and Zoro? The translucent tortoiseshell armor began to shed in fragments as Alan rubbed his head. Still disoriented from his prolonged slumber, upon raising his gaze, he was greeted by the sight of Mihawk and Zoro locked in confrontation, igniting a rush of exhilaration within him. The videos he had watched online in his previous life paled in comparison to witnessing it unfold before his very eyes. Although the injuries within him had inhibited his healing speed due to the tortoise breathing technique, leaving him still gravely wounded, it also signified that he had successfully escaped the encirclement in the Valley of the Gods. Huh, who was that? When did they arrive there? Despite the numerous wounds adorning Alan's body, he bore a striking resemblance to the beleaguered pirate crew surrounding him. However, the unique aura of a formidable warrior rendered him a figure of distinction amidst the chaos. Yet, amidst the standoff, Zoro was oblivious to the presence of an additional spectator, his attention fixated on the diminutive sword before him. It was merely the size of a thumb, yet it completely thwarted his advance. What is happening? Why can I not move? A mere trinket has deflected my ghost slash. Is the disparity in our powers truly so vast? In Zoro's limited combat experience, he had never encountered such a scenario. Impossible. The world cannot be this distant. In a frenzy, Zoro wielded all three swords with fervor towards Mihawk, who remained unmoved, effortlessly evading Zoro's attacks, while deflecting every strike with that tiny blade, with a slight exertion. Mihawk sent Zoro tumbling aside, landing unceremoniously on the ground. With rage-filled eyes, Zoro disregarded his own sword techniques, solely focused on rising to challenge Mihawk once more. His fury was palpable, yet his attacks were utterly chaotic. To Mihawk, it was as though he were performing a waltz amidst Zoro's swordplay, evading every strike with ease. That I did not wield my sword to be toyed with by such a trinket. Before Zoro could launch another desperate assault, Mihawk, as if weary of the game, sidestepped his attack and effortlessly struck the back of Zoro's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. When Zoro next attempted to rise, he was left breathless and unsteady, yet still yearned to confront Mihawk, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion. Mihawk, expressionless, surveyed Zoro, recognizing the many swordsmen he had encountered at this level. Though he noted Zoro's commendable tenacity, "Swordsman, what burdens do you carry? At the pinnacle of power, what do you yearn for? Weakling, tiger hunt." Amidst Mihawk's disdain, Zoro gradually rose, sheathing two swords behind him before launching himself forward with all his might. Swoosh! Before Zoro could reach Mihawk, the latter had already plunged his small sword into Zoro's chest, droplets of blood staining the deck below. "Do you wish to have your heart pierced? Why do you not retreat?" Mihawk observed Zoro, now too weakened to move, and a flicker of change appeared in his gaze. "That I do not know. I merely feel that if I take a step back now, all the important vows and promises I have made thus far will vanish, and I shall never return. Indeed, this is what it means to be defeated." Hearing Zoro's words, a shift finally occurred in Mihawk's expression. "Then I can retreat," even lest that a faint smile emerged on Zoro's face. "Despite his frailty, are you not afraid of death? Better to die." At that moment, the young man before Mihawk delivered a profound shock. What formidable resolve, to prefer death over defeat, withdrawing his small sword from Zoro's chest. Mihawk returned it to the cross necklace. "Kid, state your name." "Roronoa Zoro." As Mihawk and Zoro exchanged names, the atmosphere shifted subtly once more. Suddenly, a casual voice echoed from their side. Well, before leaving the novice village. He's already off to challenge the world boss. No wonder he faces such a crushing defeat. However, the presence of formidable individuals from the New World coming to the East Sea to oppress others has, to some extent, lost its charm, has it not? Unknown warrior, what is your purpose here? Mihawk cast a fleeting glance at Alan that he and Zoro were on entirely different planes. Zoro's focus was solely on Mihawk, while Mihawk had noticed Alan the moment he appeared, with a significant portion of his attention drawn toward him. Despite Alan's body being riddled with wounds, most of which appeared freshly scabbed, the instincts of a true warrior were infallible. Me? What purpose could I possibly have? Just look at my injuries. It's evident I fled here after being beaten up. You may continue your duel without concern for me. Alan chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had almost interrupted a pivotal moment. Mihawk nodded earnestly, then unsheathed the black blade he had carried on his back, his gaze shifting back to Zoro. I shall remember you, long-lost warrior. To honor the code of swordsmen, I will now use the world's strongest black blade to send you to the depths of the sea. Observing the standoff between Mihawk and Zoro, Alan felt as though he were seated in the front row of a theatrical performance, thoroughly entertained. Indeed, I am immensely grateful. Zoro remained wholly oblivious to Alan, his entire focus directed at Mihawk. This was the first time Mihawk had taken the initiative to attack since their encounter began, a simple slash. Yet Zoro was on high alert, three-sword style, 3,000 worlds. The two swords in his hand spun like a windmill, capable not only of bewildering his opponent's eyes, but also allowing for unexpected strikes, while simultaneously providing defense. Unfortunately, such tactics were utterly ineffective against Mihawk, who effortlessly severed the two swords in Zoro's grasp, causing a spray of blood to erupt from his chest that I never imagined I would be defeated. Zoro sheathed his long sword with a light heart, a faint smile gracing his face as he turned to face Mihawk, arms outstretched. What are you doing? Mihawk was taken aback. The scars on your back are a swordsman's disgrace. Impressive. This single remark elicited an appreciative smile from Mihawk. Yet his black blade showed no hesitation as it descended towards Zoro's chest. Blood gushed forth, rendering Zoro unable to wield his weapon any longer, and he collapsed backward. The scars on one's back are indeed a swordsman's shame. How admirable. Moreover, Zoro's talent for naming techniques was remarkable. While Luffy had names like machine gun and rocket launcher, Zoro's were grandiose, such as Oni Slash, Tiger Hunt and Six Paths, the crossing of the six realms. What a genius of nomenclature. Alan watched the unfolding drama with a tinge of envy, suddenly grimacing that I too have my share of scars on my back. After all, I have been attacked by Shiki and Charlotte Linlin. One of them is likely hiding in the skies above the East Sea, while the other has ascended to become one of the four emperors, right? Once I recover, I shall deal with each of you in turn. At that moment, Luffy was still his comedic self, attempting to strike Mihawk, yet failing miserably, even managing to get his head stuck in the deck. Mihawk, however, paid him no mind, redirecting his gaze to the distant Zoro, who had been rescued onto a small boat. You are far too early to seek death. Mihawk's voice suddenly boomed, fully aware that Zoro could hear him. I am Dracul Mihawk. Understand yourself, recognize the world, and grow stronger. No matter how much time passes, I shall await you at the pinnacle of this world. Surpass this sword, surpass me, Rorinoa Zoro. As Mihawk spoke, his emotions surged, and those around him exchanged perplexed glances. Only the seasoned Zeph, who had traversed the Grand Line, understood the significance of Mihawk's title as the world's greatest swordsman and one of the seven warlords. Recognizing the weight of his acknowledgement, snickered this fervent and somewhat melodramatic moment. A derisive chuckle drew everyone's attention again. Alan awkwardly covered his mouth, signaling that it wasn't him, though the gesture was likely in vain. Unknown warrior, what will you do? Although he sensed Alan's presence, Mihawk noted the absence of any weaponry around him, suggesting he was primarily a practitioner of physical combat. Mihawk had little desire to engage in battle with such an individual. Merely asking a casual question. No. I am merely curious. Wasn't the world's strongest Newgate. When did it become you? And how did you manage to traverse the calm belt on a bamboo raft? Did you row with that black blade? That tiny sword you conceal in the cross. Do you simply draw it during battles with swordsmen like Zoro, then stealthily retie the string when no one is around? Hey. 3 questions left those nearby befuddled, many casting curious glances at Mihawk. Although Mihawk's expression remained unchanged, the tightening of his grip on the black blade revealed a hint of agitation beneath his calm facade. State your name. Beneath the black blade, I do not slay nameless foes. His voice was calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. He had not intended to fight, but the other party was courting death, and Mihawk had no qualms about sending him on his way. Me. A playful smirk graced Alan's face. It had been over 30 years. His name had likely been erased from the annals of the world government. You probably do not know my name. I am Alan. The Overturner. The Overturner, Alan? Mihawk's brow furrowed slightly. Pirates who had earned a title typically had a bountiful reputation on the Navy's wanted posters, yet he was certain he had never encountered this individual. The name sounded familiar. As if he had heard it somewhere before. The Overturner, Alan? You were the Overturner, Alan? Impossible. You can't be. A look of astonishment crossed Mihawk's face, his body tensing. While others might not be aware of Alan's exploits, Mihawk was a close ally of Shanks. During the God Valley incident, Shanks was only 4 or 5 years old and had no recollection of it. Yet discussions of that extraordinary battle were common among those who sailed the seas. Coincidentally, Mihawk had witnessed the strength of the very warriors Alan had faced, so he naturally had heard tales of Alan's prowess. Clang, the cup in Zeph's hand, previously watching the spectacle on deck, fell to the ground. He paid no mind to pick it up, leaping from the Barity's railing and sprinting toward Mihawk and the others. Indeed. After closing the distance by several meters, Zeph finally halted, swallowing hard and murmuring to himself. In his 60s, he had been in his prime 30 years ago and had certainly heard of the infamous Overturner Alan, a figure notorious for publicly executing celestial dragons. It was said he was annihilated by the Navy. And for decades, no news of him had emerged. Yet here he was today. Gazing at that youthful visage, he slowly correlated it with the bounty poster of Alan from over 30 years ago. It was him. It truly was him. The Alan of yore had been a beacon and idol for countless pirates. Many had set sail because of him, unaware that his true intention was to eradicate all pirates. Zeph, do you know this young man? Who is he? A group of restaurant staff caught up, curiously peering at Zeph, then glancing at Alan, who stood opposite Mihawk. Young man? He is no mere youth. A wry smile crossed Zeph's face. If he truly is that person, then 30 years ago he stood at the pinnacle of the world, with a bounty of 5.5 billion berries. How much? 5.5 billion. Isn't that equal to the Pirate King's bounty? Roger, in comparison, even Roger had to bow down to him at that time. As an old-school pirate, although Zeph lacked extraordinary strength or remarkable achievements, however, I possess a profound understanding of the events and prominent figures within the world of pirates. It is simply inconceivable. The Pirate King is undoubtedly the strongest. At that moment, Luffy, who had just emerged from his stupor, overheard the conversation among Zep and others, with wide eyes and a pouting lip. He turned to retort, yet no one responded to him. All attention was fixated on Alan, who stood defiantly against Mihawk. Are you truly the Overturner, Alan? Mihawk's tone was laden with gravity, and the black blade Yoru was poised before him. A person's renown, like the shadow of a tree, commands respect. The fact that even Shanks holds him in high regard compelled Mihawk to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. It has been over 30 years. Who would dare impersonate me? I was merely gravely injured, and have only now awakened from my slumber. Alan shrugged helplessly, candidly revealing his current physical state. This was not mere self-aggrandizement, despite still being in a state of significant injury. He believed that a mere Mihawk could not possibly hinder his departure. Having long heard of your exploits, I wish to seek your guidance in the near future. Although Mihawk perceived Alan's current condition as problematic, he hesitated for a few moments before extending an invitation to duel at a later date. How could he not feel exhilarated when faced with such a formidable opponent? Yet, as the world's greatest swordsman, he could not engage in underhanded tactics. Thus he resolved to schedule a rematch with Alan. If it were merely an ordinary strongman, he would not concern himself with the other's injuries, for ultimately, they would be unable to overcome him. Think that the legendary world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, would recognize me. It is indeed a tremendous honor. A brilliant smile illuminated Alan's face as he rose from his seat. No need to wait for another day. Just let me have a meal first. I am also curious to see who is stronger between you and Roger. That's, before Mihawk could respond, Alan had already approached Zep. Patting him on the shoulder, Uncle, could you prepare a sumptuous feast for me? I believe it's been over 30 years since I've had a proper meal. Absolutely. Zep's face flushed with excitement as he hurried towards the kitchen of Baratai. He even momentarily forgot that he was only less than 10 years Alan's senior. Mihawk, too, felt a surge of exhilaration and followed suit. Indeed, The pirate king Roger did not consume any devil fruit. He was a mere swordsman. It was a regret for Mihawk to have never crossed swords with such a powerful swordsman. But now, an opportunity presented itself. Alan had battled the near-legendary pirate king. Even if their encounter were to occur while Alan bore wounds, it would at least reveal the disparity between the two. Hey, you claim that the pirate king can only be beneath you? Just as Alan draped his arm around Zepp's shoulder and walked towards the dining area of Baratai, a calm voice resonated from behind. If that is indeed the case, then I must defeat you. Luffy stared at Alan with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Zepp exclaimed, startled by Luffy's words. Glancing anxiously at Alan still beside him, he quite liked this junior, and did not wish for him to meet his end at Alan's hands. Having not lived through that era, he was unaware of the significance of the title Overturner. It was a moniker earned by single-handedly toppling 3 nations, bestowed by the Navy. Alan, this fellow is merely a child. You need not pay heed to his words. Observing Zepp's anxious demeanor, Alan chuckled softly before turning his gaze towards the defiant Luffy. Kid, you lack the qualifications to battle me at present. Perhaps next time, you may inquire with your grandfather Karp if he can launch me away. Karp, the hero of the Navy, Karp the Vice Admiral, Zepp, and the others felt their nerves being increasingly frayed. What on earth was bringing so many formidable figures to Baratai? Hey, before Luffy could finish his retort, Alan turned back, his eyes fixed intently upon him, the Conqueror's haki radiating from his being. Having mastered the Conqueror's haki to such an extent, he could wield it with precision, exerting pressure solely on Luffy. Luffy felt as though his body was being suppressed by an unseen force, every muscle trembling as if he were confronting a life-threatening predator. His awareness beginning to blur. Yet, inexplicably, a voice echoed in his mind, persistently urging him to remain conscious. Just as that overwhelming power was about to envelop him entirely, Alan abruptly withdrew his aura. The ebb and flow left Luffy with a peculiar sense of loss. Having entered Baratai, Alan smirked as he felt the remnants of the confrontation with Luffy's Conqueror's haki. He had sensed signs of awakening within Luffy. Thus, he had intentionally retracted his own haki. Although Alan felt no animosity toward Luffy due to the original narrative, the audacity with which Luffy had challenged him earlier made him reluctant to facilitate the awakening of his haki. Everyone has their own little schemes. After all, savoring a lavish meal, Alan found Baraty's culinary prowess to be truly deserving of its reputation. Zepp had pulled out all the stops to cook for someone who had once been his idol. As Alan dined, he felt the restorative effects of the Jinbu fruit working on his internal injuries. He had sustained grave wounds. Even with his natural healing abilities, he could easily recover from minor injuries, yet with the fruit's power, he had only regained 30% of his strength after all this time. Although Mihawk did not partake in the meal, he sat quietly on the opposite side of the table, adjusting his state of readiness if the man before him was indeed the one Shanks had spoken of. With such terrifying accomplishments, he needed to ensure that he was in peak condition to face him. As for Alan's state, there was no need for concern. Enveloped in the protective shell created by the awakening of the Jinbu fruit, he remained in the same condition as the moment he activated it. As if time had stood still for him, it was akin to awakening from a deep slumber. The concept of time dissipated in the blink of an eye. And 30 years had gone by without him noticing. Even now, Alan's muscles retained the activation state from his battle in God Valley, and with a brief rest, he could immediately spring back into action. However, he had previously faced off against the dark-haired Karp and Sangoku, and now found himself confronting the straw-hatted Luffy in a flash, a dissonance he felt, given his awareness of the plot. Contentedly wiping his mouth, Alan stretched lazily and made his way outside the Baratai restaurant at that moment. Remnants of the massive pirate ship that Mihawk had cleaved lay before him on the deck. Alan squinted at the wreckage, then lifted his leg to kick the remains of the ship's hull. Despite being damaged, the severed giant sailboat, towering dozens of meters, was sent flying as if it were made of air. Let us move aside to spar. We wouldn't want to damage their restaurant. The enormous sailboat drifted hundreds of meters across the sea before finally coming to rest. Alan was already standing on the deck, and without hesitation, Mihawk leaped from the deck of Baratai, appearing on the wreckage of the sailboat in the next instant. Hey, you might want to stop. That is, a burly man with short purple hair and clad in heavy golden armor glared, raising his hand as if to speak. But before he could finish, Alan turned and faced him. This is the Krieg pirates. Renowned for their despicable and shameless deeds, they were not worth sparing. Alan unleashed his Conqueror's haki at full force, causing all members of the Krieg pirates to roll their eyes back and faint. foam spilling from their mouths. "What have you done?" With Mihawk's keen perception, he could discern that the ordinary members had essentially been rendered unconscious or had their minds shattered by Allen's conqueror's haki. Even if they were to awaken, they would merely drool. It is but a trifling matter. After all, one must eradicate evil at its roots. Allowing them to escape may lead to further heinous acts. Thus, I am merely sending them on their way early, hoping they reincarnate as anything but pirates. Nodding thoughtfully, Mihawk regarded these minor characters with disdain, tightening his grip on his black blade, his gaze sharpening. "Predecessor, I am about to engage." In the hands of Hawkeye, the black blade glimmered with an obsidian hue, reflecting the potency of his strength, while his aura sharpened to an even more formidable edge. The transformation of this supreme greatsword, nurtured by flowing Sakura, indeed marks you as a top-tier swordsman, surpassing even Roger's ace. Once again, the dark robe forged from the powers of the black tortoise fruit manifested upon Allen. Alongside the formation of his finger tiger. Although Allen was uncertain about the others, he foresaw that in a few years, Hawkeye would ascend to the throne of the four emperors alongside Crocodile and Buggy, potentially placing a bounty on the Navy's heads as well. Therefore, this world's foremost swordsman should not be underestimated. With his injuries still not fully healed, it was prudent to unleash his fruit's abilities. Otherwise, should he falter, it would be a significant loss. Before their blades ever truly clashed, the black blade, Yuru, emanated a verdant glow, followed by a colossal slash, in contrast to the strenuous efforts of Jozu during the Marineford War. Allen simply enveloped his fist with haki, meeting the strike head-on and shattering it effortlessly, sustaining no damage himself. This strike held promise. Though devoid of Conqueror's haki, its offensive power was commendable. "Thank you for your appreciation. Now, Senior, do continue to challenge me." Hawkeye was invigorated. Ever since Shanks lost an arm in the East Blue, he had yet to face him again to eye in the new world. Those who could engage him were somewhat limited. It had been ages since he could freely unleash his combat fervor. In an instant, Hawkeye appeared before Allen, their sword and fist colliding, sending tremors through the surrounding sea as the water erupted skyward like a torrential downpour. At that moment, Hawkeye mirrored the fierce combat of Zoro, attacking from myriad angles, his form shifting constantly. To outsiders, his movements appeared almost as mere afterimages. Yet, Allen maintained his rhythm, his incredible agility allowing him to strike precisely at the blade of Hawkeye's sword. Thwarting his attempts, despite the immense force behind their strikes, both combatants restrained their power due to the nature of their sparring. This is the essence of a battle among those standing at the pinnacle of the world. With the assistance of the sword St. Johnny and the blade god Joseph, Zoro slowly propped himself up, staring vacantly at the distant clash between Hawkeye and Allen. "Zoro, you aim to become the world's greatest swordsman, do you not?" Luffy's somewhat somber voice drifted from beside him. "Naturally. All right, you shall become the Pirate King, while I shall defeat that man over there." Throughout their journey, Luffy had always appeared carefree, but this marked the first time he expressed such earnestness before Zoro. Turning to face Luffy, whose face was partially obscured by the straw hat shadow, Zoro solemnly nodded, still lying on the small boat. "Captain, I promise you." The blade god and sword saint exchanged glances, seemingly about to say something, but hesitated, words unspoken. Clang. Allen once more intercepted Hawkeye's attack with his fist, muscles taut as he pushed him back several meters. "Mihawk, your strength is commendable, but this is where it ends. Should we continue, it may cost us our lives. Your Busashoka haki has reached a high level, and with that black blade, the title of the world's greatest swordsman is indeed well-deserved. However, while Roger's Busashoka haki may not be as fierce as yours, he mastered the technique of Conqueror's haki. Even though your Busashoka haki is formidable in totality, he slightly surpasses you. You were steadfast in your swordsmanship, yet now you must seek to understand your own path in life. Discover your ideals and aspirations for kingship, and your Conqueror's haki will naturally follow. Until then, engage in battles with the strong to grasp the techniques of haki. I eagerly await that day when we might clash again." With Hawkeye's current prowess, even with Allen's injuries, a reckless outburst of strength could indeed bring him down. However, if he were to combine his current level of Busashoku with the amplification of Conqueror's haki, Allen looked forward to facing him then. "Thank you." Though Allen was not a swordsman, Hawkeye still paid him the courtesy of a swordsman's bow, swiftly returning to his wooden raft, where he casually unleashed a wave of sword energy, propelling the raft in another direction. Even if he often rode with Yoru, maintaining an air of dignity was paramount at that moment. Watching Hawkeye depart, Allen's gaze shifted to the side. Right? I almost forgot about this." Before he could finish his thought, Allen vanished from his spot, reappearing on Zoro's small boat. "What are you doing?" Zoro, still reclining, immediately noticed Alan behind Luffy, his eyes widening as he struggled to rise. "Huh." Zoro, Luffy, oblivious to Alan's presence, was abruptly struck on the neck by Alan's palm, causing him to roll his eyes and faint. "Luffy." Zoro struggled, blood seeping continuously from his chest wound, staining his clothing crimson. "Calm down. Calm down." Seeing the dire state before him, Alan hurriedly pressed Zoro back down. "My grandfather and Roger kept me in the dark for over 30 years, so it's only fair that I seek some interest." "Don't worry, he is merely taking a nap." Just then, the system in Alan's mind reminded him once more. Please complete the novice task promptly. According to the timeline, over 30 years had passed, and this individual still persisted, continuously urging him to complete his tasks, truly a model of diligence in the system realm. However, with the current timeline, it seemed the system had indeed made up for those lost years. Congratulations, host, on completing the series of tasks. Path of the Strong. Step 1. You have taken a step closer to becoming a peak powerhouse in the world of Pirate King. Task Reward. 1 Washing Marrow Fruit. Reward Description. This fruit, grown at the summit of high mountains, contains immense vitality and purifying power, possessing miraculous effects for washing marrow and rejuvenation. Washing Marrow Fruit. Alan extended his hand, conjuring the reward, revealing a red fruit roughly the size of a cherry, yet pulsating with vitality. After consuming it, he distinctly felt the medicinal properties rapidly spreading within him. However, his body, already honed to perfection through rigorous training, found the fruit's effects insufficient for any significant enhancement. After failing to strengthen his meridians, the accumulated medicinal energy targeted Alan's internal injuries, expelling impurities and clotted blood and repairing damaged organs and tissues. This unexpected boon did provide some delight, while it did not greatly amplify his abilities. Its healing effects were commendable, restoring at least 10% of his strength, now at 40% of his power. Should he encounter Karp, it was uncertain whether he could best that seasoned veteran who had trained for over 30 years. But escaping would surely be feasible. Sequential tasks are now being issued. Path of the Strong. Step 2. The Straw Hat Kid now has his first mate, the 3-sword-style swordsman Roronoa Zoro. Use your strength to teach them another lesson. Task Details. Please defeat the 3-sword-style swordsman Roronoa Zoro using your swordsmanship. Friendly reminder. Mainline tasks cannot be refused. Please complete them diligently. Each completed task will yield corresponding rewards. Defeating Zoro with swordsmanship was not particularly daunting, given his keen perception and strength, not to mention the overwhelming advantage against the still novice Straw Hat pirates. The challenge, however, lay in the fact that Zoro was currently lying on that small boat, blood gushing from his chest. Forget about defeating him. It was likely that any attempt to engage would lead to Zoro's immediate demise. Let it be. Just like the first task that took 30 years to complete. It's not a big deal. I'll wander for now, and once Zoro has recuperated, I'll return to spar with him. Since he was already in the East Blue and amidst the Bartai restaurant saga, he simply had to visit Cocoyasi village. Before coming here, a figurine of Nami, his beloved, had adorned his desk. Having arrived, how could one possibly refrain from visiting my wife and her sister? No. How could I refer to her as merely a sister-in-law? It should be another wife. They are Nami and Nojiko, who have grown up together since childhood, sharing a bond that transcends mere sisterhood. How could one bear to see such sisters separated? In the East Blue. In the village of Cocoyasi, Alan disembarked from a pirate ship with a cheerful demeanor. Although he was uncertain of the way to Cocoyasi village, one thing was abundantly clear in these waters. Pirates were in no short supply. All he needed was to find a pirate ship equipped with a map of the East Blue. Please, take your time, as Alan delivered a swift kick to the fearsome captain of the pirate ship, transforming him into a being resembling a man-made natural-type devil fruit user. The other crew members treated him with a warmth that surpassed familial affection. They not only offered him the most opulent quarters aboard the ship, but they also thoughtfully prepared 3 meals for him, concerned for his dietary needs. Of course, the primary ingredient for these meals came from a massive sea cow encountered along the way, though lacking in swordsmanship. Alan was quite capable of using his conqueror's haki to defeat it, and then divide it into sizable portions. Such creatures, which randomly attacked passing humans, deserved to be slaughtered and consumed. That was the best outcome. The kind of luck that allowed Luffy to simply pummel one and let it go would likely only be experienced by that beast in its next life, though Cocoyasi village was somewhat renowned in the vicinity. The demeanor of its inhabitants starkly contrasted with those from Bartai. The people ambulating through the streets bore expressions devoid of hope, resembling the living dead, emanating an aura of despair at every turn. Perhaps this truly represented the reality of the world of One Piece. Above, there were the oppressive tyrants, in the middle, the lofty naval officers, and below, the scoundrel pirates wreaking havoc and disregarding human life. "Excuse me, are you a stranger here?" As Alan stepped into Cocoyasi village, a man adorned with a windmill atop his head approached him, his expression tinged with anxiety. Is that not my esteemed father-in-law?" Alan maintained a semblance of politeness in his response to Aegean. "Indeed, I am navigating the seas and in need of some fruit that I heard there are oranges for sale here, so I made a special trip to procure some." After a moment's hesitation, Aegean gestured toward a nearby hill. "There is an orange grove over there if you require a substantial amount. That would be the place to go. However, this area is rather perilous. It would be wise to leave quickly after your purchase. Thank you for the warning." Alan courteously bid farewell to Aegean and proceeded straight towards the home of Nami and Nojiko, although he could dispatch Arlong in an instant. That was not the objective at hand. If he were to eliminate Arlong without first encountering the two sisters, how could he maximize their emotional connection? This was not mere manipulation, but rather a subtle strategy to foster deeper feelings. As he ambled along the dirt path, the gentle fragrance of oranges wafted from the groves on either side, momentarily intoxicating him. From the base of the slope, he could discern a girl with short lavender hair, gathering oranges plucked from the trees. It was undeniable that even from afar, her silhouette revealed an astonishing figure, a remarkable hourglass shape. No wonder she had grown up alongside my wife, sharing the same sustenance. This physique was simply breathtaking. Moreover, the tattoo she bore in protection of my wife was strikingly beautiful. Only in the presence of characters he had once encountered in anime did Alan feel a resurgence of emotions from his previous life. Although, over 30 years ago, as a world-renowned pirate, he had encountered many stunning women, none had ever stirred his heart. They were merely mutual satisfactions of needs. The last woman to slightly capture his heart was a younger version of Nami. Regrettably, when he met her, she was already prepared to retire from her life of piracy. Such a beautiful woman, left unpursued, as he had other pressing matters to attend to. Had he been so inclined, he might have given old Rayleigh a hat to wear 30 years earlier. "What brings you here?" Nojiko, having just finished arranging a basket of oranges, spotted Alan ascending the hill. As their eyes met, her initially relaxed demeanor was replaced by a slight blush. "I wish to purchase some oranges." Alan, having recently plundered a pirate ship, discovered that the East Blue pirates were rather impoverished, with only a little over 1 million berries aboard such a large vessel. 400 berries each. Thank you for your patronage." Upon realizing Alan was there to make a purchase, a smile brightened Nojiko's face as she eagerly rushed to the basket of freshly picked oranges. Retrieving a bag to fill with fruit. "This one's quite large. It must go in. And this one looks sweet. It should be included as well." As she filled the bag, she covertly observed Alan's expression. His face remained unchanged, which only heightened her spirits further. It seemed she had encountered a significant customer today. Perhaps she could sell several thousand berries worth. Suddenly, a faint sound of bells echoed from the village below, causing Nojiko's expression to shift to one of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Alan's hand and urged him to follow her inside. "You must come in and hide. Something ominous is afoot." "What is happening?" Alan, intrigued by the warmth of her hand, wondered how those hands, so accustomed to labor, maintained such softness. Before he could voice his thoughts, Nojiko had already propelled him into her bedroom, swiftly closing the door behind them. "Nojiko, the money for this month is due." As soon as the door was shut, a fishman with blue skin and sunglasses entered the room. "Oh, very well." Nojiko, her expression devoid of emotion, retrieved 100,000 berries from a drawer in the living room table and handed it to the fishman. This had been prepared in advance. If any surplus money remained, it would surely be seized by the fishman, so 100,000 was the perfect amount. Out of respect for Nami, the fishman would not trouble Nojiko. Nodding in acknowledgement before departing, its sole responsibility was to collect the payments. As long as the dues were met each month, Arlong would reward it handsomely. What just transpired? Alan peered out from the bedroom. Curiosity piqued. Although the orange-scented room was delightful, his primary focus remained on winning over Nami and Nojiko. As for the bedroom, he could always change residences after successfully forging a bond. "Never mind. I will go and pack your oranges immediately. After you purchase them, you must leave swiftly. It is not safe here." Nojiko's face bore a hint of disappointment. Each time the fishman came to collect payment, she was reminded of that woman who sacrificed her life for her and Nami 8 years prior. "Belmere, very well. I shall select even more oranges." Alan did not press further. With his observation haki, he had already discerned that Nami had returned upon arriving at the island. Now, he was merely orchestrating a chance encounter. At that moment, in Fishman Island, Nami emerged from her room, a black package slung over her shoulder, her expression impassive. Nami, are you heading home? A few fishmen playing in the pond greeted her with cheerful smiles. Though she felt a wave of nausea wash over her, she quickly donned a smile and waved back enthusiastically. Seated in the center of the room, Arlong cast a glance at the package on Nami's back, a smirk creeping onto his face. How did your haul go this time? Quite well, Nami replied, forcing a smile while Arlong's smirk widened. It must have been a success, given that betrayal is your forte. Nami's forced smile froze on her lips, her nails digging painfully into her palm as she struggled to maintain composure. Arlong, you know me well. I shall take my leave now, as she turned away from the raucous laughter of the fishmen. An overwhelming sense of hatred enveloped her, compelling her to stride towards Cocoyasi village. The mere thought of reuniting with everyone in the village would alleviate the burdens and fatigue she had endured outside. The people of Cocoyasi were the driving force behind her perseverance. Even when she returned to the village, it seemed as though everyone ignored her, walking past her with blank expressions. Yet, she felt only a fleeting sense of disappointment. Once her plan was fulfilled, everyone would regain their freedom, and the truth could be revealed, allowing them to return to their normal lives. With this thought, Nami's spirits lifted. Her recent voyage had yielded significant treasures, perhaps even enough to amass 100 million berries. With a light-hearted stride, the jewels and berries on her back felt weightless as she ascended the hill towards home. In the distance, she spotted no Kigo squatting with a man, sorting oranges, their conversation punctuated by occasional exchanges. She even caught a glimpse of no Kigo's involuntary smile. No Kigo, I'm back, Nami exclaimed, a teasing smile adorning her face as she leaped onto no Kigo's back, glancing up at Alan. And who might this be? Care to introduce me? This is Mr. Allen, here to buy oranges. Nami, stop saying silly things. No Kigo's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, quickly giving way to a pallor. The women of Kokoshia village had no right to entertain such thoughts. Under the oppressive rule of the fishmen, involving any outsider could bring harm. Nami recognized this but maintained her cheerful demeanor, gently patting no Kigo's shoulder. No need to panic. We have plenty this time, perhaps enough. As she spoke, Nami cast a cautious glance at Alan, who was still engrossed in sorting oranges, before hurriedly heading into the orange grove with her large backpack. Watching Nami's retreating figure, no Kigo sighed softly and continued assisting Alan with the oranges. Conversing with this man was refreshingly easy, yet they belonged to different worlds. Just then, Nami emerged from the grove, breathless, grabbing no Kigo's hand, her eyes filled with urgency. No Kigo, do you have 400,000 berries? We're just short of that amount. No Kigo was taken aback by Nami's reaction, instantly grasping the meaning behind her words. But I already gave 10,000 berries to the fishermen collecting money today. All I have left at home is a little over 30,000. Should we borrow from Mr. Aiken? For someone like her, who had always tended to the orange grove, 400,000 berries was not easily obtainable. No, that's not an option. Nami swiftly waved off no Kigo's suggestion. She didn't want to involve anyone in the village until the matter was resolved. But now that their goal was so close yet unreachable, the two girls pouted in frustration, while Alan scratched his head in confusion. Is there a possibility that I could provide that 400,000 berries? Swiftly, both girls turned their heads towards Alan, a little taken aback by his unexpected offer. What's wrong? Don't you need the money? Mr. Alan, do you really have 400,000 berries? Thank you so much. You know, no Kigo has never been in a relationship. Nami's eyes sparkled like berries as she leaned in and hugged Alan's arm, mischievously signaling towards no Kigo. She certainly wouldn't sell no Kigo out for 400,000 berries. The priority was to secure the money first. Moreover, once the payment was made, Aaron wouldn't return to the village, which could be seen as saving his life. 400,000 berries was a small price to pay. Nami, what are you saying? No Kigo's sun-kissed complexion flushed a delicate pink as she glanced shyly at Alan, only to quickly avert her gaze when she noticed his attention on her. I don't know what you're planning, but seeing how anxious you are, I'll give you everything I have. Alan didn't hesitate and handed all his money to Nami. After all, he would be visiting Aaron shortly to settle things, so whatever amount he gave could be reclaimed. Nami, upon receiving the berries, displayed a speed unfitting for an ordinary person, swiftly pocketing the stack of bills before rushing back to the orange grove. Mr. Allen, I'm truly sorry, but we have urgent need for this money. I promise to return it to you soon. No Kigo laughed nervously, embarrassed at borrowing money from someone she had just met under the pretext of buying oranges. No rush, no rush. Alan cheerfully peeled an orange and took a bite, Perhaps due to Kokoshia village's geographical advantages, the oranges were juicy and sweet, truly delightful. That moment, a Navy warship docked at the Kokoshia village port, and a line of well-trained naval soldiers disembarked in perfect formation. Where is the officer, Kinzang? I am Colonel Rat of the 16th Navy Division. Bring him to me. Colonel, I am Kinzang, Aiken stammered, quickly stepping forward. Take me to a woman named Nami. What business do you have with Nami? Aiken was taken aback, unsure how the Navy officer even knew her name, let alone why he specifically sought her out. Just lead the way. Colonel Rat's face bore a sinister grin, his eyes narrowing with intent. No Kigo, is Nami home? Just as Alan was helping No Kigo carry baskets of oranges indoors, Aiken's voice called from a short distance. Both No Kigo and Nami turned, only to see Aiken followed by a whole squad of Navy soldiers. Is this the narrative correction ability at play? They arrived a whole day earlier than in the original story. Yet here they are, these repugnant individuals. Aiken, you seek me? Nami had just hidden the money and stepped out of the grove when she heard Aiken's words. However, upon seeing the naval soldiers behind him, an instinctive sense of foreboding washed over her. You are the thief named Nami, are you not? According to our investigation, you have hidden treasures stolen from pirates. The government will now confiscate your ill-gotten gains. Colonel Rat's whiskers twitched in delight as he smirked, but Nami and the others paid no attention to such trivialities. They were fixated on the naval officer before them, though submissive before the pirate Aaron. Colonel Rat was brimming with authority in front of the villagers and Nami. You have stolen from pirates. All of it now belongs to the government. Nami surveyed the soldiers before her, a sigh escaping her lips. Yet, she resolutely bared the tattoo on her shoulder. I am an officer of Aaron's crew. If you proceed with this, Aaron will not let you off lightly. At that moment, Nami failed to notice the mocking smile that danced upon Colonel Rat's face. Aaron, ha ha ha. A strange laughter erupted from Colonel Rat as he gestured dismissively behind him. Go ahead and search for the stolen goods. Several naval soldiers advanced from behind him, ready to scour the orange grove. But before they could take more than a few steps, Nami struck from behind, knocking one down with her staff. Is this the work of your navy? Aaron not only kills but also destroys the village. And you simply turn a blind eye. Enough with the grandstanding. Colonel Rat paid no heed to Nami's words, his mind solely focused on uncovering the treasures hidden by the thief before him. Continue the search. Colonel Rat's eyes barely flicked towards the fallen soldiers, instead regarding Nami with keen interest as the soldiers advanced to subdue her. Outnumbered, Nami tightened her grip on the staff but refrained from making any rash moves. Hey, that girl's money is meant to save this village. By what right do you think you can take it from her? Kinzang's fists clenched, his eyes bloodshot with fury. An 8-year effort from a girl. 8 years of patience from a village, now threatened to be snatched away by this shameless navy. Nami gazed at Jianzong before her with a sense of confusion, feeling somewhat at a loss. We have long known that you joined Arlong's gang to save us. With the air cleared, Jianzong no longer concealed the truth, solemnly nodding in response to her astonished expression. Hey, so your entire village is comprised of thieves? Should I apprehend all of you? Colonel Mouse observed the two before him as if they were engaging in a riddle, stroking his beard and letting out a mocking chuckle. What they mean is that we are all striving for survival. Is it not because your government is unreliable? If you cannot resolve the issues here, then leave. If Arlong discovers you, you won't be able to escape. Unable to contain himself, Noki Gao stood up and angrily shouted at Colonel Mouse. Arlong? Huh? In response to Noki Gao's inquiry, Colonel Mouse revealed a knowing smile, then turned to his subordinates who were still rummaging through the area. Hurry up. It's not like you're searching for grains of rice. That's 100 million berries we're talking about. Why the delay? You bastard. How do you know the amount? Jianzong and Noki Gao's faces flushed with anger. At this point, how could they still not comprehend why the Navy had come here? Colonel, we found it. A voice of surprise rang out, and the box that Nami had just concealed was uncovered by the Navy. Upon opening it, it was filled to the brim with berries and treasures, much of which bore stains of dried blood. Those who followed Colonel Mouse were all mercenaries with a keen eye for wealth. Upon seeing the overflowing box of riches, their eyes sparkled with greed. Do not touch it. Nami's pupils dilated slightly as she realized that what the Navy intended to take was not just the fruits of her labor over the past 8 years, but the very hope of the entire village of Cocoyasi. There was no way she would allow this group of Navy officers to carry it away. She no longer cared about the distinctions between Navy and pirate. A singular thought resonated within her. She must not let them take that box of berries. As Nami charged toward Colonel Mouse with a long staff in hand, Jian Zhang's immediate reaction was to rush forward and restrain her. Though he was reluctant to admit it, it was clear that this Navy officer was indeed aligned with Arlong. Noki Gao hurried to intercept Nami, attempting to grasp her arm, but at that moment, Colonel Mouse had already drawn a gun, aiming it squarely at Nami. Since the 100 million berries were already in hand, this thief before him served no further purpose. It would be of little consequence to simply eliminate her. After all, they were different from Arlong's gang. If this were to reach Logtown, they would have much to explain. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, the acrid smell of gunpowder piercing the air. Nokigao had no time to think and lunged in front of Nami, prepared to take the bullet for her. Yet, to her astonishment, the anticipated pain never came. A figure had appeared between her and Colonel Mouse, catching the bullet between 2 fingers. Such a lovely girl deserves to be cherished. How could you bear to shoot her? Alan glared at Colonel Mouse, casually flicking the bullet back, which instantly pierced through the latter's chest, a spray of blood erupting forth. Colonel Mouse was dead. Run. Indeed, the caliber of a leader reflected in the caliber of their soldiers. In the moment Colonel Mouse was slain by Alan, the Navy soldiers he commanded began to flee in a frenzy, entirely devoid of any desire for vengeance. Mr. Alan, you're so formidable. Nokigao's eyes sparkled with admiration. She wanted to say something, but Nami pulled her away, shaking her head. During her time as a thief, she had encountered countless powerful pirates, yet none were a match for Arlong. It was essential to note that even a mere officer from Fishman Island could single-handedly dispatch a Navy warship. Being able to catch a bullet was hardly anything extraordinary. I will confront Arlong to clarify everything. Nami suddenly shook off Nokigao and Jian Zhang's hands, sprinting toward Fishman Island. Nami. Nokigao reached out to stop her. But after opening her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words. Miss Nokigao, it seems you have encountered some troubles. Would you like my assistance? At that moment, Alan, bare-chested, revealed a sunny smile. Nokigao instinctively considered seeking help. But after much hesitation, she shook her head. That damned Arlong had caused Belmir's death and was exploiting Nami, forcing her to work as a cartographer while earning money on the side. She longed to tear him apart. However, the fishmen were far too strong, and their power was overwhelming. They simply could not resist. Even someone as formidable as Mr. Allen might not be able to contend with them. They would endure this predicament themselves. There was no need to drag the innocent Mr. Allen into it. Nokigao, Allen sighed softly, stepping forward to gently stroke Nokigao's hair, shaking his head in resignation as he noticed her cheeks flush slightly. You heard what those Navy officers said. How can you still believe that the fishman will keep his promises? Wagering your fate on the notion that they won't stoop to treachery is a gamble with exceedingly high stakes. Furthermore, this is profoundly unfair to Miss Nami. The agency lies within your hands. Would you like me to assist you? Nokigao stared blankly at Alan, even forgetting that his hand was still resting on her head. Hesitating and unsure of what to say, Jian Zhang clenched his fist tightly. What this gentleman says is true. Nokigao, the fishmen have presented us with such an answer. We absolutely cannot remain silent any longer. I will go to the village and rally everyone. Watching Jian Zhang depart, Nokigao appeared resolute, grasping Alan's large hand with a pleading look in her eyes. Mr. Allen, please help us. Of course. Alan affectionately ruffled Nokigao's hair, then smiled as he took her hand and walked toward Fishman Island. If we were to calculate based on the Navy's bounty, Arlong is valued at 20 million berries, while my own bounty seems to be 5 billion. Hey, Nami, what's the matter? Our brilliant cartographer seems quite furious. Arlong wore a teasing smile, looking down upon Nami's face, which was etched with fury. Did you send the Navy to seize my money? Concerning the agreement about money, were you not supposed to uphold it even unto death? Why? Observing Nami's accusatory demeanor, a flicker of anger ignited in Arlong's eyes, and he suddenly revealed a cold smile. When have I ever failed to honor an agreement? Do you possess 100 million berries now? If you do, I shall return the village to you. I certainly do. Nami's response momentarily stunned Arlong, who then sported a mocking expression, feeling a sense of relief within. Apologies, but that Navy you summoned was unsuccessful, and the berries remain with me. I trust you will adhere to our agreement. Oh, have you gathered the 100 million berries? I assure you, I will keep my word. It's merely a village. What harm is there in returning it to you? Really, we can go fetch the money right now. With Arlong's words, a glimmer of joy appeared on Nami's face. The suffering endured over the past 8 years had not been in vain, and a resolution was finally at hand. Indeed, it is true. Kruby, you shall accompany our cartographer to retrieve the money, from the moment you obtain it. Cocoyasi village will be free. Arlong casually waved his hand, and a robust fishman clad in a karate gi stepped forward, following Nami as they proceeded outward. Exchanging a village for 100 million berries is still a profitable deal. Boss Arlong, a fishman with protruding lips chimed in. only to be interrupted by Arlong's dismissive wave. I merely stated that the moment Kruby retrieves the money, Cocoyasi village will be free. However, I never mentioned that I wouldn't occupy it a second time. Now, you should also head over and seize another village for our Arlong pirates. No problem, but you truly are ruthless. Kruby nonchalantly crossed his arms and headed toward Cocoyasi village. TCH. How could I possibly allow such an exceptional cartographer as Nami to escape? Let her measure the entire world's oceans for us first. The fishmen erupted in laughter. In the eyes of these beings, the suffering of humans was their finest source of amusement. Kruby, let us move quickly. Upon exiting Fishman Paradise, Nami felt an overwhelming urge to hasten home, eager to hand over the bounty and secure freedom for everyone. She could hardly wait to reveal the truth to the villagers of Kokoshia, anticipating the astonished and joyful expressions that would adorn their faces. Unfortunately, Crocodile's lethargy in non-combat situations made him plod along at a snail's pace, even slower than Nami herself. Why have you only just arrived here? A voice echoed from behind, prompting them to turn and find Cho had caught up. What brings you here? Crocodile inquired, harboring suspicions but choosing not to voice them. Cho glanced at Nami, pondering that she would soon learn the truth anyway. Rendering secrecy unnecessary, did not Captain Arlong instruct you to retrieve the money and liberate the villagers of Kokoshia? I thought I might accompany you to conquer yet another village for the Arlong pirates. Nami, who had been smiling in anticipation, froze in place, her demeanor turning dazed as she turned to face the two fishmen. Oh, are you not concerned that she might refuse to hand over the money? Crocodile mused, casting a curious glance at Nami, while Cho waved dismissively. What is there to fear? If she refuses, we can simply slaughter the humans in that village, starting with that windmill fellow. What's his name? Kin. Listening to the exchange between the two fishmen, Nami's initial excitement plummeted into despair. Her heart heavy with the realization that she might never amass the 100 million berry, and that her hopes for Arlong to honor his promise were utterly naive. With a self-deprecating smile, she sank to the ground, devoid of energy. Hey, are you listening? If you do not retrieve the money, Cho will truly go and kill the people in that village, standing beside Nami. Crocodile observed her imminent breakdown with a calm expression and reached out to grasp her arm, only to grasp at empty air. Raising his gaze, he was taken aback to find a group of villagers had appeared before them. The villagers of Kokoshia stood defiantly, armed with hoes, shovels, and other farming implements, glaring at the fishman. These feeble humans were hardly worth Crocodile's attention. He could easily decimate them. However, what caught his eye was the young man at the forefront of the crowd. His arms wrapped protectively around Nami's slender waist, pulling her close while Nojiko whispered comforting words to her. How dare you filthy fishmen lay a hand on Nami? It's truly revolting. Alan's calm tone immediately provoked a reaction from the two fishmen. Their eyes widening in disbelief that a mere lowly human dared to utter such words. Cho, gritting his teeth, took deliberate steps towards Alan, his muscles tensing as he intended to teach this insolent human a lesson. Lowly human? A mocking expression spread across Alan's face. A band of worthless pirates scattered by Borsalino, with a captain who was once a slave. What gives you such confidence? Are you merely compensating for your inadequacies? What did you say? Both Crocodile and Cho were veterans of the Sun Pirates, having endured the despair of years past, recalling how their entire crew had been powerless against Borsalino, especially now, as he had risen to the rank of one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. An entity they could not even dream of confronting. But how did this human know of their past? Lowly human, regardless of how you came by this knowledge, you insult Brother Tiger, and that makes you our mortal enemy. Prepare to die. Cho roared, leaping high into the air, aiming a punch at Alan's head. Watch out, the villagers of Kokoshia cried out in unison, but in the blink of an eye, the airborne fishman vanished from sight. Smack. At that moment, Crocodile felt a powerful gust of wind surge past him, nearly causing him to stumble. The young human before him remained poised with his hand outstretched, while Cho had already disappeared. What have you done? What happened to Cho? A grave expression crossed Crocodile's face, for he had not even seen the means by which the young man had accomplished it. Do you wish to know? Then perhaps you should experience it for yourself. Meanwhile, in Fishman Paradise, Arlong lounged comfortably on his beach chair, basking in the sun while savoring a drink. Occasionally, he found these inferior humans to be quite useful, for their culinary inventions were far superior to those found on Fishman Island. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility as the wall to his right erupted, sending bricks and debris flying. What is happening? Is there an enemy? Xiaoba, go and deal with it. Arlong glanced lazily towards the commotion, not even bothering to rise from his seat. Having ruled the East Blue for years, his arrogance had reached unprecedented heights, causing him to forget that in the latter half of the Grand Line, Fishmen were merely pets of slave traders. Brother Arlong. It's Cho. As Xiaoba approached the shattered wall, his eyes widened at the sight of the lifeless form of the kissing fishman. He reached out to check, only to find Chow's body limp, devoid of breath. Cho, how could this be? Arlong sprang from his chair, landing beside Xiaoba and checking Chow's body, which felt as if its bones had been shattered into pieces. Who did this? Who harmed my comrade? Staring at Cho's corpse, Arlong's eyes reddened, for Cho had been with him since their time in the Fishman Pirates, following him for over a decade. And now lay dead before him. Brother Arlong, could it be? Suddenly, Xiaoba exclaimed, raising 6 arms to shield his chest as a tremendous force propelled him towards the pond, barely managing to stop himself. But at this moment, the muscles in his arms trembled uncontrollably, leaving him unable to exert any strength. The figure that had collided with him was Crocodile, whose vacant gaze revealed he too had succumbed. Who is it? Who could it be? Arlong's eyes blazed with fury as he rushed to his bedroom, seizing his sharp-toothed cutlass and charging towards the direction where Cho and Crocodile had fallen. From a distance, he could already see several figures approaching. After a moment's hesitation, Arlong chose to remain within his territory, waiting in silence. Observing the grim fate of Cho and Crocodile, he sensed that their adversaries were formidable. With the pond and sea at his disposal, it was his domain. I've heard you shouting from afar. What's the rush? I'll soon send you to meet them, Alan remarked, holding Nami close, her cheeks flushed. Yet she felt a flicker of hope witnessing Alan dispatch 2 of Arlong's subordinates with just 2 fingers. Eye in the face of permanently liberating Cocoyasi village from Arlong's grasp. What did it matter if Alan held her close? Arlong, however, ignored Alan, casting a menacing glare at Nami, who leaned against him. Nami, he is your hired help, is he not? Excellent. I shall tear him apart before your very eyes. Then proceed to slaughter everyone in Cocoyasi village to avenge my comrades. Arlong's long-standing reputation for cruelty had deeply entrenched itself in the minds of the people. Thus, when he finally showcased his ferocity, emitting a palpable aura of menace, everyone instinctively recoiled, save for Nami and Nojiko, who remained ensnared in Alan's embrace. What is there to fear? Listen to him boast. If he provokes me further, I shall take you all to wipe out Fishman Island, and even Jinbei will fall before me. Allowing him to spout his nonsense, Alan offered a bemused glance at Arlong, for it had been far too long since anyone had dared to speak such threats in his presence, leaving him somewhat disoriented. You know brother Jinbei? Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was Arlong's greatest asset. Without his strength, how could he have reigned supreme in the East Blue, even if it could eliminate a warship? The colonel appointed by the naval headquarters in Roachtown could effortlessly eradicate them if he were to personally intervene. Even knowing that you are acquainted with brother Jinbei cannot absolve you of the sin of slaying my kin. As he spoke, Arlong swung his shark-toothed blade downwards with great force. Without a sound or ripple, the sword was seized by Alan, not even breaking the skin. He lacked the mastery of a swordsman. Unable to cut through iron, how could he breach Alan's skin? Alan was nothing like Karp, who could be struck by Monka in the chest during a trip to the East Sea. Let go. Arlong gritted his teeth, his face flushed, the ground beneath him cracking under his exertion. Yet, despite pouring every ounce of strength he could not wrest his weapon from Alan's grasp. Alan paid no heed to the man, instead turning his gaze to Nami in his arms. How do you wish to deal with this fellow? I want to teach him a lesson. I want to kill him. Nami hesitated, unsure of what to say. But it was Nojiko who coldly interjected from the side. All eyes turned towards Nojiko. Even after Arlong had oppressed them thoroughly in the waters surrounding Cocoyasi village, it remained difficult for ordinary people to utter the words to kill him. At that moment, Nojiko's face was filled with rage. Belmare died at his hands. I will never forget the sight of Belmare falling that day. Mr. Alan, I beg you, kill him. Alan's hand gently brushed through Nojiko's hair before he pulled her into his embrace on the other side. Then with a forceful kick, he struck Arlong squarely in the chest. The latter flew backward, crashing through several stone pillars before collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. To tread upon an ant without killing it is a challenging feat, yet fortunately, I can still manage it. Observing the bloodied and incapacitated Arlong in the distance, Alan patted Nojiko's shoulder. If you wish for revenge, you may take action. I assure you he will not be able to retaliate. Without a moment's hesitation, Nojiko stepped aside, picked up the fallen flintlock, and aimed it at Arlong's head, just as she was about to pull the trigger. Alan kicked a stone at Arlong's skull, shattering his cranium, allowing Nojiko's bullet to penetrate that spot and enter Arlong's brain. A few drops of blood splattered out as Nojiko staggered back, her face pale, only to be embraced by Alan once more. The 2 women trembled as they gazed upon Arlong's lifeless body, unable to discern whether it was fear or exhilaration coursing through them. It's over. It's over. Everything has passed. Only a certain former sea rat was softly comforting them. You, a keen observer, Aji, was about to speak, but was swiftly halted by a doctor who held his hand and covered his mouth. While others merely saw Alan helping Nami and the others defeat Arlong, he noticed the indifference in Alan's eyes. That it was a disregard for life, starkly different from Arlong's reckless abandon. Alan truly did not take life seriously. Such a person was far more terrifying than Arlong, and he dared not provoke Alan. Rest assured, Arlong is dead. I guarantee that no one will bully you again. Alan, cradling the two women's soft forms, made a gentle promise. Thank you, Alan, Nami whispered, her voice so soft that even Alan could barely catch it. Nojiko cast a slightly envious glance at Nami, opened her mouth, but said nothing, merely leaning her head against Alan's embrace. Is this real? Has Arlong truly been defeated? The villagers behind them exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe that the tyrant who had oppressed them for 8 long years had been so easily vanquished. We won. We won. Everyone erupted into ecstatic jubilation, cheering and embracing their neighbors and loved ones. Initially, this crowd wanted to rush forward and hug Alan, but upon noticing his intimate state with Nami and Nojiko, they quickly withdrew, hurrying back to their homes. This good news must be shared with family at once. Let us return as well. Nami turned to see the villagers already leaving, her cheeks flushing even more vibrantly as she grasped Nojiko's hand and stepped out of Alan's embrace. Nojiko, caught off guard, was pulled away by Nami, her face betraying a hint of reluctance, before she swiftly turned to Alan. Mr. Alan, please don't leave. I will go home and cook for you now. Aji, help me keep Mr. Alan here. Aji was momentarily stunned, then could only smile wryly and nod. Only those two sisters viewed the young man before them as amiable. Even standing beside him sent shivers down his spine. When they first met, Alan had merely asked for directions, and he had not felt much then. However, witnessing Alan's murderous intent towards Arlong just moments ago, even the slightest aura of danger was beyond what an ordinary person like him could bear. All right, I know where Nojiko's home is. You needn't worry about me. I can walk there myself. With Arlong dealt with, the sisters surely had much to discuss and express. Alan would not intrude upon their moment. Once they had vented their emotions, with Nami devoid of her long-standing motivation and Nojiko in a state of confusion, that would be the perfect time for him to cultivate their affections. Even in romantic relationships, it is a mutual game, merely varying in the methods of communication and actions to enhance mutual feelings to differing degrees. Navy number 00733, reporting to headquarters, at that moment. Within the Navy's South 16th Division, a lieutenant colonel under Colonel Mouse was loudly relaying a message to the telephone bug before him. No need to raise your voice. Just speak plainly. The voice on the other end belonged to the department responsible for reporting statistical review and issuing bounties at Navy headquarters, and naturally, they had no obligation to treat this lieutenant colonel with any courtesy. A vicious pirate named Alan has appeared within the jurisdiction of the East Sea Navy South 16th Division. Colonel Mouse has been killed by him. Please issue a bounty and send an officer to handle this. Alan, you say? Send over his photograph. I will promptly ascertain the truth and seek approval from above. Good. Please hurry, as we cannot ascertain whether he will come to our 16th Division. I have already informed Colonel Smoker in Roachtown. He will be heading for support. Upon receiving Alan's photograph, the soldiers at headquarters first compared his face with the existing bounty list to check if any bounty had already been placed. However, the result left him frozen in place. Report, sir. There's an urgent situation. The officer managing the bounty department usually had a rather leisurely routine, as long as the subordinates investigated the situation clearly. He would simply submit it for approval from the leadership. It was the first time he had seen such a panicked expression from his subordinate, who came rushing in, nearly tripping over himself while clutching 2 sheets of paper. What's the panic? Is Roger back from the dead? Where is the composure of our Navy elites? Observing his subordinate's state, he sighed, taking a drag from his cigarette, then gestured for him to calm down. The operator took several deep breaths and placed a photograph and a bounty notice on his superior's desk. Sir, this is a photograph of the pirate from the East Sea 16th Division requiring a bounty. However, I found this individual on the Navy's existing bounty list. But what? Since there is an existing bounty, we can adjust the amount based on his crimes and proceed with approval, right? But this individual's existing bounty is 55 billion. Thud. Before he could finish speaking, the officer, who had been reclining with his legs crossed, abruptly fell to the ground. What did you say? 55 billion. Time was of the essence, and the officer nearly snatched the bounty notice from the table. The subversive Alan. I have no recollection of anyone with such an exorbitant bounty. When was this bounty issued? The operator suddenly found himself in a state of realization, having been so startled by the amount placed on Alan's head that he completely forgot to check the issuance date. It was only after a 10-minute delay that he awkwardly returned to the office. The bounty had been issued 37 years prior. Observing the operator's embarrassed demeanor, the officer responsible for the bounty order felt an overwhelming urge to send him flying out of the office with a slap. Take a closer look at this photograph. Does he even appear to be 20 years old? You bring me a bounty notice from 37 years ago and cause such a commotion? This is utterly ridiculous. Investigate this individual and simply issue the bounty as per protocol. Yes, the operator sheepishly gathered Alan's photograph in the bounty notice, hastily returning to his office to begin verifying the events that transpired in the East Sea. An hour later, the notice bearing Alan's image was dispatched worldwide, with an unprecedented bounty amounting to 50 million berries. After all, he had slain a naval colonel. His bounty was naturally higher than that of Luffy. Nami, could you check at the door to see if Mr. Allen has arrived? In the kitchen, Nojiko continued her preparations without pause, calling out to Nami to wait by the entrance for Alan's arrival. No, I've already looked several times, Nami replied with a sly grin, stealthily sneaking into the kitchen to IT that moment. Nojiko was diligently preparing lunch, having made the orange omelette rice countless times. Yet, this time, she was especially meticulous. Carefully attending to every step, Nojiko, it's just orange omelette rice. Is it really necessary to be this serious? Nami exclaimed, startling Nojiko with her sudden increase in volume. Nevertheless, Nojiko couldn't help but smile slightly. The death of Arlong had lifted a long-standing cloud of despair, leaving everyone in high spirits. Even from the hillside, they could hear the distant cheers from Cocoyasi village. This is for Mr. Allen. How could I not be serious? Nojiko said while trying to maneuver away from Nami's arm wrapped around her waist. TSK, I only hugged you once, and you pull away. But when Allen had you in his arms, you didn't seem to mind at all. With the burden of her worries lifted, Nami reverted to her lively self, playfully crossing her arms and pouting. Oh really? I recall someone leaning against another shoulder all the way until the end, Nami teased, and Nojiko, not one to be outdone, blushed at the playful banter, faced with such a scene. Nojiko could only helplessly tap Nami's forehead. Enough of that. The orange omelette rice will be ready shortly. You should go greet Mr. Allen at the door. Observing Nojiko bustling about in her apron and hearing her words, Nami paused for a moment, the eye in her eyes. Nojiko seemed to embody the essence of Belmere, truly resembling her in that moment. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Nami giggled and playfully stuck out her tongue at Nojiko. Nojiko, you look like a little wife waiting for her husband to come home. Akin said there would be a banquet soon, and you're still making orange omelette rice for him. Nojiko's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she rolled her eyes at Nami. Mr. Allen hasn't eaten anything since he arrived. It's only sensible to prepare some food before the banquet. Watching Nojiko flit about like a dutiful little wife, Nami felt a pang of nostalgia, but continued to smile as she headed toward the dirt slope. No one knew the depth of her joy at having resolved the Arlong pirates issue. It felt as though all her shackles had been cast off. Miss Nami, you're already out here to greet me. Allen, ever affable, greeted her before Nami had the chance to respond, reminding her of Nojiko's preparations within the house, which felt somewhat peculiar, even igniting an impulse to flee, though clearly inappropriate. Nojiko has already prepared the meal. Let us head inside. Inside, Nojiko had set 3 plates of orange omelette rice on the table, an oddity of the culinary world in this pirate realm. However, the Flower Country, home to the 8 Treasure Navy, bore a resemblance to the Dragon Kingdom from a past life. Having never visited 37 years ago, the thought of finally having the opportunity to explore it now filled him with excitement, as he might even experience the flavors of the Dragon Kingdom once more in this alternate world. The 3 gathered around the table as Nami animatedly recounted her adventures at sea. Before Arlong's demise, these had been painful memories, but now that the issue had been resolved, they transformed into her personal tales of adventure. By the way, Nami, there's something else I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Nami cheerfully swallowed a mouthful of rice, turning her sparkling eyes toward Allen. While I was leaving Fishman Island, I happened to discover their treasure trove. The amount is substantial, so I refrained from taking anything. After the banquet, you can gather some villagers to help retrieve it. Allen casually glanced over. Indeed, Arlong's crew had hidden away quite a sum, at least 1 to 2 billion berries, but it held no allure for him. Ever since he set sail over 30 years ago, he had never valued berries. If he ever found himself short, he could always just raid a pirate crew. Those who could not withstand him deserved to be robbed. and those who could escape using the powers of the Jinbu fruit could simply leap into the sea. However, ever since acquiring the Jinbu fruit, he hadn't encountered an opponent he couldn't overcome. A considerable sum, you say? Nami's eyes sparkled with the image of berries. Although Arlong was no longer a threat, her thirst for wealth had become ingrained in her daily habits. Naturally, upon hearing about the treasure, her spirits lifted instantly, perhaps around 1 to 2 billion berries. You all can decide how to handle the funds once you gather them. Observing Alan's nonchalance, Nami hesitantly leaned closer. Alan, since you were the one who defeated Arlong, you should have the most authority over its treasure. Why not take some for yourself first? Goodness, for her to suggest that he take a portion of the treasure. Was this even something the Nami he knew would say? To put it dramatically, as a fellow pirate, Alan likely understood her better than she understood herself. It was rare to find someone who could make her willingly relinquish berries. I rarely take money for myself. If there is any portion due to me, just arrange it all for me. I trust you. He affectionately ruffled Nami's head, now filled with twinkling stars of excitement, and she eagerly nodded before dashing off. I am done eating. I'm heading to Fishman Island now. I can bring some joy to everyone before the banquet. Nami rushed away, leaving Nojiko with a bittersweet smile. She has always been a bit scatterbrained. Please don't take offense, Mr. Allen. Not at all. Not at all. She is quite adorable and no need for formalities. Just call me Alan. Alan gently tousled Nojiko's hair, causing her to stiffen slightly, her cheeks turning a shade of crimson as she adjusted her head for his convenience. For some inexplicable reason, in the presence of Nami and Nojiko, Alan found himself overflowing with a paternal affection, often compelled to reach out and ruffle their hair. Nojiko, come on, let us get the banquet started. After exchanging a few more words, villagers began to descend the slope, calling for them to join the festivities in the village. We're free. The Fishman paradise has been destroyed. We are free. All along the way, people could be seen joyously running about. The flag of the Arlong pirates had been taken down, now paraded through the streets. Let everyone revel and dance. Villagers from surrounding areas flocked to Cocoyasi village, where everyone relaxed, drinking, singing, and feasting. It had been 8 long years since such joy had graced their lives. All the years of endurance and suffering had been for this moment. Everyone is swaying their bodies to the rhythm of the music. Their faces, though visibly excited, are often streaked with tears, a testament to the prolonged suppression they have endured. Although I have expressed my gratitude countless times, I wish to thank you once more, Mr. Allen. Noki gently grasped Alan's hand, and together they strolled towards the banquet. Suddenly, she tilted her head up, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she added, let me reiterate, who could bear to see you and Nami, such beautiful ladies, suffer, rather than thanking me? You should express gratitude to yourself. Alan's stance has always been unequivocal. There are far too many individuals in this world who have endured injustice, while he occasionally intervenes when he witnesses wrongdoing. The pirate scourge is relentless. Thus, only those he holds dear deserve his intervention without question. Mr. Allen, are you here? The funds from Fishman Island have already been relocated to the village and will be distributed to everyone tomorrow. Do you truly wish for me to take charge? With her emotional burdens lifted, Nami revealed her endearing side before Alan. Indeed, I feel reassured only with you at the helm. Remember to return the hard-earned money of these villagers. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Tears welled up in Nami's eyes once more as she gently collapsed before Alan, her soft sobs resonating in the air. Alan felt a pang of compassion stir within him, suppressing any fleeting desires. I apologize, Alan, for getting you dirty. Let's stay in Cocoa Village today. You can take a bath, and we'll prepare some clothes for you. While Alan was comforting her, Nami exchanged a knowing glance with Noki, who instantly understood her intent. Nami is right. Alan, why not stay the night? It would give us a chance to express our gratitude properly. Each girl held onto one of Alan's arms, and this feeling truly mirrored the fantasies of their past lives. After all, wasn't this precisely the purpose of their visit to Cocoa Village? Very well, I shall extend my stay for another day. A glimmer of excitement sparkled on their faces, the bond of sisterhood evident in their unspoken understanding. That evening, Alan was indeed assigned to Nami's room, the fragrance of oranges mingling with the sweet scent of youth, serving as the perfect lullaby. Noki, I am so exhausted. Finally, I can rest well. Noki gazed at Nami lying on the other side of the bed, letting out a sympathetic sigh. Today's emotions had been a roller coaster. The sudden highs and lows had indeed drained Nami's spirit. The following morning, Nami felt a rare sense of peace, indulging in a leisurely slumber. The sisters lying side by side in silence. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the bed. enveloping the two girls in an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Nami, now that Arlong has been dealt with. Cocoa Village is no longer your cage. What are your plans moving forward? Me. I'll just stay here with you and help plant oranges. What's the point of asking? Nami chuckled awkwardly, casting a faint nonchalance towards Noki. Naka's gaze remained fixed on Nami, her heart silently lamenting. Having grown up together, how could she not fathom Nami's thoughts? Seconds ticked by, and feeling the weight of Naka's stare, Nami shifted uncomfortably. Oh, Noki. Why are you looking at me like that? I meant every word. Stop pretending, Nami. You want to set sail again, don't you? Nami froze, her expression darkening as if all the air had been let out of her. She indeed harbored such thoughts, but was unsure how to express them to Noki. She hadn't expected to be so directly confronted. Noki, I do want to sail again. Naka's heart tightened. Though she had anticipated this, hearing it from Nami still left her feeling somewhat despondent. Yet she understood Nami's dream had always been to chart the world. As a family, how could she become a stumbling block on her path to pursuing her dreams? How about this? I want to stop you from sailing, but you're just an ordinary person. If even Arlong, a fish man with a bounty of millions, is so formidable, what will you do if you encounter someone with an equal or greater bounty? Her genuine concern for Nami's safety was palpable. Don't worry, I've sailed many times. Nothing has ever gone wrong. Nami's nonchalance only heightened Naka's anxiety. But you were merely engaging in petty theft in the East Blue. Now you're aiming for the world. The foes you'll face are far beyond what you're accustomed to. Nami. I will be anxious at home. Observing Nami's downcast expression, Noki quickly shifted her tone. I'm not trying to prevent you from going. It's just that you need a capable, reliable companion. With that, Noki subtly glanced towards what was once Nami's room. Nami paused, her thoughts drifting to that straw-hatted fellow on his ship. There was the somewhat dim-witted swordsman and the long-nosed trickster they had fought alongside. But in the next instant, a figure dominated her thoughts. Alan. If Alan were to appear again, winning Nami's heart would require more effort. Yet now, having vanquished Arlong, he had swiftly claimed the softest corner of her heart. Effectively overtaking her affections. You mean Alan? He is not suitable. He likes you. How could he possibly set sail with me? Noticing the glimmer in Naka's eyes, Nami paused and shook her head. They had grown up as sisters, sharing everything without secrets. Noki hesitated but ultimately shook her head. Nami, I don't think he necessarily likes me. Remember how furious he was when he saw Arlong mistreating you. I believe his feelings toward you are likely stronger. Though she said this, a twinge of jealousy stirred within Noki. Yet she had to admit, with her fair skin and better figure, Nami did indeed have the upper hand in terms of appearance. Nami's expression turned slightly cold. Are you sure? Alan likes me, of course. For some reason, Noki felt a sense of loss wash over her, her spirits dampening. Nami, however, remained oblivious to her state. Lost in thought as she recalled the moment Alan had embraced her while seeking vengeance against Arlong. That feeling of being cherished in his arms was something she had only experienced as a child in Belmir's embrace, now 18 and having roamed the East Blue for so long. She understood that this sensation was entirely different from the innocent love she had felt before. Initially, such feelings had seemed like a mere luxury for Nami. But with Arlong gone, she now found herself contemplating matters of the heart. Does Alan truly harbor feelings for me? Is this love? Do I like him? Noki, noticing Nami's silence, chose not to press further, instead giving her shoulder a gentle pat. This isn't something to rush. Let us work together to keep Alan here a few more days. Right now, the priority is to distribute Arlong's money to everyone. If Nami had no feelings for Alan, her reaction would have been lighthearted, not mired in silence, indicating her interest. Thus, as her older sister, Noki felt compelled to assist her in finding a good resolution. Oh no, I nearly forgot such an important matter. Noki, I'm going to arrange it right now. With that, Nami hurriedly donned her clothes and rushed outside. Was this matter truly that significant? Or was Nami's heart merely racing with excitement, caught in a whirlwind of emotions that remained a mystery? I slept so well. Alan stretched lazily as he emerged from Nami's room. With his keen senses, even if unintentionally, he had overheard the girls' conversation. It seemed his previous actions had not been in vain. He held a commendable position in their hearts. Alan, you're up. I'll fetch you some water to wash your face. Upon seeing Alan emerge, a rosy hue blossomed on Nokigo's face, prompting her to hurriedly clutch the basin and dash out the door. Only after stepping outside did she exhale softly in relief. Having just discussed with Nami about whom someone might fancy, encountering the very person in question was indeed rather awkward. After fetching water, Nokigo presented the breakfast she had prepared for Alan, then sat back, legs crossed, observing him wash his face and sit down to eat. The dreamy gaze coupled with her serious demeanor, resting her chin on her hand, made it evident to even the most oblivious Alan that this girl harbored distinct feelings for him. The age-old trope of a hero rescuing a damsel was, after all, the simplest way to unlock a young girl's heart, further amplified by his handsome exterior, creating an effect that few women could resist. "No Kigo?" Startled by Alan's sudden call, No Kigo felt a wave of fluster wash over her, akin to a thief caught red-handed. "It's nothing, just that I really like you. Would you consider staying by my side?" Alan eschewed any games of pretense. Since No Kigo had feelings for him, he opted for a straightforward approach. His candid question left No Kigo momentarily dazed, struggling to process his words. "Alan, what did you just say?" "I didn't quite catch that." No Kigo swallowed hard, her cheeks flushed, still unable to believe her ears, fearing she had misheard. "I said, I really like you. Would you like to be with me? That's." Initially, joy flickered in No Kigo's eyes. But it was quickly overshadowed by conflicting emotions. She had intended to play matchmaker for Nami and Alan, recognizing Nami's interest, yet she never anticipated Alan would confess to her first. Such a scenario felt absurdly kitsch. "What about Nami? Do you not like me?" Alan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had expected a more definitive response, yet No Kigo remained noncommittal. Could he have fallen victim to one of the four great illusions? No, I do like you. It's just what?" In a sudden motion, Alan appeared beside No Kigo, took her hand, and pulled her into his embrace. "There are no justs. I know you like me, and that's all that matters. Let us be together. Could you promise me one thing?" No Kigo gently rested her head on Alan's shoulder, not resisting his intimate gesture, yet timidly voicing a request, her voice so soft that it would have gone unheard had Alan not possessed remarkable hearing. "What is it? Speak freely. Out here on the vast ocean, there's nothing I cannot accomplish," Alan assured her as he moved his hands, eager to make a promise. No Kigo's face was already flushed with warmth. This guy had seemed rather serious before, yet after confessing, he was anything but. Nami's lifelong dream was to create a map of the world. "If she wished to set sail, could you take her along? Ensure her safety." The sisterly bond. Alan had expected a weighty request, yet this was precisely aligned with his thoughts. Unlike those heartless pirates who abandon their families upon setting sail, even after making a name for themselves in the new world, he would ensure Nami's well-being. Sending a snail back home isn't too difficult, is it? "No Kigo, rest assured, if she wishes to sail, I will take her along." Alan nodded at No Kigo, silently adding in his heart, "And you too." "I can't thank you enough." A smile broke across No Kigo's face, captivating Alan, who found her beauty rival that of Nami. "Is there a need for all this formality between us, you rascal?" As she said this, Alan playfully pinched her fingers, making No Kigo shoot him an exasperated glance, though she had been quite cheerful and free-spirited. Sitting on Alan's lap imbued her with an aura of sweetness and vulnerability. Gazing into No Kigo's bright eyes, Alan felt an overwhelming urge and leaned in closer. No Kigo, her cheeks flushed and heart racing, closed her eyes. "No Kigo, allow me to treat you to a piece of imported candy." Even though No Kigo had been discreetly concealing their relationship, Nami, upon returning for lunch, subtly sensed something amiss. Throughout the meal, No Kigo stole glances at Alan far too many times to count, her gaze lingering. She observed her own plate, adorned with a slice of expertly cooked meat, then glanced at Alan's dish, where the meat was meticulously cut into bite-sized pieces, complemented by 2 types of colorful garnishes and vegetables. This was not merely preferential treatment. It was a stark contrast in quality. "Wow, No Kigo, this meal is simply delightful. Whoever marries you will indeed be incredibly fortunate." As Alan ate, he raised an eyebrow at No Kigo, causing her face to flush a deeper shade of red as she returned his gaze with a sweet smile. "Come now, it's not as extravagant as you make it sound. It's just ordinary grilled meat." No Kigo feigned modesty, though her smile was brighter than the most prized jewels. All right. I may not have experienced love before, but that doesn't mean I'm blind." Nami bit into a piece of meat from her plate, previously enjoying it but now finding it tasteless. Dining alongside these two was nothing short of a psychological roller coaster. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. After hastily clearing her plate, she stood up. "You two enjoy your meal. I still have some berries to distribute, so I'll get back to work." Nami briskly exited the room, feeling a sense of unease. "It was merely a delicious meal, wasn't it? I've been busy helping the villagers distribute berries, so why isn't anyone praising me?" Though Nami didn't voice her thoughts, Alan, with his keen observation skills, easily detected her underlying discontent. This was to be expected. If Nami remained indifferent to his and No Kigo's affectionate displays, it could only mean one thing. She was yet interested in him, necessitating a change in strategy. However, the priority now was not Nami, but the enchanting beauty he had just established a relationship with. Watching no Kigo tidy up the dishes, Alan grinned mischievously and beckoned her over. Her cheeks immediately flushed, yet she obediently approached, landing in his embrace. At that moment, no Kigo radiated an intoxicating charm, with her delicate nose, luscious lips, and long eyelashes, combined with a hint of dazed allure in her eyes. Igniting a fervor within Alan, Tom slipped away, and eventually, no Kigo, her face ablaze, adjusted her attire, which had become slightly disheveled from Alan's embrace, and sprang from his hold. "You stay here and rest. I'll go help Nami," she exclaimed as she dashed out, feeling that if she lingered any longer, she would be unable to leave. Not that she was resisting anything, but she feared that if she stayed, Nami might catch on to something. All right. She novelly believed she had concealed her feelings well during lunch, unaware that after 8 years of sailing, Nami had honed the art of reading others' expressions. How else could she have managed to swindle so many berries? "No Kigo, you head back. I have some other matters to attend to." By the afternoon, not only had Alan distributed the berries owed to the villagers of Cocoa Village, but also to those from neighboring settlements. Stretching with a satisfied smile, Nami nudged no Kigo towards home. "What's going on? Do you need my help?" No, it's nothing major." Curiosity flickered in no Kigo's eyes as she posed a question, yet Nami merely smiled awkwardly and promptly declined. After wandering aimlessly for a while, an epiphany struck Nami, prompting her to dash in a different direction. An hour later, as dusk began to settle and stars emerged in the night sky, Nami stood breathlessly before a gravestone. Though she had always been timid, the dim moonlight cast upon the gravestone evoked not a shred of fear within her. Rather, her gaze brimmed with warmth. "Belmare, Arlong has been vanquished, and Cocoyasi village is now free. You must be so pleased, right?" Over the years, Nami had convinced herself that she had grown strong. Yet, crouched at Belmare's grave, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. The one responsible for Arlong's demise is named Alan, who is currently residing in our home. Moreover, I must tell you, no Kigo holds a great fondness for him. After a lengthy pause, Nami lowered her head and spoke in a hushed tone. "I like him too. But I want to compete with no Kigo." She recalled how joyful they appeared together, laughing so genuinely. Surely, they would find happiness. Upon uttering these words, a weight seemed to lift from Nami, leaving her considerably more at ease. "Belmare, Cocoyasi village is free now, and I shall pursue my dreams. I will surely succeed." Nami clenched her fist, her face reflecting newfound determination. This declaration was meant for both Belmare and herself. "Then, regarding our previous conversation about Alan accompanying you on your voyage, are you no longer considering it?" As soon as Nami finished speaking, no Kigo emerged from the shadows behind her. Nami could easily perceive the subtle tension between no Kigo and Alan. Surely, she could also sense the turmoil concealed within Nami's heart. Thus, she had awaited Nami at Belmare's grave. The sudden appearance of no Kigo startled Nami, causing her to stumble back and lean against Belmare's gravestone. "What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be cooking for Alan?" A mix of embarrassment and indignation crossed Nami's face. If no Kigo had been nearby all along, then surely she had overheard everything Nami had just said. "Your sister has concerns. How could I, as the elder sister, not be attentive?" No Kigo chuckled heartily, taking a seat opposite Nami. The two sat on either side of the gravestone, as if Belmare were still present. "I have nothing on my mind that requires your concern." Nami's heart warmed at no Kigo's presence, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Really? You have no worries. Perhaps you're feeling a tinge of jealousy, Nami." No Kigo smirked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Jealousy? I have no need for that. I can achieve my dreams independently, without anyone's assistance." Observing Nami's haughty demeanor, no Kigo sighed and ceased her laughter. "I've already spoken with Alan. He promised to take you along when he sets sail. That way, Belmare and I won't have to worry about you." "I absolutely refuse. I won't have him accompany me and leave you alone in Cocoyasi village." Nami suddenly sprang to her feet, exclaiming vehemently before racing down the hill. No Kigo was momentarily taken aback, then reached out to brush the dust off the gravestone. "Nami's temper remains unchanged since childhood. As her elder sister, how could I compete with her?" she mused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she composed herself and stepped outside. "What's going on?" Alan observed in confusion as the sisters entered the house one after the other, both wearing rather displeased expressions. Nami, upon seeing Alan, tempered her displeasure and forced a smile. "Alan, I've just decided that I will set sail in a few days to fulfill my dreams." "I know. No Kigo has already informed me. I'll be taking you along. No need." Nami sensed her reaction might have been overly dramatic and quickly softened her tone. "You and no Kigo should remain in Cocoyasi village. There is no need for you to venture out with me." "Nami, you," no Kigo began, frowning as she attempted to interject, but Alan raised a hand to silence her. Nami, you might be misunderstanding. Even if no Kigo and I are together, I still intend to take her to sea. I won't leave her behind here. When you finally set foot on the true ocean, you'll come to understand the significance of the name Alan. Upon hearing Alan's words, Nami considered retorting, yet the memory of Arlong unable to withstand even a single finger against him made her realize that Alan, even amidst the ocean, was far from an ordinary individual. So, the question remains, will you join us on our voyage? No Kigo looked bewildered at Alan, then at Nami. How had their conversation shifted to her bringing Nami along on the voyage? The ocean outside is perilous. Taking no Kigo with you. Rest assured, no Kigo will be incredibly safe by my side. Of course, Nami, you two will be safe. No harm shall come to either of you. Alan spoke with unwavering confidence, considering the current state of affairs on the ocean. Unless he were to recklessly venture into the naval headquarters, assembling the same crew that had once attempted to kill him would be utterly impossible. I need to think it over, initially intent on confronting Alan. Nami found herself swayed by his words. If she were to chart the seas, having a formidable ally like Alan by her side would eliminate any lingering concerns. All right, take your time to contemplate. This matter must reach a conclusion. Nami, you must sneak away. Nami nodded earnestly, just as she was about to enter the house. No Kigo added from behind, I want to run away. Nami turned to no Kigo, making a playful face before hastily entering their shared bedroom. As Nami disappeared into the house, Alan extended a hand towards no Kigo, who gracefully settled onto his lap. Alan, it seems Nami has discovered our relationship. No Kigo's cheeks flushed as she cast a furtive glance towards the bedroom Nami had just entered, lowering her voice. Oh, what if she has? Isn't that better? No need for you to hide anymore. Alan effortlessly lifted her and began walking towards his own room. What are you doing? No Kigo exclaimed, her surprise evident. Since Nami has found out, wouldn't it be better for us to sleep together tonight? With his keen observation, Alan had noticed a figure pressing against the door, straining to catch every word exchanged outside. It was only after they entered the bedroom and the door clicked shut that the figure slumped down, sliding down the door, face flushed with realization. Nami, what are you doing? Eavesdropping on your sister and brother-in-law. Sighing, she pondered, why am I overthinking this? Should I really join Alan on his voyage? In another room, no Kigo trembled as she gently closed the door, then glanced down at her feet, her face a deep crimson. Now that the door is shut, come here. Alan beckoned gently from the bed, watching as she approached with a hint of hesitation. In light of the situation, Alan could hardly wait for her to move at her own pace. He pulled no Kigo to his side, gently pressing her hands down, their eyes meeting in a tender gaze. No Kigo, is this all right? Though the words seemed to inquire about her consent. Their current position and circumstances made it nearly impossible for her to decline. "Dou. Like me." Alan did not respond, yet his fervent actions conveyed the answer that resided in his heart. From that moment forth, the world of pirates lost a young girl and gained a young woman. It was not until the following morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, that the two finally opened their eyes. Oh dear. Nokigao thought she might sneak out of bed to prepare breakfast for Alan, but felt her legs weaken, prompting her to sit back down. There's no need to rush into cooking. Take your time to rest, and I will be more mindful in the future. Wrapping his arms around Nokigao's waist from behind, Alan buried his face in her silky hair and inhaled deeply. Nokigao, held in his embrace, felt a spring warmth in her eyes, savoring the intimate contact with her beloved behind her. I'm not really that tired. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. After all, it is my duty as a wife to serve my husband. The once outgoing and cheerful Nokigao seemed to have matured overnight. Not only had her tone softened considerably, but her words also warmed Alan's heart beyond measure. Meanwhile, in another room, Nami slowly opened her eyes, her dark circles still evident. Suddenly, she huffed in annoyance, glaring towards the door. Nevertheless, she hastily dressed and sat in the hall, waiting for Nokigao to emerge. Sure enough, before long, with a soft click, the bedroom door occupied by Alan opened gently, and Nokigao stealthily slipped out. Upon lifting her head, she was met with Nami's knowing smile. Nokigao, Nami remarked, her irritation igniting at Nokigao's cautious demeanor. Now you're being so careful not to let me discover this, but last night you were anything but. Caught in the act by Nami, Nokigao could only offer an awkward smile and scratch her head. Yet, upon reflection, she sensed something amiss. She was Nami's sister and also Alan's wife. There was nothing shameful about it. Why should she feel so guilty? With that thought, she stood tall, meeting Nami's gaze with confidence. I have chosen Alan as my husband, so it is only natural for us to live together, isn't it? Nami had not anticipated Nokigao to lay her cards on the table so openly. She was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of complexity as she offered a sheepish smile. I'm just not used to this. We've always been together, and now you've suddenly become someone else's wife. Which feels a bit strange. Don't worry. Now that I am Alan's wife, I am still your sister. What is there to be uncomfortable about? Nokigao's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she resumed preparing breakfast for the three of them as per her usual routine. Alan, shirtless, emerged from the bedroom, greeting Nami with the same openness. Initially, she felt no particular reaction to his attire, but now, seeing his bare torso and muscular physique, her mind involuntarily recalled the faint sounds from the previous night. What a predicament! Nami found it increasingly difficult to meet Alan's gaze, letting out a small huff, shaking her head as she forced herself not to dwell on last night's echoes. Nami, a group of pirates has arrived in the village, claiming to be looking for you. Just as the three finished their meal, a djinn rushed in, panting heavily. Although the pirates did not appear as menacing as Arlong, the mere mention of pirates was a nightmare for Cocoyasi village. Had it not been for their explicit demand for Nami, a djinn, and the others might have experienced a panic response. Pirates? Could it be? A figure wearing a straw hat surfaced in Nami's mind. After Alan had dealt with Arlong, she had been preoccupied with distributing the bounties to the villagers, completely forgetting about those pirates. Pirates? Surely, nothing could go wrong, right? Could it be that those whom I deceived have come seeking revenge? A flicker of concern crossed Nokigao's eyes, prompting Alan to wrap an arm around her shoulder. Worrying will not help. Let us accompany Nami to find out. The trio made their way down the hill to Cocoyasi village, where they found a group of pirates on the main street, indeed consisting of Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, and others from the Bartai restaurant. Hey, Nami, I'm here to get you, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Nami amidst the villagers. He reached out, grasping a nearby tree branch, and swung himself toward her. Suddenly, mid-flight, Luffy froze, having spotted the man beside Nami. Kid, don't recklessly approach a lady. Before Luffy could land, Alan flicked his fingers, sending a gust of wind that propelled Luffy back, causing him to tumble to the ground near Zoro. Who is he? Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they recalled witnessing Alan's battle with Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, who had found no victory against him. Luffy, as much as I want Nami back, perhaps we should reconsider. We only need to retrieve the Mary. Usopp gulped nervously, sweat trickling down his face as he whispered to Luffy. Previously, he had thought Luffy and Zoro were among the strongest on the sea. But their encounter at Bartai had opened his eyes to his previous ignorance. I one T back down. Luffy pouted, yet even he realized that Alan was not someone he could challenge at his current strength. Nami, aren't we comrades? Nami's face displayed a hint of hesitation as she recalled her past experiences with Luffy and the crew. However, Alan had treated her well, defeating Arlong and liberating Cocoyasi village. Two little voices echoed in her mind. One, a devilish Nami with horns, shouted, Alan is with Nokigao now. Do you want to watch them together every day? The other, a winged angel Nami, countered, if you don't follow Nokigao, you'll never know when you might see her again at sea. She won't wait for you. The devilish Nami proclaimed, I have a plan. After all, you're not blood sisters. Just take Alan for yourself. The angelic Nami replied, that's not right. It would hurt Nokigao if that's the case. You might as well leave with Luffy. If that doesn't work, at least go with Alan. He seems to like you too. Let him choose, Nami pondered. She found herself straying from her original thoughts of whether to leave with Luffy, now entertaining the notion of competing with Nokigao for Alan's affections, while Nami hesitated. Alan turned his gaze towards Zoro. Since their arrival, the system had been relentlessly alerting him. Quest for the strong. The Straw Hat Boy has found his right-hand man, the three-sword style, swordsman Roronoa Zoro. Use your strength to teach them another lesson. Task details. Defeat the three-sword style swordsman Roronoa Zoro using swordsmanship. Reminder, main quest cannot be refused. Please complete the task diligently, as each completed task will yield corresponding rewards. So, how is your wound, three-sword swordsman? Zoro was momentarily taken aback by Alan's inquiry, instinctively touching his chest where the pain surged at Bartai. There hadn't been a professional ship doctor. His injuries had been treated with standard post-battle bandaging. Doctor? Is there a doctor here? An elderly village doctor with a black headband hurriedly emerged from the crowd. Alan, my boy, what's the matter? Tend to this fellow's injuries. Ensure he is able to move. I need to spar with him shortly. What? Usopp and Sanji exchanged bewildered glances, confusion evident on their faces. Hey, what do you intend to do with our crew's swordsman? Luffy reached up to adjust his straw hat. Though it was made of simple material, it represented the very essence of his resolve to set sail. Allen, however, paid him no mind, choosing instead to focus on Zoro, raising the wooden sword in his hand. As a swordsman, could he possibly refuse a challenge in the realm of swordsmanship? Absolutely not. Just a moment, please. Zoro gritted his teeth and managed a smile, suppressing the pain as the doctor began to unwrap the bandages from his chest. In an instant, the crowd erupted in shock at the sight of the deep gash that nearly cleaved him in two, sending chills down their spines and raising the hairs on their arms. How on earth did you survive such an injury? The old village doctor muttered, gazing at Zoro's wound, as he retrieved some medicinal powder from his bag and sprinkled it over the injury. If you wish to move freely, this wound must be sutured. Come now, we can do it right here. At the doctor's words, Zoro's mouth twitched, and he drew his wadachi manji, biting down on the hilt. The old doctor attempted to offer further counsel, but upon seeing the determination in Zoro's eyes, he sighed and returned to his clinic to prepare the suturing needle and thread, with the first stitch piercing through flesh. Zoro's complexion turned ashen. Even Noki, unable to bear the sight, retreated into Allen's embrace. She could shoot Arlong dead, but the direct act of stitching flesh was a bit too intense for her. Nami hesitated before turning to bury her face in Allen's chest. Seeking refuge, Sanji, who stood beside Luffy, witnessed the scene, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes. Yet, considering Allen's combat prowess, he relinquished his childish thoughts. The suturing progressed swiftly. Moments later, Zoro casually wiped the excess blood from his chest with a cloth and gestured towards the sword god and sword saint, who, understanding his intent, tossed their weapons to him. To have a man who fought to a standstill with that other man actively challenge me is indeed an honor, with his gaze fixed firmly on Allen. Zoro's face revealed a hint of excitement. Do not misunderstand. Your current level is not worthy of my full effort. I will merely offer you some guidance, considering how you cared for Nami earlier. And that straw hat kid over there can come listen as well. Huh? I can listen too. Luffy boisterously approached, despite having previously clamored to defeat Allen, now swaggering over with ease on the vast ocean. In the latter half of the Grand Line, the strongest among pirates wield the three types of haki: observation, armament, and conqueror's haki. If you ever reach that level, you will inevitably encounter them. What I wish to discuss is armament haki. Without sparing a glance at Luffy, Allen extended his hand, enveloping it in armament haki, transforming his entire arm into a jet black hue. This is armament haki, a power that enhances both defense and offense. When applied to oneself, it increases one's defensive and offensive capabilities. When mastered to a higher level, it can be applied to weapons. The black blade wielded by Mihawk is a testament to the constant training with armament haki. As Allen explained, his armament haki began to flow onto the wooden sword, rendering it black as well. You may attack me now, Santoryu. Onajirai. Without hesitation, Zoro swiftly positioned his dual blades in a cross, launching simultaneous strikes from both sides towards Allen, while simultaneously executing a horizontal slash with his wadachi manji. Clang, clang, clang. The two shattered sword fragments fell to the ground. As a memento from Kuina, Allen still allowed Zoro to keep the wadachi manji. Otherwise, with the mere great blade of 21 works, without the protection of haki, Allen would have found it impossible to cleave it in one blow. However, inflicting some damage was certainly within his capability. This is the power of armament haki. Even without exerting much force, the damage wrought by the wooden sword is beyond your imagination. Johnny and Joseph gaped in disbelief at their weapons, now split in two, their lips trembling. Yet, considering Allen's might, they fought back tears, gripping each other's hands tightly, suppressing their voices. Is this truly armament haki, a standard for all strong individuals? Zoro stared blankly at the two broken swords in his hands, at a loss for words. The fervor he had felt upon leaving Frostmoon Village, with aspirations to challenge every swordsman in the world, was utterly extinguished in that moment by Allen, with a swift motion. Allen's wooden sword appeared before Zoro, and under the immense force, he could no longer hold onto the wadachi manji. The blade fell from his grasp, and he coughed up blood. For a swordsman, losing one's weapon is tantamount to defeat. Gazing at Allen, Zoro once again opened his arms, only to be disregarded as Allen turned away, returning to embrace Noki and Nami. Do not attempt to play tricks like Mihawk. I have stated that this spar is to repay your kindness towards Nami. Although you have sustained internal injuries, you can still sense the destructive nature of my armament haki within you. Improve your physical condition, fight well, and truly experience this. Roronoa Zoro. Thank you. Zoro respectfully saluted Allen's retreating figure with a swordsman's bow, picking up the wadachi manji from the ground. Regardless, the other had unveiled a realm of potential he could strive to attain. Making such a gesture only fitting. By the way, Straw Hat Kid, your ship is located where Fishman Island once stood. The villagers can guide you there. Do not dwell on Nami any longer. Next time. I may not be so accommodating. Hey, Luffy, expressionless, stared at Alan, who paid him no heed. I am Luffy, a man destined to become the Pirate King. Although that sword-wielding uncle and old Zephyr have claimed that you once suppressed the Pirate King. I shall return to challenge you once I become the Pirate King. From a distance, as Alan released Noki from his embrace, he waved casually. When Luffy becomes the Pirate King, by then, he may already be standing atop the pirate world. The world as protagonist. What does it matter if he comes to challenge me? Congratulations, host, for completing the series task, Path of the Strong, making progress towards becoming the pinnacle of power in the world of the Pirate King. Task reward: 1 mind fruit. Reward description: the mind fruit, upon consumption, grants the ability to sense and influence the thoughts and emotions of others, enabling telepathy and emotional manipulation, among other extraordinary abilities. Leaving the Straw Hat crew behind with Nami and Noki. The primary reason to return home is that the task has been completed. What could be more comfortable than embracing Noki at home? As for the reward of the devil fruit, it can simply be given to Noki. He himself is already a user of the Jinba fruit and cannot consume another devil fruit. Nami still needs to find a weather-manipulating devil fruit, preferably a natural type. This mind fruit appears to require a team to utilize effectively. So having Noki consume it seems to be the best choice. Sequential task issued. Path of the Strong 3. The 3 major powers of the Straw Hat crew are beginning to take shape. Black Leg Sanji, filled with yellow nonsense, is also not to be underestimated. Let them understand what it means to be a versatile powerhouse. Task details. Please defeat Black Leg Sanji using martial arts. Gentle reminder. Mainline tasks cannot be declined. Please take care to complete the task seriously. Each phase of the task completed will yield corresponding rewards. Alan was somewhat speechless. Why didn't this system pop up earlier? He could have dealt with Sanji under the pretense of teaching armament hockey. Now that he was home, did it expect him to chase after and beat the guy? Oh well, it wasn't urgent. He was somewhat aware of the Straw Hat crew's route. Even if Nami wasn't on the ship, with their knack for causing trouble, they would easily be found. The most pressing matter now was to have Noki consume the devil fruit. He extracted the mind fruit from the system. The whole fruit resembled a star fruit, adorned with peculiar stripes. Noki, how about trying this fruit? Alan, showing favoritism, thought only of Noki when it came to fruit, leaving nothing for himself. Nami curled her lips in disdain, and just as Noki Gao was about to speak, she was directly interrupted by Alan. Just take a bite. It will grant you an incredible power. Noki Gao gazed at Alan, as if she comprehended something profound, and nodded before taking a bite. In the next moment, her delicate features contorted in disbelief. What was this flavor? Sour, bitter, spicy, salty, foul, astringent, numbing. Every unpleasant taste seemed to converge within the singular fruit. With just one mouthful, she found it intolerable, instinctively wanting to expel it. Alan quickly covered her mouth and gently patted her back, compelling her to swallow. No one knew whether biting into a devil fruit and then spitting it out would still yield any effects. If it proved ineffective, wouldn't that render such a remarkably potent fruit useless? After consuming the fruit, Noki Gao felt an unfamiliar power surge within her body and instinctively grasped the fundamental way to wield this newfound strength. Noki Gao, do you feel anything? Alan inquired, his curiosity piqued as he observed her through the lens of observation hockey. Externally, Noki Gao appeared unchanged. Not really. A voice echoed in Alan's mind. This was not spoken by Noki Gao, but resonated directly within him, leaving him somewhat astonished. This fruit is the mind fruit. Upon consuming it, I can sense the general thoughts and emotions of those around me, influence their feelings, and even establish a direct mental link for communication. How impressive, Nami remarked with a hint of envy. Who among those wishing to set sail wouldn't desire the abilities granted by a devil fruit? Thank you, Alan, Noki Gao exclaimed, joyfully wrapping her arms around Alan's. Tilting her head to plant a kiss on his cheek. On one hand, she was genuinely thrilled about the devil fruit, while on the other, she had intuitively perceived Alan's feelings for her through its power. Although other thoughts lingered, they paled in significance. Alan, not one to be coy, reciprocated the kiss, aiming for a more appropriate target. Nami, who had initially felt envy and happiness for Noki Gao, observed their intimate exchange. Though she maintained a smile, a hint of melancholy crept into her heart. Unexpectedly, as Noki Gao shared a tender moment with Alan, she slightly shuddered, casting a contemplative glance at Nami from the corner of her eye. Noki Gao, why not try to sense my thoughts? With her new abilities awakened, the trio settled in the room to explore the capacities of the devil fruit. Upon hearing Alan's suggestion, Nokigao activated her powers, striving to perceive Alan's thoughts and emotions. Moments later, she shook her head. No, I can't sense anything at all. Alan nodded thoughtfully. Initially, in his usual state, Nokigao could sense him, but once he slightly cloaked himself in armament haki, even the most rudimentary form, she could detect nothing, let alone exert control over others. Nokigao, try me. Nami chimed in excitedly, her gaze fixed on Nokigao, who nodded with a soft smile and began to concentrate. Within seconds, Nami stepped back, her eyes wide with astonishment, her mouth opening and closing without uttering a sound. Nokigao wore an enigmatic expression as she continued to harness the power of her devil fruit. With the recent experience of hearing Nokigao's thoughts, coupled with the fluctuations of the devil fruit's power, Alan realized she was communicating with Nami in her mind. Observing Nami's flushed cheeks and Nokigao's serious demeanor, he pondered what the two girls might be discussing. Nevertheless, the utility of the devil fruit's ability was undeniably profound. It was merely Nokigao's weakness that hindered its full potential. If she could cultivate her strength and the powers of the devil fruit, it would undoubtedly provide him with immense assistance. After a brief mental exchange, the two girls ceased their silent conversation when Nokigao's stamina waned. The power of the devil fruit drains your energy. Your body is still too weak. I'll think of a way to enhance both of your strengths, Alan remarked as he lifted Nokigao and headed toward their shared quarters. Nami's eyes sparkled mischievously as she reached out to grasp Nokigao's hand. Alan, my sister and I have matters to discuss. Just take Nokigao to my room. The statement left Alan with no room for rebuttal. After all, he was staying at the sisters' home and ought to respect their hospitality. Nokigao, although slightly relishing the attention, felt a sense of duty to her sister. Moreover, she genuinely wished to discuss the earlier topic with Nami, casting an apologetic glance at Alan. Alan chuckled awkwardly as he carried Nokigao into Nami's room, giving her a fervent kiss before stepping out to find Nami wearing a smirk of delight. Over the next few days, Nami and Nokigao frequently engaged in hushed conversations, and after acquiring the mind fruit, Nokigao transformed all their interactions into mental exchanges. This resulted in Alan, even while employing observation haki, being unable to eavesdrop on their whispered secrets. Nami continued her playful antics, insisting on pulling Nokigao into her room each night, leaving Alan to seize the moments during the day to bond with Nokigao. Yet, life in this manner felt quite serene, and his injuries gradually healed. Alan, you've been issued a bounty. Nami burst into the room one afternoon, brandishing several papers. Her face flushed crimson as she quickly tossed the documents onto the table by the door before dashing away. Alan approached and picked up the papers Nami had delivered. They were the latest bounty notices published by the Marines. The top page bore his photograph, prominently stating, Alan, bounty of 50 million berries. What is Sengoku thinking, offering me a mere 50 million berries? In truth, after dealing with Colonel Mouse and ensuring the ordinary Marines' departure, Alan had anticipated being discovered by Sengoku and the others. He had even cloaked the island with his observation haki, prepared to vanish beneath the waves if Marines approached. Yet, after all this time, this was the outcome. 50 million berries. Who were they trying to insult? Below his bounty was a familiar smiling face, Luffy's. In the original narrative, they had defeated Arlong, and Zoro had pummeled Colonel Mouse before the Marines issued their bounties. Yet now, both Colonel Mouse and Arlong lay dead at his hands. So how did Luffy still warrant a bounty? The power of the timeline correction truly was formidable. Opening the door, he found Nami seated pensively, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Nami. His voice startled her, causing her to flush once again as she recalled what she had just seen. Oh, you scared me. What's wrong? Although Alan lacked Nokigao's ability to sense the thoughts of others, he was acutely aware of what was on Nami's mind. After so many days, it was time. Let us set sail tomorrow. Alan's words left Nami momentarily speechless, despite her busyness with the villagers over the past few days. Her dreams had remained at the forefront of her mind. However, having decided to embark on this journey with Alan and Nokigao, she had chosen to respect their opinions and had refrained from voicing her own thoughts, until now. Really? Nami's face lit up with expectation as she looked up at Alan, her demeanor adorably eager. Of course. You've waited long enough. It's time to make arrangements. Alan gently tousled Nami's hair, causing her cheeks to flush even more. She instinctively twisted her neck, trying to evade his touch, yet her movements seemed more like playful coyness than a genuine attempt to escape. Nokigao stood to the side with her arms crossed, observing the interaction between Alan and Nami. showing no signs of jealousy that I will go and inform Aegean. A few moments later, Nami, still somewhat dazed, suddenly noticed no Kigo beside her face registering surprise as she swiftly rose and dashed outside. As evening descended, Cocoyasi village once again held a banquet. The previous celebration had been in honor of Arlong's defeat and the restoration of freedom for all, while this gathering was a farewell for Nami and no Kigo. The dishes on the table were even more lavish than last time. However, the atmosphere was far from the previous exuberance. Everyone sipped their drinks with a sense of melancholy, despite the exquisite flavors and aromas of the food. Their appetites were notably absent. Thank you all for taking care of Nami and no Kigo over the years that I will now take over. So let us raise our glasses and toast. I promise I will bring them back to visit you all. Although those words were spoken, the mood remained subdued that on one hand, they genuinely felt reluctant to part with Nami and the others. On the other, after Alan defeated Arlong, their sense of security in Cocoyasi village had increased considerably. Now that Alan was leaving, they worried about what might happen if pirates returned. They were all ordinary people at the bottom of the social ladder, and their perspectives were necessarily more pragmatic. All right, everyone, Mr. Allen is not a resident of Cocoyasi village. His departure is understandable. Every individual has their own journey. It is our great fortune that he was here to deal with Arlong for us. As for Nami and no Kigo, they have their own choices, and we have no right to interfere. We can only hope that Mr. Allen will protect them well. Aegean, sensing the off-kilter atmosphere of the banquet, promptly stood up and offered some encouraging words to As the only officer in Cocoyasi village. Aegean had considerable influence, and under his encouragement, people began to respond positively. Although Nami and no Kigo typically did not indulge in drinking, today they partook heartily and were carried home by Alan, one in each arm. The next morning, Alan gently roused the still sleeping Nami and no Kigo. The three of them, with backpacks in tow, cautiously navigated the streets of Cocoyasi village until they reached the docks. There, a modestly sized vessel was already docked, its simplicity ranking just above Mihawk's raft. After loading their belongings onto the boat, Nami and no Kigo gazed longingly in the direction of the village. Nami was somewhat accustomed to the sea, having ventured out numerous times before. However, for no Kigo, this marked her first departure from Cocoyasi village in over a decade, and her emotions were undoubtedly tumultuous. Alan wrapped his arms around the shoulders of both women, guiding them onto the boat before unfurling the sails. With a swift stroke of the oars, the small vessel drifted away, propelled by the wind and current. Let us set forth. Our next destination is Logue Town. Given the distance from Cocoyasi village to Logue Town, such a small sailboat would typically require at least 2 days and nights to traverse. However, with Alan's formidable strength, even without physically rowing or using his fist to propel the sails, the water-controlling abilities of the Xuanwu fruit would significantly enhance their boat's speed. Departing Cocoyasi village at dawn, the trio could see Logue Town emerging from the twilight by nightfall. Both women curiously leaned over the bow to gaze at the distant town. Although Nami had traveled extensively, she had never been to this place. Logue Town, known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings, was the birthplace of the pirate king, Gold Roger, and the site of his execution. Additionally, its strategic location guarding the entrance to the Grand Line meant that the local navy was among the most elite in the entire East Blue. As a thief, Nami knew she could not wander carelessly here. This town is enormous, no Kigo exclaimed, gazing at the distant coastline of Logue Town with a sense of awe. There are even larger towns beyond the Grand Line. Once I convert these treasures into high-denomination berries, we can purchase a ship and set sail. Alan affectionately patted his large backpack, looking at no Kigo with indulgence. But what if there are no ships for sale? No Kigo inquired innocently, looking up at Alan, who merely smiled mischievously. Then we shall wait at the docks. If any pirates pass by, we can seize their ship and head straight out to sea. Huh? Just like that. Seeing no Kigo's bewildered expression, both Alan and Nami burst into laughter. She had never been to sea and was unaware that the pirate world operated on a principle of mutual theft. Commandeering a ship was an entirely ordinary affair. Come now, we have been exposed to the sea breeze all day. It is time to rest. As they entered Logue Town from the docks, they encountered no unruly pirates looking for trouble. They successfully exchanged their treasures for berries and found a simple inn to stay in. So, we will be entering the Grand Line next, right? Nami asked, her eyes shining with excitement, having strongly insisted that the three of them share a room with 2 beds. Indeed, Nami. Are you afraid? No Kigo echoed her enthusiasm. How could I be? This has been my dream all along. With a beaming smile, Nami stood up, her excitement palpable as if she were already in the grand line. After expressing her thoughts, Nami turned to Alan. Speaking of dreams, do you have any dreams you wish to fulfill, Alan? This question left Alan momentarily speechless. Naturally, he had dreams, but the memory of being ambushed at God's Valley would flash through his mind whenever he thought of them. If he were truly to be ambushed, how could those Navy and pirate forces have waited until he reached God's Valley to strike? The most likely scenario was that after he disbanded his team and headed for God's Valley, someone had informed other factions. In a hasty decision, the Navy could only dispatch Karp and Sengoku, who were able to arrive quickly, coordinating with other pirates who received the news to execute a surprise attack. As for who orchestrated it, if those individuals were still alive, he had to find out. Otherwise, he could not find peace of mind. Even though he had survived these 30-odd years, betrayal was intolerable. If they were dead, he could let it go. If they were alive, he would send them to their demise. Alan, what's wrong? Noticing the change in his expression after her question, Nami looked at Nokigo, then timidly asked, "It's nothing. I was just recalling the betrayal I faced on my journey to pursue my dreams. But it's no big deal. I can always change my dream." Alan genuinely felt a sense of liberation. He had struggled tirelessly for years, seeking to alter this world, only to end up in such a predicament. Why should he continue to burden himself? It was time for a new way of life, and since they had reached the beginning of a new chapter, he would adopt a different approach. A new goal. From this day forward, his aim would be to collect all the figurines of his beloved characters he had acquired in his past life. You can't just change your dreams. Nami suddenly interjected vehemently. You were betrayed, but from now on, Nokigo and I will accompany you to realize your dreams. We will never betray you. Although Nokigo remained silent, her gaze conveyed unwavering determination as she nodded in agreement. Alan paused for a few seconds before wrapping his arms around Nokigo's slender waist while gesturing towards Nami with his other hand. What do you mean by that? I just wanted to comfort you. Nami's cheeks flushed, and she mumbled, yet she obediently moved closer, nestling into Alan's embrace. Taking a breath of Nokigo's fragrant hair on his left and Nami's on his right, Alan felt as though he were becoming intoxicated merely from breathing. Their spirits were high, but after an entire day of sailing, both women were somewhat fatigued. After chatting for a while, Nami retreated to the other bed to rest, leaving the space for Alan and Nokigo. Nami is still here. This isn't right. She might hear us. You can use your fruit abilities to communicate with me, can't you? Indeed, it appears that Nokigo has been somewhat negligent regarding this matter, as certain sounds are exceedingly challenging to express through the capabilities of a fruit power. By the way, Nokigo, does your fruit ability not influence emotions? Perhaps you could instill a sense of excitement in us and see if it can be realized. Nokigo cast a disapproving glance at Alan in the darkness. After all, it is a rather serious mind fruit, so why must this fellow contemplate such peculiar functionalities? After Alan deliberately suppressed his own armed color haki, he truly felt a wave of emotion rising from the depths of his heart under the influence of Nokigo's devil fruit ability. Early the next morning, Roga Town was bustling with activity, the air filled with the sounds of vendors calling out and people shouting, which caused Nokigo, still nestled in Alan's embrace, to open her eyes immediately. Meanwhile, Nami, who was in another bed, had already dressed and was eagerly waiting for the two to wake. Under Nami's gaze, Nokigo bashfully pulled the blanket to shield herself. Although the two women had grown up together and had seen it all, the presence of a man in the bed felt somewhat inappropriate. With Nokigo tugging the blanket away, Alan found it impossible to continue sleeping and had to sit up directly amidst Nami's flushed cheeks. As pedestrians flowed in and out, the trio decided to split up. Nami and Nokigo took most of the belly to handle the purchase of a ship and supplies, while Alan was assigned to roam freely. Originally, Nokigo intended to accompany Alan, but Nami firmly grasped her arm, pulling her toward the marketplace. Men cannot always be held tight. Granting them a modicum of freedom will draw them closer. Nokigo regarded her sister with skepticism, unable to recall any romantic experiences the girl might have had. Nevertheless, as Nami had spent years navigating the seas as a little thief, her experiences undoubtedly surpassed Nokigo's, leading her to obediently heed Nami's advice. Of course, this was merely the initial thought. When the two women arrived at the entrance of the marketplace, they were greeted by a plethora of shops and a dazzling array of goods, many of which they had never laid eyes on before. In an instant, the shopping gene within them awakened, and with a cheer, they dashed into the commercial street. From a distance, Alan, observing them with his observation haki, could only shake his head with a wry smile. Thank goodness he hadn't followed them inside. Otherwise, even with his strength, he might not have been able to withstand the chaos. However, in the opposite direction of Nami and Nokigo, A particular shop caught Alan's attention. It was a weapons store, with a proprietor seated at the entrance, sporting a bright red nose and a peculiar hairstyle, a character with significant presence in the original story. "Hey, boss, I hear you have the Sandai Kitetsu." The owner, initially lost in thought, jolted at the mention of the blade and looked up at Alan standing before him, though his physique was well proportioned. His muscular arms suggested he was a formidable individual. "Apologies, customer, but the Sandai Kitetsu has already been sold. Perhaps you would care to peruse our other blades." "Sold? I've heard you also have the Yuki no Kaze. Might I see that as well?" Yuki no Kaze? The weapon store owner was taken aback, unsure who had leaked such information and daring to spread it. Was it perhaps his own wife? "I sincerely apologize, dear customer, but the Yuki no Kaze was indeed our prized possession. Only just gifted to someone fated." Just now, Alan's eyes brightened. Was it a swordsman with green hair carrying 3 blades? Upon receiving a nod from the proprietor, Alan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Luffy and the others had just arrived, and he could complete his task while searching for them. What a fortuitous circumstance. "Captain Smoker, trouble is brewing. We've received word that a notorious pirate has landed in Roga Town. The Straw Hat Kid with a bounty of 30 million belly, and Alan, with a bounty of 50 million. Alan? Is that the fellow I missed yesterday during the voyage? I never expected him to come directly to Roga Town." In the Rogu Town Navy branch, a silver-haired officer, shirtless and with 2 cigars clenched in his mouth, lowered his feet from the desk, unhurriedly donning his jacket. "That's a 50 million belly pirate. Do you think we should?" Before the naval soldier could finish, Smoker yanked him forward by the collar. "Should what? A mere 50 million bounty doesn't define a great pirate. I am Smoker. Since my arrival, have any pirates dared to escape?" "None at all," the naval soldier replied, swallowing nervously under Smoker's piercing gaze. "Then, let us remain calm. Otherwise, you'll disrupt my rhythm, understand?" "Yes. Report. A pirate ship has been spotted docked at the port." Before the soldier could complete his statement, another soldier rushed in, sweat glistening on his forehead. "All right, I understand. Regardless of whether it's 30 million or 50 million, I hope they can pique my interest." Smoker shouldered his weapon and strolled outside at a leisurely pace. In the East Blue, the weakest of seas, his strength would undoubtedly lead to a massacre. As the sky began to darken, Alan's expression grew increasingly intrigued. If his memory served him well, to find Luffy, he simply needed to head toward the execution platform. A memorable scene was about to unfold, though this time, Nami would not be participating. After casually inquiring for directions, Alan made his way toward the execution platform. The clouds above thickened, and bolts of lightning began to strike. "Nami, Zoro, Sanji, I'm sorry. I think I'm about to die." As soon as Alan arrived, he witnessed Luffy smiling defiantly in the face of death. Alongside a massive bolt of lightning crashing from the sky. "Father is helping the son to show off. Is he?" The entire execution platform trembled beneath the fierce lightning, flames rising in response. Yet, just as the flames threatened to engulf Luffy, a torrential downpour descended from the heavens, extinguishing the fire instantaneously. In this series of events, the only one injured was the clown buggy. All present, onlookers, pirates, and navy alike, were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. In the East Blue, the knowledge of devil fruits had yet to become widespread. In the absence of human intervention, they were inclined to believe it was divine intervention. Do you believe in gods? Even Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, struggling to believe their eyes. However, the events unfolding had no effect on Smoker's orders to the Navy to secure the pirates. Countless soldiers emerged from alleyways, surrounding the square where the execution platform stood. Smoker's gaze sharpened. The smile beneath that straw hat mirrored the one worn by Pirate King Roger during his execution 22 years ago. "Regardless of the circumstances, I bet my reputation as the Marine Headquarters Colonel, White Hunter Smoker, that the Straw Hat Kid will not leave this island today." Just as Buggy regained consciousness beneath the execution platform, eager to unleash a display of power alongside Alvida, he found himself ensnared by Smoker's smoke, which had morphed into a binding grip. Yet, it is said that the elemental transformation of a Logia fruit is merely part of the body. So, what part of Smoker's arm is the smoke coiling around Alvida's chest? Gazing at that expressive fellow, one might say he is quite the charmer. Regrettably, despite Alvida's transformation after consuming the slippery fruit enhancing her looks, Alan had seen her in her previous form and found no interest in characters who underwent such drastic makeovers. Much like the artificial beauties from Korea, Smoker mounted his motorcycle. Alan followed closely behind. In the original story, he was able to intercept the Straw Hat crew just as they were about to depart. It should be no different now. Sure enough, as Smoker parked his motorcycle, the figures of Luffy and his companions appeared on the road. Hey, I told you, unless you defeat me, you won't reach the Grand Line. Do you think I was joking? Smoker, cigar in mouth, regarded Luffy and Sanji with a cold stare. Sanji, you go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. Luffy's expression grew somber, for he understood that the Navy before him was indeed a formidable adversary. Yet, he truly wished to no longer evade confrontation. At worst, they could engage in a proper battle. Straw Hat Kid, here we meet again. Are you in trouble? Just as Luffy was poised to act and instruct Sanji to flee, Aaron decisively spoke from atop a nearby rooftop. I at you. The encounter between two formidable opponents brought a hint of discomfort to Luffy's visage. Fear not. I am here to escort you. Aaron sensed that Dragon had arrived nearby, completing a mission while also doing him a favor. Although the Revolutionary Army's strength could be deemed average, their intelligence operations were commendable, ensuring future opportunities for collaboration. Hey, there should be a limit to your self-talk. With Aaron's bounty at 50 million and Luffy's at 30 million, it seems your journey ends here today. Smoker's expression darkened. Since arriving in East Blue, no one had dared to disregard him so brazenly. TCH, Aaron scoffed, dismissing Smoker's bravado, reflecting the limitations of the so-called weakest sea. Having consumed a Logia-type fruit, he had clearly grown arrogant. One could only wonder whether these individuals, living in a place frequently ravaged by Karp, were fortunate or unfortunate. I'll send you off first, Aaron shouted, making his presence known as he swiftly appeared beside Sanji, his observation haki honing in on the going merry by the shore, delivering a kick to Sanji's abdomen. Ugh! In an instant, Sanji was launched through the air like a soccer ball, foam escaping his mouth as he lost consciousness mid-flight, his trajectory unmistakably aimed at the going merry. Sanji, you, before Luffy could finish his words. Aaron seized his collar, preparing to hurl him away as well. Do not underestimate me. Smoker's arms transformed into smoke, advancing towards Aaron. Perhaps it is you who has underestimated me, Aaron retorted, glancing back at Smoker with a sidelong gaze. His calves enveloped in haki as he utilized the momentum from throwing Luffy to kick at the encroaching smoke. Hiss! Smoker's confident demeanor faltered as he swiftly retreated, wincing in pain as his right arm throbbed. Unable to lift, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Upon looking up again, Aaron's figure had vanished, a voice whispering in his ear. What makes you so arrogant with your mere smoke fruit? As the words fell, Smoker realized Aaron had grasped his left wrist, rendering him unable to utilize his Logia powers for escape. Armament haki. Smoker's expression darkened. Though he had not awakened any haki, he was still knowledgeable about the 3 types of haki from his time in the Navy headquarters. What purpose does a powerhouse like you have in this weakest of seas? Just possessing armament haki makes one a strong individual. Smoker, your vision is indeed short-sighted, allowing your abilities to degrade to such a state in this isolated corner of East Blue. You know me. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Smoker's eyes, yet after ruminating, he could not recall any prior encounters with Aaron. Release Colonel Smoker. Accompanied by a sharp command, a blue and white figure sliced through the air towards Aaron. Clang! Aaron effortlessly blocked the assailant's blade with a mere finger, a hint of amusement dancing upon his lips. Smoker, did you not inquire about my purpose in East Blue? I simply came to admire these beautiful ladies. With that, Aaron's form shifted, appearing before Dasbani, lifting her chin with his hand. Compared to her 2 years hence, the current Daz was still too youthful, both in strength and figure. Let me go. Daz blushed crimson, feeling humiliated as she struggled against Aaron's grasp. Yet her attempts to escape proved futile, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Daz. Aaron, release her, Smoker roared, struggling to advance, only to be kicked back by Aaron once more. What a farce, as if I am here to abduct maidens. You Navy folk hardly embody justice. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, noticing a figure in a green cloak approaching with an imposing presence. The real deal has arrived? Then I shall take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance. As the words left his lips, Aaron pecked Daz on the lips and sauntered away, leaving her in a daze, unsure of how to respond. Don't go. You mustn't leave. Smoker attempted to pursue but, having just risen from the ground, spat blood and collapsed again. Aaron's strikes were not to be taken lightly. Even without exerting full force, Smoker had suffered greatly. Colonel Smoker, Daz, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment and anger, rushed to support him upon witnessing his plight. Eren now stood before the cloaked figure, curiosity etched on his features. At last, we meet. Leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon, that I have long admired your reputation. The Revolutionary Eren. Long admired? You know of me. Observing Dragon's age, Eren surmised he must have been merely 13 or 14 during the God Valley incident. He had previously heard his father speak of Dragon's quotes and deeds. Expressing profound respect, the founding principles of the Revolutionary Army are closely tied to your cries upon the sea. Despite their actual ages being quite similar, even now, Eren appeared to be decades younger than Dragon, who addressed him with the reverence of a junior and an admirer. Related to me? Karp must despise me. Yet, Eren found no surprise in Dragon's words that in his time at sea, he had spread many notions of freedom, equality, and democracy. It was entirely plausible that Dragon was influenced by his rhetoric. Upon hearing Eren mention Karp, Dragon chose not to respond. After deciding to establish the Revolutionary Army, he had often encountered Karp, enduring his iron-fisted teachings while also listening to Karp's incessant complaints about Eren. However, that was all in the past. What mattered most now was Eren's stance. Mr. Eren, I am truly glad to see that you, a pioneer of revolution, have not perished in the Great War over 30 years ago. Now that you have returned, might I request? No. Eren clearly understood what Dragon wished to convey and, without allowing him to finish, waved his hand in refusal. Even if he sought to alter the world, he preferred a more direct confrontation with the celestial dragons rather than the evasive tactics of the Revolutionary Army, which did not align with his character. However, I still remember your previous quotes. You once said, Dragon, how do you perceive the current world? This question, which he often posed to others, caught Dragon off guard as it was now asked of him by Eren. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment, his eyes reflecting depth. This world is rife with suffering and injustice. People live in fear and oppression, their freedoms and dreams ruthlessly stripped away, under the dominion of the world government and the celestial dragons. The strong trample the weak, and justice is distorted. Thus, I firmly believe that this world should not be shackled by greed and ambition. Every individual possesses the right to pursue freedom and happiness. As long as we unite in purpose, there will come a day when we can shatter the darkness and welcome the light. Gazing at the determined expression on Dragon's face and the hope in his eyes, Eren remained silent for a few moments. In that case, allow me to impart a few words that may assist you. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. The Revolutionary War is a war of the masses. Only by mobilizing the masses can we wage war, and only by relying on the masses can we carry on the struggle. Not only must we excel in dismantling an old world, but we must also be adept at constructing a new one. These words were once uttered by a great leader from a past life, and here, Alan relayed them to Dragon, igniting a profound turmoil within the latter's heart. Very well, I shall take my leave. Ponder this at your leisure. With that, Alan employed his observation haki to locate Nami and Nojiko, swiftly making his way toward them. The entire rogue town was now in disarray, and he feared that some reckless pirate or Navy soldier might harm the two women. Mr. Alan, although you have not joined us, all members of the Revolutionary Army will continue to fight in accordance with your will. You shall forever be our instructor. As Alan moved away, he stumbled in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Dragon, despite his imposing brow and eyes, could be so mischievous, with so many Navy personnel on the streets of Rogue Town. How could he expect to find a moment's peace after such a proclamation? No wonder Dragon bore those lines on his face. Surely, he had been too cunning in his youth, provoking Garp's wrath. Nevertheless, this would serve him well. When the Revolutionary Army required assistance in the future, he would feel no guilt about it. He would use them with complete sincerity. Das Bones, quickly summoned 2 individuals to assist me. I need to notify headquarters that the notorious East Blue Pirate Alan is now in contact with the world's most wanted criminal of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Smoker struggled briefly, but the excruciating pain prevented him from sitting up, leaving him to helplessly instruct Das Bones. The latter, as if awakening from a dream, hurried to gather a few soldiers to prepare a stretcher and lift Smoker onto it. At that moment, inside a clothing store, Nami and Nojiko continued trying on outfits. With over 100 million berries in their possession, purchasing a few additional garments posed no issue. Ladies, you are truly born to model. This outfit suits you perfectly, exuding elegance. The shop owner, attending to them like a servant, was astounded by the wealth contained within the box. It had left her momentarily speechless, observing the piles of clothing. akin to a small mountain, that the two women had tried on, she couldn't help but chuckle. Shall I wrap all these garments for you? No, just the two we are wearing will suffice. With the shop owner's expression bordering on tears, Nami and Nojiko exited the store in fits of laughter. However, as they stepped outside, they immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere in the streets. Armed Navy soldiers were rushing past, their faces grim. What on earth has caused such commotion today? Isn't Colonel Smoker supposed to be here? Don't mention it. I heard that Colonel Smoker has been defeated by a pirate and was just carried back to the Navy base. What? That cannot be. Which pirate possesses such strength? I have no idea. We common folk dare not approach to witness their battles. Listening to the discussions among the townsfolk, Nami and Nojiko inexplicably felt that the individual they spoke of, who had bested Colonel Smoker, was likely Alan. Nojiko, do you think that pirate who defeated Colonel Smoker could be? Before she could finish, a hand suddenly appeared around their waists, and Alan materialized between them without warning. Of course, I chose it. Glimpsing Alan's somewhat exaggerated expression, Nami huffed in playful indignation, seemingly oblivious to the hand resting at her waist, as she and Nojiko followed Alan forward. Have you secured a ship? Not yet. The vessels here need to be custom ordered. But fear not. I have my methods. It's merely a pirate ship. We need not even resort to theft, considering I personally witnessed Buggy being captured by Smoker. We could simply claim the ship of the Buggy pirates docked at the port. Is this the ship of that red-nosed pirate? Nami stood before the Buggy pirate's vessel, frowning as she scrutinized the pirate flag hoisted above. She had previously had dealings with this individual aboard Luffy's ship. My goodness, how blunt can you be? His name is clearly Buggy the Clown. Just call it the red-nosed pirate ship, Alan teased, casting a mischievous glance at Nami, who, in response, lightly pinched his side and turned her face away. All right, the red-nosed pirate ship. With a sheepish grin, Alan led the trio onto the ship via the extending gangplank, while Nojiko chuckled beside them. Hey, you three, that's a pirate ship. What do you intend to do? Before Nami could respond, a rather dim-witted Navy soldier attempted to intervene, but Alan unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing soldiers throughout the port to faint instantly. Hello, Moshi. This is Sengoku. What's the matter? As the highest-ranking officer of the East Blue Navy, Smoker was permitted to contact the Fleet Admiral Sengoku directly. But only in emergencies. Sengoku, a notorious pirate, has emerged in the East Blue, with a bounty of 50 million on Alan. He is known to wield both armament haki and conqueror's haki, and has a significant connection with Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Alan? Smoker keenly noted the bewildered expression on the face of the snail representing Sengoku. Smoker, I didn't quite catch that. Who did you say? Sengoku's lips trembled slightly. There are thousands of individuals in these waters bearing the name Alan, but one possessing armament and conqueror's haki is a rarity. Moreover, the connection to that rascal dragon leaves only one possibility. Why did Dragon venture into the Revolutionary Army? Others may be oblivious, but he and Karp are not. He was undoubtedly influenced by that peculiar individual's rhetoric. Could it truly be him? Smoker, this matter will be handled by headquarters. You need not concern yourself with it for the time being. Sengoku massaged his temple, realizing that if it truly was him, the situation would be dire. Bring me the latest bounty list from the East Blue. His aide promptly complied, returning moments later with a stack of bounty notices. Upon glancing at the top sheet, Sengoku's heart raced. Was it truly him? He looked remarkably similar, but how had he not aged a day in all these years? No, he must confirm this. If it is indeed him, the ramifications would be tremendous. While contemplating, Sengoku retrieved a phone snail and dialed. Hello? Is that Sengoku? I'm still in the East Blue, preparing to escort a naval disgrace. If there's nothing urgent, I'll hang up. I'm quite busy. Wait. I'm sending you a bounty notice. He is currently in the East Blue. You must hurry and investigate. The voice on the other end was gruff. And as Sengoku saw the other party about to hang up, he quickly interjected with a look of urgency. What? A bounty notice from the East Blue? What are you? Wait, Sengoku. You must be mistaken, seeing the shocked expression on Karp's face through the phone. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. Though the circumstances were unclear, the world could not withstand the emergence of another Alan. You must head to Rogue Town immediately. If necessary, retreat to the Grand Line. Headquarters will monitor their movements and relay any updates to you. Understood. A grave expression crossed Karp's face that he could no longer afford to jest with Sengoku, and after hanging up, He waved his hand decisively. Turn around, full speed to Road Town. Understood. After departing Road Town, Alan's first action was to remove the flag of the buggy pirates with a scowl. Then forcibly dismantle the circus tent atop the cabin. It was unclear what had motivated this future Yonko, with his fragmented luck fruit, to recruit such a motley crew of oddities, a stark contrast to Shanks. Once at sea, the weather proved even harsher than on land, with fierce winds whipping up towering waves. Had it not been for Alan's exceptional physical prowess, he might have lost control of the sails entirely. Nami, come here. What is it? I'm still assessing our course. Nami, furrowing her brow as she studied the weather and distant path, paused in surprise, though her words were laced with a questioning tone. She obediently grasped the ship's railing and made her way to Alan's side. Almost immediately, she felt him deliver a light tap above her head, if awakening to a newfound understanding. A torrent of nautical knowledge surged into her mind, which she eagerly absorbed. Congratulations to the host for completing the series task, The Path of the Strong. Step 3. Advancing further on the journey to becoming the pinnacle of power in the world of pirates. Task Reward. A compilation of Nami's navigational knowledge from 2 years hence. Reward description. Nami, utilizing the meteorological knowledge acquired in Skypiea, can accurately assess wind direction, ocean currents, and other natural factors. Furthermore, she can devise prudent navigational strategies based on the characteristics of the sea and changing weather, ensuring the safety and efficiency of the vessel's journey. This reward could be directly bestowed upon Nami at this moment. She was still in the early stages of her maritime journey, having previously relied solely on her innate talent for self-study. While her skills were indeed commendable, they paled in comparison to what she would possess 2 years later. Now, she was sufficiently competent to shoulder the responsibilities of a navigator aboard Alan's ship. Feeling the influx of newfound nautical knowledge, Nami stole a glance at Alan, who nodded reassuringly, allowing her heart to settle. Armed with this knowledge, she surveyed the ominous clouds and raging winds before her with newfound calm. Holding the nautical chart, she scrutinized it carefully, assessed the current weather conditions, and confidently adjusted the sailboat's course, guiding the trio steadily towards the red line. Is this ocean current actually climbing up a mountain? Nami exclaimed, her eyes widening with astonishment as she examined the nautical chart. Alan mirrored her intrigue, gazing intently at the magnificent mountain before them. Having been born in the New World, he had never before encountered this inverted mountain, nor witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon with his own eyes. Alan, steady the helm. The most crucial factor now is the navigational path. Otherwise, we could easily collide with the rocky cliffs. Understood. With Alan's physical prowess, maintaining control of the helm was a trivial task. Noki and Nami clung tightly to the mast, their excitement palpable as they watched the waves propel their ship towards the red line. At the center of the cliff face, there existed an almost imperceptible gap, which allowed pirate ships venturing into the Grand Line to avoid crashing into the rocks. Yes, that's the direction, Alan. Just keep the helm steady. As the ship drew nearer to the red line, Nami and Noki felt a twinge of anxiety that a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Despite the navigational knowledge backing her, Nami's palms began to sweat as she and Noki held each other tightly. In their view, the sailboat perilously ascended the surging ocean current, propelled by immense energy from below. At that moment, Alan experienced a sensation reminiscent of riding a roller coaster, gradually climbing higher only to soon plummet into a weightless descent. As they reached the apex, the current suddenly slowed, only to plunge downward, accompanied by the startled cries of Nami and Noki, revealing not ominous clouds, but rather an expansive, cerulean sea stretching before them. They had arrived at the Grand Line. The sailboat's roller coaster-like trajectory elicited exclamations of awe from the two women as the wind whipped around them, tugging at their clothing. Both Nami and Noki raised their arms high, reveling in the oncoming gusts. Suddenly, Nami squinted, marveling aloud. So, this is the Grand Line. Indeed, although it was his first time here as well, Alan grew somewhat bored after glancing at the sea a few times. After all, it was just a body of water. The novelty wore off quickly. However, a more captivating sight was nearby, and he could hardly resist. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze began to drift sideways. That it was summer, and both Nami and Noki were dressed relatively lightly, with the strong winds tousling their garments. It was inevitable that their attire would become somewhat disheveled. While Alan had meticulously observed Noki numerous times, he had yet to gauge Nami. To his surprise, her true prowess seemed to surpass Naki's. Noki, look over there. What's that? It's enormous, Nami exclaimed with exhilaration, grasping Naka's hand in excitement. Suddenly, she noticed Alan's gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush, though she made no effort to conceal herself. Be careful. Just as the sailboat was about to touch the water's surface, Alan swiftly wrapped his arms around the waists of the two women, leaping gracefully into the air. His body was impervious to such impacts, but Nami and Noki, being ordinary humans, could easily sustain injuries from the force. A thunderous sound erupted from beneath as a colossal wall of black emerged before them, bearing numerous scars across its massive surface. "Oh, this is Laboon. Quite a sizable creature indeed," Alan mused, as the sailboat drifted past its body. Heading toward the nearby shore that, if memory served, there was an old acquaintance who had once crossed paths with him decades ago, serving as the lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape. "Claucas, old friend, you've made an appearance. Why not come out and say hello?" From a distance, an elderly man emerged from the lighthouse, his hair resembling a saffron blossom, purple mingling with yellow. Though he appeared quite aged, his physique remained robust, with well-defined muscles beneath his short-sleeved shirt. "Kid, are you jesting with me?" Claucas remarked, stepping out of the lighthouse to find three youthful figures standing on the deck of the ship, his expression one of bemusement. He had spent more time accompanying Laboon at Twin Cape than the collective age of these three youngsters. "Old friend, where do you find such youthful companions?" "Hey, Claucas, remember during the God Valley incident? You were right there. It's been decades since, so surely that counts as an old friend." Although Alan wore a smile, it bore an unsettling undertone. "God Valley?" Claucas squinted at Alan on the deck, finding his attire and appearance oddly reminiscent of a man from his past, in no way. As the two figures in his mind merged, Claucas's eyes widened in disbelief, and he instinctively took several steps back, nearly losing his balance, his expression one of sheer incredulity. "What is so unbelievable?" Alan lightly hopped down from the deck, causing Claucas to scramble backward, dragging himself several feet away. Those who had not lived through the God Valley incident could scarcely comprehend the terror that Alan had instilled. That had been a battle involving the most formidable marine and pirate forces, resulting in devastating consequences. Even Rocks, who had dominated the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, had met his demise there. "You haven't aged today?" Claucas's lips trembled, his hair thinning significantly since those days. The once mighty warriors, Roger was dead, Sengoku and Whitebeard had grown old, and Karp was now a well-known slacker. Yet here was Alan, perpetually locked in his 20s, a fact that Claucas, as a physician, could readily discern. Given the current world's top-tier powers, the three admirals and the four emperors could hardly hope to unite against Alan. Chaos was poised to ensue. "Give me a permanent pointer to Alabasta. Don't tell me you don't have one, or my mood will sour." "I do have one. I'll fetch it right away." Alan's casual remark sent a shiver down Claucas's spine, prompting him to nod vigorously, scrambling to retrieve it from his lighthouse. Nami and Noki exchanged glances, sensing that this was Alan's first visit here, leaving them puzzled as to why the old man appeared so terrified. However, each individual harbors their own secrets. If their men choose not to divulge them, they will not press for answers. When he feels ready to speak, he will naturally share it with them. Upon receiving the permanent pointer from Claucas, Alan squinted at him and suddenly let out a sigh. "Although the Roger pirates had previously participated in the ambush against me, you, as a doctor, were not involved, so I shouldn't be seeking you out. Nonetheless, being besieged and beaten has truly left me frustrated, and I merely wish to vent as soon as the words left his lips." Alan appeared before Claucas, his fingers enveloped in armed color hockey, and he pierced through Claucas's shoulder, blood gushing forth immediately. The latter, showing remarkable fortitude, furrowed his brow and glanced at his wound without uttering a sound. "As the world's most esteemed doctor, such a minor injury is hardly a concern for you. Tend to it yourself, and let our matters be settled." With that, Alan returned to Nami and Nojiko's side, hoisting the anchor and allowing the sailboat to slowly depart. "And there is also Rayleigh, who resides in the Sabaody archipelago. I shall seek him out later for a chat." Just as Claucas was beginning to relax, Alan's voice echoed from afar. He was about to say something when he hesitated, shaking his head and remaining silent. As long as he could preserve his life, he had no energy left to concern himself with others. He hoped that Rayleigh, that old fellow, would not lose his strength too rapidly, so that he could exchange a few moves with this man without suffering too greatly. After departing from the Twin Cape, Alan and the other sailboat headed straight for Alabasta. With the permanent pointer in hand, There was no need to worry about deviating from their course. The small gardens and Magnet Island held no allure for Alan. And without any tasks to attend to, he was disinclined to interfere with Luffy's adventures. Remarkably, as soon as they left the Twin Cape, the weather calmed significantly. After engaging in a vigorous battle with Nojiko for 300 rounds, Alan finally donned his trousers and made his way to the deck. Although he had over a decade's worth of memories, his arrival in this new era felt as though it had only been a month. Yet, he sensed that this time, decades later, was where he truly belonged. That it was not solely because familiar figures from his past life emerged here, but more importantly, this era, despite being dubbed the Great Pirate Era, was far less chaotic than the seas of yore. Following the integration of the 3 legendary pirates, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords, the world had established a set of existing rules, even though it remained unfriendly to ordinary folk. At least one could instigate change by eliminating the wicked. Just as liberating Alabasta required defeating Crocodile, freeing Dressrosa meant vanquishing Doflamingo, listening to the sound of the water flowing beneath the ship. Alan raised an eyebrow, yet his body remained unresponsive. Moments later, a figure appeared behind him, stealthily settling beside him. "Why are you not resting?" Nojiko had already succumbed to a deep slumber, leaving only Nami capable of joining him. The latter shot him a glare, thinking, "What do you mean, not resting? If I hadn't known what you were up to, I would have barged in to save him long ago." Though she thought this, she could not voice it, and instead managed a strained smile. "That I simply couldn't sleep and came out for a stroll." Glancing at her disingenuous expression, Alan hesitated for a moment before placing his hand on her shoulder, gently pulling her into his embrace. Nami, however, did not resist and leaned closer. The two of them leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the starry sky in silence for a considerable time. "Nami, have you contemplated our relationship moving forward?" While such a topic could be awkward if laid bare, he could not expect the young lady to take the initiative. Moreover, Nami, being the wife he had collected the most figures of in his past life, ought to possess this privilege. What is there to consider? Nami's cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a glance at Alan, relieved to find him gazing at the stars. "Whether or not to be with me." Alan's voice was soft, yet it struck Nami like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily speechless, pointing at him without uttering a word. Her initial reaction was disbelief that Alan could betray Nojiko and flirt with her. But in the next moment, she realized she was not as angry as she had anticipated. Instead, a sense of joy blossomed within her. This feeling sparked a hint of fear within Nami. How could she possibly think this way? Was she truly about to compete with Nojiko for a man? No, that simply wouldn't do. With a sudden burst of emotion, Nami struggled free from Alan's embrace, her expression a mix of shame and indignation. Her eyes fixed firmly on him. "How do you know Nojiko would disagree?" Alan's calm voice rendered Nami speechless. As a user of the Soul fruit, she might not actively delve into others' thoughts, but she could certainly sense their overall emotions. Did he believe his feelings could be concealed from her? This left Nami without a valid retort, especially since Nojiko had indeed mentioned wanting to play matchmaker for her and Alan. But what did that even mean? Before she could sort through her turmoil, Alan had already grasped her delicate hand and firmly held it, gently pulling her back into his embrace. Nami hesitated, but ultimately chose not to resist, allowing Alan to hold her as she gazed up at the sky, remaining silent. As a young lady, her lack of resistance was the best answer she could offer. Did he truly expect her to verbally express her willingness? Reclining in Alan's arms, the contact between her exposed waist and his bare torso brought her a sense of comfort. The robust scent of masculinity enveloped Nami, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Suddenly, the radiant moonlight was obscured, a shadow casting over her face as Alan gazed down at her. Their eyes met, and in an instant, they comprehended each other's innermost thoughts. "Hold on a moment, I can hardly breathe. Let me catch my breath." As she spoke, Nami adjusted her clothing, which had been pushed up due to their previous position. Alan chuckled, tightening the arm he had wrapped around her waist. "I don't wish to pause. That feeling is simply too excruciating. Nami, let us be together." Nami weakly punched Alan's chest, realizing why Nojiko had permitted him to confess to her, glancing with a mix of pity at Nami, who had quickly drifted into slumber. Alan gently covered her with a blanket before opening the door, where a graceful figure awaited him. "I apologize, Nojiko." Alan wrapped his arms around her, intending to speak, but she silenced him with a finger against his lips. "I brought this up first. How could I possibly blame you? As long as you treat both me and Nami well in the future, That is all I ask. Rest assured, I will I promise you. No, Jiko, it's still the middle of the night. Should we? No. Have no fear. This time, I will definitely cherish you. Very well, you had better keep your word. You trickster. The following morning, Nami rubbed her eyes, awakening from a deep slumber. It had been ages since she experienced such quality sleep, free from the worry of sudden awakenings. Feeling utterly secure, stepping out of her room, she found Alan standing on the deck, gazing out at the vast ocean. We haven't strayed off course, have we? The couple, having just confirmed their relationship, were clearly entwined, as Nami wrapped her arms around Alan from behind, her small face nuzzling against his back in no need to worry. Alan replied, returning her embrace and lifting the permanent pointer he held. With this permanent pointer indicating the direction, I certainly want to veer off course. Nami rolled her eyes at Alan's smug demeanor before moving to the front. Needing to assess the upcoming weather through the sea breeze and humidity, the Grand Line was fraught with dangers that extended beyond menacing pirates. The ever-changing weather posed an even greater threat. Meanwhile, a warship was making its way directly from the calm belt into the Grand Line. Smoker, bandaged and standing at the bow of the deck, faced the crashing sea breeze. Colonel Smoker, we have news about the Straw Hat Kid. Luffy that he has just entered the Grand Line, and his next destination should be Alabasta. Furthermore, we have intel regarding the notorious pirate, Alan. It seems they are heading in the same direction as the Straw Hat Kid. We can intercept them directly at Alabasta. Smoker cast a sidelong glance at his oblivious subordinate and retorted, why do you bring up the Straw Hat Kid? Just say his name if that's all you mean. Hearing that name sends a pang of pain through my chest. 50 million, with that guy's strength, a bounty of 500 million would be more fitting. I'm merely a colonel in the headquarters. Intercept him? With my head. That task should be left to Vice Admiral Karp. I'll just keep my focus on the little pirate, the Straw Hat Kid. Colonel Smoker, we intercepted a communication regarding the Straw Hat Kid. Fine. Smoker raised a hand to stop the Navy soldier about to play the transmission, calling out into the ship's cabin, Tashigi. Tashigi. At that moment, Tashigi was seated in her quarters, cradling the latest prized sword. Henazu, seized from pirates. But her mind was preoccupied with the memory of that man from Lobe Town, who had gazed at her while lifting her chin with his finger. If one trains in the Grand Line, one's strength will surely increase rapidly. That I must prepare to deal with you appropriately. Tashigi adjusted her glasses, a slight blush and smile creeping on her face as she envisioned herself triumphing over Alan. Tashigi, can you not hear me calling you? You sword enthusiast, can you think of anything else? I'm coming. I'm coming. Tashigi hurriedly shook her head, dispelling her previous thoughts, and rushed out the door. Ouch! In her haste, her glasses slipped, and she lost her balance, tumbling down the stairs. The Hanazu sword flew from her hands, spinning through the air before landing right before her, the sharp blade dangerously close to her eyes, causing several strands of hair to fall. Hey, be careful. We haven't even caught the Straw Hat Kid yet, and you might end up getting yourself killed. Smoker cast a bemused look at his clumsy subordinate, his lips twitching slightly. Rest assured, that won't happen. Wait, isn't that a din mushy? Tashigi scrambled to her feet and immediately recognized the black snail in the Navy soldier's hand. When Tashigi reached Smoker's side, the Navy soldier began to play the intercepted message. I am Mr. Zero. The mission involving Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat crew has been completed. Future instructions will be conveyed through the directive. Tashigi, this Princess Vivi must be the Princess of Alabasta. And now with Mr. Zero emerging, it appears the situation is quite complicated. Tashigi's expression turned serious, her eyes narrowing. The Alabasta Kingdom is currently undergoing an armed coup. Could it be that Mr. Zero and the Straw Hat crew are involved? Should we intervene now? Smoker took a deep breath from the cigar clamped between his teeth and nodded. Contact headquarters for a permanent log post to Alabasta. Yes, sir. The Navy soldier immediately saluted and dashed into the cabin. Unlike the Straw Hat crew, Alan and his companions pressed on towards Alabasta without pause, navigating through several bouts of extreme weather, all deftly avoided thanks to Nami's foresight. By nightfall, they anchored their ship and retreated to the cabin for rest. Predicting the overnight weather was a breeze for Nami, and Alan's observation haki allowed him to sense any malicious intent nearby. Unbeknownst to them, on the other side of the Red Line, a warship adorned with a dog figurehead had traversed Reverse Mountain and was rapidly pursuing them along the ocean current. Being a standard Navy vessel, it was significantly faster than their pirate ship. Days later, Alan and his companions finally caught sight of an island in the distance. From left to right, the coastline stretched out, resembling a vast continent. Alan gazed at Alabasta from afar, a flutter of excitement stirring within him. He had designated this as the first stop on the Grand Line, seeking to collect his third figurine wife, while also utilizing her ability to decipher ancient texts. Though he was reluctant to admit it, in terms of figurine types, Robin paled in comparison to Boa Hancock. Even Nami, thanks to her popularity within the crew, surpassed Hancock to claim the top spot. Alan had no trouble locating historical texts, but he wished to unveil the truth through proper channels, ensuring that when the time came to reveal history, he would do so with irrefutable evidence, serving as the final counterweight against the world government. Thus, Robin's significance became evident. She needed to be on his ship and not trailing behind Luffy on some reckless adventure. Should we hide from the pirate ship? Hide? Our Alabasta has a hero to protect us. What can mere pirates do? That's true. As long as we have a hero as our guardian, what is there to fear? Originally startled by the sight of Alan's ship adorned with the pirate skull insignia, the workers on the dock became emboldened upon hearing about this hero, some even daring to stare at them unabashedly. As Alan disembarked, he caught wind of their chatter, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his face. If Crocodile is deemed a hero, this nation must be in dire straits. Even if Old Sand doesn't intervene, without a capable warrior to defend them, they will eventually fall prey to the pirates. This place was that of Rohara, one of the two regions in Alabasta untouched by drought. With Alabasta's only port, how could a coastal town lack water? After purchasing full-body clothing for Nami and Nico Robin, the trio boarded a sand skiff and set off towards the heart of Alabasta. The sun in the desert blazed fiercely. While Alan could withstand the heat bare-chested, Nami and Robin's delicate skin could not endure such exposure. Given Nami's control over the weather, the sand skiff became as responsive as an extension of her own body within mere minutes. Initially, the two women were excited as they sped across the desert. But after over half an hour with nothing but endless yellow sands in sight, their enthusiasm waned. The formerly notable towns on their map now reduced to ruins. This desolate scenery diminished their enjoyment, leaving them with no choice but to press onward towards their destination. Fortunately, although Alabasta was sizable, Rohara was not too far from Ray Base, allowing them to reach their goal without having to camp in the desert overnight. A series of quests had been issued. Path of the Strong. As the first true powerhouse among the Pirate King's foes, how could Sand Crocodile become an experienced treasure for the Straw Hat Kid? Quest details. Please defeat Sand Crocodile. Reminder. Main quest cannot be refused. The host must diligently complete the quest, and each phase will yield corresponding rewards. Just as Alan and his companions spotted a hint of green emerging from the endless desert, Alan's system activated once more, issuing a new task. Goodness, after taking down the three commanders of the Straw Hat Pirates, I'm expected to go after Old Sand next. If I truly start from scratch, I would only barely match Luffy's crew in strength. Without some sort of cheat, how can I contend with Old Sand? I wonder whose cheat is more formidable, mine or Luffy's. A side quest has been issued. Elegant and gracious, the gentleman's pursuit quest description. The straightforward Straw Hat Luffy is surrounded by numerous beauties, yet he regards them with disdain. A graceful lady, a gentleman's ideal companion that I implore the host to diligently pursue and win the hearts of the female characters who have crossed paths with Luffy. The side quest is optional. The host may choose to accept or decline it. Failure incurs no penalties, while success yields rewards. This side quest is not limited in the number of completions. This time, not only has the main quest on the Path of the Strong been activated, but a long-term side quest has also been initiated. Most importantly, is this a publicly funded endeavor to pursue women? The focus is on charming the ladies, and achieving success in this pursuit comes with system rewards. Side quest. Nami, completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the heart of the little thief Nami. Winning her affection. Task reward. 5 centuries-old cleansing fruits. Reward description. The cleansing fruit absorbs the essence of 100 years of sunlight and moonlight, containing immense vitality and purifying power, with miraculous effects of cleansing the marrow and transforming the body. Side quest. Nico Robin, completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the heart of Nico Robin. Winning her affection. Task reward. 5 drops of century-old spirit essence. Reward description. Beneath the abyss, pure spiritual energy converges, and after a century of sedimentation, it forms a single drop. It can double one's physical strength, making bones as resilient as a dragon, ensuring unimpeded blood flow. Even a body long afflicted by injury can swiftly recover under its miraculous nourishment. Achieving unprecedented robustness, the century-old cleansing fruit and century-old spirit essence are indeed intriguing. Alan pulled out 2 crimson, lychee-sized fruits from his space, their emanating vitality even making the oppressive heat of the surrounding air less suffocating. Nami, Nico, Robin, each of you take one. These are treasures. The 2 women readily accepted the fruits Alan offered and popped them into their mouths without a hint of wariness. After all, he was now the person they trusted the most. Without exception, as soon as the fruits were consumed, their expressions momentarily froze before shifting to astonishment as they gazed at Alan. Although they did not comprehend the changes occurring within them, they could distinctly sense their physical conditions improving. Even the suffocating heat from the blistering sun gradually dissipating. Once you no longer feel any discomfort, drink this 2 drops of water. What Alan referred to as 2 drops of water was, in this scorching desert, not evaporating immediately, but rather shimmering with a faint glow. Who could claim it was mere water? This was also part of Alan's meticulous arrangement, first using the century-old cleansing fruit to alter their physiques and ailments, followed by the century-old spirit essence for maximum purification and enhancement. Although Crocodile's little tricks were utterly beneath Alan's notice, if the 2 women were merely of ordinary physique, it would inevitably cause him some concern. While life-threatening injuries were unlikely, he would still feel distressed if they were to suffer even a minor scrape. Just as Alan was preparing to enter the Rain District after enhancing the 2 women, a colossal iron ship appeared at the dock of Roa, from which descended a robust naval officer donned in a dog-headed hat, followed by a cadre of spirited soldiers, all exuding a sense of elite prowess. Is that really you, Alan? Allow me to verify your authenticity. Mr. Zero, a notorious pirate, had a bounty of 80 million in the East Sea and was now residing upstairs in the basement of the Rain District's largest casino, Rain Banquet. Crocodile sat in the boss's chair, a cigar dangling from his lips, his gaze devoid of any flicker of emotion. Indeed, after Alan's defeat of Smoker, his bounty had risen to 80 million. The crux was, if Karp confirmed that he was indeed the person from years ago, this bounty would be nullified. Reverting to Alan's original bounty of 5.5 billion. 80 million is trivial, especially for someone from the East. Is there anything noteworthy? Nico Robin stood before his desk, a gentle laugh escaping her lips. She was acutely aware of her boss's arrogance. Had he not joined the 7 warlords, his bounty would never have stagnated at 81 million. It should have been at least a 0 higher. An 80 million bounty was unremarkable, yet he had defeated the Navy's White Hunter Smoker, a user of the smoke fruit, no less. Defeating a user of the Logia type to cultivate armament hockey in the EC indicates he possesses potential. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, a semblance of seriousness appearing on his visage. By the way, your plan may require a delay. And why is that? Listening to Robin's report, Crocodile's expression darkened, his aura surging, prompting Robin to instinctively retreat a step. Her complexion shifting. Reports from the dock indicated that a naval ship had anchored there, and the naval officer disembarking appeared to be the hero of the Navy. Karp. Crocodile, who had initially intended to speak further, froze momentarily, retreating back into his boss's chair and taking a deep drag from his cigar. Let us hold off on Karp's words for now. As for that 80 million fellow, you shall personally visit him today and discern their intentions. Crocodile could entirely disregard Alan's 80 million bounty. However, no matter how arrogant he was, he understood well that the hero of the Navy, Karp, was not someone he could provoke. Understood, Robin acknowledged Crocodile's arrangement without objection, lowering her head as she departed. The current chief steward of Rain Banquet. It would be a simple matter for Robin to ascertain the room where Alan and his companions were located. Arriving at their door, Robin casually leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and crossed her arms before employing her devil fruit ability. The single white arm appeared mysteriously in the room occupied by Alan and his 2 companions, an eye flourishing in its palm, surveying the surroundings. What she observed was 2 women sprawled across the beds, their sleeping positions rather ungraceful, and the room itself was in utter disarray, having wandered the seas for many years. Robin immediately discerned what had transpired in the room, unable to suppress a quiet scoff. However, even with several extra hands and eyes deployed within the room, she could not locate the presence of the man she sought. Could he be absent? What are you doing? Just as a sense of confusion washed over Robin, a voice whispered beside her ear, startling her to the point of shivering, causing her to hastily retract her powers. Before her stood a man, one hand propped against the wall, effectively cornering Robin in front of him. Alan gazed at Robin, adorned in a purple top paired with a black inner garment, her head crowned with a deep purple hat embellished with lace. Exuding an air of mature elegance, most notably, she was indeed the last remaining archaeologist, possessing an undeniable allure. I was merely taking a moment to rest. Do you have something to discuss, my lady? Robin's pupils constricted. Instantly recognizing the man before her as Alan, the very individual she had come to probe. Yet, her response was swift, conjuring an excuse. Resting, the daughter of the devil, Nico Robin, cannot simply be overlooked at the threshold of my room. A playful glint appeared on Alan's face. Their bodies were still intimately aligned, and without considering their expressions, one might easily mistake the moment as something more romantic. Eight-limbed flower, Cramp. Unfortunately, Robin had no intentions of flirting. Seizing the opportunity while Alan was distracted, she swiftly crossed her arms and unleashed her devil fruit ability. 8 arms emerged simultaneously from Alan's neck, arms, and legs, gripping his joints and exerting force in an attempt to bend his body backward to the point of breaking his spine. Alan remained utterly still, observing Robin's fervent display. Despite the relentless application of force, her arms, though straining with tension, could not yield even the slightest shift. Alan's body was as unyielding as steel. Your strength is insufficient. It bears no effect on me. Alan regarded the increasingly flustered Robin, a smile gracing his lips. Then, as Robin's expression relaxed, his demeanor gradually cooled. Now, would you care to explain your intentions for arriving at my door? I merely passed by when Robin's words were abruptly interrupted by a large hand that suddenly appeared before her neck. Gripping it firmly, it was then that she became acutely aware of the disparity between them. She hadn't even perceived the moment Alan made his move that it felt as though her vision blurred for an instant, and before she knew it, her neck was ensnared by his grasp. Miss Robin, though I have no desire to harm a delicate flower, I implore you not to provoke my ire further. I shall ask you once more, what is your purpose here? At that moment, a flicker of panic crossed Robin's face. Yet years of experience on the run, coupled with an uncanny sixth sense, informed her that to emerge unscathed, she must heed the words of the man before her. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had summoned her to probe his intentions. It was evident that the notorious pirate from the East Blue, with the highest bounty, was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. Their interaction was merely a straightforward collaboration with Crocodile. She had no intention of jeopardizing her life for the sake of his secrets. Crocodile, is it? Understood. Alan nodded impassively, acknowledging that Robin's arrival was indeed prompted by Crocodile's request. However, Alan had yet to seek Crocodile out. It was Crocodile who had come to provoke him first. Everything I know, I've conveyed to you. Might I inquire if you could release your grip? Robin cast an awkward glance at the large hand still resting on her neck. Although Alan was cautious not to apply too much pressure, the situation felt decidedly uncomfortable. Last, Alan released his hold, but, seizing the opportunity when Robin was momentarily distracted, he lightly caressed her neck. His fingers gliding across her skin. As a woman who had spent her life adrift at sea, Robin was hardly oblivious to Alan's subtle gesture. However, she had mastered the art of concealing her emotions from a young age. Even when she sensed Alan's intentions, whether covetous or teasing, she managed to maintain her composure. You and Crocodile harbor some ulterior motive. Merely moving in is enough for you to test me. Alan was well aware of Crocodile's ambitions. Yet, he sought to ascertain the lengths to which Robin would go to survive. Crocodile had orchestrated a 3-year drought in Alabasta using dance powder, inciting the populace to form a revolutionary army, ultimately fulfilling his treasonous aspirations. Treason. What need does Crocodile, a warlord capable of legitimate plunder, have for such a scheme? Robin. Robin leaned back slightly, attempting to distance herself from Alan's penetrating gaze before mustering the courage to speak. Are you aware that in this world, there exists something known as the Poneglyphs? One points to the path to Raftel, while the other contains various historical accounts. Alabasta, as one of the founding nations of the world government, harbors a poneglyph with information Crocodile covets. So, as the sole survivor of O'Hara, you are tasked with aiding him in deciphering ancient texts. The mention of O'Hara, a name rarely spoken in years, yet etched into her very being, caused Robin's lips to twitch momentarily before she nodded in reluctant affirmation. Another tedious game of usurpation. Robin, what future lies in following Crocodile? Why not accompany me instead, despite her own bounty of 80 million? Crocodile's bounty of 81 million was merely a consequence of his early fame and subsequent alliance with the Seven Warlords. His bounty was unlikely to rise further. There was no outright rejection in Robin's response. But her meaning was abundantly clear. She believed Alan's strength paled in comparison to Crocodile's, the Seven Warlords of the Sea. A hint of disdain flickered across Alan's visage. These young upstarts, having aligned themselves with the Navy, lacked the requisite dignity. Furthermore, Crocodile, having failed once, chose to forsake personal growth in favor of relying on the ancient weapon Pluton, embodied the kind of pirate that the old guard found contemptible. Merely bombarding an island does not elevate oneself to greatness. Here is my proposition. I shall keep you here. You will undoubtedly seek an opportunity to escape, and I am disinclined to supervise you. Return to Crocodile for now. Once we've had our fill of amusement, we shall deal with him, and then you shall discern whom you ought to follow. Robin regarded Alan with curiosity, finding no trace of ambition or desire within his eyes. What is your objective? My objective is you, of course. Now, do return. Alan suddenly smiled, pinching Robin's chin and placing a brief kiss upon her crimson lips before striding into the room, startled by the unexpected intrusion. Robin's body trembled slightly, her gaze lingering upon the now-closed door, her thoughts swirling in complexity as she unconsciously pressed her lips together. She had not anticipated Alan's boldness in such a manner. After a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath to steady herself before retrieving her din mushy and dialing Crocodile's number. Hello? Has the mission been accomplished? Indeed, the so-called Great Pirate from the East Blue poses no concern for our plans. Crocodile's deep voice resonated on the other end, prompting Robin to cast another glance at Alan's door before responding coolly. Very well. Return and summon our associates. Once that troublesome fellow departs, we shall commence our operation. With the call concluded, Robin exhaled in relief. While she remained uncertain of Alan's true strength, she understood that she had staked her future upon him. Now, it was merely a matter of observing the impending clash between him and Crocodile. Meanwhile, in the confines of his room, Alan smiled softly as he gently relocated the sleeping Nami to another bed. Robin, now downstairs, silently contemplated the din mushy in her grasp, her fingers grazing its surface. Yet ultimately refraining from making the call. This was not to say she had resolved to follow Alan. Rather, she was hedging her bets with both parties. Crocodile was a ruthless individual, and should she assist him in deciphering the poneglyph, the most likely outcome would be her silencing or being cast aside as a scapegoat that a bounty of 79 million berries branded her as a son of the devil, categorizing her among the ranks of great pirates in Alabasta. Situated in the first half of the Grand Line, the populace would scarcely concern themselves with the reasons behind her bounty. Should Alan succeed in vanquishing Crocodile, it would merely result in a change of masters, a familiar scenario for Robin, who had changed allegiances numerous times throughout her life. Upon returning to the underground chamber of the Rain Banquet, Robin found not only Crocodile, but also Mr. 1, Das Bones, and Mr. 2, Bon Clay, awaiting her arrival. After acknowledging Robin with a nod, Crocodile lit a cigar, inhaling deeply. Prepare yourselves. Once that old kook Karp departs, we shall initiate our final battle strategy. Karp was merely a Navy vice admiral. If the boss took action, surely he could be dealt with. Mr. 1 rolled his neck, a hint of skepticism etched across his face. Having wielded power in the first half of the Grand Line, they had yet to venture into the New World. Unaware of the heights of the heavens or the depths of the seas, they harbored great confidence in the presence of Crocodile as one of the 7 warlords. Crocodile, exhaling a puff of smoke, nearly choked at the audacity of the remark. What folly! Karp is a Navy man. Unless necessary, we ought to avoid provoking the Navy. Yes. Everyone rose in unison, their voices echoing in agreement. Within Baroque works, Crocodile wielded absolute authority. And once he spoke, the matter was settled. Big. I'm going all in. Ha! I've won. Bring me the money. Hurry, this is 5 billion berries. Quickly, get the money. The following morning, Alan, accompanied by Nami and Nojiko, ventured into the Rain Banquet's casino. Initially, their fortunes fluctuated, with berries steadily accumulating under Alan's deliberate control, yet the trio remained relatively unremarkable. That it was not until Nami, having grown weary of the games, placed all their berries on the leopard number under Alan's instruction, hitting a staggering 48-fold win. The dealer-esque complexion turned pale, realizing that if he lost 5 billion berries at his table, he might not live to see the moon that night. What is happening? The casino manager hurried over, as the game at their table had come to a halt. However, all the guests gathered nearby, waiting with bated breath for the casino's verdict. Nami's eyes were filled with the shadow of Bailey. Her mouth curling into a smirk. 50 billion Baileys. 50 billion Baileys. This is it, striking it rich. Even without the pressure from Arlong, her avaricious nature had become instinctual, and it seemed unlikely she could change. Upon hearing the news of a 50 billion Bailey loss at the gambling table, the manager's expression turned ashen as he scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no registered high rollers present. This particular patron seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Perhaps there was an issue with the table earlier. I wonder if you would mind placing another bet. As soon as the words left his mouth, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The casino manager was well aware that such a statement could tarnish the establishment's reputation. However, 50 billion Baileys was no trifling sum. They simply could not afford the loss. There was no way a dice-rolling machine could malfunction. The results were what they were. It was clear that the casino's intent was to shirk responsibility. Did they not comprehend the astronomical figure of 50 billion? They operate a casino, and yet... Hush, just observe. The casino manager cast a dark glance at the surrounding guests, suddenly forcing a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, today our casino is hosting an event, and every guest shall receive a compensation of 100,000 Baileys. We kindly ask for your understanding. As he spoke, a group of individuals clad in black emerged from the back, carrying boxes of Baileys, distributing stacks of 100,000 Baileys in cash to the guests present. Politely escorting them out, Nami, in a state of panic, clutched Alan's arm, who gently squeezed her small hand, signaling her to remain calm. This patron, today we have not provided adequate service at our casino. Therefore, I shall personally compensate you with 50 million Baileys. How does that sound? Alan could feel Nami tugging at his hand, her intent clear. She wished for him to take the deal. But how could that be? The purpose of their visit was twofold: to lure Crocodile out and to instill confidence in Nami and Nico Robin, demonstrating to them the stature he held in this world. 50 billion Baileys, not a single cent less. The casino manager squinted, a trace of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. They had encountered skilled gamblers before. Some knew when to walk away, taking their winnings and departing. Yet others were caught and tossed into the back, fed to the crocodiles. Today, this young man might very well meet such a fate. While these two women could fetch a handsome price on the slave market, they appeared to have already lost their virtue, yet their beauty remained intact, making them valuable commodities. Eliminate them. At the command of the manager, the eager black-clad figures lunged forward. Alan casually grabbed a handful of chips and flung them into the fray. He had no training in throwing weapons, but the strength within his muscles propelled the chips with far greater force than a bullet. In an instant, the assailants were pierced through, collapsing around him. Damn it! The casino manager turned and fled the moment he witnessed the first man fall. Given his position, he realized that the mastermind behind this chaos was none other than Crocodile. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. With such a formidable presence in the casino, he would naturally seek the boss to resolve the matter. Alan, should we leave? Nami and Nico Robin exchanged worried glances with Alan. This was the Grand Line after all. Although Alan had effortlessly decimated Arlong and his crew in the East Blue, this place was an entirely different realm. Do not fret. Today I will show you just how powerful your man truly is. The two women exchanged a glance. Since their man had made the decision, regardless of their concerns, they would respect his choice. So, it is you who dares to cause a ruckus in my casino? A deep voice resonated from the elevator, and Crocodile, draped in a fur coat with a cigar in his mouth, emerged, his eyes filled with disdain and fury as he gazed at Alan, who was seated with the two women. A wager must be honored. 50 billion Baileys. Hand it over, and I will take my leave. Otherwise, Crocodile is not the same man you once knew, and I am not Whitebeard. You seek death. The moment Alan's words fell, Crocodile's eyes widened in rage as his lower body transformed into sand, propelling him towards Alan in an instant. His golden hook lunged towards Alan's neck, clearly intending to take his life, with a soft snap. Alan seized Crocodile's wrist, rendering him unable to escape, no matter how he struggled. Damn it! Let go! Crocodile attempted to grasp Alan with his other hand. Should he make contact, Alan would be drained of moisture, reduced to a desiccated husk. Yet, Alan remained unfazed, allowing Crocodile to grip his arm. Despite Crocodile's fruit powers, Alan's body showed no signs of change. In astonishment, Crocodile released his grip, only to discover a layer of black material enveloping Alan's arm. Armament Haki. Before Crocodile could react, Alan, controlling his golden hook with his left hand, struck Crocodile's chest with a right fist enveloped in armament Haki. Puffed. Crocodile felt as if a tempest raged within his chest. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, among the 7 warlords, he was no match for Mihawk. The latter could end his life in just a few moves. Not to mention, Crocodile had indeed been considerably weakened since his defeat by Luffy 2 years prior. Mihawk's armament Haki could transform the knight into a black blade, while Crocodile relied solely on his Logia fruit to bully newcomers in the earlier segments of the Grand Line, entirely outclassed. Had Alan unleashed his full strength, one punch would likely have left Crocodile in a state akin to Ace during the Marineford War. At long last, I have found you. A familiar voice echoed from the entrance of Rain Banquet. A robust figure silhouetted against the sunlight, revealing a face already showing signs of aging. Oh, is that you, Karp? You arrived quite swiftly. Alan turned with keen interest, casually tossing the now limp Crocodile to the ground. Is it just you? Where is Sengoku? Are you not afraid of dying here? His nonchalant demeanor instantly enraged the Navy personnel accompanying Karp. Vice Admiral Karp was a hero in their eyes, and Admiral Sengoku was the highest commander of the Navy. Yet this young man spoke of them with such irreverence. Stop the theatrics. How could the dead ever rise again? A flash of swordlight cut through the air as Karp's aide, Bogart, unsheathed his sword. Enveloped in armament Haki and struck down towards Alan. Do you know me? Alan asked, curious as he reinforced his arm with armament Haki, blocking Bogart's sword with a resounding clang. A slight frown crossed his brow. The force behind the blow was no trifling matter, merely a notch below those who had attacked him in the past. Having failed to land a successful strike, Bogart swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Alan. His expression grave. Over 30 years ago, I had the honor of following Vice Admiral Karp at God Valley and witnessed your prowess. I am well aware of my own strength, at least sufficient to be considered a candidate for Admiral. I never imagined I would find you so easily. Could it be that this man before me is the revolutionary Alan from back then? Hey, are you really Alan? At that moment, Karp, standing at the entrance, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What do you think, Karp? You have aged quite a bit, but it is still more comfortable to see you like this. Ha ha ha. Alan, since you are not dead, allow me to apprehend you today. Karp casually removed his cloak, tossing it to the Navy behind him, flexing his fists as he prepared to strike. Tsich, what a habit of the Navy. Alan disdainfully spat to the side. Are we to engage in battle here? Do you wish for the citizens of the city in Alabasta to accompany us to the grave? Moreover, there are but 2 oases left in all of Alabasta. Do you truly intend to destroy one? Kapu, momentarily taken aback by his retort, realized that should he engage Alan, he would undoubtedly hold nothing back. Although Alan appeared unchanged from 30 years prior, his strength seemingly on par with that time. Kapu had made considerable advancements through over 3 decades of training in combat. Yet, he dared not claim he could decisively defeat Alan. Let us proceed, Kapu, to the desert outside, Alan declared, striding forward, his imposing presence causing the Navy personnel before him to instinctively part ways. Nico Robin, I am aware of your presence here. Take Nami and Noki to our ship at the dock and await my return. I wish to spar with Kapu. As his words lingered in the air, Nico Robin emerged, trembling slightly under Crocodile's furious gaze. A wanted criminal with a bounty of 79 million, facing the naval hero, Vice Admiral Kapu. How could she remain unperturbed? After all, it was this very elder who had captured the Pirate King. Roger, what merit did she possess to warrant the attention of such a legendary naval figure? At that moment, regret consumed her. Initially, she had planned to hedge her bets, believing that regardless of whether Alan had faced Crocodile, she would find sanctuary. Who could have anticipated that he would swiftly dispatch the sand crocodile and then prepare to confront a naval hero? With your prowess, what are you doing in the East Blue? Why not have an 800 million bounty instead of a mere 80 million? Such a formidable individual ought not to be unknown in the Grand Line. Yet here I am, caught in this awkward situation. Ladies, please follow me, Robin said, suppressing her anxiety as she approached Nami and Noki, beckoning them to follow the path cleared by the Navy. Demon child, you. Bogart began to intervene, but Alan's voice rang out from outside. Should you dare to lay a finger on them, I shall immediately venture out to ambush your naval vessels on the Grand Line. I challenge you to test me." Bogart's movement froze in place. The weight of his words was undeniable. Should Allen disregard his identity and launch a surprise attack on naval ships, the fate of all below the rank of Rear Admiral would be dire. Even elite vice admirals or candidate admirals would find escape nearly impossible. The burden of responsibility was too great for him to bear. Observing his subordinates' demeanor, Kapu waved his hand in resignation, signaling them to allow Robin and the others to depart. At this moment, Allen was of utmost importance, and even Nico Robin must take a back seat. After all, one merely understood ancient scripts, while the other harbored terrifying ambitions of world upheaval. Allen, Nami attempted to interject, but Robin swiftly grasped her hand, pulling her and Noki onto her tortoise. The enormous creature, pipe in mouth, galloped across the desert at Robin's command, its speed remarkable, although the historical record had yet to unfold. The moment Crocodile was annihilated and Kapu appeared in Alabasta, Robin had already abandoned her plans. With such a significant figure present, her only course of action was to distance herself swiftly, a lesson learned from countless harrowing experiences. Exiting the rain-soaked ground, Allen and Kapu led the way, followed by a contingent of Navy soldiers, the atmosphere devoid of any tension. However, every soldier had their hands poised on their weapons, ready for immediate action. "Boss, are you all right?" Once Allen and the Navy had departed, Mr. One cautiously approached, aiding Crocodile to his feet. Among all of Crocodile's subordinates, he was the most loyal. However, his power was woefully inadequate against Allen, lacking even the qualification to provoke a response. "Kapu, and that Allen, just wait." Crocodile seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Even after suffering defeat at Whitebeard's hands, none had struck him as deeply as this moment. At least Whitebeard had fought him and subsequently engaged in dialogue. He accepted being outmatched, yet now, Allen and Kapu had disregarded him entirely, as if he were no more than an insignificant insect by the roadside, a wound to Crocodile's pride. Enraged, fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Allen, how have you survived?" The fists of me and rocks were not light, as Kapu advanced. He casually picked his nose, exuding an air of indifference. Allen cast him a sidelong glance. This old man was not as foolish as he seemed. "Wasn't it you and Roger who last fought against me?" Rock's heart was crushed in my grasp. Do you think his fists carried any weight? Kapu's expression sharpened momentarily before he offered a wry smile. "This sea has enjoyed a rare tranquility for some time. Why must you emerge to disturb it anew?" As a naval hero, Kapu had faced off against the current Yonko, yet none had ever instilled in him the same sense of oppression that Allen had. Moreover, both Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin had clashed with Allen. With such a powerful figure returning, how could the tides of fate not be stirred? Tranquility. Have you seen the two young ladies accompanying me? Allen remarked with a hint of derision, casting a scornful glance at Kapu. Their homeland is Cocoyasi village in the East Blue, a place overrun by pirates who killed their mother 8 years ago, subjugating neighboring towns and forcing a child to conspire to amass 1 billion berries. Your naval division in the East Blue is complicit with such scum. Go speak of tranquility to these commoners. Your so-called tranquility, Vice Admiral Kapu, is it merely a comfort for the elite while the nobility remains unscathed? How many times have you ventured to the East Blue in the past 8 years to deal with pirates? Or have you solely been preoccupied with your grandson? I have long stated that the Navy is but the hounds of the aristocracy. Kapu's face, which had previously borne a hint of shame at Allen's words, crumbled at the mention of his grandson. At the time of Allen's siege, Dragon had merely been a child. How was it possible that he now knew of Luffy's existence? "Allen, what do you intend to do?" "Leave my grandson out of this." Observing Kapu's sudden change in demeanor at the mention of Luffy, Allen rolled his eyes. "You hypocritical old fool. I have encountered both your son and grandson. The straw hat on your grandson's head belonged to Roger, who set sail to become a pirate long ago. Oh, you think your willingness to be a lapdog means your descendants will follow suit, willing to serve the celestial dragons?" Kapu paid no heed to Allen's mockery. Relieved to hear that his grandson was unharmed, the two exchanged a glance, and in an instant, their bodies vanished, reappearing simultaneously in the distant desert. They had moved far from the rain-soaked ground, ensuring that the aftermath of their confrontation would not reach that place. In their shared gaze, Allen could unmistakably sense that Kapu's aura had grown significantly stronger since their last battle, far surpassing even the might of Mihawk, whom he had encountered in the East Blue. Bogart drew his sword once more, his expression tense as he focused intently on Alan from afar. Bogart, must we remain on high alert? That is Vice Admiral Kapu. After all, as the man who had once captured the Pirate King. The Navy aboard Kapu's ship held unwavering confidence in him. All those who have mastered hockey, prepare yourselves. Ignoring the soldier's question, Bogart issued the command with a stoic expression. These rookie soldiers could hardly comprehend the terror embodied by the young man in the distance. Back in the day, they had not dared to approach, merely watching from afar. It was only after the infamous pirate rocks had been felled by this young man, and he himself had been rendered nothing but bones, that they had mustered the courage to confront the remnants of the rocks pirates. Come, Alan, let me challenge you once more, O mighty figure of this age. As he spoke, Karp sprang into the air, his entire right arm enveloped in a layer of armament hockey, turning as dark as ink. Alan also flexed his neck a couple of times, provocatively beckoning Karp with a gesture. If this were yesterday, my body would have been unable to exert its full strength to engage in battle with you. But today, that is no longer a concern. The rewards obtained from Nokigo consisted of 5 drops of century-old essence, 2 of which were used to enhance the physical constitution of the 2 women, while the remaining 3 were entirely consumed and refined by Alan himself. Although, given his constitution, the impact of these century-old essences was minimal, they possessed another remarkable effect. They nourished his previously difficult-to-heal injuries. A full 3 drops of century-old essence healed all of Alan's wounds overnight, while also eliminating the hidden injuries accumulated from training and combat, leaving him in an unprecedented state of vigor. What did you say? Karp, still suspended in midair, overheard Alan's murmurs and casually inquired. Nothing, Alan replied, his words accompanied by a swift motion of his arm, which too was now covered in armament hockey, as the 2 engaged in a direct clash of fists. At the moment their fists collided, the ferocious shockwave generated by the impact swept up all the sand around them, dispersing outward in a perfectly circular pattern. Vice Admiral Karp, how could they be so powerful? Who exactly is that guy across from us? The Navy soldiers, who had previously been indifferent, were now blown off balance by the successive shockwaves, struggling to maintain their footing. Only officers of considerable strength could barely keep themselves upright. Ha ha, Alan, you no longer exude that despairing aura of oppression. Karp laughed heartily, delivering punch after punch toward Alan. At the moment of their clash, he found himself not at a disadvantage, but rather gaining a slight upper hand. Alan seized Karp's fist, and simultaneously, both their elbows thrust forward. With a resounding boom, it was Karp who faltered, retreating 2 steps. Old man, it's been over 30 years, and you've all but forgotten me. What makes you think I'm using my full strength? Have you forgotten that I am also a devil fruit user? Alan gazed at Karp, his greatest reliance being this well-recovered body, alongside his own black tortoise fruit. Although he stood there without making any moves, not even releasing his hockey, the surrounding Navy personnel felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon them from above. Bogart slightly shifted his somewhat stiff posture, his eyes reflecting a complex expression. This is the king of the seas from back in the day. Even after all these years, he still possesses such formidable authority. Alan, come and receive my move. Karp exclaimed, a hint of excitement evident on his face as he leaped high into the air, the armament hockey on his arms swirling with a thunderous, palpable momentum. Fist-bone impact. In the arid expanse of Alabasta Desert, 2 young men were racing swiftly under the scorching sun and heat waves. Hey, Luffy, why do I have to run with you? Isn't it just some smoking Navy guy? I can just help you block him. The elder of the 2 spoke, the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates emblazoned on his back, with the tattoo reading ASC on his left arm, thus marked with a prominent cross. Ace, we don't need to fight him. My target is Crocodile, and I must send him flying for Vivi. Luffy, leading the way, replied without looking back, determination flashing in his eyes. What about your crew? Aren't we bringing them along? Don't worry. Zoro and the others can handle themselves. Watching his brother, Ace felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It seemed this guy had found good companions since setting sail. Boom! Just as they conversed, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, reminiscent of a clap of thunder, causing a painful sensation in their ears. Following that, a powerful storm swept in, kicking up swirling dust, prompting both to cough uncontrollably. After regaining their composure, the 2 brothers exchanged glances, Ace's face lighting up with excitement. Hey, Luffy, It seems like there's someone extraordinary fighting over there. The magnitude of the clash indicated an absolute powerhouse, and this excitement was not something they could afford to miss. All right, let's go check it out. Crocodile might be over there. Luffy, ever fearless, clapped his hands and, alongside Ace, changed direction, hurrying toward the source of the commotion. Simultaneously, Alan, having withstood Karp's strike, retaliated casually, his observation haki sweeping over the approaching presences of Ace and Luffy. This is truly getting interesting. Karp was momentarily taken aback by Alan's sudden grin. However, in the next instant, his observation haki detected the nearing presence of Ace and Luffy. Damn it, how did they get here? Shave. Karp's expression changed drastically as he noticed Alan shifting his gaze toward that direction, and he instinctively attempted to position himself in front of Alan. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Karp had never been known for his speed. And now, having lost the initiative, there was no way he could catch up with Alan, only able to pursue with all his might. Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, still running forward, suddenly spotted Alan swiftly approaching, his expression shifting dramatically. Although he had encountered Alan before and suffered a minor setback, he was acutely aware that the opponent before him was not someone he could provoke in his current state. Ace, running alongside Luffy, noticed his brother's sudden halt and recognized Luffy's expression. "I said an enemy. Take this, Fire Fist." With a furious shout, Ace's arm transformed into a massive flame of extreme heat, warping the air even in the desert. However, witnessing the immense spectacle Ace was creating, Alan remained expressionless as he advanced toward the inferno conjured by Ace. With his armament haki enveloping his body, a mere ordinary punch shattered Ace's fire fist into countless sparks that rained down upon the desert. Slowly extinguishing, the scene left both Ace and Luffy momentarily stunned, but before they could react, a loud shout echoed from afar. "Don't even think about engaging him. Run, old man, grandpa." Luffy and Ace displayed completely different expressions, but both were filled with considerable astonishment that in all these years, they had never witnessed Karp display such a state of panic. Shave. Karp, observing Alan's rapidly approaching figure, exerted all his strength to employ the Navy's Rokushiki technique, appearing not far behind him. Yet, unexpectedly, Alan suddenly altered his course, directly charging toward Karp. At that moment, Karp had just finished a move, his old strength exhausted and new strength not yet replenished. Even he had no time to react, not even raising his arms to shield himself from the impending attack. In contrast, at that instant, a dark aura coiled around Alan's body, forming a robe, his eyes transforming into slitted pupils as he assumed the hybrid form of the black tortoise devil fruit. An incredibly potent armament haki enveloped Alan's fist. Half a second later, it collided with Karp's chest. Bang! The sound of Alan's fist striking Karp's chest resonated, causing the ears of those nearby to ring painfully, as if they were experiencing tinnitus. Struck by the blow, Karp found his vision engulfed in darkness, his ears filled with the cracking sound of shattering bones, and his entire body was sent flying backward by the tremendous force. Such a heavy impact generated a gust of wind that carved a faint vertical circle in the air. A nearby sand dune was reduced to rubble, creating a deep pit upon Karp's collision. As the dust settled, Karp lay sprawled in the pit, continuously coughing up blood. A fist-sized indentation marred his chest, rendering the sight quite terrifying. "You are so despicable." Ace had been navigating the seas for several years, and it was evident that Alan's previous actions were not aimed at the two brothers. His gestures were merely a ploy to distract Karp, seizing the opportunity to inflict serious harm upon him. Such a trifling pirate should not speak of others' treachery. Alan cast a disdainful glance at AC. A sneak attack considered despicable. Then what of an ambush? Roger's illegitimate child, port gas. Oh no, it should be Joel D. Ace. Upon hearing this, Ace's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes fixated on Alan, flames erupting from his body in response. "My father is Whitebeard, not that pirate king." Ace spoke with utmost seriousness, enunciating each word, yet Alan's face displayed even greater disdain. In the next moment, he appeared before Ace, his large black hand shattering the flames, grasping his throat, and forcefully slamming him to the ground, a foot pressed down upon his hair. "If your father is not that pirate king, will Karp concern himself with the son of a pirate? If your father is not that pirate king, how do you possess Conqueror's haki? Your genes, your very life, are gifts from Roger. What game of rebellious youth are you playing?" Moreover, Alan suddenly turned his gaze to Karp, still lying on the ground. Take heed when accepting grandchildren or disciples. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you, lest you find yourself grievously deceived in the future. Should I thank you for that, old man? Karp weakly retorted from the ground, his breath ragged. No need for thanks. At least I delivered a punch that spared your life if someone had directly stabbed your kidney. Wouldn't that be a disgraceful end? Alan waved his hand dismissively to in truth. Karp had captured countless pirates over the years, many of whom were notably cunning. However, the pirates who dared confront him face to face generally looked down upon such tactics, and those who resorted to them couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Over time, he had grown complacent, and in his anxiety over the safety of his two grandsons, he failed to anticipate Alan's ambush. Alan, you are indeed among the strongest on the seas. There is no need to regard these fledgling youngsters with such trepidation. Are you planning to extinguish them now? Karp, you need not employ any form of provocation. I am not so inclined to strike at those two little rascals. Ace, pinned beneath Alan's foot, glared at him, yet he understood the caliber of Karp's strength, which was nearly on par with that of Whitebeard. If Karp could be gravely injured and reduced to lying there, what chance did he have? Hey, you! First you disdain the Pirate King, then you steal Nami away. Now, let go of Ace, with Luffy's furious shout. An unseen force seemed to awaken. Even some naval soldiers in the distance lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground at Conqueror's Haki. Alan regarded Luffy with keen interest, as if he were merely a toy. The legendary potential of a king, what a triviality! Who does not possess it? Before his words had fully settled, a Conqueror's Haki, 100 times more potent than Luffy's nascent power, surged forth. At this moment, all naval personnel, save for Bogart and a few high-ranking officers, fell to the ground, their eyes glazed at awe. This ability is truly effective against the rabble. I say, Karp, after all these years, have you not awakened your Conqueror's Haki yet? And what if I have not? Karp, after a prolonged period of recuperation, spoke while mending his shattered bones and internal injuries, diverting attention from his pain. Old salt, without finding your own path, how can you awaken Conqueror's Haki? You were just too lazy to awaken it. Alan unhesitatingly exposed Karp's words, then glanced down at the still struggling Ace beneath his foot. This fellow was incessantly writhing, utilizing his fruit powers several times, all of which were suppressed by Alan's armament Haki. Let me go. If you have the capability, fight me with real weapons. Feeling the contempt in Alan's gaze, Ace struggled anew. Fight you with real weapons? Go ask your father, your godfather, your grandfather, and your warring state's grandfather how they fought against me. With a slight increase of pressure, blood spewed from Ace's mouth. Your father and grandfather landed numerous blows on me back in the day. And that without a doubt. Meeting Ace's murderous glare, Alan suddenly seemed to recall something. A smirk gracing his lips as he turned to Karp. Did I say, Old Salt, this is Roger's son. You expect him to call you grandfather? You wish to assume the role of Roger's father? He entrusted his wife and child to you. Are you really taking advantage of him? By the way, Whitebeard, he is also your son. I never thought of it like that. We each have our own matters. Karp, originally lying in wait for recovery, nearly spat blood in response, his face flushed with indignation. Nonsense. Boy, I tell you, your father was reckless in his dealings, and today I shall hold you accountable. You must acknowledge it, whether you like it or not. Understand? Roger is no concern of mine. My father is Whitebeard. Feeling the pressure of the foot upon him, Ace nearly bit his own tongue. Yes, your father is Whitebeard. He too was careless in his dealings, and I shall hold you accountable. You must acknowledge it, whether you like it or not. Understand? Ace was momentarily bewildered, realizing they were merely seeking an excuse to bully him. Karp hesitated to speak, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. To be fair, Alan had been exceedingly popular among the citizens of the nations he passed through. At the very least, he did not carry the airs of a tyrannical strongman. Treating everyone equally, this was precisely why he held such disdain for the celestial dragons, perched high above. From this perspective, Karp still harbored some admiration for him. Therefore, if not for Admiral Kong directly attributing the credit to him during that siege, Karp would never have shamelessly promoted himself in public. Impossible. My father, Whitebeard, could never. Enough with the trivialities. Roger is dead, and his debts rest upon your shoulders. Whitebeard is not dead, and I still need to seek him out. Why don't you return and inquire of him? No, wait. It seems you cannot return. You shall not harm Ace. Gum Rocket. Alas. Alan's words sent a shiver through the gathered crowd, as they believed he was about to execute Ace. In an instant, Luffy charged forward, only to be sent sprawling by Alan's blow, landing headfirst into a pile of sand, dozens of meters away. Old Salt, rest assured, I am not about to strike him. After all, this kid has already attracted attention. I am merely waiting to clock in at your Navy headquarters for a grand scene. With that, Alan kicked Ace in the stomach, sending him flying directly into the pit where Karp lay. With a thud, Ace collided with Karp, their heads and feet aligned as they lay side by side. This arrangement looks much more comfortable. Are you not family? It should be neat and tidy. Old Salt. Here is a piece of advice. If you capture him now and send him to the underwater prison, perhaps, as you said, the sea may remain tranquil for a few years. Otherwise, TSK, 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 Karp said nothing. His gaze fixed intently on Alan, who shrugged helplessly and began to walk toward the sea. That I shall take my leave. Remember the lesson I imparted today. It may save your life in a critical moment. Consider this my way of repaying a debt of gratitude. Killing Karp now serves little purpose. Striking at the heart will be far more impactful when the truth of the Marineford War is revealed. Which would be Karp's finest tomb. Watching Alan's figure retreat further away from his periphery, Karp exhaled softly, struggling to rise with Bogart's assistance. The latter was drenched in sweat, having remained tense, fearful that Alan might seize the opportunity to strike while Karp was incapacitated. Alan, you shall not lay a finger on Ace. In the distance, from the pile of sand, Luffy once again charged forth. Upon witnessing the current scene, he was momentarily taken aback, before hastily rushing over to assist Ace. All the while covertly observing Karp, fearful of receiving a blow from the iron fist of love. Alan, you're back. As soon as Alan leaped onto the deck, he felt two fervent figures rush into his embrace. Clinging to him tightly, Nami and Nojiko had been anxiously waiting for him since they boarded the ship. Now that he had returned, they nervously searched his body for any injuries, only releasing a sigh of relief when they found none. Although they were aware of Alan's formidable strength, they were still wary, given that he had just faced the legendary naval hero. Are you all right? Did Vice Admiral Karp let you off so easily? From her spot under the distant sunshade, Robin cast a surprised glance at Alan. In her mind, she had envisioned Alan returning in a state of disarray, yet he appeared completely unchanged from before. Hey, Alan shot a bemused look at Robin. What kind of talk is that? Are you implying he let me go? I simply delivered a beating so severe that he couldn't rise again, and then I strolled back with confidence. Robin, as a historian, are you not aware of the events that transpired over 30 years ago at God Valley? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Alan's eyes, while he was confident that the world government would cover up the fact that he had once slain celestial dragons. Robin, as the historian among the crew with her O'Hara background, was likely to know about those events. Are you referring to the legendary battle where Vice Admiral Karp became a naval hero? I only know that he defeated the infamous pirate rocks who sought to overturn the world. After a brief moment of contemplation, Robin asked with uncertainty, the world government truly lacks shame, constantly embellishing their own image. Alan scoffed at her remark. The battle at God Valley had seen Karp, Roger, Sengoku, Rocks, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Big Mom besiege a single individual, Alan, the so-called overturner. The overturner, Alan, sharing your name. Could it be that you are of the same lineage? Robin gazed at Alan in surprise. A historian. She held a peculiar fascination for historical events that remained obscure to her. Lineage. Alan met Robin's gaze with a bemused expression. What was she thinking? Connecting him to a family lineage. He mused that, compared to the fact that he had remained unchanged in appearance and physique for over 30 years, a family heritage would be far more readily accepted. Is it possible that I am indeed the overturner, Alan, from that time? Thus, that old coot Karp was incapable of defeating me, even if he had resorted to a devious tactic that severely injured him. It was permissible to maintain a certain bravado in front of the women. You are the overturner, Alan. Robin was so astonished that the book in her hands fell to the deck unnoticed, while Nami and Nojiko might only recognize the name of the Pirate King. Roger, Robin, as a historian who had traversed the first half of the Grand Line, knew just how fearsome those individuals were. No wonder Alan held disdain for Crocodile. Even one of them, Whitebeard, could send Crocodile fleeing from the New World to paradise in disgrace. Nami and Nojiko stared wide-eyed, at a loss for words. Alan, were you already at sea over 30 years ago? Observing Nami's expression, Alan nodded with a sense of pride, thinking that possessing strength without flaunting it would be pointless. Indeed, at that time. Then how old are you? Alan, who had intended to boast further, was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Nami with a dazed expression. "What did you say?" I asked. "How old are you?" Nami blinked her large eyes, gazing innocently at Alan, though her lips betrayed a hint of a smile. Nojiko, well aware of her sister's intentions, merely turned away, suppressing a chuckle. All right, little Nami. It seems you are still unaware of who truly holds authority on this ship. Now, I shall reveal my age to you. Robin, go raise the sails. We are setting sail." With that, Alan lifted Nami effortlessly and made his way toward the cabin. "Robin, I'll help you with the anchor." Noticing Alan's gaze drifting backward, Nojiko quickly stepped aside, heading over to Robin. Whoever caused the trouble should bear the consequences. "I'm not foolish." Robin, no longer a Navi girl, was aware of Alan and Nami's intentions. She offered an awkward smile and began helping Nojiko with the tasks at hand. Although hoisting the anchor and raising the sails were menial chores, she approached them with utmost seriousness. After all, the captain she had found this time was genuinely capable of protecting her. After all, even Vice Admiral Karp could not contend with him. The sailboat gradually set off, guided by the ocean currents and sea breezes. Nojiko went below deck to prepare food, while Robin settled beneath the sunshade on the deck, engrossed in her book. Yet, her expression now bore little resemblance to that of an hour prior. Despite having encountered numerous betrayals and tempests at sea, she found this scene utterly unprecedented. During the bright daylight, the cabin echoed with the sounds of laughter and song, resembling a theatrical performance, and for a full hour, she struggled to concentrate on her reading. "Is it truly that enjoyable? Nojiko, could you bring me that bag from the deck? Just a moment. I'm still cooking." Alan's voice resonated from within the cabin. But Nojiko was too preoccupied in the kitchen to assist. "That I'll deliver it." Robin, still on the deck, seized the bag, thinking it wise to showcase her willingness to contribute in order to demonstrate her value and ensure the captain's protection. However, just as she was about to rise, a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Captain, I'm bringing you the bag." She knocked on the door, and Alan, without hesitation, opened it to receive the bag before promptly shutting the door again. Was that really necessary? How embarrassing. Robin thought to herself that it was a bit absurd, but Alan was generally reliable at other times. Nojiko smiled at Robin from the kitchen doorway, while Robin, caught off guard, could only chuckle awkwardly in response. Having boarded the ship, her safety was assured, yet the preservation of her own dignity remained uncertain. "Congratulations, host. You have completed a series of tasks. The path of the strong, step 4. Advancing further on your journey to becoming a pinnacle powerhouse in the world of One Piece. Task reward. 1 set of intermediate 3-color haki. Reward description. Conqueror's haki is an innate royal trait. Armament haki significantly enhances personal defense and attack power, and can be applied to the body or weapons to nullify the elemental properties of Logia-type devil fruits. Observation haki can be used to predict and evade danger, with powerful users even able to foresee the future. As the clouds dissipated and the rain ceased, Alan claimed the reward for defeating Crocodile while Nami was occupied with her bath. Given his current strength, the reward of 3-color haki held little utility for him. After all, while his observation haki had not yet reached the level of foresight, it was still top tier, and his armament haki was nearly on par with Karp's. However, he was not far behind. He had long since mastered the skill of Conqueror's haki. Can this reward be utilized by others? If it could be given to Nami or Nojiko, that would be beneficial, considering their relative lack of strength. Even after their training, they would only be at the level of a few tens of millions in bounty, perhaps even weaker than some pirates, as the latter possessed combat experience. Kind reminder, system rewards can only be utilized by the host if they are item-based or knowledge experience-based. Skills that directly enhance strength can only be applied to oneself, as the ultimate goal of the system is to elevate the host to the pinnacle of power on the seas. I have long been a pinnacle powerhouse. If I were to rely on your meager offerings, I might as well wait until I grow old. With no alternative, Alan could only claim the reward for himself. He distinctly felt an influx of 3-color haki within him. Yet, it was merely a modest increase. Gaining an additional 5 million atop an existing 10 million was hardly substantial. However, adding 5 million to 100 million or 200 million can only be described as somewhat inconsequential. Nami emerged from the restroom, gently leaning against Alan's arm. "Alan, I want it too. You know." "Wait, what are you doing?" In the blink of an eye, Alan had flipped her over, leaving Nami, now facing upwards, to scramble away from his grasp with her hands and feet. Startled, she clutched the blanket tightly, pressing her back against the wall. Alan, momentarily taken aback by her escape, was left in a daze. Did you not say you wanted it? Who said that? Nami's cheeks flushed a deep crimson with indignation, her small fists pounding the bed underneath her, causing the entire frame to emit a creaking sound. Had it not been for the thick bedding atop, she might have broken through. Hey, be gentle. You're not the same as before. Don't ruin our bed. Alan quickly interposed his hand beneath Nami's fists. Although his strength surpassed hers considerably, Nami still curtailed most of her force, fearing she might hurt him. Yet, this did not mean Nami was not upset. She had been discussing a serious matter, only for Alan to twist it into something else entirely. Pouting, she pointed to the other side of the bed. You go sit over there, watching Alan slowly shift to the edge of the bed. Nami quietly exhaled in relief, adopting a posture of feigned grievance. No Kigo is a devil fruit user, and the new woman aboard is also a devil fruit user. I want one too. Alan glanced at Nami in surprise. In the original story, several members of the Straw Hat Pirates were also devil fruit users, yet he had never seen Nami express such a desire. The crux of the matter lay in their differing identities. As companions, Nami would merely admire and envy their abilities without wishing for them herself. However, since both No Kigo and the new mature woman were also Alan's partners, and the latter boasted an impressive figure and unique charisma, it was conceivable that Alan might harbor other thoughts. As one of Alan's women, Nami felt an urgency. How could she not be anxious knowing the others possessed powers she lacked? Don't fret about this right now. I'll look into it for you. Rest assured, I will prepare something. Alan chuckled awkwardly that it was undoubtedly his responsibility to empower his woman, but the reality was that he currently had no suitable devil fruit to offer her. If all else failed, he could wait until Ace's demise and then visit Doflamingo to seize the Marimara Nomi. Ace had squandered the potential of the Marimara Nomi, merely creating a few skills based on flames without delving into its deeper capabilities. Even Luffy had managed to develop the gear second, third, and fourth forms of his Nika fruit before awakening it. Yet, as his older brother, Ace had no such aspirations. Enel had figured out how to develop different volt levels from the Rumble fruit, so why couldn't the Marimara Nomi's temperature be enhanced? Moreover, Marco was nearby with his Phoenix Flames. Was that not also fire? How could the Magu Nomi be considered superior to the Marimara Nomi? Nami huffed. I will reluctantly believe you this once. Her lips slightly pouted. She certainly understood that Alan could not produce a devil fruit at the moment. It was merely a playful act to remind him of her presence. However, Alan wore a mischievous smile and, taking advantage of Nami's distraction, pulled her back into his embrace. I don't have a devil fruit, but I do have bananas. Would you care to try some, Miss Nami? Observing his expression, Nami quickly realized his ulterior motives and placed her hands firmly on his shoulders. No, that's enough. No Kigo will have lunch ready soon. We must prepare. Let us leave it at that for today. Even with her enhanced physique, if she were in her original state, she would likely be on the verge of collapse by now. Don't worry. No Kigo is of no concern. We just, as Alan attempted to persuade Nami, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them, followed by a cool voice from outside. Alan, is it convenient to discuss something with you? The two, still entangled in the room, froze in place, and Nami's expression soured as she shoved Alan away. What does she want with you? I don't know. Let me find out. Anyway, it's time for us to eat. Seizing the moment while Nami was distracted, Alan swiftly pressed his lips against hers before heading to the door. Meanwhile, Robin stood outside, feeling somewhat uneasy. She had been eavesdropping on the cabin wall, attentively listening to the sounds within. Once the room fell silent, she steeled herself to knock. What do you need? Upon opening the door and seeing Robin's somewhat flustered demeanor, Alan's tone was far from courteous. After all, she was not yet one of his women and held no particular fondness for him. Otherwise, there would likely be hints regarding side quests. Robin's expression faltered, seemingly unprepared for such a response from Alan. Yet, having boarded the ship, she quickly adjusted her mindset and flashed a charming smile. Captain Alan, our ship has already left Alabasta for some distance. I merely wish to inquire if we are leaving now. Speak plainly. Alan began to comprehend Robin's intentions in her over 20 years of life. The historical text in Alabasta was likely the closest she had come to ancient writings, hence her reluctance to part with it. I simply thought, since you have defeated Vice Admiral Karp and Crocodile is no match for you. Why don't we take a moment to glance at the historical text before we depart? Who wants to look at that text? We are already leaving. Before Alan could respond, Nami had already dressed and appeared beside him. Her gaze toward Robin tinged with suspicion. After a brief silence, Robin suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Navigator, Crocodile has operated a casino for several years during the Rain Banquet, and according to pirate customs. After being defeated by Captain Allen, all his wealth should belong to us. I estimate it to be at least several billion berries. Alas, it seems we shall have to let him off easy. How much? Several billion berries. Nami's eyes immediately sparkled with greed, transforming her into a ravenous wolf fixated on Robin. Yes. Upon receiving Robin's affirmative response, Nami's body slackened, coiling around Allen like a beautiful serpent. Allen, let us return to Alabasta, shall we? Since Miss Robin has joined the crew, we should support her dream. After all, we haven't ventured too far yet. Wow, she just boarded the ship and has already managed to sway Nami. Allen chuckled. All right, I'll go. But you and Nokigo must stay on the ship and wait for us at an uninhabited island. As he felt Nami's soft form brushing against him, he affectionately ruffled her hair. There are plenty of uninhabited islands along the Grand Line. Once they dock, Allen's observation hockey would quickly assess the island's situation. With Nami and Nokigo's strength, encountering ordinary pirates wouldn't pose much of a problem. And notably strong pirates wouldn't venture near such deserted islands. Let us go. When a ship arrives, we'll head over. Standing on the beach with Robin, Allen squinted into the distance, realizing it would be a while before another vessel appeared. No need. Robin smiled confidently as a giant turtle surfaced from the sea, sporting a cowboy hat. It was her steed from Alabasta. You brought this fellow along. Seems you've planned meticulously, betting on my willingness to take you back. Just preparing for contingencies. Captain. As Robin smiled and moved toward the turtle, Allen tightened his grip around her waist. While thoroughness is commendable, do refrain from directing your little schemes toward me. Be cautious next time. Feeling the fingers of Allen caressing her slender waist, Robin nodded somewhat awkwardly. After venturing out for so long, Allen was the first person who, upon just accepting her, had the audacity to touch her. The most embarrassing part was that Allen was also the strongest individual she had encountered. She didn't even dare to entertain the thought of resistance. If even Vice Admiral Karp was no match for this fellow, then the one who killed Saron, Kazan, certainly wouldn't be either. The sea turtle surged through the ocean, slicing through the waves at a pace that surpassed that of a sailing ship, as the two made their way directly towards the shores of Alabasta. Brew brew, came the voice on the line. Hello, this is Sengoku. Sengoku, adorned with a seagull atop his head and sporting braided hair, casually answered the ringing transponder snail on his desk. The next moment, the transponder snail displayed a panicked expression. Marshal Sengoku, this is the warship of Vice Admiral Karp. Vice Admiral Karp has sustained serious injuries, and we are returning to base. Sengoku's expression hardened, and his gaze grew complex in an instant. Wait, did Karp's injuries result from battling that Allen? No one was more familiar with the revolutionary Allen than they were. Aside from that individual, he couldn't fathom who could injure Karp in the first half of the Grand Line. Especially when that fellow was being reckless. But if it truly were that person, Sengoku. A weak voice emanated from the transponder snail, causing Sengoku's heart to shudder. After so many years, he could only recall Karp's robust voice. He had never heard him sound so feeble. Old man, could it be that you truly encountered him? Yes, it is he. He has returned. Moreover, his body is as it was when we fought, over 20 years old. And all his injuries have healed. Impossible. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, nearly losing control of his strength. Karp, after all these years, even if he hadn't died back then, he should be over 50 now. And with the severe injuries he sustained, how could he not be affected? Were you careless, or does he possess some bizarre devil fruit ability? Lying in bed, Karp let out a bitter laugh. I wish that were the case. But the reality is that he is not only as he was back then, but he has also become exceedingly cunning. What do you mean? When we battled him back then, he would at most trade injuries or lives. But this time, he actually attacked my grandson and then ambushed me. There was no semblance of a strongman's demeanor. At this point, Karp was still somewhat indignant, feeling it was utterly lacking in martial ethics. Gasp. Sengoku inhaled sharply. Bring Karp back immediately. I will handle the rest. Sengoku's face was grave, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Back then, they had all attacked Allen as a united front. And yet he had still managed to kill a member of the Rock's crew. What would happen in this era of piracy if it weren't for the unexpected involvement of the Rock's pirates? He dared not ponder whether they would be able to overwhelm Allen or if Allen would be the one to annihilate them. However, the current emperors of the sea would not engage with the navy as Roger had in those days. If they relied solely on the Navy, even if they achieved victory, it would likely come at a devastating cost, perhaps leaving the Navy headquarters severely weakened. After ending the call with Karp, Sengoku wasted no time in contacting the Gorosei. Gorosei, this is Sengoku. I have an urgent matter to report. Speak. That a calm voice emerged from the transponder snail, and Sengoku paid it no mind. Even though he was the highest commander of the Navy, his status was still worlds apart from that of the Gorosei. Over 30 years ago, the revolutionary Allen did not perish in the God Valley incident. His physical state and appearance remain unchanged from 30 years ago. He has recently reappeared in the East Blue and injured Karp. That I seek guidance on how to respond. What? This is impossible. His physical condition is unchanged from 30 years ago. Could it be that he, too, has been granted eternal life by the surgery fruit? No, the previous surgery fruit had not been developed to the extent of performing eternal life procedures, and the current one is in the hands of a small pirate in the North Blue. A barrage of astonished exclamations and inquiries erupted from the transponder snail, and Sengoku listened impassively. Sengoku, if all 3 admirals were dispatched, could we capture him? Hearing the question from the other end, Sengoku's lips twitched. The Rocks pirates had surrounded him back then. Roger, and Karp barely managed to force him into the depths of the sea. Now, Karp has already encountered him, is gravely injured, and is en route back to Navy headquarters. Even if we could defeat him, it would likely result in the fall of at least 1 or 2 admirals. The Gorosei fell silent. They were acutely aware of Karp's combat prowess. Moreover, that old man's strength had not waned with age. Otherwise, they would not have tolerated him so. If even Karp had been grievously injured, then the revolutionary Allen must be above the level of a Yonko. If that is the case, we cannot afford to intervene. He must be captured. I must study him thoroughly. Suddenly, an elderly man with a voluminous white beard, donning a flat hat and bearing a scar on his left cheek, who had been silent until now, spoke with a grim expression. Jagaru Saitan Saint. This is imperative. Sengoku, restore his bounty immediately and monitor his movements closely. Dispatch Borsellino to follow and be ready to act at any moment. After giving the order to the transponder snail, one of the Gorosei, Marcus Mas Saint, promptly hung up. If this fellow is seeking revenge, his next target will undoubtedly be Whitebeard or Charlotte Linlin. I have already instructed Sengoku to keep a close watch. If necessary, we shall seize him while they are weakened from their conflict. Let CP0 and the Knights of God be mobilized as well. Inform Fegalanda Green Saint that we are all beings of eternal life. But the method he uses to maintain his youth and physical condition must also be under our control. Reconsider. Marshal Sengoku, do you require my assistance? A man wearing sunglasses and a yellow-striped suit strolled into Sengoku's office. His expression languid. Prepare yourself at headquarters, remain on standby, and follow a pirate in the new world. I'm to follow and observe. Are we about to engage the Yonko? The glint in Borsellino's eyes flickered behind his sunglasses. For him, one of the 3 admirals, to be assigned to observation, what other pirate could warrant such treatment aside from the Yonko? It would be far more convenient to simply eliminate and capture those lacking in strength. No, he is not a Yonko, but he is far more fearsome. Your primary task is to ensure your own safety while executing this mission. Ensure my own safety? Borsellino was taken aback by Sengoku's command. It was the first time he had heard such an admonition since consuming the light fruit. Who didn't he know that while he might not be the strongest among the 3 admirals, he was undoubtedly the fastest? Even the 4 emperors of the sea in the New World would find it impossible to detain him. Borsellino, I am not jesting with you. Sengoku's expression was grave. Though Borsellino often appeared nonchalant, any individual who had reached this level of power would possess confidence in their abilities. However, in the face of Allen, such arrogance and indifference could easily become a fatal flaw. Throughout Sengoku's decades-long career in the Navy, he had battled countless pirates, yet none had ever instilled the same pressure that Allen had in him, even as his strength steadily grew, surpassing that of his 30-year younger self. The sense of oppression remained vividly etched in his memory. Borsellino, before you joined the Navy, this man was already a notorious pirate. Back then, Karp and I barely managed to force him into the depths of the sea. As he spoke, Sengoku cleared his throat, his expression somewhat awkward, but he quickly regained his composure. Recently, he has resurfaced and severely injured Karp. Thus, you only need to follow from a distance, observing his movements without engaging directly. Oh, Vice Admiral Karp has sustained grave injuries. These pirates are indeed fearsome. The pirates that Sengoku and Karp managed to defeat together seemed to be of little concern to Kizaru. After all, the same goes for the Golden Lion. Facing him one-on-one, Kizaru would have little to fear. Yet, the fact that Karp has been gravely injured is somewhat alarming. Who among the upper echelons of the Navy is unaware that Vice Admiral Karp is currently the strongest? The terror encapsulated in that statement is, in some measure, a reflection of Kizaru's own sentiments. However, it matters not. He is not tasked with capturing anyone, as Marshal Sengoku has stated. It is merely a matter of observation. And if necessary, they can simply flee. Who could have anticipated that the individual we once thought to be utterly destroyed 30 years ago would re-emerge in such a manner? Sengoku sighed, recalling the turmoil that Allen had stirred in various nations. Compounded by Smoker's report that Allen had already made contact with Dragon of the Revolutionary Army, causing a throbbing pain in his head. Truly, it is a time filled with troubles. Even Karp's old counterpart's son is a source of concern. Well, given that he has been so severely injured, there is no point in discussing him further. Luffy, what has happened to you? Zoro and the others, who had arrived early in the reign, finally caught sight of Luffy. However, at this moment, he bore none of the spirited enthusiasm he had before their departure, instead resembling a frostbitten eggplant. Grandfather was also defeated by that guy. You encountered him again. There was no need for Luffy to clarify who he meant. Merely referring to that guy in conjunction with his current state led Zoro and Sanji to deduce whom he was speaking of. Why does he seem like a dark cloud, perpetually looming over us? Sanji felt a sense of frustration, yet he understood that Allen's strength was unrivaled across the seas. Even Mihawk had failed to gain the upper hand against him, let alone their small crew of pirates. It was likely that the opponent could annihilate them with a single hand. Luffy, Zoro called out to him multiple times without receiving a response. With a grim expression, he approached Luffy, unsheathing his sword in an instant and placing the blade against Luffy's neck. I have declared my intention to become the world's greatest swordsman, and you are the one who pulled me into piracy. So now, are you going to abandon your dream of becoming the pirate king? If that is the case, then do so in front of me and commit seppuku as an apology. Hey, what are you doing? This is Luffy. Indeed, Zoro, you should put down your sword. Sanji and Usopp hurriedly rushed to stop Zoro's actions. Yet he disregarded them entirely, his gaze solely fixed on Luffy. I will eventually defeat him and become the pirate king. Luffy defiantly glared at Zoro, who then exhaled softly, sheathing his sword. Compared to others, Zoro understood Luffy better. The fact that Luffy could utter such words indicated that the blow from that person had likely not impacted him too severely. It was unclear what had transpired to bring down the usually carefree Luffy to such a state. Straw Hat Luffy, I have finally found you. A furious shout echoed as Smoker, accompanied by Tashigi and a host of naval soldiers, appeared at the entrance, glaring intently at the Straw Hat crew. The Smoke Man has arrived. We must flee. Let us regroup over there. Upon seeing Smoker and his companions, Luffy's eyes widened in alarm as he was the first to bolt away. Damn it, why is it this face again? There is no way to fight back. Initially, Zoro had drawn his sword, intending to hold them off for a few minutes, but Tashigi's appearance swiftly quashed that notion, and he took off in pursuit of Luffy. Why is this happening? Vivi, aren't you a princess? Why are you running from the Navy? The speaker was a red-haired female pirate. It seemed that even without Nami aboard, the Straw Hat crew still managed to find their navigator. No, I cannot trust the Navy. They are in league with the 7 warlords. Vivi shook her head as she the Princess of Alabasta. Being pursued by the Navy in her own homeland was a novel experience for her. Luffy, the largest building over there is where Crocodile is located. Let us regroup there. As a local, Vivi, unlike Luffy and Zoro, relied on her familiarity with the terrain to guide the navigator and Chopper as they deftly evaded the pursuing Navy. With a clear objective in mind, Luffy no longer hesitated. He extended his arms, grasping the surrounding buildings, using them like a slingshot to propel himself towards the crocodile-shaped structure. Crocodile, we are coming to reclaim this country for Vivi. With his loud voice, Luffy pressed his straw hat down and crashed through the doors of the Rain Banquet Hall. With a resounding bang, he managed to land on his feet in the hall. The sunlight streaming in from behind, casting a shadow of the straw hat over the faces of those present. Crocodile, who had just emerged from the basement, looked bewildered at the sight of Luffy standing on his territory. His anger palpable. Damn it, you were truly overstepping your bounds. What audacity to come here. Oh, you are Crocodile. You seem to be in quite the predicament at that moment. Crocodile bore no resemblance to the imposing figure he had been during their first encounter in the original stories. He had narrowly escaped death from Alan's punch, leaving him heavily bandaged. Due to internal injuries, he had been forced to leave his cigar in the office, for even a single puff would trigger uncontrollable coughing fits. "Shut up, Straw Hat Luffy. Since you have come, you shall remain here." Sandstorm. A small desert tornado spiraled forth from Crocodile's hand, aimed directly at Luffy. "Straw Hat Luffy, prepare to die." Another furious roar echoed from behind Luffy. "Smoke Man." Luffy's expression shifted as he grabbed onto the ceiling of the Rain Banquet Hall, swinging upward. Beneath him, the sandstorm and the giant fist of smoke collided, sending sand and smoke scattering in all directions. Countless tendrils of white smoke coalesced, forming Smoker S' true form, who regarded Crocodile with evident dissatisfaction. "Crocodile, are you planning to attack the Navy?" Smoker truly embodies the legendary wild dog persona. A sinister grin crept onto Crocodile's face as he glared at Smoker. Who could comprehend his grievances? He had been the puppeteer behind the scenes, skillfully manipulating everyone, only to end up half dead from a single punch, and now faced with provocations from Straw Hat Luffy and the unexpected arrival of the Navy. The pent-up frustration only fueled Crocodile's ire, turning his gaze on Smoker with clenched teeth. "Since you are here, none of you shall leave. You will all remain here with me. As for you, Navy, I shall grant you an unexpected demise. After all, I am a warlord of the sea. Killing you is of little consequence. You seek death." Smoker enveloped himself in thick smoke, advancing towards Crocodile, who defiantly activated his devil fruit powers. Alabasta was Crocodile's domain. Even with his injuries, his sand fruit could easily suppress Smoker's smoke fruit, with the surrounding deserts serving as his advantage. "Crocodile, do not disturb the boss," just as Luffy was about to make his move. A flash of cold light cut through the air, prompting him to instinctively leap back. The tear appeared on his outer garment as MR.1 materialized before him, both arms transformed into sharp blades. Just as tensions escalated among the group, the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed at the entrance, revealing a woman with an explosive hairstyle and a nearly disproportionate figure being unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Mr.1's pupils constricted, a glimmer of murderous intent crossing his face. "Miss Doublefinger, who has harmed you?" "It was I who inflicted the injury." "What of it?" A figure emerged from the Rain Banquet, and simultaneously, Crocodile, Luffy, and Smoker widened their eyes. Instinctively taking a step back, No1 discerned the newcomer's movements. Mr. 1, Daz Bones, who had been boasting just moments before, was sent flying, crashing into a wall, with his chest caving in. Blood gushed from his mouth in violent spurts, and it was evident that his breaths were becoming shallower. He was a detestable individual, utterly incompetent, lacking even the most basic discernment. Alan harbored no fondness for the members of Baroque Works, neither Mr. 1, who prided himself on loyalty, nor Mr. 2, who boasted of friendship, caught his eye. Could it be that after just one escapade with Crocodile aiding Luffy in Impel Down and another at Marine headquarters, they believed themselves absolved of their past? Bare-chested, Alan slowly strolled into the hall, wrapping an arm around Robin as he casually surveyed the situation within. "Straw Hat, Smoke, I see you're here. Do behave yourselves and refrain from provoking me," he remarked nonchalantly before continuing towards Crocodile. "Old Sand, cease your struggles. You shall accompany us to the royal palace of Alabasta. Without your presence in our forthcoming endeavors, even if we were to annihilate the royal family, their cooperation would be far from guaranteed. I have neither the inclination nor the patience to resort to threats. They are far too cumbersome." "Hey, don't underestimate me," Crocodile retorted, before his words could fully escape his lips. A blade of sand sliced through the air, seemingly severing Alan at the waist. From alternative perspectives, it appeared as though he had been cleaved in two by the very grains of sand. Robin's expression shifted in alarm, her gaze darting towards the bisected Alan. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, he silenced her with a finger pressed gently against her lips. "Fear not, for this is merely Crocodile. He poses no significant threat." Trouble? Realizing the icy intent reflected in Alan's eyes, Crocodile instinctively sought to flee, but it was already too late. In a blink, Alan appeared beside him, seizing his severed arm. With a swift, forceful twist, accompanied by Crocodile's agonized howl, a portion of his arm was brutally wrenched away. "Old Sand, for now, I merely require your company to the royal palace of Alabasta. Whether you live or die, remain whole or broken, is of no consequence. Do you understand?" Crocodile, wide-eyed and clutching his mangled limb, nodded slowly. Given his current condition, he was incapable of elemental transformation, Even breathing sent sharp pains through his chest, and he lacked the strength to flee. This must be what they mean by having to bow one's head beneath a roof. Observing the crumpled figure of Crocodile on the ground, Alan casually kicked his right knee, producing a sickening crack as it bent at an unnatural angle. Even though escaping would be a simple task for Alan, why bother with such trivialities? Rendering him immobile proved far more efficient. Crocodile, newly injured, emitted no cries of despair, nor did he resist. He merely lay there, eyes vacant, as if resigned to his fate. When confronted with such unreasonable and overpowering foes, the simplest course of action is silence. Waiting for the adversary to tire themselves out. As for life or death, that rests solely on fate. In the capital of Alabasta, the kingdom of Alabasta, your majesty, you must come see. What is it? Are the rebels retreating? Cobral sat upon his throne, a furrowed brow betraying his worry. The rebels' recent maneuvers had become increasingly apparent. They were clearly advancing towards the royal capital, a development that filled him with dread. Suddenly, a falcon swooped in from outside, transforming mid-flight into a man adorned with an Arabic headdress, his eyes encircled with deep purple makeup. Your Majesty, you ought to take a look. What is it? King Cobral's expression remained indifferent as he glanced at his deputy. The falconer bellowed. He was somewhat renowned in Alabasta, yet in terms of actual strength, he was merely at the lower end of the spectrum, capable of overpowering only the common soldiers of the rebellion. The thought of confronting Crocodile or even the executives of Baroque Works was far beyond his capabilities. Previously, Cobral had not concerned himself much with the military might within his kingdom, focusing instead on caring for his subjects. However, it had become clear that for Alabasta to wield genuine influence, formidable strength was paramount. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his daughter to venture into perilous situations. Your Majesty, Crocodile has appeared at the palace gates. What? Is he revealing his true intentions and preparing for an outright confrontation? Cobral's complexion shifted, a flicker of bitter amusement crossing his features. Vivi's reports had returned, and he was now aware of the lurking threats against his kingdom. Yet what could he do? Even if the royal army charged forth, they would be unable to withstand Crocodile, a natural Logia user, resulting only in needless casualties. That it may not be as you think. He has been brought here against his will. Perhaps you should go see for yourself. Belle's face bore a look of conflict, unable to articulate how this situation had unfolded. However, there was no mistaking that it was indeed Crocodile. How could a figure of such stature, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, have fallen to such depths? Cobral, filled with uncertainty, followed Belle to the palace entrance. Before they could fully emerge, Cobral found himself halting involuntarily, his eyes widening in disbelief, mouth agape as if he had seen a ghost. The figure leaned against the palace wall, standing upon Crocodile's back. The once formidable Crocodile now resembled a beaten dog, utterly defeated and sprawled on the ground. King Cobral of Alabasta, I am Alan. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. This pirate tale, which I believed I had crafted with great care, faced an unfortunate setback on its debut day. Being reported and halted from recommendations and distribution, to the extent that it cannot even be searched, I am currently appealing for a review, hoping for a swift resolution, and will continue to update in the meantime. I am grateful to those who have added this book to their shelves and are still able to read it. That I sincerely hope that some individuals refrain from such repugnant actions. Good sir, I am the king of Alabasta. May I inquire as to your business at the palace? Cobral responded cautiously, acutely aware that Crocodile lay beneath Alan's foot. This was a powerful individual that could not afford to offend. King Cobral, I require your assistance with a matter. This individual is a gift to you, a token of my sincerity. As he spoke, Alan kicked Crocodile, sending him rolling like a ball to land at Cobral's feet. What is it you speak of? Cobral, still shaken, glanced down. The man at his feet was none other than Crocodile, the esteemed hero of Alabasta, the mastermind behind the plots uncovered by Vivi. His once proud hairstyle now lay disheveled, dirted with sand, and one of his arms had vanished. Even with Robin having tended to his wounds, blood continued to seep from the injury, and one leg lay twisted at an unnatural angle. The sight was more harrowing than that of any prisoner subjected to torture in Alabasta's dungeons. I wish for the lady beside me to view the historical texts of Alabasta. I would be grateful if you could guide her. Upon hearing this, Cobral's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief evident in his features. Although the Nefertari family had long safeguarded a historical text, the matter was still considered a secret. How could this individual possibly know? I must sincerely apologize. Cobral instinctively began to refuse, only to be interrupted by a call. Your Majesty, This is a newly issued bounty from the world government. Perhaps you should take a look? Bell hastened to catch up with Cobra from behind, his face etched with terror as he furtively glanced at Alan, who stood by the doorway. With unwavering resolve, Cobra cast a brief look at the deputy commander of his royal guard before accepting the bounty notice he had handed over. The notice depicted a bare-chested man against a backdrop of smoldering ruins. Alan cast a casual glance at it, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He recognized the bounty notice as his own. The photograph taken by an unknown party during the interminable War of Annihilation. Cobra scrutinized the bounty notice, his pupils contracting slightly, before raising his gaze to Alan and then back to the notice. Are you Lord Alan? Isn't it quite apparent? Upon receiving confirmation, Cobra's hand trembled, causing the bounty notice to slip from his grasp. Robin, curious, bent down to retrieve it, her wide eyes fixed on Alan as she stammered. Alan, this bounty notice. It's your bounty. Alan merely raised an eyebrow, disdain evident in his expression. Just like back in the day, it seems that old chap Karp isn't worth much after all. Fear not. In due time, I shall take you to witness a grand event, and your bounties will be far from negligible. Is that what you meant? Your bounty? It's a staggering 55 billion. This revelation stunned not only Cobra but also Bell and the onlookers outside the palace gates. Their expressions frozen in disbelief. 55 billion. If memory serves, that was the bounty of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, wasn't it? King Cobra, bounties are trivial matters. Let us first proceed to view the historical texts. Alan, indifferent to their astonishment, had witnessed similar expressions 30 years prior in the New World, leaving him emotionally unmoved. My Lord Alan, might I suggest that you accompany me into the palace for a moment of respite? Cobra, bowing deeply, invited Alan and Robin into the palace, leaving Crocodile to be escorted away in sea-stone handcuffs. The two accepted the invitation, with Alan nonchalantly savoring the delicacies and fruits presented by the maid. Gesturing dismissively, I shall remain here. Robin, you may follow Lord Cobra to view the historical texts. Understood. Having learned of Alan's staggering bounty, Robin felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Neither Akiji nor CP9 concerned her anymore. If this guardian could not protect her, she would resign herself to fate. My Lord Alan, while I am unsure how you came to know that the historical texts are in Alabasta, this is the heritage of our Nefertari clan. I need not elaborate. I am aware they lie beneath the palace. Either you escort Robin down now, or I shall dismantle your palace and search for her myself. Alan's gaze remained fixed on the lavish spread before him. Yet his casual words sent a chill through Cobra. If even Crocodile was no match for him, how could they hope to contend with a pirate of such a monumental bounty? Father, I've heard that Crocodile has been captured. A figure rushed in, water blue hair and large eyes lending her a striking presence, despite her disheveled appearance. Vivi, you've returned? Cobra blinked, quickly approaching her. This is Lord Alan. He is the one who apprehended Crocodile, who is now imprisoned in our Alabastus dungeons. Thank you, Lord Alan. Vivi, still slightly breathless, had rushed back the moment she learned of Crocodile's capture. Now assured of the truth, her heart felt lighter. However, upon seeing Robin beside Alan, her expression shifted. Yet, she swallowed her questions, prioritizing the defeat of Crocodile above all else. Observing Vivi's delicate features and her status as Alabasta's sole heir, Alan felt an unexpected surge of desire for conquest. Though he had not collected figures of Vivi in his past life, the prospect of collecting her in person now intrigued him. Lord Cobra, I believe I must amend my earlier statement. Not only does Robin wish to view the historical texts beneath the palace, but Princess Vivi shall accompany us as well. My ship is in need of a competent maid. His words rendered Cobra and all present momentarily speechless, their eyes widening in shock, with a forced smile. Cobra subtly maneuvered Vivi behind him. My Lord Alan, did I mishear you? Or are you jesting? You heard correctly. I am not jesting. Alan swallowed the food in his mouth and pointed at Vivi, who was hidden behind Cobra. Given Vivi's upbringing, even if she had never served as a maid, she would be familiar with the role. Cobra was genuinely taken aback, his previous delight at Crocodile's defeat evaporating, replaced by indignation. My Lord Alan, Alabasta is a member of the world government, and Vivi is our only princess. Your demands are utterly excessive. What prompts you to speak to me in such a manner? Is it because I captured Crocodile that you think me easy to negotiate with? Alan wiped his hands and rose, his calm voice echoing through the palace, causing Cobra and Vivi to instinctively take a step back. That I will demonstrate my strength but once, as a gesture of goodwill in taking Vivi. Should you continue to defy me, Alabasta may cease to exist. I have destroyed nations before, and yours would not be an exception. With that, Alan swiftly appeared beside Vivi, lifting her and striding toward the palace walls. Vivi! Cobra hastened a few steps, closely trailing Alan. Release Princess Vivi. Members of the royal guard, including Bell and Gaka, drew their weapons, forming a barrier before Alan, their expressions grim. Yet, their actions had no effect on Alan as he carried Vivi through the crowd. Any who attempted to obstruct him collapsing in a dazed "Oh, you see those below? They are your fellow Alabastans, are they not?" Alan lifted Vivi higher, ensuring she could see the chaotic scene below. Some in the crowd recognized Vivi but offered no respect. Instead, they erupted in curses. Years of Crocodile's influence had left them disillusioned with the royal family. They are not rebels. They are all subjects of Alabasta. Vivi's gaze at Alan was resolute. As expected of you, Vivi the compassionate. Before I depart, allow me to assist you once more. Alan grasped Vivi's chin, forcibly turning her face towards the raucous crowd of rebels below. His conqueror's haki emanated, and though he refrained from exerting his full strength, it sufficed to incapacitate the ordinary people below. In less than a minute, not a single person remained standing beneath the palace. All lay unconscious on the ground. Why you killed them? So many. Vivi's eyes widened in horror as she stared at Alan, her expression twisted in anguish. They are not dead yet, but should you fail to make the right choice shortly, that may change. A piercing cry echoed from above as a shadow darted toward Vivi in Alan's grasp. Behind them, Gaka drew his blade, positioning himself before Cobra with the royal guard, awaiting Bell to rescue Vivi before they acted. Do not lay a hand on him. The once hopeful Vivi hurriedly tried to prevent the oncoming Bell, her flustered demeanor betraying her desperation. It was no small matter that this individual had rendered nearly 1 million people unconscious in an instant and had directly seized Crocodile. How could Bell and his companions possibly contend with such power? Unfortunately, these individuals had never witnessed the true might of this world, leading them to harbor misconceptions about their own abilities, or, worse still, to gravely underestimate Alan's strength. It seems I've been underestimated. Upon hearing Alan's murmured words, Vivi's expression shifted to one of alarm. Before she could utter a word, Alan casually extended his hand and grasped Bell's neck as he charged forward. This hawk, known for its resilience in the original work, had survived being manipulated by Robin's joint techniques and explosions, yet that was a tale of the past. With a crisp crack, the bones echoed. And the eagle in Alan's grip instantaneously transformed back into human form, blood oozing from his mouth. Alan frowned slightly, and the next moment, frost spread upward, encasing Bell entirely in ice before he was cast down to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Bell, Jackal Gaka's eyes widened in horror, his body tensing violently, and before Cobra could issue a command, he lunged toward Alan. Having worked together for many years, their bond resembled that of blood brothers. Now, all he desired was to plunge his blade into Alan's chest to avenge Bell. The other members of the royal guard hurriedly tightened their formation, shielding Cobra and ensuring his safety, just as Gaka was about to reach Alan. Vivi, her tear-filled eyes locked on him, pleaded silently, "Please, do not take a life." Alan remained silent, yet a hint of derision played upon his lips. As Gaka charged ahead, he suddenly felt his movements slow. The astonishment of all present. Frost began to creep up from his feet, encasing him in a solid block of ice. As Alan and Vivi passed by, the ice sculpture trembled and collapsed, shattering into a myriad of sparkling ice crystals under the sun's rays. Cobra was about to speak, but Alan's hand was already raised once more. My tolerance for men and women differs greatly. Do not deceive yourself. Seeing Alan raise his hand, the royal guard swiftly pulled Cobra back several meters. Fearful of meeting the same fate as Gaka, "Father, do not say anything more." Vivi's heart raced as she gazed at Alan's raised hand, feeling as though an immense grip had seized her entire being. The mere thought of her father being slain by him sent a chill coursing through her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. You should take that sister to witness the historical records. The two devil fruit users from Alabasta had not even exchanged blows before being swiftly dispatched. Even without Vivi's words, Cobra understood that they, Alabasta, were utterly incapable of resisting. Very well, Nico Robin, please follow me. In that fleeting moment, Cobra appeared to have aged a decade, leading the way toward the palace. Robin cast a glance at Alan before following suit. As she watched Robin and her father depart, Vivi turned to Alan, who was indulging in a feast. Her eyes filled with indignation. 2 guards who had watched her grow up had perished, while the killer remained there, unperturbed, enjoying his meal. Why? Why must you do this? Addressing the tear-streaked Vivi, Alan beckoned her closer. After a moment's hesitation, she complied and sat beside him. Alan gently pinched her delicate cheek, chuckling softly. There is no reason. I simply find you appealing. Thus, I wish to take you away. Isn't it as simple as that? Taken aback by his words, Vivi felt a moment of disbelief. To forcibly take someone from their home and speak so brazenly about it. But I do not wish for that. Then there is no other option. In these seas. Might makes right. My power can easily crush you in Alabasta. Thus you must heed my words. Alan shrugged, then popped a piece of meat into his mouth. Gesturing vaguely at the air in front of Vivi. It took her a few moments to grasp his meaning, and she managed a strained smile before lowering her gaze in disappointment. Is it because we are too weak that you and Crocodile can so brazenly bully us? Vivi's voice was not loud, yet it reached Cobra, who had just entered through the door, his expression darkening as anger surged within him. He longed to rally the royal guards and confront Alan. Yet fear of the consequences of a kingdom's collapse restrained him. Though I find it displeasing that you compare me to that weakling Crocodile, I must still affirm the truth. In these seas. Weakness is a sin, and weakness invites oppression. This sentiment resonated with all, from the young Alan who had just arrived in the pirate world to the seemingly mature and rational Robin, and even Nami and Nojiko, who awaited them at sea. All had lived through similar experiences. How strong are you? If I follow you, will I be taken from you by others? Vivi suddenly lifted her head, fixating her gaze on Alan. Me? In these seas, there are perhaps only a couple who could best me. How strong do you think I am? When it came to strength, Alan held absolute confidence. After a few seconds of silence, Vivi took a deep breath and managed a smile. I will follow you, but I wish to grow stronger alongside you. And I implore you, do not harm the people of Alabasta. Alan tilted his head, regarding her with an expression of indifference. Originally, I had no interest in Alabasta. As for your desire to grow stronger, that depends on your future performance. Understood. Vivi stood up from beside Alan, gently stepping behind him. Although she had never served as a maid, she understood the duties of palace servants. Having made up her mind, she would commit fully. Cobra, witnessing his daughter's resolve, instinctively took a couple of steps forward. As if having made a momentous decision, Lord Alan, I have taken Miss Robin to view the historical records. For Vivi, the royal family of Alabasta cannot acquiesce, if you insist on this course of action. The palace has an army of 100,000 to father, Vivi interrupted, but Cobra's face was etched with anguish. Previously, due to the Baroque works, his incompetence as a king forced Vivi, as a princess, to risk her life as an undercover agent. Now, she faced the threat of Alan, compelled to sacrifice herself. Though she was to be a maid, Cobra, as a man and a father, could not bear the thought of his daughter being taken from him in such a manner. Regrettably, he had not witnessed the scene where Alan had rendered 1,000,000 rebels unconscious, leaving him unaware that Vivi knew full well the 100,000 royal guards could not withstand Alan even for a minute. Regardless of the outcome, why should we incur unnecessary casualties? Father, as a princess of Alabasta, I have an obligation to offer everything for my kingdom, do I not? A smile re-emerged on Vivi's face, yet it only deepened the heartache for Cobra and the royal guards still present. Princess Vivi, you need not feel this way. Even if he is powerful, we will not allow you to suffer such indignities. Princess Vivi, let us protect you. Several guards, unable to bear the sight, drew their weapons. Their eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Alan. How touching indeed. Robin, having viewed the historical records, it is time for us to depart. With that, Alan rose and strode toward the exit, Robin following closely behind with a soft smile. Vivi exchanged glances with Cobra. Since Alan had not called for her, should she still follow? With a resounding splash, as Alan and Robin made their way outside, with each step, a guard standing nearby, glaring fiercely while brandishing a weapon, fell to the ground, eyes glazed over. Mere steps from the dining table to the doorway. Nearly all the guards still within the room had collapsed. Alan had no inclination to dwell on their display of loyalty. If they were unwilling to follow, he would simply seek a more agreeable method to achieve his aims. Stop this, Vivi cried out sharply, hastening to Alan's side, wiping away her tears as she matched his pace. I just momentarily lost focus. I wish to accompany you. Vivi, Kabura attempted to interject, but Vivi spun around abruptly, her eyes glaring fiercely at him. Father, please, do not be willful. What right do you, from Alabasta, have to act so brazenly against your master? In these seas, power reigns supreme. Those devoid of strength ought to keep silent and refrain from impotent rage. Vivi's unusual reprimand startled Kibura, rendering him momentarily rigid as he watched her follow Alan further away. His words faltering on his lips, Alan, however, cast a curious glance back at her. The commanding presence of a royal heir, a princess, was truly intoxicating. It was this stark contrast, once trained as a maid, that piqued his genuine interest. Little princess, if you wish to feign indifference, you are sorely lacking. With that, Alan draped his left arm around Robin and his right around Vivi, striding toward the palace exit. The way Vivi bit her lip and trembled, whether from fear or shyness, served as Alan's finest source of exhilaration. Alas, Kibura sighed as he watched the trio depart, abandoning any pretense of regal composure as he slumped to the ground, tears cascading down his cheeks. His expression a portrait of despair. The only remaining guards nearby wore expressions of indignation, their faces flushed with frustration, yet they were powerless to ACT's members of the royal guard. Their duty was to protect the king and the princess. But faced with Alan, they lacked even the courage to strike. They would rather be the ones lying on the ground, thus alleviating some of this shame. That fellow has offered a bounty of 5 billion. He must have committed some earth-shattering deeds that it's impossible that we have no intelligence on him. Kibura seethed, issuing orders. The bureaucratic machinery of Alabasta was remarkably efficient, and since the incident involving Alan was merely concealed from the common folk, there were no restrictions for the nobility. However, when the files on Alan from over 30 years ago were presented, Kibura's countenance turned pale. This man had once obliterated a nation embroiled in endless war and had publicly executed several celestial dragons. From this perspective, his purported mercy towards Alabasta was utterly nonsensical. The magnitude of Alan's heinous crimes made it abundantly clear that he was not a foe Alabasta could afford to confront. Yet he would not relinquish his daughter so easily. You all need to keep your mouth shut. I will handle this. N01 is to act recklessly. After issuing his commands, Kibura retreated to his chambers. Retrieving a den Mushai's, what if he is a notorious pirate? If Alabasta cannot manage, I shall contact the Cocoyasi and enlist the world government's intervention. Although the Nefertari family had not remained in married Geos as celestial dragons. As one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government, his words would surely hold some weight with the Cocoyasi. Meanwhile, as Vivi boarded the enormous tortoise alongside Alan and Robin, she cast a glance back at the receding capital of Alabasta, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. You can afford to cry now, but once aboard the ship, you must control your emotions. There are 2 kind-hearted young ladies on board, and you willingly chose to accompany me as a maid. Do not let anything slip. Vivi widened her eyes, abruptly turning to Alan, a flicker of anger gracing her features. What do you mean by there are 2 kind-hearted young ladies on board? I, Vivi of Alabasta, willingly put myself in peril by infiltrating Baroque works for the sake of my people. Am I not kind-hearted? Observing Vivi's expression, Alan easily discerned her thoughts and smirked disdainfully. However, as she would be a maid on the ship, he saw no harm in offering her an explanation. The 2 girls on board, ever since they joined me at sea, have had eyes only for me. You, on the other hand, are a saint. Your heart carries too much, encompassing not only the people of Alabasta, with me occupying but a small fraction. Vivi fell silent at his words, introspective as she questioned the truth in his statement. Yet, the next moment, she raised her gaze. Her fists clenched tightly. If you are aware of this, then why bring me along? Naturally, it is because you are quite attractive, aligning with my aesthetic preferences, which is why I have chosen you as my maid. Alan declared boldly, though he lacked justification, his audacity leaving Vivi seething, wishing to strike him. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike Vivi, a smirk unconsciously curling her lips, which Alan noticed immediately. Hey, I advise you not to harbor any improper thoughts. Stepping closer to Vivi, Alan shrugged nonchalantly. If one of them discovers my intentions, I would decimate half of Alabasta. If all of them were to find out, you might as well bid farewell to Alabasta. For we have a historian here to document its history. This, Robin, under Alan's scrutiny, offered a supportive smile. She feared not his ruthless nature. It was precisely this quality that would ensure their survival at sea and provide her with protection. For now, her focus was solely on remaining by Alan's side. Is it truly just because of my appearance? Vivi pondered. Nonsense. Do you think I have fallen for you? Spare me your overthinking. Instead, consider how you ought to conduct yourself moving forward. If you fail to perform adequately, you know the consequences. Alan's lips twitched as he shot Vivi an exasperated glance. Standing before him, Vivi's expression darkened, her spirits dampening, yet she nodded resolutely. Rest assured, I will do my utmost for Alabasta. Alan remained silent, appraising her curvaceous figure and her slender waist, before, amid her startled exclamations, he pulled her into his embrace. That it seems you are not quite prepared yet. Robin, sensing the moment, discreetly diverted her gaze. A faint blush graced Vivi's cheeks. After all, she was still a young lady, unaccustomed to such encounters. You need not worry. I will adapt swiftly. Although Alan was not unattractive and exuded a potent masculine aura. Under the current circumstances and following his earlier actions, it was impossible for Vivi to develop any feelings for him. Her flushed face was merely an expression of embarrassment. As the tortoise advanced, a flutter of unease stirred within Vivi. If they were to cross paths with Luffy and the others, they would undoubtedly devise a means to extricate her from this demon's grasp, even if Alan had only slain 2 head guards. They had initiated the confrontation with him. Yet in Vivi's heart, Alan had already been labeled a demon. Are you thinking of Luffy and the others? Alan teased, lifting a finger to tilt Vivi's chin. His touch gliding over her smooth skin, even pressing gently against her lips. If I were you, I would pray they do not encounter us. I keep him alive solely to provide Karp with a profound memory later on. If he truly becomes a nuisance, I would not hesitate to eliminate him right here. Feeling Alan's playful provocation, Vivi hesitated before shaking her head. The Straw Hat Pirates could never be your match. I have resolved to follow you, so I shall not entertain any unrealistic hopes. At least you are obedient, Alan remarked, gently patting Vivi's cheek before resuming his seat. Do not worry. I have no immediate intentions of harming you. First, focus on fulfilling your duties as a maid. In contrast to Vivi, Alan was far more concerned with Nami and Naka's opinions. After all, being surrounded by your own girls was the only thing worth cherishing. Was it not? Meanwhile, aboard the anchored ship on the isolated island, Nami reclined against the railing, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Rest assured, Alan said he would return soon. Humph, who would miss him? Nami let out a delicate huff. Diverting her gaze from the direction of Alabasta, the proud and petulant young lady would never admit to her thoughts, even if she were to ponder them. You claim to not care? Can you truly deceive me? Nojiko raised an eyebrow at her, gesturing to her own chest, implying that she was indeed a devil fruit user who had consumed the soul fruit, and Nami's subtle emotions were not beyond her perception. Even without the utilization of her fruit abilities, the powers of the devil fruit subtly enhanced her perceptive capabilities. However, Nami merely pouted in response. All right. I know you've been looking quite good lately. Fine. Nojiko glanced at Nami, a mix of confusion and amusement on her face. I am discussing fruit abilities, and yet you seem to be on a completely different topic. I am referring to fruit abilities as well. Nami turned her head back towards Alabasta, her face suddenly illuminating with a spark of surprise. Nojiko, look over there. Is that not Alan returning? Nojiko, momentarily taken aback, turned to look but quickly furrowed her brow. No, Nami, be cautious. That is not Alan. I can sense many people aboard that ship, but none of them are Alan. Nami gasped, hastily rushing to the cabin to retrieve a telescope for a closer inspection. Her expression darkening immediately. Nojiko, it seems the newcomers harbor ill intentions. Nojiko nodded in agreement, drawing forth the long sword Alan had previously left for her, while Nami assembled her own weapon. Although both women had undergone rigorous training to enhance their physical prowess, their greatest shortcoming remained a lack of practical combat experience. Following Nami's instinctual logic for survival at sea, she should have been leading Nojiko to evade detection, even if they were spotted by pirates. They could have managed to slip away unnoticed. Yet, this ship felt like a home shared with Alan, and as their eyes met, neither spoke of retreat. Let us prepare for a confrontation. I hope Alan returns soon. Nami tightened her grip on her weapon, a hint of anxiety still evident. Fear not. Perhaps before Alan arrives, we will have dealt with these intruders ourselves. Nojiko flashed a confident smile. Do not forget, I too possess the powers of a devil fruit. As the pirate ship drew nearer, the two women could hear the raucous sounds of the crew on deck. Captain, this ship indeed only has 2 women aboard, and they are rather pleasing to the eye. A man clad in classic pirate attire stood at the prow of the approaching vessel, casting a sidelong glance at Nami and Nojiko, a glimmer of interest flickering in his remaining eye. You lot, bring those 2 women to me. Tonight, the captain dines on meat while you lot feast on soup. Oh, as the 2 ships closed in, the expressions of the pirate crew on the opposing deck grew increasingly animated. With a thud, a plank was extended from their ship to the side of the vessel where the two women stood, and the eagerly waiting pirates charged across, just as Nami tightened her grip on her weapon. Ready to confront them, the first pirate in line suddenly exhibited a moment of hesitation. Before swiftly swinging his blade backward, the sharp edge sliced through the throats of 3 or 4 pirates who had been following closely behind him. Their bodies plummeting into the sea, crimson blood mingling with the water and staining the nearby shores. Ram, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? The advancing pirates, initially ready to charge, halted in shock. Anger etched upon their faces as they pointed accusingly at him. The assailant met their gaze with unwavering resolve, his sword held horizontally across his chest. That I never anticipated that you would be such shameless scoundrels. I, Ram, refuse to be associated with you. Today, anyone who dares to step forward shall pay with their life. I asked this fellow insane. The men he obstructed exchanged bewildered glances, incredulity washing over their faces. The most beautiful woman from the last ship was taken by you. What madness is this? Even if you fancy these 2 women, there is no need to slay our companions. Ram, those 2 women are meant for the captain. You've truly lost it, at the mention of the captain's name. A flicker of conflict crossed Ram's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced with unwavering determination. Since you remain obstinate, you shall all perish here. With that, Ram charged at them, sword drawn. The opposing pirates were no mere pushovers. Witnessing Ram's defiance, they merely frowned before raising their weapons to engage him. The clashing sounds of blades echoed as Ram fought valiantly, but as the battle progressed, he quickly found himself overwhelmed and ultimately slain. His body cast into the sea. Brothers, charge! The first mate on the opposing ship shouted, brandishing a long sword, and as a few men stepped onto the plank, he swiftly dispatched them with 2 lethal strikes. The remaining 20 or so pirates were thrown into disarray, instinctively retreating a few steps. This is utterly bizarre. How is it that everyone who boards the plank has turned against us? Nami cast a furtive glance at Nojiko. Noticing the latter's slightly pale complexion, and quickly positioned herself protectively in front of her, it seemed that the earlier situation was a result of Nojiko's soul fruit abilities. She had initially thought the opposing crew had experienced a change of heart. Logically, given Nojiko's physical capabilities, controlling 2 individuals should not pose much of a challenge. However, she had only consumed the fruit 2 or 3 days prior and had yet to fully develop its potential. Thus, the exertion of energy was significantly greater than normal usage. A sudden sonic boom reverberated as the first mate barely managed to cross his weapon in time to block a strike, only to be sent flying against the ship's railing. Before he could regain his composure, a flash of steel flickered past him. His weapon clattered to the ground, and he gasped as blood spewed from his mouth before he collapsed. I am a billionaire elder of the Baroque works. These men are my subordinates. Was it you who orchestrated this? The newcomer glared with murderous intent, fixing his gaze upon Nami and Nojiko. If you wish to fight, then let us not waste words. This ship is not for your kind to touch. With a thud, Nami's words had scarcely left her lips when the billionaire elder lunged forward, bringing his long blade down menacingly. Yet, she remained unfazed, bracing her weapon to deflect the blow while simultaneously sweeping her staff to push him back. Nojiko, though possessing commendable physical attributes, lacked combat experience and could only remain at a distance. Fortunately, her mind control was fundamentally different from the puppet-like manipulation employed by others. It altered the very thoughts of her adversaries without diminishing their combat prowess. Kill them. The elder's followers split into 2 groups, surrounding Nami while the other group advanced toward Nojiko. Under her full control, the 2 opposing lieutenants stood firm, their weapons wielded with fierce precision, ensuring safety for a time. Meanwhile, though Nami found herself at a disadvantage, this unrelenting battle stirred the latent power within her, igniting a fierce determination that only made her stronger with each encounter. How can this be possible? The billionaire elder, facing Nami, felt the weight of his realization. Initially, this woman had retreated under his assaults, but now their weapons clashed evenly, and he sensed a shift in power. Nami, who had set sail at a mere 7 or 8 years of age, possessed combat experience far beyond Nojiko's, and she began to subtly dominate him. Whoosh! The billionaire elder tilted his head perilously, just as a long staff lunged towards him with precision. This sudden maneuver sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down his spine. Had it not been for the instinct honed through countless battles between life and death, that blow might have surely left a gaping hole in his skull. the thrust fell short of its mark. And with a seamless motion, Nami swept her staff horizontally. The sound of slicing air accompanied a shriek as one of the minions behind her was sent hurtling off the deck and into the water. Nami, her expression composed, retracted her staff and assumed a defensive stance. Would she continue? Though she held the upper hand, the numerical superiority of her adversaries loomed large. If push came to shove, the outcome would surely be one of overwhelming odds against her. What a jest! Did they think that after taking down a few of his subordinates, they could simply conclude matters? Today, this woman would be his. The billionaire elder glared with bulging eyes, a sinister grin creeping across his face as he swung his long knife towards Nami with the sound of wind being sliced. What was there to fear? She wielded merely a wooden stick. Let them charge, at his furious command. The surrounding henchmen exchanged glances, their faces contorted with malice as they surged forward. Had Nami been armed with a blade, there might have been some deterrent, but a staff, if mishandled, was far less formidable than a sharp weapon. Crack! The sound of a wrist bone shattering under Nami's strike echoed as she took down an unsuspecting henchman. Yet, before he could utter a cry, the others shoved him aside, drawing their knives in unison towards Nami. The billionaire elder following suit. That it was evident they were using one minion as bait to force Nami into revealing a weakness. Thrown into disarray, Nami found herself in a perilous predicament, evading multiple attacks while sustaining 2 fresh wounds. Enduring a blow, she retaliated with a kick to a foe's chest, then swung her staff to send him flying. Allowing herself a moment to breathe, that woman controlling others posed little threat. If they could just keep 2 of her minions occupied, the rest could focus on eliminating her. The billionaire elder cast a glance towards Nokigao. Gaining some insight, the reason he had refrained from launching a simultaneous attack on Nami was the sudden pang of foreboding he felt, as if someone were whispering to him from within. Yet, his resolve remained intact. He had not been marked by her influence. It must be the ability of that woman hiding in the cabin. As long as she couldn't control him, it mattered not whom she ensnared. Brothers, together. Before he could finish speaking, a wave of pressure descended upon them, as if the very heavens were collapsing, causing everyone to involuntarily kneel. Nami stared wide-eyed, bewildered at the sight of the group before her. They had just been ready to fight to the death, and now they suddenly knelt. Turning to see Nokigao emerge from the cabin with a smile, Nami instantly realized the source of their capitulation. Looking towards Alabasta, she spotted a massive tortoise making its way toward them. Though Alan's conqueror's haki had not yet reached a level capable of intimidating admirals from afar, suppressing these minor foes from several kilometers away was hardly a challenge. Slowly, the tortoise approached the ship's side, and Alan stepped forward, flanked by Robin and Vivi, who took a couple of steps back to follow him from the kneeling crowd to stand before Nami. Leaving her momentarily dazed, "Alan, you have finally returned." Feeling the aura of Alan nearby, Nami exhaled in relief, tears brimming in her eyes. "Nami, you're hurt. Quickly, let us get her below deck to bandage her wounds." Alan was taken aback by the sight of her bloodied form and rushed her into the cabin, followed closely by Nokigao and the other 2 women. As for the kneeling throng outside, no one was concerned for them the moment Alan returned. Hiss. Observing Nami wince in pain, Alan quickly embraced her, whispering words of comfort. "Does it hurt?" "It does. Such is the nature of women, in the absence of men. They could carve their skin with knives without flinching. Yet, with a man by their side, they become fragile, wincing at the slightest touch and shedding tears freely." Nami's eyes glistened with tears, tugging at Alan's heartstrings as he glanced at Robin, who was tending to her wounds. "Be gentle. Don't apply too much pressure." "Understood." Robin mentally sighed, reducing her grip slightly. Vivi stood nearby, eyes wide in disbelief. The man tenderly cradling the orange-haired woman and soothing her was truly the same demon she had encountered before. Despite his often fierce demeanor, he was, in fact, a gentle soul. Nokigao, standing beside them, did not recognize the sky-blue-haired beauty but inferred she must be an ally since Alan had brought her along. Indeed, Vivi managed to smile at Nokigao, though it was forced. Tender souls, that must be directed towards them. When she left Alabasta, there were still 2 piles of ice crystals on the ground. After a few minutes, the medicine was finally applied to Nami's back wounds. In truth, had Alan not insisted Robin ease her grip, those few injuries would have healed in under a minute. "All right, there are others watching." Alan gently patted Nami's shoulder, prompting her to look up and realize that, aside from Nokigao and Robin, there was yet another beautiful girl on the ship. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Nami practically sprang from Alan's embrace. Although her wounds appeared severe, they were trivial in her eyes. She merely wished to indulge in a bit of affection in her beloved's arms, not realizing others were watching, just as Vivi intended to speak. She felt her confidence wane upon seeing Alan behind Nami. Hello, I am Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Because Lord Alan defeated Crocodile and saved our nation, I beseeched him to allow me to accompany you all as a maid. A princess? Nami and Noki Gao gasped in unison, instinctively retreating. They had previously visited Alabasta, which, though desolate, was vast in size. The pressure of a princess from such a large nation weighed heavily on girls from a small village. Vivi was about to say something when she suddenly noticed Alan's expression darken. She hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Nami's hand. Sister Nami, Lord Alan has truly helped us greatly in Alabasta. And I volunteered to come aboard as a maid. So, let us not mention the princess title anymore. Noki Gao raised an eyebrow, sensing that the Alabasta princess before her was enveloped in a mix of fear, flattery, and panic. Clearly, there was more to the story between her and Alan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so frightened. But so what? Alan was her man, and whatever he did was entirely justified. While Nami navigated her way through the conversation with Vivi, she took a glance at Alan. Seizing the moment when Vivi approached Noki Gao, she leaned closer to Alan, lowering her voice conspiratorially. How many berries did Alabasta give you? Huh. Alan blinked, scratching his head in embarrassment. I forgot to ask them for money. None? Nami's eyes widened, her pitch rising several octaves. They hadn't recovered the money from the casino, and now they hadn't received any from Alabasta either. They were going to be ruined. Upon reaching this point, Alan felt a tinge of awkwardness. It was he who had mentioned that the casino was brimming with riches, yet now that old coot Karp had arrived. To avoid involving the two women, he had allowed them to leave first. That moment, he had not anticipated that the old man, despite his advanced age, could still be so naive. It was no wonder that Oda, the old rogue, had chosen to eliminate him in the storyline. Rest assured, we shall settle this financial matter with Karp when we visit the Navy headquarters. As for the currency known as berry, you shall have as much as you desire in the future. Alan playfully rubbed Nami's head and drew an imaginary large pie for her, which she accepted with delight. By this juncture, although she still held a fondness for berry, it was no longer the most significant aspect of her life. All right, let us attend to those individuals outside. After tending to Nami's wounds and introducing Vivi, it was now time to deal with Crocodile's men lurking outside. Your Excellency possesses formidable strength, yet we are members of Baroque Works. There are hundreds of billionaires like me in this studio, and even stronger individuals exist above us, ruling over the seas. Let today's events conclude here. Shall we? At the very moment when the overwhelming aura of dominance caused all of them to kneel, this billionaire realized he was not a match for the adversary. The only bargaining chip he had left was his association with the organization. But judging by Alan's expression, it seemed this leverage was not as substantial as he had hoped. Nami, Noki, the handling of these individuals is entrusted to you. Alan was disinclined to engage in conversation with those kneeling before him. It was uncertain what Crocodile was thinking. Being a notorious warlord of the sea, he was merely indulging in conspiracies while gathering such a ragtag bunch. They possessed no combat strength and were merely a source of chaos, stirring trouble outside. Perhaps we should just eliminate them all. Nami had only just begun to voice her thoughts when Noki interjected. She had overheard the vile words spewing from these ruffians' mouths. If the two women were to fall into their hands, the torment they would endure was unimaginable. Sometimes, a merciful heart is necessary, but one must discern whom to extend it to. If they were released and ventured to other villages, they might become another dragon pirate crew. Naka's thirst for blood against such individuals surpassed that of Nami. Vivi, observing the scene, felt a pang of compassion. Although these men were part of Baroque Works, their headquarters lay in Alabasta, and among them might be citizens of Alabasta. Yet, on this ship, she felt she lacked the standing to voice her opinion, turning her head away to suppress her sympathetic inclinations. Robin.as Alan's voice fell. Robin nodded in understanding and stepped forward. 30 round flower. Throat lock? Suddenly, two arms sprouted from the backs of the 20-odd men still kneeling, wrapping around their necks in an L shape. The sound of cracking bones echoed like a series of firecrackers. This group then collapsed. Lifeless. Did they just kill them all? Vivi gazed in fear at the resolute Noki, then at Robin, who had taken action, and finally at Alan, who remained expressionless, regardless of whether it was kindness or indifference. The people aboard this vessel exhibited a complete lack of reverence for life. This realization gradually led Vivi to accept Alan's previously stated attitude towards Alabasta that if he were displeased, he would indeed take lives. "What are you thinking?" Noki approached Alan, curiously wrapping her arms around his eye. In contrast to Vivi's trepidation and Robin's awe, her feelings for Alan were the most genuine. "Nothing much, just contemplating whether to recruit some strong henchmen. What I intend to do is rather perilous." Alan's expression was earnest. Nami and Noki were his women, and he believed women should be cherished from behind, never considered for battle. Gazing at the corpses littering the deck, Vivi felt a profound sorrow. Even if these men were not all citizens of Alabasta, they were still lives taken. This was fundamentally why Alan held her in such disdain. These individuals were subordinates of Crocodile, ambitious enough to usurp her homeland's regime. How could she afford to pity them? Had it not been for Alan's timely arrival, Cobra would have been impaled on the city walls, and she would see just how saintly she could be. "Vivi, let us first dispose of these bodies." Robin smiled gently as she stood behind Vivi, giving her a light push, rousing her from her deep thoughts. In a fluster, Vivi began to throw the bodies overboard. Although Robin had drifted at sea for many years and was no longer the innocent girl she once was, witnessing Vivi's pure-hearted nature compelled her to lend a helping hand. If this girl lingered in confusion any longer, one could not predict what unsavory thoughts their temperamental captain might entertain. "All right, Vivi can handle this. Let us head inside." Alan placed his hands on Nami's shoulders and gently ushered her into the cabin. Noki, who had intended to assist, was pulled in by Alan, leaving only Vivi and Robin on the deck. "Alan, we are still too weak," Nami lamented, sitting on the bed with a melancholic expression. She had initially believed that her body, having undergone modification, and Noki, being a devil fruit user, could provide substantial support to Alan. However, it now appeared that the two of them had been overly optimistic. They were still quite weak. "What are you thinking?" Alan ruffled Nami's orange hair vigorously, then embraced Noki, who stood beside him. "One is my navigator, and the other my personal assistant. Neither of you are combatants, so why concern yourselves with strength?" Burying his face in the hair of Nami and Noki, he inhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of fear. Had he returned even a moment later, the consequences would have been dire. He would not know what actions he might have taken. "Let us proceed to our next destination and see if we can recruit a warrior for our ship." "Where are we going?" "You will know when we arrive." Once composed, the sails unfurled with a whoosh, and the five of them steered toward the next island in the New World, aboard the Moby Dick. A raucous celebration was underway among a band of pirates. At the center of it all sat the colossal figure recognized as the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. At that moment, he was sipping from a large bowl over a meter in diameter, a drip in his left hand. Suddenly, someone rushed over, clutching a piece of intelligence. Old man, Captain Ace sent word." Whitebeard, slightly inebriated, lifted his gaze. "What news? Did you capture that traitor Teach?" No. The individual scrutinized the information, his face betraying a hint of terror. Captain Ace reported encountering a powerful being from the previous era named Alan in Alabasta, who harbored a hostile attitude towards our Whitebeard pirates and even injured Vice Admiral Karp. He cautions you to exercise extreme caution. "Alan, he is still alive? Impossible." Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, his aura involuntarily radiating outward. That name was all too familiar. The battle from those years past was etched deeply in his memory. He would never forget, even after decades. "Old man, this Alan may indeed exist." Marco hesitated momentarily, but then stepped forward, producing a bounty poster from behind that bore Alan's likeness, with a staggering bounty of 5 billion berry. After receiving this intelligence, he had hidden it away. Given Whitebeard's declining health, encountering such a notorious pirate would pose a significant threat to him. Yet to his surprise, this individual appeared so youthful, truly a warrior of the past. "Alan? Kula la 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 la." Whitebeard cast a glance at the bounty poster featuring Alan's likeness and suddenly burst into laughter. "Old man, if this fellow harbors ill intentions towards our Whitebeard pirates, should we not take it upon ourselves to deal with him preemptively?" The captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jaws, stepped forward, a glimmer of murderous intent gracing his countenance. Even though Alan's bounty stood at an astonishing 5 billion, as members of the world's mightiest pirate crew, they felt no fear whatsoever. "Indeed, old man, let us eliminate him." They noted that Ace was outside, with Captain Marco leading the charge to prevent her from disturbing the old man. A raucous group of reveling pirates clamored boisterously. Whitebeard surveyed his eager crew, who were vying to take action, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Was this not the familial camaraderie he so deeply cherished? Oh, my foolish sons, although I am uncertain of Alan's current strength, he is not someone you can easily contend with. Remain obediently in the new world. Should he truly seek us out, we shall engage in battle. After all, I am Whitebeard. Oh, the old man was indeed the strongest in the world. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Whitebeard was the very spirit and pride of their crew as long as he stood. They were undeniably the strongest. No one noticed the flicker of concern that momentarily flashed in Whitebeard's eyes that I in the new world. Charlotte Linlin's expression brightened upon hearing the latest outrageous bounty issued by the Navy, featuring a young man with a staggering reward of 5.5 billion. Oh, bring me the bounty poster. At her advanced age, she recognized the potential of such a remarkable young pirate. Through strategic marriage, she could recruit him onto her ship. After all, the Charlotte family still had several unmarried daughters. Wait, how could it be him? No, this must be a mistake. What trickery is the Navy up to? Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened in disbelief as she grasped the bounty poster, inadvertently letting it slip from her fingers, the paper drifting gently to the floor. The other Charlotte siblings exchanged glances, and it was the eldest, Charlotte Perispero, who stepped forward to retrieve it. A bounty capable of eliciting such a reaction from their mother was indeed a rarity, and he was curious to discover the identity behind it. Observing his elder brother's heightened reaction, the others also approached to take a look, though the younger siblings remained largely unfazed. However, Katakuri, Daifuku, and Oven widened their eyes simultaneously. They had all borne witness to the cataclysmic battle at God Valley, with the youngest, Oven, having been 7 years old at the time. Was the Navy truly jesting? Even now, Charlotte Linlin had ascended to the status of an emperor. Yet the memory of that small figure wielding immense power lingered vividly in her mind. Katakuri, contact Morgans and have him locate the individual on this bounty poster, and I need you to ascertain his identity. Understood? A sinister glint appeared on her already corpulent visage, tinged with a hint of unease. That I understand. Mother, Katakuri nodded. His mother's request was merely to verify Alan's identity. He was indeed the most suitable candidate for this task. For if Alan were truly that individual from years past, his foresight would enhance his chances of evasion. The bounty concerning Alan, disseminated from Navy headquarters, had stirred the seas into a frenzy. Alan, and that ace from the Whitebeard pirates, and that damn crocodile. Although Sengoku was unaware of Ace's specific lineage due to its sensitive nature, knowing him merely as Garp's grandson, the fact that he had joined the Whitebeard pirates could not be dismissed lightly. Sengoku rubbed his temples in exasperation. The mere existence of Alan was already a source of considerable annoyance, and now the Whitebeard pirates were embroiled in this chaos, while Alabasta protested to the world government over the actions of the warlords. The weight of these pressing issues bore down heavily on Sengoku, the once brilliant strategist, who now felt his hairline receding under the strain. Admiral, we have received breaking news from Alabasta. The rebel Alan has forcibly taken Princess Nefertari Vivi from the palace, and they are now protesting to the world government, demanding our intervention. Damn it! Sengoku slammed his fist on the table. This rogue had previously engaged in acts of nation destruction and murder. How had he devolved into abducting women after over 30 years? Sengoku! Garp's face was pale, his voice weak. The sudden ambush by Alan had caught him off guard. Knowing Garp's physical resilience, he had not held back. Even with the Navy's skilled doctors, they could only stabilize his condition and allow for a slow recovery. Observing Garp, swathed in bandages like a mummy, Sengoku sighed inwardly. How many years had it been since his old partner had sustained such severe injuries? Why don't you take the time to rest? Witnessing Garp's unprecedented frailty, Sengoku felt a pang of concern as he assisted him onto a nearby sofa. This minor injury is nothing. Cough, cough. Garp had intended to chuckle heartily, but was interrupted by a fit of coughs. Enough with the bravado. What is it you wish to say? Sengoku shot him an exasperated glance, retrieving a donut from his drawer and devouring it in front of Garp, after a moment's hesitation. Garp shook his head, his expression complicated. Alan has completely regained his strength, nearly indistinguishable from his former self. Moreover, he has grown shrewd, leveraging my grandson to stage an ambush against me, should you decide to take action. Exercise utmost caution and be sure to inform me. Why inform you? You're in no condition to be delivering victories. Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Karp, feigning disdain. Yet, the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. Rest assured, I have merely dispatched Borsalino to track him. There are currently no plans for an encirclement. Upon hearing this, Karp nodded in agreement. Indeed, sending Borsalino was prudent. His safety was guaranteed. The thought of that lethargic yet enigmatic admiral brought an unusual alignment of thoughts between Karp and Sengoku. Alan, you can't be serious. Are we really going to ascend the currents into the sky? The four women, Nami included, stared in bewilderment at Alan, who sat nonchalantly on the deck, sipping tea. He appeared utterly unfazed, savoring the tea Robin had offered. One could hardly believe that such a tea culture existed in this world. A peculiar realization. Fear not. How could I deceive you? Above our sea lies a realm of white clouds, Sky Island. The fabled land filled with gold and the historical texts of yore. Gold everywhere? Historical texts. Nami and Robin's eyes sparkled with excitement, the latter covering her mouth with a giggle before stepping closer. Leaning against Alan's chair, her long legs brushing against his arm. Though I have not come across any records of Sky Island in books, if Captain says it exists, then we shall follow you. Having sensed Alan's interest in her, Robin decided to leverage her advantage. Meanwhile, Nami, seeing Robin's closeness, pouted and nudged her aside to nestling next to Alan. Venturing to Sky Island is certainly feasible, but this time, we must not overlook the gold. Alan paused, ruffling Nami's hair with a chuckle. Rest assured, I shall ensure we return with a bountiful haul of gold. Now, we must head to Gaia. There is an expert on the rising currents whose knowledge will prove invaluable. As for the permanent log post to reach Gaia, that will rely on my old skills, using observation hockey to locate passing ships. Then, as if by natural instinct, the permanent pointer incremented by 1. The sailboat gradually glided into the dock of Gaia Island, and Nami glanced around in surprise. This island is rather peculiar. Why are all the vessels here pirate ships? Moreover, the hearts of the people on the dock are essentially tainted, filled with all manner of vile thoughts. Nokigao furrowed his brow, displaying a look of disdain. Although the environment and scenery appeared decent, it was truly a case of appearances being deceiving. Alan, Nami, and Nokigao disembarked to seek out the individual they had been told of. While Robin remained aboard the ship with Vivita, the trio stepped off the vessel. A drunken man staggered over, his face flushed. Two little ladies. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. How could you be so drunk already? A companion nudged him, but he showed no sign of response. It wasn't until Alan and the others had departed from the port that blood began to seep slowly from the man's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He's dead. Quickly, fetch the captain. It must have been those three from earlier. Truly a bunch of scum. Alan led Nami and Nokigao towards the outskirts of Gaia Island, though he had forgotten the man's name. He distinctly remembered two details. He had a chestnut hairstyle and resided in a dilapidated house by the sea. Just traversing this distance, Alan had already lost count of how many pirates he had silently dispatched who had coveted the two women. It truly was a den of pirates, a paradise for the wretched, were it not for the presence of several decent individuals and innocent animals on Gaia Island. He would have considered sinking the entire island and town without hesitation. Hey, you there. Is it you who killed my subordinate at the dock? As the trio exited the town and entered the woods, an angry shout rang out from behind. Dozens of pirates brandishing knives and guns charged after them, roaring with fury. No matter where you came from, or what devil fruit powers you possess, daring to kill mine. Before he could finish, a swarm of them fell as if they were wheat being harvested. One must admit, the Conqueror's hockey was indeed a divine weapon. With it, the prestige of vanquishing minions soared to new heights. Captain, should we engage? That's a bounty of 5.5 billion on the edge of Magic Valley Town. Four individuals crouched atop a rooftop observing the scene below. The one at the farthest edge had a nearly disproportionate physique, sporting a peculiar headpiece, and was pounding his fist while shouting, a glint of madness in his eyes. Captain, I've got him in my sights. Shut up, Basis. And you, Oka, put the guns away. This guy is beyond our capability. The leader, who had curly hair and was bare-chested, bore a serious expression, missing a few teeth. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, though he was notorious for his arrogance and had acquired the dark fruit, inflating his ambitions to the point of desiring to confront Alan, who had a bounty of 5 billion. The recent display of Alan's Conqueror's hockey left him wide-eyed. The intensity and finesse of that hockey rivaled even that of Whitebeard when he had just joined the Whitebeard pirates. His second plan had yet to be executed, and now to confront such a formidable opponent filled him with trepidation. His ambitions could very well wither before they even began. Blackbeard, is it? Alan casually glanced back. Causing Blackbeard and his crew to stiffen in alarm, he noticed us. Run. Blackbeard was the first to leap from the rooftop, sprinting towards the town, and his crew followed suit. Haha, Captain, you're in quite the predicament now. Basis teased Blackbeard as they fled. Ha! Who knew we'd encounter one of the ocean's top-tier powerhouses? Blackbeard took it in stride, appearing quite carefree. What is going on over there? Nami followed Alan's gaze, but saw no one. It's nothing. I thought I saw someone familiar. I must have been mistaken. Alan shrugged, and the three continued onward at a trader from Whitebeard's crew. I couldn't care less, as long as I can seize the bounty when the time comes. Are you looking for an upward current, planning to ascend to the skies? That's a gamble with your life. The chestnut-haired Mont-Blanc Kurikai cast a sidelong glance at Alan and the others standing outside the building. The gamble of life is for others. For me, the mere upward current is insignificant. You just need to find us a good position. No, that's not possible. The Empyrean cloud hasn't formed yet. Even if you go up, you'll just fall back down. Hey, you're being a bit verbose. I'm simply asking you to find the upward current, not to ramble on, though aware of Kurikai's good intentions. Alan had little patience for lengthy explanations about the affairs of Sky Island. He merely desired to locate the upward current and surge into the White Sea. All right, I'll have the Monkey Mountain United Army investigate. As soon as there's news of an upcoming upward current, I'll inform you. Kurikai, observing Alan's demeanor, agreed without hesitation. After all, he was a man who had once obliterated a nation, even without fully unleashing his presence. Alan was not someone Kurikai could easily withstand. His instinct screamed at him. If he continued to prattle on, he might truly meet his end today. 3 days later, Alan and the others stood on the deck, watching two towering monkeys probe the underwater currents, guiding their ship in that direction. Alan, is there really an upward current? Moreover, that old man mentioned it could be deadly. Are there any alternative ways to ascend? Nami inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Alan, who sat on a beach chair with his eyes closed. Upon hearing her question, he reached out and pulled her closer. Rest assured, the upward current poses no danger. Another route to ascend lies in the West Sea. Surely we're not going to change our course to head that way. That's true. Despite a flicker of anxiety within her, Nami chose to trust Alan and remained by his side. Gazing ahead, suddenly, the sky darkened, and the ocean appeared to boil, with waves escalating in intensity. Little brother, we're about to experience the precursor to an explosion. Everyone, be cautious. The two gorillas warned loudly. Alan calmly rose, surveying the apprehensive expressions of the women. Secure yourselves to stable positions. Leave the rest to me. The women obediently grasped the mast, railings, and other fixtures, their faces betraying a hint of tension. Unlike combat, this natural calamity was the most perilous aspect of the Grand Line. As the sky turned ominous and rain began to pour, a massive whirlpool gradually formed on the ocean's surface. Compared to the size of the whirlpool, their sailboat seemed no larger than a mouse before an elephant, a stark disparity. Once the two gorillas had pulled them to the edge of the whirlpool, they retreated at full speed, fearful of being drawn in themselves. In no way, are we really going to enter this whirlpool? Nami and the others turned pale. Who on the sea was unaware that being sucked into a whirlpool typically led to shipwreck and doom? Don't worry, we'll be fine. This whirlpool is truly immense. Alan leaned over the ship's bow, keenly observing the gigantic vortex. He had only seen such things in anime on a computer in his previous life. Experiencing it in reality was far more exhilarating. The sailboat followed the whirlpool's path downward until they entered a tranquil sea, at which point the whirlpool vanished, and large bubbles began to rise from the depths. What just happened? Don't move. The upward current is about to commence. As Nami was about to move towards Alan, he swiftly extended his hand to halt her. Indeed, as Alan's voice echoed, violent ripples erupted from the depths of the ocean, causing the entire ship to sway under the formidable influence of nature. Boom! In the next moment, a colossal column of water surged from the sea, reaching skyward. The sailboat, previously anchored upon the water's surface, was lifted by this force, ascending straight towards the heavens. Even though Nami had confidence in Alan's words, she couldn't help but scream in a state of weightlessness. No Jiko connected through her soul fruit to Alan. felt remarkably serene, even as she gazed around at the breathtaking sights above. This was her first experience at such heights, and curiosity naturally ensued. Suddenly, the sailboat began to rock, tilting outward under the influence of gravity and centrifugal force. Alan, unfurl the sails. 2 years prior, Nami had been astute enough to discern the necessary actions. How much more so now, with her knowledge of navigation fully integrated. Once the sails were unfurled, propelled by the wind, the sailboat soared upward once more. At last, the vessel reached the apex of the ascending water current, merely a step away from the clouds above. Yet, that seemingly trivial distance transformed into an insurmountable chasm. Devoid of the upward flow's assistance, with only the wind's velocity, the sailboat lacked the strength to continue its ascent, and it began to plummet downwards. Don't know. The current isn't strong enough. We're going to fall. Nami's face turned ashen as she looked desperately at Alan. That if death was truly imminent, she resolved to embrace this man, believing that dying together could be a form of tragic romance. Everyone, stay still. Unfortunately, before she could utter another word, she noticed that Alan, standing on the deck, had mysteriously donned a dark robe, and in the next instant, he leaped off the ship. Alan, Nami gasped, her eyes wide as she prepared to rush towards him. But before she could act, the ship trembled violently, hurtling skyward at an alarming speed. In mere seconds, they pierced through the lowest layer of clouds, ascending until they burst forth from the water's surface. Once again basking in sunlight. Alan, where are you? As the vessel finally steadied, Nami and Nojiko immediately dashed to the spot where Alan had jumped, peering over the side of the ship. However, beneath them lay only a vast expanse of white clouds, obscuring any view of what lay below. Alan gone. Nami sat on the deck, her eyes vacant, staring blankly at Nojiko. Alan must have used some method to send them up, while sacrificing himself in the process. At such heights, even if he were incredibly strong, he would surely be shattered upon impact. Nojiko, how could he do this? Yet, Nojiko looked joyfully past Nami, offering no response. What about me? Nami's words trailed off as she sensed something amiss. And upon turning to look, she found Alan standing right behind her, observing her with a soft smile. Seeing Nami, tear-streaked, and Nojiko, relieved, alongside Robin's habitual gentle smile and Vivi's complex expression, Alan reaffirmed his conviction that he was indeed on the right path. Only Nami and Nojiko were his true allies. Rest assured, how could anything happen to me? Alan spoke with unwavering confidence, even though he had severed the connection between the sailboat and his ice ropes. After all, Kaido had leapt off the Sky Island without meeting his demise, so he, with the powers of the tortoise fruit, had no reason to fear. You nearly scared me to death. Nami's eyes glistened as she threw herself into Alan's embrace. Just moments before his leap, she had felt utterly despondent, casting aside dreams and aspirations. All she desired was for Alan to reappear before her. Thankfully, the heavens had granted her this wish. Nojiko, though equally worried about Alan, was somewhat steadier, for her soul link with him remained intact, preventing her from sinking into the depths of despair like Nami. Well, here I am, right? Alan said, gesturing to the surrounding clouds. See, isn't it magnificent? The group stood at the ship's edge, gazing into the distance at the vast, wide expanse of clouds, feeling as though they had entered another realm. Is this really above the clouds? Is the legendary Sky Island truly here? Nami gazed around, excitement bubbling within her as she beheld the endless sea of white, devoid of any visible islands. Robin, curious, created an arm from the ship's body to stir the cloud sea below. This is the White Sea. The clouds aren't too dense here, similar to seawater. If we head that way, we can ascend to the Sky Island. Alan leaped upward, identifying the direction before addressing her queries. Then pointed the way for Nami. The cloud sea is still a sea. As long as it is a sea, a navigator can chart a course. Let us go, onward to the Sky Island. Nami cheered enthusiastically. Her spirit rekindled. She hadn't forgotten Alan's promise of a land abundant with gold on the Sky Island, a place she had long yearned for. Alan, fully aware of Nami's aspirations, smiled softly. Although they had missed Alabasta, that kingdom lacked riches, unlike the Sky Island. Not to mention, the Arc Maxim was a vessel they must seize. It was the perfect opportunity to subdue Inaru, forcing him to obediently follow behind. After all, finding a subordinate with a natural type fruit like his was no easy feat. Over 30 years ago, Alan had begun experimenting with various methods to strip away devil fruit powers, whether it was creating a sealed space with sea prism stone to trap a fruit user, employing armament haki to capture the energy of a devil fruit, or submerging both the fruit user and the fruit itself in the ocean. None of these methods had proven successful in manifesting a devil fruit nearby. It was understandable. If a method existed, the world government would have employed it long ago, rather than imprisoning dangerous devil fruit users and impelled down without execution. Thus, if Alan desired the rumble fruit, the simplest solution would be to recruit Inaru as his subordinate. As the sailboat traversed the cloud sea, everything around them felt refreshing and novel. Apart from steering the ship, the women were eagerly taking in their surroundings. Suddenly, Nojiko furrowed her brow. Though she had been joyfully running about moments ago, she now found herself struggling to catch her breath, even breaking a sweat. Having undergone enhancement through Alan's special medicine, how could she possibly tire from just a short run? Alan, something feels off. My body feels weak, and I'm having difficulty maintaining control. Nami and Vivi nodded in agreement, previously caught up in excitement, but now aware of the discomfort Nojiko had pointed out. It must be the thin air. After all, we're at a high altitude, and it's surely less abundant than below. We'll just need to adapt. Robin, the scholar, concluded after a moment's consideration. Alan, however, gazed thoughtfully at the distant waterfall that seemed to touch the sky. Beneath it stood a magnificent archway, its golden pentagon-shaped roof adorned with shimmering silver walls, bearing a grand sign that read Heaven's Gate. While the group was still observing this structure, an elderly woman emerged, pulling out a camera to snap several photos. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Oh, nothing, the woman stammered, startled, as she took a few steps back. "She's just an old lady. Why be so fierce?" Nami gently elbowed Alan, then smiled warmly at the elderly woman. "Is this what the people of the Sky Island look like? She has wings on her back." Noki, a girl from the 3rd year of high school, hurriedly joined the gathering, and even the well-traveled Robin had never encountered such a race. Observing the gazes of the group, the old woman appeared to be accustomed to such attention, showing no concern at all, and instead proceeded to ask a routine question. "This is the gate to heaven, and I am the overseer of the gate. Are you here for sightseeing or for battle?" "Huh? How could you ask such a question?" "We are, of course, here for sightseeing." Nami was momentarily taken aback by the question, responding without hesitation that in fact, Alan had intended to say they came to fight, especially since they were planning to confront Inaru shortly, making the notion of battle more fitting. Sightseeing costs 10 billion Iku each. 10 billion. The eyes of Nami and her companions widened in shock, regardless of what Iku represented as a currency unit. The sheer magnitude of that sum sounded terrifying. "We don't have any money." Upon hearing such a staggering amount, even if their side could not afford it, Nami felt as though she had lost half her life, her entire demeanor crumbling to "No worries, you can enter without money. I'm not a guard, just asking you a question." The 4 girls were momentarily stunned by the old woman's words, and Nami instantly revived with hope. Whether they had money or not, it turned out she was merely here to enjoy free food and drink. In the next moment, 2 massive pincers suddenly emerged from beneath the water, securing their sailboat. Then, with remarkable speed, they surged upward along the cloud path. "Alan, something feels off. That old woman harbored great malice towards us," Noki remarked, braving the wind pressure to lean closer to him. "Don't worry, I'm aware." Alan indeed understood that the old woman was trying to extort them at the gate, making those who failed to pay the entrance fee face tenfold fines from the guards above. However, since they were initially here to deal with Inaru and reclaim the gold, why should they pay this fee? In the end, who was deceiving whom was yet to be determined. As the group reached the expanse above the White Sea, a notification echoed in Alan's mind once more. Chain quest initiated. Path of the Strong, Part 4. Does a mere user of the rumble fruit deserve the title of a god? It is time to show the big-eared fool what a true god is. No knowledge of physics is required. Let us teach him his place with our fists. Quest details. Please defeat the rumble fruit user, Inaru, without utilizing any fruit abilities or items. Friendly reminder. Main quest cannot be refused. Please complete it diligently, as each completed chain quest will yield corresponding rewards. If the system could manifest, Alan would certainly cast a disdainful glance at it. What nonsense is this? Do I really need to use any fruit abilities or sea prism stone to fight Inaru? A mere user of observation haki? I can just use my observation haki and charge in with my fists. However, rather than focusing solely on resolving the issue with Inaru, Alan's mind was also contemplating whether there were any female characters that the Straw Hats had encountered here. As there was still a side quest to consider, the more quest rewards he could acquire, the better he could equip Nami and Noki with means of survival. Look, newcomers have arrived. Inaru, reclining on a large chair, suddenly sat up. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of them seems to be a rather capable little ant. How should I play with them? Summon the 4 great priests. That group of white beret-wearing fools are no match for me. Yes, replied a maid, who promptly moved toward the exit. Wow, this is Sky Island. Aside from Robin, the other girls, all under the age of 20, were instantly captivated by the beautiful sights beyond the sea of clouds. A grand cluster of structures came into view, with towering vines subtly rising behind them. Even the beach was lush with greenery, brimming with life, forming a striking contrast against the white expanse. Smiles spread across the faces of the girls. Although Alan had mentioned visiting Sky Island before, no one had truly believed it, harboring a tinge of skepticism in their hearts. But now, all doubts vanished. Even Vivi forgot her previous discontent, excitedly mingling with Nami and Noki. Let us go change clothes and have some fun on the beach, Nami exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm as she pulled Noki and Vivi toward the ship's cabin in revealing outfits. Alan's voice called out from behind them. Although he was a man known for his affections towards many, his women could only be devoted to him, and their bodies could be seen by no one else, even if just their backs. Geez, I know, Nami pouted, her expression sulky as she entered the cabin with the other 2 girls, but as soon as they stepped inside, her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Hey, Nami, Alan is jealous. Noki teased, nudging her with her elbow, a mischievous grin on her face. Why not wear something more revealing and see if he gets jealous? Watching the playful banter between the 2 sisters, Vivi's spirits suddenly sank. They could frolic freely, for they were Alan's women, while she was merely a captured maid. Alan, look at this. Not long after they stepped onto the beach, Nami excitedly waved at Alan from the other side. Look, this uncle says it's called a weiba, a motorcycle that can roam freely on the sea of clouds. Haha. Indeed. Standing nearby, Paigaya smiled awkwardly. Though this weiba belonged to him, he still struggled to control it. Having crashed it right at the feet of the guests. Quite an embarrassment. Uncle, could I borrow this weiba for a spin? Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the vehicle. Paigaya scratched his head. A hint of hesitation on his face. Well, that is possible, but the weiba is quite difficult to maneuver. Even for those of us who live on the White Sea, mastering it takes at least a decade or more of practice. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar echoed as Nami was already riding the weiba, skillfully drifting with it. She's incredible. Noki stood proudly beside Paigaya. Nami, having had some innate talent for sailing from a young age. Mastering the weiba was only natural. This is not just a mere talent, Paigaya murmured, watching Nami soaring above the clouds, a complex expression crossing his face. Dear guest from the Blue Sea, why not come to our home for a visit and try some local delicacies? Sure, Noki and the others readily agreed. Although Alan had little recollection of the events from his previous life here, he was confident that he could handle any situation that might arise, given that the greatest boss of the entire Sky Island was none other than Inaru. After traversing through dense foliage and ascending a few dozen meters of cloud stairs, they arrived at a towering structure. Please, come in. Paigaya gestured invitingly as they entered, a girl with golden hair styled into 2 braids. Wearing a high-necked, ultra-short dress, emerged from the kitchen. Father, are these guests from the Blue Sea? Hello, everyone. I am Cornus. Please, have some tea. Her voice was exceedingly gentle, causing the girls to brighten up. Eagerly approaching her, a gentle beauty like her was simply enchanting to all. Please wait a moment. I must prepare a few more dishes for our guests, Cornus politely stated before retreating back into the kitchen, while Paigaya brought in the catch they had gathered. Father, must it really be this way? Cornus asked hesitantly as she continued her work in the kitchen. Although there were regulations on Sky Island, this was her first encounter with outsiders from the Blue Sea. The thought of the divine decrees made her heart uneasy and even a bit sorrowful. Paigaya said nothing, merely sighing and shaking his head. They are but ordinary people. How could they defy the will of the gods? Alan was amusing himself with various shells displayed in the living room when he suddenly heard Noki's voice in his mind. The emotions of this father-daughter pair are quite complex. There is anxiety, guilt, fear, and anger. Fear not, for I am here. Alan lacked the remarkable abilities of no Kigo. He could not transmit thoughts directly but merely ruffled her hair, offering a gentle word of comfort. Very well. I shall wait for Nami by the seaside. No Kigo nodded in agreement, placing her trust in Alan, convinced that if he assured her everything would be fine. It would indeed be so. Let us go. I too wished to take a look at tea that moment. Alan could only recall that the Straw Hat crew had been separated. The details had faded from his memory over time. Nevertheless, he was the sole warrior aboard this vessel. Regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent to stick together. Robin and Vivi exchanged glances, choosing not to venture outside, opting instead to remain comfortably seated on the sofa, engaging in conversation with Pagaya to learn about the island's customs. Hey, Alan, no Kigo. This Wibai is truly exhilarating, Nami exclaimed excitedly as she sped back from the sea, waving at Alan and no Kigo. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind her, hurtling towards her at great speed. There's malice. No Kigo's expression darkened instantly, and Alan's countenance fell as he focused on the individual riding a large purple bird. Drawing nearer to Nami, he strode forward to confront them. As he ran, each step he took formed a layer of ice upon the sea of clouds, providing him with leverage to propel himself further. Alan, why are you running over? What's wrong? Nami, still mounted on Wibai, was astonished to see Alan approaching her with an increasingly troubled expression. In an instant, as they passed each other, Nami maneuvered Wibai into a sharp turn, sending it skidding across the clouds, finally noticing the man in a pilot's cap riding the giant bird behind her. Who is that? The expression on the face of Shura, seated atop the flying bird, revealed a hint of disdain. An intruder dares to confront a priest. In the name of God Enel, today, I, the heavenly knight Shura, shall deal with you. Fire spear. The heat emanating from the spear held aloft by Shura instantly transformed it into a fire spear. Yet, just as he was about to strike, his expression froze. The heart network had inexplicably failed. He could not discern Alan's next move. However, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to thrust the spear towards Alan with all his might. Bang! Alan's hockey-covered fist collided with the weapon, shattering it from the tip of the spear down to its shaft, and finally to the astonished face of Shura. Frost enveloped him, and he crumbled like a pile of snowflakes, dissipating into the ether. After all, with Nami and no Kigo still present, Alan wished to avoid excessive bloodshed. Hey, Enel, I know you can hear me. Isn't it a bit beneath you to send these weaklings to confront me? Why not come down yourself and face me? As the god of the sky, master of the rumble fruit and the heart network, Enel was undoubtedly monitoring the entire island, a fact Alan was certain of. Unfortunately, after waiting a few seconds without receiving any response, Alan, in exasperation, accompanied Nami and no Kigo back to the beach. Let us eat something, and then we shall deal with this fellow. After the recent encounter, Nami and no Kigo understood that this island was not merely a vacation spot, but bore its own dangers. Promptly falling in line beside Alan, they would not trouble him over such trivial matters. What was that guy's deal? Why did he attack me? As the trio ascended, Nami incessantly questioned that I only heard him mention something about being a knight. Shura, but I couldn't catch the rest. Clank. Alan opened the door and conversed with Nami as they entered the house, startling Cornice, who had just emerged from the kitchen, causing her coffee cup to tumble to the floor. What happened? Miss Cornice, is there an issue with this Shura? Robin glanced at Alan, then at Cornice, her expression laden with confusion. It was evident even to the discerning eye that Shura posed a problem. Was it merely his name that had frightened Cornice so? And no, it's nothing, Cornice stammered, hastily crouching to gather the shards on the ground. Fear not. Even if there were an issue, it is resolved now. You likely shall not see him again. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room turned to no Kigo, who shrugged nonchalantly. That fellow attempted to ambush Nami, but has been dealt with by Alan. Dealt with? But he is one of the 4 priests. Pagaya stared at Alan, bewildered, while Cornice took 2 steps back in sheer terror. Her face devoid of color, her body trembling slightly. So, you have slain the priest Shura? Despite her overwhelming fear, Pagaya clung to a glimmer of hope, tentatively inquiring of Alan. Indeed, and what of it? Even if Enel were to appear here, it would be of no consequence. Alan casually plucked a piece of fruit and popped it into his mouth, showing no concern for the individual whose name struck terror into their hearts. Oh no! Cornice and Pagaya's faces paled in unison as they dashed towards the door, shouting, "Run! The judgment of God is upon us." They had forgotten how long it had been since anyone dared to call out Enel's name so boldly. However, The ingrained fear within them made it clear that something dreadful was about to unfold. Nami and the others exchanged puzzled glances at the father and daughter duo, yet they remained unmoved. If this so-called judgment of God could not protect them from Alan, then fleeing would be futile. Enel, there's no need for you to play God with these mere mortals. I shall seek you out shortly. Or do you only possess the audacity to bare your fangs at the weak? Alan bellowed defiantly towards the heavens, his tone dripping with disdain. Far above, Enel's expression shifted, and with a casual snap of his fingers, the gathering storm cloud hovering over Cornus's home dissipated entirely. Come, it is just the right time for me to find some amusement on this dull sky island that I it over. Cornus and Pagaya stood dumbfounded, gazing up at the clouds, exchanging incredulous looks as they rubbed their eyes, struggling to believe what they had witnessed. Someone truly dared to provoke God Enel without facing execution. Mr. Allen, what have you done? Cornus was at a loss for words. Every resident of the Sky Island had been oppressed by Enel's rules. Their original mission had been to guide Alan and his companions apart, some to serve as hostages, others to participate in the priest's trials. Yet now, it seemed guidance was unnecessary. Alan and his crew were intent on challenging God Enel. However, these surface dwellers appeared far from formidable. They had no inkling of Enel's true strength. If ever Enel were to be overthrown, it would indeed be a momentous occasion. Yet, how could mere mortals hope to contend with the deity who wielded thunder? It matters not. We came to this Sky Island in search of Enel. And after a meal, we can stretch our legs. Alan waved dismissively, and as Cornus and Pagaya remained in a daze, they enjoyed a meal featuring the island's local delicacies. Following this, the group boarded the ship, preparing to sail towards Enel's domain. That if you truly wish to venture to the sacred domain, I may have a more convenient method. Cornus hesitated before speaking up after everyone had boarded the vessel. You mean that if they are indeed seeking to challenge the deity, it would expedite our journey? Pagaya nodded in understanding. What? Before Alan and the others could respond, a tremor surged from beneath the ship, and a massive shadow surged forth from the sea of clouds below. Unfortunately, under the overwhelming pressure of Alan's conqueror's haki, it was rendered utterly immobile before it could make a move. What is that? Nami and the others peered curiously over the ship's railing, gazing down to see a colossal crimson creature lurking just beneath them, dwarfing even the ship itself. This is a specialty of the White Sea. The ultra-fast shrimp. Pagia was the first to react, stepping forward and silently positioning herself in front of Cornus. Ordinarily, its mere appearance would guide everyone to the altar of the sacred realm. Once at the altar, a simple shift towards the southwest would lead them to the location of the god Anu. However, something seemed amiss. It remained motionless. The group of women simultaneously turned their gazes towards Alan. They could not perceive the presence of the conqueror's haki. Yet they were certain that Alan was behind this. It's all right, as long as we know what it intends to do. Hey, lead us away. Alan directed his attention to the vessel below. The super-fast shrimp, feigning death beneath, was startled and hurriedly lifted the boat, raising it above its head and gradually accelerating. Hey, Cornus, we'll come back to find you once we're done. Nami cheerfully waved at the father and daughter still standing on the beach. Cornus managed a strained smile, watching the super-fast shrimp whisk the others away, her face betraying a hint of melancholy. Father, do you truly believe sending them away is the right choice? Pagia sighed, a trace of reluctance evident in her eyes. There's no other option. Even if we don't actively send them, we must guide them. The will of the gods cannot be defied. Moreover, one priest has already perished. Having interacted with these people from the Blue Sea, we could easily find ourselves implicated. Since danger looms regardless, it's better to send them away. It seems that killing a priest hasn't brought any harm to Mr. Alan, so perhaps he really can defeat Inaru. Did you actually witness it? In the hidden village beneath the clouds, a man polishing his weapon looked up. His left eye and shoulder were adorned with tattoos, and his lower half was clad in a grass skirt. His expression decidedly fierce. I am certain I saw it. I initially intended to ambush that group of intruding Blue Sea folk, but to my astonishment, they dispatched Shura in a single blow, even declaring their intent to confront Inaru. Very well, gather everyone. As a formidable warrior of the Sandia tribe, the battle demon Weber held a prestigious position within the tribe. Weber, should we not wait a moment longer, perhaps to observe the outcome of the battle between the Blue Sea folk and Inaru? Raki, standing nearby with her black ponytail and purple attire, wore a look of concern. They had come to know Inairu's might all too well over the years. Merely those 4 priests were not foes they could easily contend with. Weber scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Raki. How can we trust the Blue Sea folk? Once they recognize Inairu's power, they will flee in panic, and by then, it will be too late. With one of the 4 great priests gone, we must seize this opportunity to eliminate a few more of Inairu's subordinates. Weber is right. We must capitalize on our numerical advantage while we have it. A chorus of Sandio warriors echoed his sentiment. For the only land above the clouds was their homeland. They harbored disdain for all who occupied that territory. In battle, one must exert their utmost. Otherwise, defeat is inevitable. Raki, if you're uncertain, you need not join. Others, prepare yourselves. We shall depart. Weber declared decisively, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, as if he could pierce through the clouds to observe Inairu. No, I am fine. Raki quickly fell in line with the others, moving outward. After the super-fast shrimp deposited Alan and the others along with the boat at the altar, it swiftly sank beneath the water. Disappearing from sight, we are to proceed on foot to the location of the god. Nami looked around, bewildered, surrounded by towering trees hundreds of meters high, their lush foliage nearly obscuring the sky. Just follow me. Once we defeat Inru, we shall acquire a new ship, and you will surely be satisfied. Upon noticing Alan's playful expression, Nami's eyes widened in sudden realization. She recalled the tale of the golden ship that Alan had mentioned before. Are you referring to that golden ship? Crack! A flash of lightning illuminated the sky as Alan instantly appeared above Nami, deftly swatting aside a bolt of lightning that had descended. Inu, do you wish to die? Alan glared at the heavens, his expression darkening. He had initially intended to accompany Nami and the others on a leisurely stroll to Inairu's vicinity, but he had not anticipated that the fiend would dare to strike at Nami. He had planned to deal with those pesky, irritating interlopers first, but now they had repeatedly provoked his wrath. In that case, I shall deal with you first. A blinding light flashed, revealing Inru, clad in a white headscarf and bare-chested, hovering above them, gazing down with disdain. Here to fight? Very well, I had intended to subdue you properly, but since you dared to assault Nami, I suppose you deserve a lesson. Alan cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp, bone-cracking sounds. Such arrogance. Before he could finish his retort, his eyes widened in shock. Alan had suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Despite Inairu's formidable observation haki, he could not anticipate Alan's movements in time. He managed to elementalize his body, but the Conqueror's haki countered it directly, sending him hurtling into the island, crashing through several large trees. Cough. Damn it, you actually managed to hit me. Inairu glared at Alan, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Oh, you truly believe that possessing a natural-type devil fruit grants you the right to call yourself a god? You are unaware of the existence of armament haki? So what? Here, I am the god? Inairu's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his fists, his crimson gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Alan. A god? Alan shot him a sidelong glance, swiftly closing the distance between them. In an instant, he dodged Inairu's golden staff and seized his arm, forcefully slamming him downwards. Bang! Bang! After a few violent impacts, he hurled Inairu away from Nami and the others. Then disdainfully scoffed. What a weak god! Damn it! Inairu transformed into lightning midair, stabilizing his form, glaring furiously at Alan. Originally, he had intended to come and deliver a decisive punishment to this audacious offender, but he had never anticipated losing so much face. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a waist, erupted, striking down a plump figure in the distance. Alan paid it no mind. That individual was likely one of Inairu's subordinates, after all. Who told you to be so unlucky? Witnessing your leader's disgrace, you dare treat me like this? In an instant, Inairu gathered an immense amount of energy in his hands, with countless arcs of lightning escaping through his fingers. Punishment, enveloping himself in armament haki. The dark aura instantly coated Alan's entire body. The next moment, he charged toward the lightning, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Inairu. However, Inairu had learned from his previous encounter and swiftly relocated to another position. Alan's previous punch had nearly shattered his insides, and even now, standing up, he felt a lingering pain. In terms of speed, only Kizaru stood a chance against him in the entire world of One Piece. If he genuinely wished to flee, even Alan would be unable to catch him. It was a mystery how Luffy had managed to defeat him. Inairu, Burning cannon. An enraged voice erupted from behind, followed by a surge of intense blue flames directed at Eniru. Under normal circumstances, Eniru could easily extinguish such flames with his lightning, but this time he elementalized himself to evade, then infused his lightning into the flames, redirecting them toward Alan. Thunder fire cannon. Alan was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised that Eniru could employ such tactics. It was rather intriguing. However, this level of attack was nearly inconsequential before him, easily dissipated with a single punch. Eniru, today I will definitely slay you, the battle demon Weber coldly observed Eniru, fully aware of which priest had met their demise. Thus, while others sought to besiege the three priests, he boldly ventured straight to the heart of the storm, racing toward the location where the tempest had just roared. Indeed, he arrived just in time. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous cannonades, disrupted by Alan, scattered across the landscape, igniting a series of explosive bursts. Are you intending to join forces against me, the deity? A trace of disdain flickered across Enel's face. Although he had somewhat miscalculated Alan's combat prowess, it did not diminish his innate arrogance. Even if his physical defenses were lacking, as long as he avoided being struck by Alan, he believed he could remain undefeated. Collaborate against you? Surely you overestimate your own significance. Alan crossed his arms, casting a bemused glance in Enel's direction. Weber, standing behind Enel, observed with widened pupils and a furrowed brow as his attacks proved fruitless. Fixating on Enel's back, gradually, Enel turned, a smirk of mockery gracing his features. How many times must you be vanquished before you comprehend that I am the embodiment of thunder? You mere mortals dare to defy my will. What kind of god are you? Enel, I swear I will slay you today. Weber glared furiously at Enel, his voice thick with resentment. With a swift motion, he propelled himself toward Enel's rear, utilizing the stored gusts of wind from his wind shoes to gain speed. Ants remain ants. Even when confronted, they fail to grasp the vast chasm in their differences. Alan's recent flurry of attacks had indeed rattled Enel, leaving him reluctant to even utter the word God for a while. As Weber prepared to advance once more, Enel lost interest in toying with his adversaries. His gaze shifted, now imbued with a lethal glint. The previous mockery in his eyes was replaced with a genuine sense of menace. Alan's assault had instilled a profound wariness in the god of the sky, and Weber's audacity now served as an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Enel, today I shall claim your head. Weber's eyes sparkled with a hint of madness. Empowered by the sea stone fragments beneath his feet, as long as he made contact, he could suppress Enel's fruit abilities, making it feasible to injure or even eliminate him. Curse you, dream of hell. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Before Weber could close the distance, Enel struck the large drum on his left side, unleashing a torrent of electricity that coalesced into a colossal thunder wolf, devouring Weber whole. Ah! Weber's agonized screams reverberated through the forest, and even Alan, at a distance, caught a whiff of the charred scent, causing him to furrow his brow involuntarily. He recalled that this very individual had once attacked Enel, nearly bringing him to his demise. How was it that he was dispatched so swiftly now? And you? Enel's gaze fixated on Alan once more, his teeth clenched in a menacing grimace. Facing Enel proved somewhat tricky for Alan. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat him, but rather that he struggled to land a hit. If only he could utilize his fruit abilities to freeze him at the right moment. Alas, he was left with only physical combat and the three-color hockey, requiring him to seize the opportunity to close in. Enel, recognizing the futility of opposing Alan's physical prowess, continued to strike the drum behind him. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A silent, roaring dragon of electricity writhed toward Alan. Save your lackluster tricks for another day. Armament hockey, /wave. With a fierce shout, Alan concentrated his formidable armament hockey into his right fist, launching a punch with the force of a divine turtle shattering a river, obliterating Enel's Thunder Dragon and sending him retreating far away in a burst of lightning. There was no choice. Alan had been born long before, unaware if the Navy had developed the 6 styles. He had never encountered a Navy that employed the 6 styles, let alone learned them. He was forced to create his own combat techniques. Hey, spare me your 30 million volts of pathetic tricks. Do you have anything more impressive? Let me truly enjoy myself. Alan regarded Enel with disdain, recalling that this fool likely possessed a close-range skill akin to Sengoku's Buddha form, a go higher. Then, Enel's gaze swept over the crackling arcs of lightning in the air. his expression shifting to one of unprecedented seriousness as he addressed Alan that if you join me, we could embark on an arc together, traversing the boundless lands. What say you? Not a chance. I am no Chang'e to accompany you to the moon. Alan scoffed, rolling his eyes. It was only this Navi simpleton who mistook the moon for limitless lands. The vast ocean beneath was far more expansive, although he did not grasp the meanings behind Alan's words. Enel distinctly felt the contempt in his tone. The anger of having his dreams belittled surged through him, shattering his composure. 200 million volts. Thunder God. This move allowed Enel to unleash the entirety of his stored 200 million volts. Enveloping himself in a tempest of lightning that he expanded several-fold, transforming into a titan of electricity. The Thunder God Enel carbonized the surrounding trees, as arcs of lightning danced and surged toward Alan with tremendous force. As he moved, the ground trembled, trees toppled, and the creatures of the forest fled in terror. Just the move I was waiting for. A flicker of excitement graced Alan's face as he bent his knees and assumed a stance. His muscles taut. Concentrating his armament haki at his shoulders and elbows, he charged toward the Thunder God. Armament haki, mountain breaker. This technique drew inspiration from a move frequently depicted in Alan's past life. Later popularized by a celebrity through a shoulder shake. Nonetheless, it was effective in the world of pirates, despite moments of awkwardness in execution. Boom! The high-level armament haki, crackling with black arcs of lightning, collided with the surging blue-purple arcs of Enel's thunderous fruit abilities. In an instant, a massive shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact. Oh no! The ferocity on Enel's face morphed into shock and fear as he watched Alan breach the Thunder God's arm, closing the distance between them. But he had exhausted his techniques, unable to shift his approach instantly. Roar! Just as Alan was about to seize Enel, a colossal creature lunged from the side, roaring ferociously. It was a serpent with a head larger than a building, exuding a nauseating stench that was unmistakably foul, its gaping maw poised to swallow both men whole. Alan hesitated. He was reluctant to enter the belly of such a beast, in that fleeting moment of indecision. Enel seized the opportunity, transforming into pure lightning and vanishing from sight. Damn, he had been so close to capturing Enel, only to have his momentum disrupted at a critical moment by this monstrous snake, leaving Alan in a foul mood. While one could befriend a person, animals were different. This serpent had grown so large in Sky Island, brazenly threatening both Alan and Enel, indicating it had done so before. With that in mind, before it could react, Alan appeared on its back, placing a hand upon its scaly skin. Countless ice crystals emanated from his palm, transforming the serpent into a crystalline masterpiece within moments. He couldn't rush the process of obliteration. If memory served, this creature's belly housed a treasure trove of gold. The golden Noah was Alan's next preparation for his crew, not something he intended to share with Nami. Thus, the golden artifacts within this serpent would become his gift for her. Alan, have you dealt with it? When Alan returned to the ship, Nami and the other women were seated on the deck, engaged in casual conversation. Upon seeing him, they merely inquired about his return in a nonchalant manner. It must be said that after enduring a series of events, their confidence in Alan had reached a level of blind faith. However, there was still the possibility of him slipping away if not careful, but that was of little concern. I shall provide you with a protective barrier so you can apprehend him. This thought suddenly struck Alan. For that scoundrel Enel had no moral compass. If he were to launch a surprise attack on Nami and her companions while being captured, it would be a regret too great to bear. With a graceful motion of his arm, a colossal semi-transparent sphere materialized around the entire vessel, encasing it snugly. This ship held far less significance for Alan than the Mary did for the Straw Hat Pirates. In fact, he hadn't even named it. Yet, ensuring the safety of Nami and her companions was of paramount importance. Such a marvelous sight. Alan, is this one of your abilities? Nami remarked, captivated by the ice crystals reflecting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. Unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch them, only to be swiftly stopped by Alan. The chill emanating from this ice is under my control. Do not touch it. Nami, embarrassed, offered an awkward chuckle and took a step back. She was not overly curious. It was merely that Alan had unconsciously relaxed in her presence. After ensuring the safety of the women, Alan swiftly employed his observation haki to locate Enel. Although Enel's ability to envelop the entire Sky Island with his observation haki was impressive, his mastery was limited to predicting his opponent's movements, let alone the more advanced techniques. Damn it, How can this sea dweller be so formidable? This is utterly absurd. I am a god, the one and only god. You wretch, if that is the case, then you shall perish alongside this sky island. Muttering to himself, Enel appeared in a cavern within the realm of the gods, where an enormous ship was already docked. The sunlight streaming from the cave's ceiling reflected off the vessel, casting a dazzling golden glow. Approaching the throne on the deck, Enel placed both hands upon the spheres at either end of the throne. Unleashing the full power of his rumble fruit point 200 million volts, Maxim set sail. As the lightning surged into the ship's hull, the propellers began to spin rapidly, and the vessel slowly lifted off the ground. Oh dear, so this is how a god attempts to flee. Rather undignified, don't you think? A voice tinged with mockery emerged beside Enel, causing his expression to stiffen as he turned to see Alan leaning against the ship's railing. Raising an eyebrow, how is this possible? My heart net detected nothing. Enel's voice trembled with panic. The heart net was his greatest shield in battle, yet it had failed him against Alan. Sea dweller, what do you intend to do? A look of resentment crossed Enel's face. Originally, he sought to explore the vast lands, but unexpectedly encountered such a powerful sea dweller before his departure. Now, the prospect of destroying the Sky Island seemed uncertain, and even his escape was in jeopardy. Nothing much, merely wishing for you to join my ranks. Alan shrugged, feigning indifference, which utterly shattered Enel's defenses. I am a god, residing in the divine realm of Apaya, ruling over the entire Sky Island. You dare suggest that I become your subordinate? Alan found himself at a loss for words at the sight of Enel, a quintessential case of delusional superiority. However, to deal with such a character, one must defeat magic with magic. I have heard that a god rules the world before forging new domains. How can you, having been defeated and fleeing to the so-called vast lands, claim to be a god? The disdain and contempt in Alan's eyes pierced Enel's heart, awakening buried memories from his childhood. 200 million volts. Thunder god. The thunderous form previously seen enveloped Enel once more, a sinister expression gracing his face as he rapidly concentrated a sphere of compressed lightning energy in his right hand, causing the deck beneath him to crack. Alan, however, paid it no mind, enveloping himself in haki and, with a swift kick akin to a soccer strike, sent the lightning sphere soaring into the sky. The resounding explosion caused the citizens of the Sky Island to shudder, believing the gods had once again descended in wrath to punish them. Enel, I grant you an opportunity. Take this ship and unleash your strongest attack. If you can defeat me, I shall abandon my intention of recruiting you. Should I prevail, you will willingly join my team, and I will teach you how to grow stronger until your power can truly command the seas. At that point, if you wish to explore the vast lands, I shall not hinder you. To defeat Enel, all that was required was to close the distance and seize him. Yet, to subdue a delusional individual, one must elevate him and vanquish him in his area of expertise. As for granting him access to the vast lands afterward, Alan had no intention of providing him with the ship. If he possessed the capability to venture there on his own, so be it. After all, by that time, Alan would be in an entirely different position, and whether he gained another subordinate or not mattered little. Very well. You have my word. A fierce glint appeared on Enel's face as he commanded Maxim to ascend into the sky, spreading his arms wide. Activate despair. At his command, a multitude of black clouds erupted from the ship's chimneys, billowing upward and coalescing. This was the ultimate ability of the Ark, known as the Redeemer of Despair. Observing the proud expression on Enel's face, Alan rubbed his arms, feeling an involuntary shiver. This insufferably delusional individual was truly embarrassing. As the clouds thickened, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire Sky Island, and the populace flooded into the streets, their faces etched with anxiety. Yet Alan paid little heed. In the original tale, that fellow Luffy had managed to handle Enel with a so-called rubber-based physics argument, and it was unreasonable for him, with his Karp-like physique, to be unable to do the same. Countless thunderclouds spread across the sky, their contained energy growing increasingly formidable. Bolts of lightning rained down upon Apaya, shattering the flora atop it and igniting flames throughout the centuries-old primordial jungle. This is the power a god should wield. Enel reveled in the energy coursing through him, connecting with the thunderclouds above, an exhilarating force he had never felt before. It was as if he had the entire world in his grasp. Capable of destruction at will. Is that why I suggested you explore the sea? Look at your naivete. Although Alan spoke casually, his conqueror's haki and armament haki were pushed to their limits, preparing for a decisive strike. Standing firm on the ground, he gazed up at the cackling Enel suspended in midair. "That I hope your fists are as hard as your boasts." Casually manipulating the energy of the thunderclouds, Enel stood arrogantly aloft. Golden staff pointed at Alan, the sea dweller, who had made him feel humiliation and defeat for the first time since consuming the devil fruit, was determined to obliterate him into fragments using the thunderclouds generated by his ship. A colossal black sphere began its descent from above. Even Maxim, the golden ship, appeared as diminutive as a green bean in comparison, its contained energy causing even Alan to feel a tremor of apprehension. With Sanji absent to sabotage the ship's machinery, the lightning sphere Enel conjured now dwarfed even his original form. "Let this thunderstorm annihilate you and this detestable sky island together," as Enel prepared to fulfill his long-held desire. A solemnity overcame him, transforming his body into lightning as he directed the thunderstorm toward Alan. Enough. This farce ends here. Regardless, with Nami and the others still below, Alan could not guarantee that his ice barrier would fully protect them. Thus, he began to charge his power early. Conqueror's haki. Soul-binding finale. After the power-up was complete, even with Aaron's robust physique, his right arm trembled incessantly, muscles oscillating between a state of slight rupture and healing. Had he been able to harness the powers of the Xuanwu fruit, his hybrid human-animal form would have effortlessly mastered this technique. However, without utilizing his fruit abilities, Aaron was already exerting his utmost strength in this current state. As he faced the lightning sphere above, Aaron propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air.at that moment. His fists clenched and his arms crossed over his chest. His body began to spin rapidly, entwining the Conqueror's haki and armament haki around him like a tornado, gradually coalescing into a cataclysmic force. As his rotation accelerated, Aaron unleashed his right fist with tremendous force, sending forth a whirlwind formed by the intertwining haki. The principle of puncturing the surface was vividly illustrated as the tip of the tornado made contact with the lightning sphere, leading to a cascade of cracks appearing across the entire orb. Radiant bolts of lightning emanating from within, only to be swallowed once more by the tornado. The dual-colored haki expelled by Aaron churned within the sphere, causing the cracks to multiply until, with a deafening roar, it shattered into pieces in an instant. The sky was ablaze with blinding light, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes. In the wake of the explosive shockwave, countless storm clouds were dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed the entire sky island. Anairu, suspended in midair, gazed upward at the sun with a dazed expression, still in disbelief. "Hey, kid, you lost. Pack up and prepare to board. This golden ship will be ours from now on." Aaron appeared beside Anairu, his armored right hand gripping his neck. "No, this can't be. I am a god. How could a god lose? You are nothing but a delusional fool. Countless stronger individuals inhabit the blue sea. Come with me and venture to places where true power resides." Feeling the slight pressure of Aaron's hand on his throat, Anairu's lips twitched. "I'm merely lost by a hair's breadth. Once I master your armament haki, I shall challenge you again." Anairu, still defiant, could not bear the thought of being relegated to a subordinate after years of reigning as a god. "Set aside the rest for now. Do you acknowledge your defeat?" Ignoring Anairu's despondent expression, Aaron pulled him closer, coldly inquiring. I admit it." Anairu lowered his head, the sensation of being gripped by another more unbearable than death itself. Yet, defeat was defeat. "Congratulations, host, on completing the series of tasks. The path of the strong. Step further on your journey to becoming the pinnacle of power in the Pirate King world. Task reward. Call of the Tide Mermaid character card." Reward description. Nami is a powerful young Vinsmoke Sea tribe member who has completed a sacred ritual, capable of channeling the primal energies of the ocean and commanding the very tides themselves. Wielding the Tidecaller staff to summon the ocean's might. The character card grants the user the abilities of the Tide Mermaid. Without waiting for Aaron to inquire further, the system's completion prompt had already been issued. The character card of the Tide Mermaid Nami. With this reward, Aaron need not deliberate on who should receive it. Initially, he had contemplated finding a weather-manipulating devil fruit for Nami, but now it was evident that this was her destined character card. Furthermore, since the system had determined the task a success, Aaron saw no reason to feign any longer. As he regarded Anairu, Aaron gently released his grip, a dark robe materializing around him. The amplification from the Xuanwu fruit, still formidable. You think you only lost by a narrow margin? Just now, I relied solely on my physical strength. Now, with the addition of my devil fruit ability, you may attack me at will. I grant you one opportunity. If you can harm me, I shall let you go. Aniru stared at Eren, realizing that even without his words, his heart sensed that Eren's aura was now significantly stronger. What manner of monster is this? In the previous battle, he didn't even unleash half of his strength, and as a devil fruit user, he didn't utilize his abilities at all. This is your final chance to strike. Give it your all. Aniru. Eren's tone remained serene, his demeanor considerably steadier in the Xuanwu fruit's hybrid form, that if he refrained from resisting, it was not impossible for Aniru to inflict harm. Aniru, observing Eren's relaxed posture, felt a stirring in his gaze. 200 million volts. Thunder God Spear. This technique had been inspired by Eren's earlier move. Aniru had previously focused on the grandeur of his thunder fruit abilities, thunder beasts, thunderbirds, thunder dragons, thunder gods. However, Eren's demonstration of piercing through the lightning sphere had enlightened him. It was not always the loudest display that bore the greatest power. Though Aniru did not fully grasp the principle of puncturing the surface, he mimicked Eren, condensing his lightning into a colossal spear and hurled it at Eren. Interesting. Aniru's innate talent impressed Eren, who felt a sense of satisfaction, as he would soon count Aniru among his subordinates, as the colossal spear crackled with arcs of lightning and whistled through the air. Eren assessed its trajectory and slowly turned away, much to Aniru's astonishment. In the next moment, the thunder spear struck Eren's back with a piercing bang, followed by a violent explosion when the smoke cleared. Though the surrounding flora had been reduced to charred remnants by the searing heat of the lightning, Eren bore not a single mark, his dark robe entirely unscathed. Is it truly impossible to breach his defenses? Aniru stared blankly at Eren's retreating figure, muttering to himself at that moment. He was genuinely humbled. He had not anticipated that Eren would endure his full-force strike, using only his back to impress upon him the reality of defeat. What more could he say when even that had failed to breach Eren's defenses? Eren, internally relieved, had not expected Aniru to possess such a novel technique, while it was true that even frontal assaults might struggle to penetrate his defenses in this state. Being forced to retreat and check for injuries would be far too embarrassing. What now? Is there anything else to discuss? Eren retracted his devil fruit transformation. If he had reached this point, Aniru's thoughts needed no further elaboration. They could simply move forward with action. While competent subordinates were rare, losing one or two wasn't a significant issue, and no need for further discussion. From now on, you are the boss, Aniru conceded, having laid his cards on the table. Rather than submit as a subordinate, he now sought to learn the armament haki from Eren. His former mindset of how lonely his invincibility had been thoroughly shattered by Eren. All he desired now was to grow stronger. Ideally to pummel Eren thoroughly. With the battle concluded, it was time to reap the rewards. Heaven knows how ecstatic Nami felt upon seeing the massive golden ship shimmering above her, in the eyes of others. Her excitement was palpable, her eyes gleaming with golden light. Had Aniru not promptly lowered the ship, Nami might have even taken to the skies herself. Is this the ship you spoke of, made of gold? We shall sail upon this vessel from now on. At that moment, Nami resembled Sanji upon encountering a beautiful woman in the original story, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she leaned against Eren. No, 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 this ship will remain aloft. We still need to navigate the seas. Eren was not driven by a sudden sense of morality to relinquish the golden ship solely to Aniru. He simply wished to pursue his endeavors and sought treasures that would be more conveniently located upon the sea. While the skies may offer rapid transit, they render accurate navigation and destination identification nearly impossible. Thus, it was imperative for Alan and his companions to navigate the waters, with Inaru controlling the arc above, serving as a secret weapon. Moreover, as long as Inaru fully charged the arc's energy reserves just once, it could sail for an extended period without any hindrance. In the jungle, there lay a massive serpent that I had already encased in ice. Inaru, you may take Nami and the others to extract all the gold from within its body, along with the gold stored in your divine realm, and load it onto the Arkansas initially. Inaru harbored some prejudice against Nami and her companions, as their strength had not yet reached a level that warranted his equal treatment. However, upon Alan unleashing his murderous intent, this fellow promptly cowered. That a case of adolescent delusions is one thing, but fearlessness is an entirely different concept. After sending Eneru with Nami and the other women to seek out the gold, Alan appeared alongside Robin deep within Appiato. Here stood rows of ancient stone statues, appearing utterly dilapidated, their surfaces encrusted with moss. For a sightseeing excursion, this ruinous altar offered little of interest. Yet, for an archaeologist like Robin, it represented the pinnacle of beauty. The weathered inscriptions carved into the statues narrated the history of this place. The legendary ruins of Shandora. After accompanying Robin through these relics, Alan's gaze inadvertently brushed across her cheek. Despite the joy of witnessing such centuries-old ruins, a hint of melancholy lingered in Robin's eyes. After all, she had come here in pursuit of historical texts, only to find herself wandering through the ruins without any discoveries. Noticing Alan's gaze, Robin revealed a faint smile that it was also the captain's first visit here. A lack of knowledge was entirely understandable. Besides, there were only so many historical texts in the world, so it was hardly surprising that this place lacked one. Who says there isn't one here? Observing Robin as she continued to provide excuses, Alan found it somewhat amusing, reaching out to tousle her hair before wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Hold on tight. Don't let go, or you might fall. With that, Alan exerted his legs and leaped skyward, landing atop a massive vine. Immediately, he began to sprint upwards with Robin in his arms at his swiftest pace. At first, Robin was taken aback, but as she registered Alan's actions, she seemed to comprehend, casting her hopeful gaze towards the summit of the colossal vine. After a minute of running at Alan's speed, traversing layers of open island clouds and covering at least several thousand meters, the two finally beheld the magnificent clock tower standing atop a vast expanse of island clouds. The entire structure was crafted from gold, its base measuring several dozen meters wide and rising over 20 meters high. An utterly breathtaking sight. Even Alan, standing before the clock tower, couldn't help but feel awe. Robin, however, focused her attention on the historical text inscribed at the center of the base, the seemingly encrypted script instantly captivating her interest. What did this ancient text say? Alan waited until Robin sighed and averted her gaze before he inquired. It mentions the location of the ancient weapon, Poseidon, the Sea King. After a moment's hesitation, Robin revealed the truth to Alan. But before she could finish her explanation, he placed a finger on her lips, interrupting her words. I don't need to know that I am the most powerful weapon myself. Feeling the sensation of his finger on her lips, Robin's expression turned slightly awkward, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she gently nodded. This man, exuding strength tinged with a hint of tenderness, possessed an undeniable charm. Although his gentleness was reserved for Nami and Noki, Robin couldn't help but feel the impact of his demeanor. By the way, there was a phrase from Roger above. I have arrived here, leading this text to its final destination. Suddenly, Robin recalled a passage and eagerly translated it for Alan, who merely shook his head in disdain. I can't be bothered to listen to those riddle makers. Unlike the generation that idolized Pirate King Roger, Alan held no such romantic notions to him. The cryptic words they spoke were nothing more than pretentious nonsense. What did it matter? The blank century of history, the Nika fruit, the fated ones? All that truly mattered was to storm Mariawa, to slay the celestial dragons, the Gorosei, and Emu. Everything else was inconsequential. Let's go. I'll take this massive structure down. If Nami finds out I didn't bring back such a delightful treasure, she will surely be upset with me. Alan patted Robin's shoulder and circled the base of the clock tower several times before finding a suitable angle. With a determined grimace, he extended his hand beneath it, and with a furious shout, the entire clock tower began to rise slowly, eventually lifting from the ground. Let us go. You need me to guide you down. Alan leaped first, landing at the base of the massive vine several hundred meters below. Wow, this thing is surprisingly heavy. Watching Alan's retreating figure and recalling the smile on his face when he mentioned Nami stirred a wave of envy within Robin. Yet, reflecting on her age and background, she sighed softly and descended gracefully. Sometimes, it truly felt like she was born too late, only to witness the rise of others. Come, little AI, refine this gold into suitable blocks for easy storage. Nami was still below, cheerfully directing Eneru to transform the damaged, irregular gold artifacts into bars for convenient storage. As for the massive serpent, once the outer ice crystals were shattered, they could enter its body. Lightning metallurgy. Upon hearing Nami's call, a hint of crimson flushed Eneru's face. Nevertheless, he obediently followed her instructions. Noki, somewhat concerned, sensed Inaru's emotions, and breathed a sigh of relief. The combination of adolescent delusions and sundry traits revealed him to be rather simple-minded, devoid of heavy thoughts, making it easy to gauge his feelings. Moreover, upon realizing the fundamental reason Alan sought him, Inaru dared not offend Nami or Noki. "Nami, look at this." Alan, standing atop the massive vine, leaped down while holding the golden clock tower, stirring up clouds of dust as he called out Nami's name from a distance. Bang! Even though Alan had intentionally set it down gently, the weight of the clock tower produced a resounding thud, causing the ground to tremble. This all made of gold. The onlookers were left astonished, their gazes fixed upon the enormous clock tower. Nami's eyes gleamed with wonder as she reached out to touch the base of the clock tower, the icy sensation igniting her excitement. This was indeed gold. It seemed that the tales of the old man with the chestnut-colored hair were true. There truly existed the golden land of Shandora. Along with the golden clock, Vivi's face bore a hint of excitement as well. During her days on Agaya Island, she had formed a good rapport with Mont Blanc Noland, and now, upon seeing this golden clock, she couldn't help but think of him. Hearing her words, Nami dashed to Alan's side and planted a firm kiss on his cheek, wearing a proud expression. "Of course it's true. Alan has already mentioned the golden ship and the golden city, so it must exist." Vivi smiled, about to speak, when a sudden sound of slicing air echoed in the distance, accompanied by a frantic roar. "Inaru, die!" A bolt of blue flame shot towards Inaru, who instinctively thought to elementalize and evade, but noticed Nami and the others standing behind him. Reluctantly, he summoned the lightning within him, forming a shield to protect them. With a deafening explosion, the expressions of the women shifted, instinctively retreating a few steps. That a golden clock? After the burning cannon fired. Weber stared blankly at the clock tower beside Nami, his eyes wide as saucers. Indeed, the tales of the ancestors about the golden city and clock within Appiato were true. "Return that clock to us." The skates beneath his feet suddenly expelled a burst of gas, propelling Weber forward towards Nami, who stood beside the golden bell. Behind him, several figures rose in unison, all bearing fervent expressions as they surged toward the direction of the bell. The ultimate goal pursued by the Sandia people for over a century lay within their grasp. Their mission as warriors was imminent, and all had succumbed to madness. Regrettably, even a few meters apart felt like an insurmountable chasm. Before they could touch the ground, they were struck by a descending bolt of lightning, leaving them charred and falling to the earth. "That golden bell is ours, Sandia people. Return it to us." Weber, having been knocked down by the lightning, struggled to crawl towards the bell, his gaze fixed intently on Nami, who stood beside it. "Return it to us." Observing Weber's desperate state, Nami and her companions exchanged glances of pity, with Vivi even contemplating stepping forward to speak. Yet, the words of Alan, spoken atop the turtle, echoed in her mind, compelling her to retreat. "Yours?" Alan appeared before Weber, lifting a foot to kick him away, causing him to collide with his fallen subordinates, sending them tumbling in a heap. Weber, a woman with long black hair, possessing a certain beauty, called out in concern, casting a furious glare at Alan. The latter merely scoffed, indifferent, although the system had issued a side quest to gain favor. He had no obligation to fulfill it. The moment these individuals had attacked Nami, they had crossed a line, and he would not show mercy. "You scoundrels!" Weber struggled to rise, swaying as he continued towards the bell tower. After enduring Enel's lightning and Alan's onslaught, even standing steadily had become a challenge. Alan's expression darkened as he turned to Enel. "Bring down the Arkansas," unlike Enel, who frequently referred to it as Maxim. Alan preferred to call the ship that sailed the skies the Ark. He gazed upward at the Ark descending slowly. He reached out to grasp the base of the golden bell, lifting it forcefully above his head before leaping into the air. The tremendous force caused the ground beneath him to crack, sending plumes of dust swirling. "Damn it, you can't do this. Leave the golden bell." A man who had fallen to the ground after being struck by lightning suddenly sprang to his feet, his long blade igniting in flames as he charged at Alan, propelled by the activation of his skates. Although they had previously doubted the existence of the golden bell, they clung to the hope that it was real, that if Alan took it now, it would be irretrievable. Clang, the flaming sword, forged of metal, was as easily crushed in Alan's hand as if it were made of wood, snapping in two with a mere grip. "What makes you think you can shout at me, or even strike at me, and still expect to survive?" After shattering the burning sword, Alan seized the assailant by the neck. Nami, let us explore the ship. We haven't yet seen the interior of this golden ship. Noki, sensing a wave of compassion emanating from Nami, immediately took her hand and began to ascend the ladder to the Ark's deck, pulling her into the cabin. Noki, are you trying to plead for those below? Nami's words were cut off as Noki, her expression devoid of emotion, interrupted her. Upon receiving a nod from Nami, Noki pondered for a few seconds, then grasped Nami's shoulders and gazed intently into her eyes. That I know your heart is kind. But have you considered that we are Alan's Achilles heel? If you speak up, he will surely acquiesce. But what then? In this vast ocean, we must confront many cruel realities. Although Noki had spent her life in Cocoyasi village and had never set sail, her mindset was far more mature than Nami's, who had been adventuring in the East Blue for nearly a decade. This was one of the fundamental reasons Alan entrusted the spirit fruit directly to Noki. No, Kamachi, Mantis. With a slight exertion of force, Alan froze the mohawk-haired man before Weber and the others in a moment of terror, transforming him into an ice sculpture that shattered into powder, carried away by the wind. I will kill you. I swear I will. Apologies, but you may not have that opportunity. Several Sandia warriors gritted their teeth, their eyes ablaze with fury as they glared at Alan, who simply shrugged in indifference. He then appeared beside a man clad in a green military coat, adorned with a bamboo-woven hat, and applied the same elemental transformation to him. Brahm, why are you so devilish? Why must you treat us this way? Luffy, still nearby, was in tears, fully aware that she and her companions stood no chance against Alan. Facing him felt even more hopeless than confronting Enel. Insanity. You were the ones who attacked me first. Since you instigated this war, do not utter such childish words. Alan raised an eyebrow, casually transforming Weber into an ice sculpture as well, then crouched before Luffy, pressing a finger to her forehead. Although you are not unpleasant to look at, who instructed you to stand against me? Moreover, I have never purchased your figurine. What a pity. Luffy did not grasp the meaning behind Alan's words, but before she could respond, darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Frost began to spread from Alan's fingertip on her forehead, encasing her completely in a stunning ice sculpture. Not bad looking. Indeed, what a shame. Load all the gold onto the ship. Enel, you will accompany me to the lower sky island. Understood. Alan cast a glance at Vivi, who had fallen into a dazed state, her eyes still reflecting a hint of compassion, before issuing a command with a stoic expression and beckoning Enel. Meanwhile, the civilians of the Sky Island, still shaken by the earlier black thunderclouds, stood apprehensively in the streets, watching the sky with trepidation. Even though the storm had dissipated, they remained like startled birds, fearful of any further disturbances. Cornus, just as she was gazing upward, Cornus heard a familiar voice call her name. Before she could turn, she noticed the people around her kneeling in terror. This god. The next moment, Enel, who stood beside Alan, came into her sight, startling her and prompting an instinctive urge to kneel, only to be halted by Alan's outstretched hand. This fellow Enel has caused you much distress. I have decided to take him to the Blue Sea. From now on, you are freed to create an air of grandeur. Alan even spread his arms, wishing to allow the Sky Islanders to feel the change he was bringing. Yet, the entire street fell into silence, with everyone exchanging wary glances, none daring to break the stillness. Sensing the decreasing pressure around his new master, Enel awkwardly stepped forward. What Lord Alan says is true. This god is leaving the White Sea for the Blue Sea. From now on, you are free. In an instant, the street erupted with joy, faces lighting up with ecstatic expressions, and some even embraced one another, tears streaming down their faces. It was evident how much oppression Enel had inflicted upon these Sky Islanders over the years. Side quest, Cornus, completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Cornus's heart and earning her affection. Quest reward, 10 spirit beans. Reward description, food cultivated by the hermit residing on Corinta, possessing immense restorative powers. As long as one is not dead, it can instantly restore physical strength and energy, returning the body to its optimal state, as well as heal external and internal injuries, even enabling the regeneration of severed limbs. Though it can only heal injuries, not illnesses. Look at what you've done. Alan turned back to shoot Enel a glare, who responded with an awkward smile that in his view, as the god of the Sky Island. Why should he concern himself with the thoughts of these ordinary people? My esteemed Lord Alan, would you care to spend the night here? This evening, We could host a grand banquet to celebrate. Celebrate your forthcoming journey filled with even greater wonders. Cornus felt she had exhausted all her wits to salvage the situation, but it seemed her efforts were in vain, especially under Enelu's piercing gaze. As for the banquet, we shall refrain from participating. You may celebrate among yourselves. My purpose here is twofold: to inform you that Enelu will be departing with me, and to request your assistance in finding a means to descend to Qinghai. Although the Ark can glide down, the vessel that Alan and his companions intend to board lacks such capabilities and would only plunge into the White Sea, shattering upon impact. Wow, what a colossal balloon! The creatures of the Sky Island are indeed extraordinary. What is the principle behind this? 2 hours later, Nami and Nojiko, filled with excitement, observed the enormous balloon above the sailboat, leaning over the railing and pointing in awe. Meanwhile, Alan sat cross-legged on the deck, speechless. He had anticipated that the girls would remain on the sailboat with him, but to his surprise, after Nami whispered to each of them, they all scampered off to the Ark. Leaving him alone. Lord Alan, would you like a cup of coffee? Vivi, clad in a maid's outfit, emerged from the cabin, her cheeks flushed as she handed Alan a cup of coffee. Why haven't you gone over? Alan inquired curiously, glancing at Vivi. Over the past few days, she had consistently avoided his gaze, swiftly looking away whenever their eyes met. Yet now she remained aboard the sailboat. I noticed that you were left alone on this vessel, and there was no one to attend to you, so I stayed. Despite the time that had passed, Vivi could not help but feel bashful as she spoke these words, given her status as a princess of Alabasta. She glanced over at the Ark, where the girls were engrossed in their own conversations. Yet, 2 pairs of watchful eyes occasionally darted their way. Noticing their furtive glances, Alan quickly deduced that Vivi's presence was likely Nami or Nojiko's idea. Although he was uncertain of their intentions, he decided to go along with it. With an air of nonchalance, Alan accepted the coffee from Vivi, taking a gentle sip, finding it quite agreeable. Vivi, during your time aboard, have you had any thoughts you'd like to share with me? His tone remained unchanged, yet it caused Vivi to startle, hastily shaking her head. Miss Nami and Miss Nojiko are both very amiable individuals. And Miss Robin is as well. Although she was once under Crocodile's command in Alabasta, I bear her no ill will. Vivi spoke sincerely, though she was aboard in the capacity of a maid. Nami and Nojiko treated her more like a sister than a servant. And what about me? Alan inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed Vivi, beginning to grasp Nami and Nojiko's intentions. Lord Alan, you are a good person. Observing Vivi's somewhat anxious expression, Alan suddenly burst into laughter. You think I'm a good person, despite being the one who coerced you aboard Alabasta and frequently takes lives without hesitation? And no, that's not it. Vivi's expression, though flustered, held a firm conviction in her gaze. You are not like that, in Alabasta. It was Belle who attacked you first, including on the Sky Island. If they hadn't initiated their assault on Nami, you would not have taken their lives. You are a good person, merely retaliating in self-defense. Alan stared at Vivi, momentarily bewildered. Could it be that Nojiko had unwittingly brainwashed Vivi using the powers of the mind fruit? While speaking, Vivi was also attentive to Alan's expression and, upon noticing he was not angry, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, her gaze becoming even more resolute. I have observed your care and kindness towards Miss Nami and the others. Therefore, deep down, you must be a good person. Please do not doubt yourself. Alan, feeling somewhat awkward, gazed at Vivi, who was bowing at a 90-degree angle before him, unsure of how to respond. Could this girl be suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? She had been abducted, yet here she was, showering him with compliments. It was all a bit much. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a lightness beneath his feet, and the girls on the Ark gasped. Pointing at the octopus above the sailboat, in an instant, the entire sailboat plummeted at an alarming speed. Both Alan and Vivi were thrown from the vessel, descending rapidly in a state of free fall. I completely forgot about this. Alan cursed under his breath. The ship had fallen, and only now did he recall that in the original story, the Straw Hat Pirates had also taken a tumble. But wasn't that due to Luffy's antics atop the octopus? With no time to ponder further, an ice platform materialized beneath Alan's feet while he was still airborne, allowing him to leap towards Vivi and grasp her hand. Surprisingly, she showed no signs of panic, instead gently wrapping her arms around his. Lord Alan, I knew you would come to save me. Goodness, that was not his intention when he had brought her aboard. Alan felt as though he were being scrutinized by a pair of predatory eyes, as if being observed would lead him to a fate akin to a 30-year-old false death, trapped in a pitch-black room. The situation was urgent, and after safely returning Vivi to the Ark, he leapt down once more to pursue the sailboat, even if this vessel had originally belonged to Buggy, according to Alan's plans. They would still require it for their journey through the first half of the Grand Line. That a timely rescue was indeed necessary. At that moment, under the force of gravity, the sailboat's descent reached a terrifying velocity. Alan, using the ice platform for leverage, managed to catch up just in time. Frosty Slide, standing at the bow of the sailboat, Alan gazed at the rapidly approaching sea and suddenly extended his hand. The power of the Xuanwu fruit surged within him, like a scene from a movie he had seen in his past life. An ice slide resembling a roller coaster appeared in front of the falling sailboat. Crafted from frost, the icy rails on either side clamped onto the hull of the boat, causing the entire vessel to roll down the slide like a roller coaster before finally gliding down a gentle slope into the sea. Well, that was exhilarating. Alan chuckled on the deck that it was merely a descent to Qinghai, yet he had managed to create a challenge for himself even in the absence of adversaries. Lord Alan, are you all right? Vivi, who had spoken candidly with Alan on the sailboat, seemed to have released her inhibitions. Before Nami and Nojiko could express their concern, she was the first to rush over. That I really didn't say much to her. We just had a casual chat, Alan replied awkwardly, nudging Nami, who pouted and turned her face away, pretending not to notice his gesture. Initially, Nami had felt a bit distant, suspecting something might have transpired between Vivi and Alan, which was why she suggested Vivi remain on the sailboat. However, she had not anticipated that within a mere 10 minutes, their camaraderie would flourish to such an extent that Vivi would practically leap into his embrace, perhaps even faster than she herself would. How could this be? I merely extended a gesture of kindness, and now I've been outpaced, Alan mused, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face as he wrapped his arms around Nami's waist. As the days passed while Alan and his companions continued their voyage across the ocean. The original protagonists finally made their appearance on Gaia Island. However, this time they successfully located Kurok, without any interruptions. The pirates in Magic Valley Town, having undergone a transformation during Alan's previous stay, were not only courteous but seemed ready to assist elderly ladies across the street. After all, the impolite ones had long since been dealt with by Alan's elemental manipulation. The remaining pirates referred to Alan accompanying Nami on their shopping excursions as the Frost Devil Days of Magic Valley Town. Nadia, this town is truly delightful. As Luffy ambled forward with a carefree demeanor, he glanced back at the red-haired female pirate trailing behind him. Although Nami had not boarded the ship, he had nonetheless encountered Natia, the navigator belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates, in the East Sea. What? You all intend to journey to Skypiea as well? Curly-haired Kulik cast a curious glance at the peculiar array of individuals before him. Again, Sanji raised an eyebrow at his own curly locks. Did that imply there were others planning to ascend to the Sky Island? Ah, they must be quite formidable individuals. Kulik inhaled deeply from the cigarette perched between his lips, letting out an exclamation of astonishment. Truth be told, he was utterly taken aback upon witnessing Aaron's bounty, and no wonder that man exuded such an overwhelming presence. Hey, just how formidable is he? Luffy's a notorious pirate with an 80 million bounty. Usopp sidled up to Luffy, draping an arm over his shoulder with a look of pride. A pirate hailing from the East Sea. Such a bounty indeed placed him atop the hierarchy of the entire East Sea. 80 million, that fellow has a bounty of 5.5 billion. For reasons unknown, upon learning of Aaron's bounty, Kulik felt an inexplicable sense of honor at the prospect of aiding them in their ascent to Skypiea. Is it him? The expressions of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji darkened simultaneously. That it wasn't that they harbored any deep-seated animosity toward Aaron. Rather, it seemed that along their journey, that guy had always been a step ahead of them. The adventures of the Straw Hat Pirates felt like a mere replication of paths previously traversed, leaving Luffy devoid of any sense of accomplishment. That is, a pirate with a 5.5 billion bounty. Do we truly wish to ascend? Chopper, who had yet to encounter Aaron, trembled with trepidation, clutching Usopp's hand tightly. We shall go. A rare seriousness graced Luffy's countenance. Their adventures belonged to them, and theirs alone. One day, he would defeat him. All right, I shall assist you in seeking the upward current. Kulik regarded Luffy as if he were witnessing his former self, steadfast in the belief that his ancestors had not lied. Straw Hat Pirates, prepare for departure to Skypiea. Ah, Admiral. Admiral. Headquarters has sent news regarding the revolutionary Eren appearing in the first half of the Grand Line. The yellow monkey, still reclining in bed, was roused from slumber by the knocking. Reluctantly removing his eye mask, the next moment, he stood at the door, greeted by a sweating naval soldier clutching documents. News of Eren. A look of disappointment crossed the yellow monkey's face. He was not elated. In truth, shortly after being assigned to monitor Eren, the Navy headquarters had lost track of him. Thus, while awaiting information from the intelligence department, he had entered a state of legitimate idleness. Oh no, rather, a standby state. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku commands your immediate departure, and Admiral Aokiji is already there. Aokiji, that fellow. All right, I understand. The yellow monkey's eyes sparkled behind his tinted glasses as he raised an eyebrow, then vanished in a flash of light. He had no concern for whether Aokiji would encounter danger. If Aokiji could clash with Eren, it would be splendid. At the very least, he could ascertain the other's combat capabilities, thus determining how far to maintain his surveillance. After all, a pirate with such a bounty was truly terrifying. Even with a doubled salary from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, one might not prevail. Hey, I say, aren't you a bit too relaxed on my warship? Smoker regarded Aokiji with a frown, who was lazily reclining on the deck. Their group had first dealt with the remnants of Crocodile's faction in Alabasta, and now were pursuing the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Kid. Yet, this esteemed admiral, nominally second only to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, lounged in a deck chair, sound asleep. A little relaxation is warranted, Smoker. After all, it's not my mission. You ought to limit your idleness. Smoker glared at Aokiji, his expression fierce, as his subordinates looked on in trepidation. Hey, is it really wise to treat an admiral this way, Colonel Smoker? Are we going to intervene? Are you jesting? That's an admiral. Aokiji surveyed the frightened crew of Smoker's warship with keen interest. Smoker, your subordinates are rather loyal. Report. We have encrypted intelligence from Admiral Kazan. A naval soldier rushed over with a din mushy. Once Kazan received it, everyone on the deck promptly vacated their positions. Good relations aside, intelligence of an admiral's caliber was not something they could eavesdrop on. I have matters to attend to, Smoker. Farewell. Speaking lightly, Aokiji rose from his chair and leaped down. Everyone rushed to the ship's railing. Knowing that an admiral with a Logia fruit ability leaping into the sea was tantamount to seeking one's own demise, to their astonishment, a bicycle gradually appeared, gliding across the ocean's surface, moving further away. Nami, come here. I have something marvelous to show you. Early the next morning, Nami emerged from the cabin only to find Eren standing at the bow of the ship, grinning at her. Several nearby women cast teasing glances in her direction, causing her face to flush crimson, as if steam might erupt from her pores. What are you talking about in broad daylight? I just finished resting. I don't want anything. Nami turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge Eren and his mischievous companions. Do you truly not want it? This miraculous ability is on par with Nakas. If you refuse, I shall present it to Robin and the others. Eren feigned exaggerated surprise, making as if to walk toward Robin and the others. No, it's only for me. I want it. Nami, caught off guard by Eren's playful trickery, dashed forward at lightning speed, leaping just as she reached him, and was deftly caught in his embrace. Nami, this is a capability from a truly extraordinary race, one that can even manipulate the sea. You must experience it thoroughly. As Nami gazed at the swirling blue, translucent energy card in Eren's hand, she swallowed nervously. The ability to control the sea, that seemed quite fitting for her role as a navigator. As she reached out to grasp the energy card, it gradually transformed into luminous particles, merging into her being. The previously tranquil sea began to stir, and the salty breeze grew increasingly urgent. Eren released Nami's slender waist and stood alongside Noki and the others, silently observing her as she hovered in midair, centered around Nami. The entire surface of the sea shimmered with ripples, waves swiftly expanding outward as if a colossal sea king from the depths were awakening. She felt a series of calls emanating from the ocean's depths, her heartbeat quickening in response, a blend of both alien and familiar power guiding her, sensing her body resonate with this force. Nami inhaled deeply and raised one hand high, following her inner compass. In that instant, the sea stilled entirely. Even Enel, high above, leaned over the ship's railing, intrigued by the energy surging beneath the surface, his mind's web incessantly warning him of the immense power below. Just as the sea became completely motionless, it suddenly split apart, a brilliant beam of light bursting forth from the chasm, soaring into the sky, transforming into a mesmerizing mermaid with a fish tail and an enchanting visage. The semi-transparent blue-green scales sparkled in the sunlight, resembling a true sprite emerging from the deep sea. Although Nami and her companions were unaware of her name, Eren, with his extensive gaming experience, recognized this form all too well. Tide Caller, Mermaid Nami. Despite sharing the same name, both possessed an unparalleled affinity for the ocean. Yet, in terms of lineage, there exists a stark contrast. The siren, summoned by the tidal mermaid, is enveloped in a halo of water elements. Gently extending her hand towards Nami, their delicate fingers intertwine, but in that fleeting moment of contact, a warm and powerful force surges into Nami's body that a flicker of astonishment flashes in her eyes, swiftly replaced by boundless joy. At this moment, Nami feels an unprecedented connection with the ocean, as if she can hear the whispers of every droplet and sense the pulse of every current. "What is this?" Nami exclaims in awe, attempting to wave her arm. Instantly, the surrounding seawater dances to her will, forming a magnificent curtain of water that swiftly cascades down, restoring tranquility to the entire sea, igniting fervor among all present in the world of One Piece. The ability to manipulate seawater is essentially the bane of 99% of devil fruit users. Unless faced with a few formidable foes capable of levitation or immense power, Nami's capacity for self-defense is formidable, and she can even be regarded as a potent combatant. Nami, take a moment to sense, aside from manipulating seawater, what other abilities do you possess? Abilities. Nami softly lifts her hand, and suddenly, two towering water columns, each 10 meters high, materialize on either side of the ship, gradually morphing into humanoid forms. This is the summoning of water elements. Furthermore, despite the stillness of the sea breeze, the sailboat beneath their feet suddenly accelerates. This is the manipulation of ocean currents. Beyond these, she possesses the powers of underwater breathing, underwater movement, tidal force, and oceanic perception. Nami closes her eyes, a flicker of panic crossing her features. I sense a tremendous energy approaching us swiftly from the sea. It appears we have yet another adversary. Alan squints in the distance, nodding in acknowledgement. The man riding a bicycle from the far horizon is someone he knows all too well in the original narrative of his past life. He was the protagonist's first boss encounter. However, with such a formidable individual appearing, why hasn't he the system issued any tasks? How lacking in intelligence. Nami, use the ocean currents to guide our ship to the nearest island. You shall not partake in the ensuing battle. Upon hearing Alan's command, Nami hesitates not for a moment, swiftly complying. With her assistance, the sailboat's speed increases significantly, alleviating the need for the arc above to suppress their velocity. In the distance, Aokiji leisurely rides his bicycle towards their vessel. "Enel, come down," Alan calls out, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning materializes beside him as Enel gradually appears, his expression serious as he gazes towards Aokiji. This fellow is indeed a formidable force. One of the 3 admirals of the Navy, second only to the fleet admiral, a peak powerhouse. Alan's introduction does little to deter Enel. Instead, it stirs his excitement. This commanding figure is overwhelmingly powerful, and now, facing a peak powerhouse from the East Blue, he yearns to test his own standing in these waters. Nami and the others have navigated the ship to the island's edge. And at her gesture, a pathway appears out of thin air, guiding the sailboat to shore. The women disembark, standing in a line upon the beach. Their concern for Alan's safety is absent. They merely wish to discern the identity of the newcomer who has garnered his utmost attention. At this moment, the women have yet to notice Robin, whose previously gentle smile falters upon seeing the approaching figure, nearly losing her balance, and steadied only by the boat's hull. Aokiji, is it? A mischievous thought crosses Alan's mind as he strides onto the sand. Plunging his hands into the sea. Ice Age. In an instant, the waters before him freeze, transforming into a land of ice. Aokiji, who had been leisurely riding his bicycle, freezes in place, staring vacantly at the expansive ice-covered sea. He heard the proclamation of Ice Age from afar, but never anticipated that anyone other than himself could freeze an entire ocean. looking down at the icy surface beneath his bicycle tires. He attempts to elementalize his right hand, finally exhaling in relief. Thankfully, his ice fruit remains intact. It's plausible that his opponent possesses a lesser temperature-based fruit, if the adversary is not a nefarious pirate. He harbors no ill will towards them. With the icy barrier ahead, there is no need for him to ride his bicycle across. Instead, he glides swiftly towards the island. "Robin, what is the matter?" Noki Gao suddenly interjects. Sensing an overwhelming fear emanating from Robin, the others quickly gather around her, noticing her distress. The newcomer is Admiral Akiji from the Navy headquarters, one of the 3 most powerful figures in the Navy. Recognized as the pinnacle of the world government's might, gazing at Akiji from afar, Robin feels a wave of oppression, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. "Do you hold animosity towards him?" Nami inquires, undeterred by the individual's rank. Reassured by Alan's presence. "Indeed, my hometown, O'Hara, was destroyed by him and another admiral," Robin murmurs, initially believing that aboard Alan's ship, she would be safe. Yet, upon seeing the admiral, she involuntarily feels her limbs weaken. What is this? How could the Navy commit such acts? I never imagined that even an admiral would be such a person. Robin, we will undoubtedly assist you. Nami and Noki Gao instinctively recall the infamous Captain Mouse from the Navy's 16th branch in the East Blue. While anger simmers, Nami subtly approaches Alan. "You managed to defeat that old rear admiral. Do you think this admiral will pose a problem? If it comes to it, we can retreat." Observing Nami's childlike demeanor, Alan chuckles and tousles her hair, leading her to Robin's side and wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Rest assured, today we shall demand a little interest from him on Robin's behalf," with Alan half embracing her. Robin suddenly feels a significant portion of her fear dissipate, even meeting Akiji's distant gaze with newfound courage. "Indeed, my captain has repelled the legendary Vice Admiral Karp. The Admiral may not be his match. Inel, you go ahead and have a little fun with him." "All right." Just as Akiji glides leisurely forward, he suddenly feels a tension in his body, halting his movement abruptly. With a resounding boom, a massive bolt of lightning strikes down, shattering the ice layer on the CS surface. Had Akiji not stopped, that bolt would have struck him directly. "Do dear, are you attempting to ambush me?" Akiji lifts his gaze, lazily regarding the airborne Inel. I merely wish to gauge the disparity between myself and the so-called peak powerhouse of the East Blue." Inel's body crackles with arcs of lightning as he provocatively points his golden staff at Akiji. "A lightning fruit user? How troublesome." Akiji furrows his brow, shaking his head. "That I merely came to ascertain the whereabouts of Nico Robin, who vanished post-Alabasta incident, as well as Princess Vivi, who was abducted. It appears they are indeed here." He gestures towards the distant solitary island, nodding with feigned seriousness. "Do, the newly infamous pirate with a bounty of 5.5 billion, Alan, is also present. Since I've seen him, I must report to headquarters. Let us see how this unfolds. If your strength is lacking, you might find yourself in peril here, my young friend. Who will meet their end remains to be seen." 200 million volts. Thunder God's Spear. Inel's eyes widen as he unleashes the most powerful single-target attack he learned from Alan, compressing the lightning spear and launching it at Akiji with great velocity. Ice block. Pigeon, a colossal ice bird, piercing the air with its shrill cry, charged headlong towards the lightning gun, resulting in a stalemate. While Inel remained silent, his brow furrowed, in the presence of this admiral, his heart network faltered once again. Utterly unable to predict the opponent's subsequent actions, is such an ability to nullify heart networks a standard feature of the pinnacle powers above Qinghai? Well done on developing the thunder fruit, my dear fellow. But since we are both of the natural type, this tactic lacks novelty. As he spoke, Akiji's form vanished in an instant, reappearing mid-air the next moment. Ice gloves, his right hand transformed instantaneously, enveloped in armament hockey, causing Enel's expression to shift dramatically. The pressure from this punch was beyond his capacity to withstand, eliciting an instinctive desire to elementalize and evade. Unfortunately, Akiji's punch was a combination of armament hockey and the iron fist inherited from Karp. Enel's attempt to elementalize proved utterly futile as he was struck down from the sky, crashing through the ice below and plunging into the sea. The blood that flowed from his mouth gradually dissipated in the water in the distance. The expressions of the women shifted, for they were already aware that those with devil fruit powers were akin to landlocked ducks. However, Nami remained unfazed. The moment Enel fell into the water, she sensed his precise location, manipulating the currents to guide him back to the shore, subsequently relocating him directly onto the beach, after coughing up water a few times. Enel lay back, his face paled. It appeared there was indeed a significant disparity. He could feel that some bones in his body were likely fractured. This opponent was far too formidable, completely beyond his current capabilities. "Boss, can you defeat him? If not, we might have to flee." Upon hearing Enel's words, Nami and the others turned their gaze towards Alan. Their previous encounter between him and Enel had been nothing short of grand. But now that Enel had been sent reeling back with a single punch, how could they not worry about Alan? "Ah, look over there, such a beautiful lady. Does she possess the ability to control water?" Just as Aokiji glanced towards Nami, a figure stepped in front of him, casting a cold stare. "Mind your eyes. You truly are insufferable." The Overturner Alan, a notorious pirate from over 30 years ago, had been lurking for so long. Why reveal himself now? Aokiji feigned ignorance to Alan's words, surveying him up and down, his navy coat billowing in the sea breeze. "Let me lurk? Just based on you all?" Alan scoffed in rage, if not for a moment of carelessness that led him to be encircled in the Valley of Gods. He could simply have jumped into the sea at a critical moment. Aside from Roger and Karp, who else could follow? "Aokiji, your navy's methods are underhanded, and you even bullied our Robin. Today, I'll reclaim some interest from you. Rest assured, it won't be long before I personally visit your marine fort." This was no idle threat from Alan. Previously, he had frightened Blackbeard away in Magic Valley Town, and the target had surely shifted to Ace, who was likely captured by now. The war atop was about to commence, and without delivering a grand gift to Karp, Sengoku, and Whitebeard, how could he justify their assault over 30 years ago? Perhaps he would build them a graveyard. Alongside a package of disgraced to pirate with a bounty of 5.5 billion. Even after 30 years, his speech remained incredibly audacious. Frost time capsule. Aokiji unleashed a wave of cold air, forming a chilling shockwave that surged towards Alan from a distance. How intriguing. This technique resembles Yagami's 88-style dark hook. Even after 30 years without training, you are still no match for me. Alan coldly regarded Aokiji's advancing technique. Setting aside physical strength, his intuition inherited from the Xuanwu fruit indicated he was essentially immune to this level of ice. Crack, crack. As the crisp sounds echoed, the moment Alan made contact with Aokiji's shockwave, he found himself encased within countless shards of frost. Yet Aokiji's expression remained grave. Indeed, in the next moment, all the frost shattered from within, dissipating into the air. For a vice admiral, one ought not to resort to such childish antics. At this level, even a refrigerator would find the temperature insufficient. With the appearance of a dark robe enveloping Alan, he officially transitioned into his hybrid form, merely externalizing the fruit's physical transformation into clothing. In this state, Alan's very presence began to influence the surrounding environment. Even the ice atop the sea trembled incessantly. Aokiji's instincts screamed at him, a level of alertness he had not experienced even when besieging the Four Emperors. The level of such formidable beings, reliance on instinct often surpassed reliance on the five senses. Before Alan could strike, Aokiji had already enveloped his fists in armament hockey, launching an attack towards Alan. For the first time in many years, he faced an opponent that instinctively instilled fear in him to such a degree. How could he not go all out? A robust figure suddenly materialized before Alan, mirroring the technique he had employed to defeat Enel. As Aokiji appeared in front of him, his right arm crackling with black-red lightning aimed directly at his head. Boom! Although merely enveloped in armament hockey, this punch rivaled even the best of Baku's. Coupled with the freezing effect, even a vice admiral-level powerhouse would suffer injuries if caught off guard. Unfortunately, he was up against Alan. The massive fist collided with Alan's palm, merely causing him to shift his stance back a step. Not bad. Do you have anything else? Alan nodded in approval. This punch was comparable to Karp's from years past. Then, smack, a pitch-black fist materialized on Aokiji's chest, obliterating a significant portion of his body. Yet, not a single drop of blood emerged from the shattered Aokiji, only countless shards of ice scattering in the next moment. The fist gripping Aokiji also fragmented, and he reappeared a short distance away. In that critical moment, Aokiji instinctively elementalized to evade. However, elementalization could not render him immune to Alan's assault. Having just transitioned to his human form, Aokiji coughed up blood. This fellow was undoubtedly of the old-school Four Emperors caliber. Even with his reaction speed, he couldn't evade Alan's punch and was injured. Come on, bring it on. Alan propelled himself off the ice, exuding fierce vigor as he launched another punch at Aokiji, who quickly dashed away. Boom! The next moment, a massive crater formed at Aokiji's previous location. The ice towering several meters high shattered, and seawater surged forth. Aokiji, appearing at a distance, wiped the rare sweat from his brow. After years of training in the Marine 6 styles, this was the first time he had employed Zoro to escape. Aokiji, as an admiral, your evasive tactics are quite the disgrace to the Navy. Is this all you learned from Karp? I don't recall Karp ever scurrying away like a gopher. While moving his hands, Alan continued to mutter. Even Aokiji, with his laid-back demeanor, felt his expression darken. You, don't push it too far. Aokiji struggled to contain the fury boiling within him, unleashing the full force of his armament haki upon his fists as the two engaged in a fierce clash. Alan was hurled into the air, but with a mere turn, he gracefully landed back on the ground, while Aokiji crashed through an ice mountain formed from a wave, taking a few moments to rise. Before he could gather himself, Alan had already seized his arm, a low voice emanating from beside Aokiji. Come, allow me to gift you a free shoulder throw. The next moment, Aokiji was sent sprawling from Alan's shoulder, sliding several meters across the ice. Before Aokiji came to a halt, Alan had clenched his fist and charged forward once more. Suddenly, a smirk crept across Alan's face as he shattered the two ice walls Aokiji had hastily erected with his fruit powers, delivering a crushing blow to his head. An ice clone, perhaps? Alan had yet to make any further movements when countless beams of golden light lashed against his back, causing him to stumble. The force of the explosion shattered the ice beneath him. Truly, it was terrifying, akin to a monster. How could it be that he spotted the old man yet did not evade? A man, adorned with brown-tinted glasses and clad in a white and yellow-striped suit, materialized mid-air, casting a glance at the transformed Kazan, a hint of mockery gracing his features that it was unexpected to witness Kazan, one of the three admirals, in such disarray. Evidently, his opponent was quite formidable. Do not underestimate him. That fellow is exceedingly difficult to deal with. Kazan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a disdainful glance at the gloating Kizaru still floating in the air. That I am well aware of that. Kizaru's face was alight with a sly grin, yet his eyes were fixed intently on the spot where Alan had been struck. This man was a notorious villain from 30 years past, suppressed only by the combined efforts of Admiral Karp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What did you say? Who subdued me? No sooner had Kizaru finished his words than a surge of energy arose from the smoke of the explosion, instantly dispersing it as Alan glared at the two men before him, suppressing his rage. Ah, how terrifying. Yet I, too, am an admiral alongside Kazan. Do not underestimate us. With that, Kizaru had already appeared behind Alan. Young man, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Crack! Kizaru's fully charged kick was deftly caught by Alan, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? To be fair, given the physique of Kizaru and Kazan, their fists were considerably larger than Alan's. However, upon seeing the dark fist enveloped in both armament and conqueror's haki, Kizaru felt a pang of trepidation. The armament haki swiftly enveloped his other foot, and his body began to spin, with the other foot colliding against Alan's incoming punch. The moment their fists and feet connected, a flicker of pain crossed Kizaru's face as Alan continued to exert force. A dark fist entwined with the essence of ice crashed against Kizaru's arm. Kazan appeared at the juncture of their clash, trading a punch for a kick. Alan instinctively took 2 steps back, and the three of them separated once more. Kizaru's left foot rose slightly, as the previous clash had indeed injured his bones. Kazan, you go ahead and engage him. I shall provide support from the back. My old bones cannot withstand much more. With that, Kizaru transformed into light, appearing in midair, merging his hands before drawing them apart to conjure a long arrow made of laser light. Very well. After stretching his somewhat stiff and slightly pained body, Kazan too enveloped his fists in armament haki and charged directly at Alan. Just as Kazan's ice could not hinder Alan, likewise, Alan's freezing abilities had little effect on Kazan. They could only resort to battling with their haki. However, in his beastly form, Alan possessed immense physical enhancements, easily capable of suppressing Kazan. You overestimate yourself. Alan caught Kazan's punch with ease, but before he could retaliate, a sharp laser suddenly appeared before him, prompting Allen to shift his stance and block Kizaru's laser arrow with his fist, causing Kazan to retreat. How interesting. Observing Kizaru conjuring more laser arrows in the air, Allen wore a sarcastic expression. The power of that last strike could nearly topple a small mountain. To aim so accurately at his head from this distance was audacious. You dare claim you weren't holding back during the war? It's merely that Luffy's observation hockey nullified your strikes. Isn't it, rendering you unable to locate him. As Allen's thoughts raced, several ice walls sprang up before Kizaru, while he charged towards Kazan. Kazan attempted to command the ice walls to collapse, but alas, even as the user of the ice fruit, he could not control the ice crafted by Allen. Amaterasu, just as Kazan barely fended off several of Allen's attacks. Two beams of golden light flashed, and the ice walls shielding Kizaru were instantly sliced into fragments. Allen raised his right hand to block the downward swing of Kizaru's light sword, while his left fist collided with Kazan's under the close-quarters assault of the two admirals. Allen remained composed. Yet, to subdue them outright in a short span would undoubtedly require a price. Moreover, the three of them were somewhat restraining their powers, for they stood in the first half of the Grand Line that if they were to unleash their full might, freezing the surroundings would be manageable. However, should a tsunami arise, the consequences would be dire for countless individuals. Kazan understood, without the need for extensive dialogue. Despite having been labeled as monsters since their induction into the Navy, they had never fought in cooperation. Yet, their synergy was seamless, as though they had trained together for years. After all, their reactions were swift, allowing them to dismiss concerns for their safety. The layer of solid ice quickly encased Kazan's hand, with armament hockey wrapping around the exterior, before he unleashed a punch towards Allen. The latter did not hesitate. He had never shied away from a direct confrontation. With a single blow, the solid ice encasing Kazan's fist shattered instantly, yet he showed no sign of hesitation, gripping Allen's arm with his right hand, while his left followed suit. At this moment, both of their arms were ensnared in a massive block of ice created by the ice fruit, and Kizaru swiftly appeared behind Allen. Amaterasu, crack, 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 after several sharp sounds. The ice blocks encasing their arms were shattered by Allen, his armament hockey penetrating deep into Kazan's body. The latter spat forth a stream of blood, yet clung tightly to Allen's arms. It wasn't until Kizaru struck Allen that Kazan was sent flying by a powerful punch that worked. Kazan, lying on the ground, exhaled a sigh of relief. Without any defensive maneuvers, being struck by Kizaru in such a manner would be unbearable even for Kaido. The so-called immortality merely meant rapid recovery. Suddenly, Kazan keenly noticed the peculiar expression on Kizaru's face, one of shock intertwined with fear. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru transformed into light, soaring into the air, as golden beams flickered from his hands, morphing into countless dazzling light bullets, relentlessly shooting towards Allen. Following a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers, Kizaru finally ceased his barrage, panting lightly. What's the status? Both men, in unison, fixed their gazes intently on Allen's position as a sea breeze swept through, dispersing the smoke that in comparison to their towering 3-meter stature, Allen stood at a mere 1.80 meters, rendering him somewhat diminutive. Yet, his upright form instilled disbelief in the two admirals. The entire ice surface, save for the area where Allen stood, had been obliterated, with the seawater swiftly rising. Is it over? Allen inquired nonchalantly. Polyusilino, be cautious. Kazan's warning came just in time, but Kizaru, in his light form, was still seized by Allen's ankle. As he was pulled down, Allen delivered a punch, Kizaru crossing his arms, enveloped in armament hockey, to shield himself. With a resounding crack of breaking bones, Kizaru was heavily slammed into the ice layer, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kizaru exchanged glances with Kazan. How did Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp manage to suppress this monster back in the day? Perhaps we are simply not strong enough. Back then, the peak of their power could suppress the entire sea. Relentlessly pursuing the Pirate King, a hint of a bitter smile appeared on Kazan's face. He had initially come to ascertain Nico Robin's condition, yet who could have anticipated she would find such a formidable ally? Just a few minutes of engagement confirmed to him that if this continued, the most likely outcome would be severe injuries for them, or even death. What is there to fight for? He had no inkling from whence this monster had emerged. Amidst his musings, Kizaru felt a surge of indignation. Look at this. despite my desperate attacks, their ice and a single mark on his back. How are we to combat this? Perhaps we should let Akainu. That monster, deal with him. Though I loathe to admit it, it seems I cannot breach his defenses. How is this even possible? Enough of the chatter. Unleash your ultimate move, and I will create an opportunity for you. You must retreat at once. Glancing at Kazan's wide eyes, Kizaru spoke tersely, and without a hint of hesitation, Kazan nodded in agreement. Violent Kazan's mouth. Upon encountering such a formidable adversary, Aokiji dared not hold back. With all his might harnessed through his devil fruit powers, countless ice crystals swiftly coalesced beneath the sun, forming an immensely gigantic ice bird. In close combat, he was certainly no match for Alan. Thus he could only rely on his fruit abilities. Although the ice's freezing properties bore no effect on Alan, the colossal ice bird, once it surged forward, would unleash a force that ordinary individuals could scarcely withstand. As the gigantic creature flapped its wings, spanning dozens of meters, a tempest arose, sweeping away the ice shards in the vicinity. Alan, with an impassive expression, observed the formation of the ice bird as it began to flap its wings, prompting him to step forward and brace for the impending strike. Nami and the others were on the island behind him. Should that ice bird reach them, the entire isle would likely plunge into the sea. However, if he were to alter his course, he could not guarantee that Kizaru would not threaten him with Nami and the others. This was precisely why he had endeavored to seize Enel and the Ark. Thus, in the forthcoming Marineford War, he could allow Nami and her companions to soar above while he unleashed his full potential. Crimson lightning entwined around his arms, and the Conqueror's haki surged forth as Alan's fist met the beak of the ice bird. With a resounding bang, Alan's body jolted as an immense force coursed through his arm, resonating throughout his entire being. The ice layer within several miles shattered instantaneously with a series of cracking sounds as he transferred his strength down to the ground. Kizaru, it's your turn. Watching Alan retreat under the onslaught of the ice bird, Aokiji let out a fierce roar. Kizaru transformed into light, appearing above Alan, channeling the majority of his devil fruit power. Yada no Kagami. This was the most powerful assault he could unleash, as innumerable light bullets blanketed the sky, hurtling towards Alan with reckless abandon. Frostflower, Ice City Wall. At this moment, Alan's right fist was engaged in a struggle against the ice bird, while his left hand extended upwards, summoning a circular ice wall above him. His stamina was rapidly depleting, but in its stead, a formidable ice barrier emerged, shielding him from Kizaru's barrage. Ice shards erupted. Alan mustered his strength to gradually halt the colossal ice bird's advance. The Conqueror's haki, soul-binding finale. A tornado formed from the intertwining conquerors, and armament haki surged forth, causing the ice bird to tremble violently. Cracks began to mar its colossal body, culminating in a thunderous shattering of its several dozen-meter frame. Yada no Kagami, Kizaru reappeared behind the ice bird, unleashing a torrential downpour of light bullets. Alan, his arms enveloped in armament haki, met the barrage head-on, managing to shield himself, though the explosive force compelled him to stagger back several meters. Casting a glance at the already distant Aokiji, who had retreated beyond visibility, Kizaru finally exhaled in relief. In terms of combat strength, he ranked among the top 5 in the Navy, yet when it came to evasion, he could outpace everyone by a considerable margin. What a terrifying adversary. I shall not linger here with you any longer. Farewell. With that, Kizaru unleashed the majority of his remaining energy, triggering a violent explosion before elementalizing to make his escape. Just as his form was on the verge of completely transforming into light, a pitch-black arrow shot forth from the smoke, piercing his abdomen with alarming swiftness. Though Kizaru promptly transformed into light and fled in Aokiji's direction, a significant amount of blood still dripped onto the ice below. You thought you could depart unscathed after such a lengthy confrontation? Dream on. A mocking smirk graced Alan's face as he scoffed. He knew pursuing them now would yield no success, yet he had collected his dues. Aokiji had at least suffered a few broken bones, while Kizaru had left with a piercing wound in his abdomen. The remaining debts would be addressed when he sought them out again at Marineford. Moments later, Aokiji, gliding swiftly along the ice path he had created, suddenly heard a groan. Looking up, he saw Kizaru plummeting from above. He hastily fashioned an ice layer on the sea to prevent Kizaru from crashing directly into the water. At this juncture, the ice shard embedded in Kizaru's abdomen had been discarded, and the armament haki that had shielded him was nearly depleted. causing blood to seep from his suit as he collapsed onto the icy surface. Darn it, Kazan, I provided cover for you, and you couldn't even catch me a break, resulting in this icy predicament. Kazara grimaced, struggling to rise from the ice as Akiji rushed over to support him. No wonder Admiral Sengoku tasked me with monitoring this individual. These old-school pirates are indeed formidable. This time, as Kazura spoke, his expression bore no hint of his usual playful demeanor. Rather, it was one of genuine astonishment. Akiji nodded in agreement. Even Kazuru, who often slacked off, had rarely sustained such severe injuries since becoming a vice admiral. Kazuru's warship lay anchored several nautical miles away, as Admiral Sengoku had deemed Allen a formidable foe. Engaging him alongside Akiji would risk the ship being caught in the fray due to its proximity. Hey, look, is that Admiral Kazuru and Admiral Akiji? The lookout squinted through his binoculars at the distant sea, then rubbed his eyes and handed the binoculars to a colleague nearby, who also gasped in astonishment upon seeing the scene. Quick, launch a small boat to retrieve them. The two admirals are injured. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sengoku clicked his teeth, standing outside the infirmary, observing the bandaged forms of Kazuru and Akiji lying on their beds, while Karp, although in good spirits, still bore his own unremoved bandages. It seemed the Navy's fortune had taken a turn for the worse lately. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's second-in-command, Portgas D.Ace, had been captured by the newly appointed warlord, Blackbeard, and sent to the infamous underwater prison, Impel Down. Initially, he had conspired with Tsuru to orchestrate a globally broadcasted execution to force Whitebeard into the open, aiming to eradicate him in one fell swoop. However, with the Navy's top combatants now wounded, 3 out of 6 incapacitated, how could they hope to eliminate Whitebeard, unbeknownst to him, even if all were unscathed? These individuals were prone to slacking off, thus the impact of their absence was not as severe as he might have feared. Kazuru, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at Sengoku standing outside and felt a pang of shame. To be frank, although the 3 admirals possessed their own extreme ideologies and tendencies to slack off, each was undeniably proud of their formidable strength. Even before an admiral or a hero of the Navy, they had never felt much in the way of trepidation, until now. 30 years prior, Allen was likely even stronger than he was now, able to be directly subdued by Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp. Now, he and Akiji, both admirals, had been thoroughly bested without even managing to injure the man. Did I not instruct you to monitor him? Why then did you engage him in combat, resulting in this predicament? Sengoku interrogated Kazuru before he could respond. Upon their return, the two had been sent directly to the hospital. Sengoku had initially assumed they had concocted yet another excuse for slacking off. However, upon inquiring at the hospital, he learned they were indeed grievously wounded, particularly Kazuru, the master of evasion, who not only had suffered from leg injuries, but had also lost a chunk of his abdomen, nearly suffering a grievous wound to his kidney. Compared to him, Akiji's injuries were relatively minor. Yet, it was rare to see Kazuru display such an embarrassed demeanor. Admiral, I merely thought that with Kazan's assistance, we could attempt to subdue that revolutionary Allen together, much like you and Vice Admiral Karp did in your day. Alas, our combined strength proved insufficient. Huh? You thought the two of you could easily subdue Allen? Kazuru's words left Karp momentarily flabbergasted, his mouth agape, but Sengoku swiftly silenced him. Let us not dwell on past events. What is done is done. Though your strength may still be lacking, with effort, you may yet improve. Indeed, this battle has indeed awakened both Kazuru and Akiji, manifesting the notion that there are always greater powers beyond oneself. Now, recuperate well. I, along with Karp, must attend a meeting. There are numerous matters concerning the Navy that require our attention. Once you have sufficiently healed, come to find me without delay, and do not indulge in idleness. Especially you, Borsellino. Understood. With the two responding affirmatively, Sengoku then led Karp out of the infirmary. As soon as they stepped outside, Karp broke free from Sengoku's grasp. Sengoku, when shall we subdue Allen? Have you grown so old that your mind has become muddled? The reason he refrained from shouting in the room was out of respect for his old comrade. Years ago, when the world government unilaterally declared that he had slain rocks, Karp felt unworthy of the title of a naval hero. Now, Sengoku wishes to attribute the credit for defeating Allen to him as well. Although Karp typically possesses a brazen demeanor, he still values his reputation during critical moments and matters. I am merely considering the honor of our Navy. If that battle were to be made public, Would your heroic name still hold any weight? How could we maintain our dignity in suppressing these seas? Tsh, as if I possessed the capability to subdue Alan. Listening to Garp's incessant murmuring, Sengoku casually remarked, the recently appointed Shichibukai captured a pirate as a token of allegiance, named Portgas D.Ace. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Little Crane, and I previously decided to execute him publicly to draw Whitebeard out. At this revelation, Garp, who had been walking alongside Sengoku, abruptly halted, momentarily stunned. Portgas D.Ace? That is my grandson. Garp found himself too preoccupied with the news of Ace's capture to ponder other matters. Sengoku cast a deep gaze at him, letting out a weary sigh. This matter would eventually come to Garp's attention. Informing him sooner would merely allow him to prepare mentally. Regardless, the Navy's proposal had already been submitted to the Gorosei and received approval, making it beyond Garp's capacity to obstruct. The next step was to strategize how to maximize the outcome while inflicting the greatest damage on the Whitebeard pirates with minimal losses. Nami, where are we headed now? Nokigao, feeling the sea breeze, draped her arm over Nami's shoulder. With Nami's ability to manipulate the currents, their vessel was moving at an impressive speed. Their next destination should be Water 7, known for its numerous shipbuilding companies. Alan wishes to acquire a new ship. This one was taken from the East Blue, and he is not particularly satisfied with it. After all, this vessel merely belonged to Buggy's crew at the time, being not only small in size, but also rather dilapidated. Its durability is questionable even in the first half of the Grand Line, let alone in the New World. We wouldn't want it to break apart mid-journey. That would be quite embarrassing. Alan, Nokigao and Nami turned to see Alan seated on a beach chair, sipping coffee, with Robin beside him, a smile gracing her face. Ever since they drove off those 2 admirals a few days ago, Robin's gaze towards Alan had shifted noticeably. Previously, she would only occasionally engage in conversation with him, keeping a watchful eye on Nami and Nokigao's expressions, withdrawing the moment anything seemed amiss. But now, regardless of where Alan sat, she would eagerly draw closer to him, only retreating when Nami or Nokigao approached. Alan, however, understood the reason behind Robin's current demeanor. Side quest. Robin, completed. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the depths of Robin's heart and winning her affection. Quest reward. Zampakit, Shiyuki. Reward description. The Zampakit held by Rukia Kichiki, captain of the 13th Division of the Godai 13, is renowned as the most beautiful Zampakit in Soul Society. Its Shirkai ability lowers the wielder's body temperature below freezing, freezing everything it touches. The Bankai, Haka no Togame, releases an icy mist that envelopes a vast area, freezing anything within its reach. Are we preparing to change ships? Robin inquired curiously, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at Alan's profile. To which he nodded gently. After changing ships, we shall visit Sabeti Archipelago. The current one is insufficient in scale and quite dull that I need to spice things up and capture an old-timer to accompany us. As the sailboat gently swayed, Alan and the others stood on one side of the ship, gazing into the distance where a faint outline emerged on the horizon, guided by the currents manipulated by Nami. The distant silhouette gradually became clearer. It resembled a mirage, with rainbows appearing as mist rose under the sunlight. Water 7 features few roads on land. Most transportation occurs via waterways. Upon entering the main dock of Water 7, it buzzed with activity, bustling with people. Various ships were anchored, including fishing boats laden with their catches, merchant vessels from afar, and exquisite tour boats designed for visitors. It is truly beautiful here. The girls marveled at the sights of Water 7. Captivated by the lively commercial streets, the serene ancient alleys, and the culturally vibrant districts, It truly lives up to its reputation as a dream city in the first half of the Grand Line. Shall we go explore? On this ship, only Nami would speak up before Alan made any arrangements. Observing the anticipation on her face, Alan neither expressed his support nor opposition, merely stating, "We need to exchange gold for berries. I wonder what the exchange rate is. That I hope we won't be at a disadvantage. Wait, let me handle the currency exchange." In the next moment, a figure appeared before Alan with a speed akin to that of a shave. Ruffling Nami's hair, he knew that whenever money was involved, this girl would abandon all principles. "Enel, bring down half of the gold bricks, and then you can accompany Nokigao and the others." 2 minutes later, a massive package was tossed onto the deck by Enel. Having him, the god, accompany a group of women shopping was clearly against his will. However, it did not hinder him from vigilantly monitoring the movements below from the clouds. Should anyone attempt to harm Noki Gao and her companions, he would not hesitate to show them the true meaning of thunder-shattering darkness. Come, hurry to the exchange office after exchanging the money. We still need to visit the shipbuilding company and find Noki Gao and the others to explore. Nami clung to Alan's arm, carrying a bag filled with gold on her back. As they walked, the enormous package drew attention, with nearly 70 to 80% of passers-by glancing back, especially at the entrance of the exchange office. Everyone was well aware of the purpose of this place. So it was evident what the package on Alan's back contained. That damned Roger. Had I known, I should have eliminated him. One Piece has led countless ambitious individuals and villains to S.E., and no matter whether it is the Four Seas or the Grand Line. There is not a single town that remains untainted. Burning, killing, and plundering have nearly become the daily routine of this world. However, Alan was indifferent to their blatant malice. Yet, should anyone dare to reach out, he would not hesitate to send them down to join Roger, seeking One Piece in the depths. We need to exchange the gold for berries. What are all these? The receptionist was taken aback, hurriedly inviting both individuals into the VIP room. Such pure gold, refined into such a uniform shape, must be worth at least 300 million berries. Both Alan and Nami maintained impassive expressions, the latter's face darkening as she ignored the manager across from her. Mr. Manager, I shall say this once. The individual seated beside me has a bounty of 5 billion. Therefore, I did not quite catch what you said regarding the value of this gold. The figure of 5 billion, even for the exchange office manager, was seldom encountered. Yet, when it came to bounty, even a fraction of it was beyond his capacity to provoke. My dear miss, you may have misunderstood. I said it is 1 billion berries. The manager, drenched in cold sweat, wished to expedite the departure of these two figures. How could such a notorious pirate appear in Water 7? He only wanted to send them away swiftly. Otherwise, if the duo entertained thoughts of a bad deal, his exchange office would become the prime target. Under the watchful gaze of the manager of the currency exchange, Alan emerged from the establishment, a large box in hand, accompanied by Nami. Hey, look at that box they're carrying. Those two just came out of the exchange. That enormous box must contain at least 500 million berry. Let's check their bounty. This could be a significant haul. If Sengoku hadn't adjusted my bounty, it should be 5.5 billion, right? 5.5 billion? How is that even possible? A few individuals sitting on the steps behind them eyed Alan and Nami with ill intent, when suddenly an unfamiliar voice interjected into their conversation. As they continued to speak, they simultaneously turned their heads backward, realizing that Alan, who had been holding the large box, had mysteriously vanished and now stood behind them. Hey, there are limits to boasting, exclaimed a burly man with golden hair and a cowboy hat, raising his fist to strike. Boring. Alan, regarding such low-tier opponents with disdain, unleashed 4 punches within a second, all striking their hearts. Thud. The 4 men, true brothers in arms, fell in unison, their bodies collapsing in identical postures and sounds, fulfilling their wish to die on the same day. Is that it? Nami casually glanced over. No longer the naive girl who had just set sail, she fully understood the principle of making an example of others. Let's go to the shipyard, then I'll take you shopping. Alan wrapped his arm around Nami's slender waist and casually inquired about directions from a surprised passerby before departing. Seeking Mr. Iceberg, they encountered no difficulties. And upon stating their purpose, someone went to notify the shipyard's head. A few minutes later, a man with blue hair clad in a brown suit appeared before them. Khalifa, have you found out? Yes, I have confirmed that the individual in question is the revolutionary Alan. The previously composed secretary, with golden hair and glasses, was suddenly rendered speechless, stuttering as he spoke. What's wrong? Apologies, esteemed guests. I am Mayor Iceberg of this city. It seems my secretary is not quite himself today. It's quite all right. I've cleared your schedule for today, but we must ensure that we design your ships properly for our distinguished guests. Thank you for choosing this place. Mayor Iceberg is a world-class shipbuilding engineer. All right. Observing the secretary's demeanor, Alan and Nami nodded, though Nami cleared her throat. Despite the pleasantness of the other party, she would not hold back when it came to negotiations. Meanwhile, the 3 ladies still wandering the commercial street were having a blast. Nico Robin watched as Noki and Vivi dashed into a shop, glancing around to see if there might be a bookstore nearby. Suddenly, a man passed by her, whispering, I am CP9. A pale hand seized the back of his head, pressing him down onto the ground, as Enel casually perched on his back, swinging his feet. What did you just say? Enel, the man stammered. Robin, having witnessed Alan defeat the Admirals Aokiji and Kizaru, felt no fear towards CP9. However, before she could fully process the situation, Enel had already appeared. Miss Robin, leave this guy to me. Closing her eyes to sense the surroundings for any ill intent directed at her, Enel promptly lifted the man beneath him and soared back to the sky. After being thoroughly beaten by Alan on Sky Island, his first battle upon descending was against Aokiji, where he had been left bloodied. While he recognized that his self-proclaimed title of god was somewhat delusional, he did not expect to be defeated so easily by a single adversary. Now that he finally faced someone less formidable, Enel was determined to have some fun. Hey, don't underestimate me. The man suppressed by Enel suddenly leapt up. Scanning his surroundings with narrowed eyes, a ship soaring through the skies was indeed an impressive sight. There are many remarkable things yet to come. 60 million volts. Thunder Beast. Enel sneered, rhythmically striking the drum on his back, summoning a gigantic lightning dragon that charged towards the man with horned hair. Lightning. Huh. The man maintained his calm demeanor as he observed the roaring dragon, softly uttering 2 words. Iron block. Boom. The colossal lightning dragon engulfed him. Torrents of electricity crashing against his body. Mere seconds later, a burnt odor filled the air. The previously composed man now lay on the ground, emitting smoke, his suit tattered and revealing charred flesh beneath. I thought I encountered a formidable opponent. Enel let out a sigh of relief. The man's earlier bravado had been intimidating, leading Enel to believe he possessed a hidden trump card. Yet this was all he could muster? A Logia user, perhaps? Soru. Where do you think you're going? Still prone on the ground, Bruno swiftly vanished to the other side of the ship. However, before he could regain his footing, Enel's voice echoed from behind him. Iron block wheel. With no time to react, Bruno utilized iron block on his feet, spinning like a wheel. Enel crossed his arms, observing his movements while channeling electricity through his body, generating arcs of lightning. Logia users were indeed troublesome. After a frenzied assault, Bruno found himself panting, yet he had inflicted no damage on Enel. Just as he paused, a hand landed on his shoulder. If you're done, it's my turn. 200 million volts. Discharge. A thunderous roar erupted in the sky, causing the citizens of Water 7 to look up in surprise. How can it thunder on such a clear day? Only Alan's crew exchanged knowing glances. Although Enel had not performed exceptionally well against Alan and Aokiji, Robin, having sailed for many years, was acutely aware of his capabilities. That it was primarily due to the elite opponents he faced that he appeared somewhat weaker in comparison. Nevertheless, his actual combat strength was certainly not inferior to that of the average warlord. Dealing with a mere CP9 member would be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Alan, employing his observation haki to locate Noki and the others, hastened towards their direction with Nami. Having already settled the payment with Mayor Iceberg, Alan trusted that he would craft a ship to his satisfaction. As for whether he would be swindled, that would depend on how much punishment the city of Water 7 could withstand. While walking, a smile suddenly appeared on Alan's face. The Navy must be in utter chaos by now, with 2 admirals and Karp all injured. That man erased from existence by the world government has emerged from the depths of hell. Surely my venture will deliver a small shock to the Navy and those Yonko. Alan genuinely anticipated their reactions when he stood before those old geezers. Counting off on his fingers, he planned to settle the score. Starting with that old pervert. With the man dead, what significance remained in keeping his hands? It would only be just to incinerate everything together. Let his presence deliver yet another small shock to this wretched world. Nami, you've arrived just in time. Someone attempted to ambush Robin but was captured by Enel. Upon Nami's return, she joined the trio of girls for a shopping spree, chattering excitedly as they darted into various shops. Alan placed his hand on Robin's shoulder, and she naturally leaned her head against him. Are you all right? Since she had already opened her heart, Alan was willing to adjust his attitude when speaking to her. He was also acutely aware of the profound shadows that the world government, the Navy, and the Demon Slayer Order cast upon Robin's psyche. Robin gently shook her head. The nervousness that had previously lingered dissipated the moment she leaned into this man's embrace, leaving only a sense of security and reassurance. You all carry on exploring. Enel will protect you. I have some matters to attend to. Alan comforted her before departing. Although CP9's attempt was thwarted by Enel this time, He resolved to deal with those vermin lurking in the shadows. After all, Iceberg still had tasks related to shipbuilding to fulfill. If the narrative followed the original story, these individuals were intent on injuring Iceberg. That simply could not be allowed. It would derail everything. Lucci, Bruno is missing. TS not at the bar and left no information. This is unusual. Did you send him elsewhere? A hint of concern crossed Kaku's face, his square nose twitching slightly, rendering him somewhat comical. Lucci shook his head, and the two fell into a moment of silence until a figure stepped through the door. Today, a significant individual has arrived in Water 7. Could it be that Bruno has been captured by him? Califa adjusted her glasses, her expression grave. That I may not be a big shot, but he is indeed with me. Alan emerged from the shadows of the bar with a beaming smile, causing Lucci and the others to quickly reposition themselves into a triangle, their gazes sharp and focused upon him. Observing Alan swaggering out from the shadows, a flicker of hesitation crossed Kaku's face as he turned to Lucci. What should we do now? Should we eliminate him? As an agent, his instinctive thinking urged him to take immediate action and dispose of this man. Yet his intuition warned him that the man before him was exceedingly dangerous. Engaging him might not yield a favorable outcome. Lucci did not respond to Kaku, but instead cast a sidelong glance at Califa, whose face had stiffened. If he had heard correctly, that man had conversed with Califa upon his arrival, indicating that she must have some knowledge of him. For the past few years, they had been lying low in Water 7, gathering intelligence primarily from the pirates who frequented the area, with most external news relayed by Califa. Regarding Alan, who appeared relatively youthful, Lucci paid him little mind. The notorious pirate revolutionary Alan, with a bounty of 55 billion. Is that a jest, Califa? Not even the 4 emperors have bounties that high. Kaku, startled, stared at Califa, as if hoping to hear her dismiss it as a joke. Unfortunately, she shook her head in response to his questioning gaze. How could I possibly joke about such a matter? Califa's eyes remained fixed on Alan, who in turn was captivated by her long, shapely legs clad in knee-high boots. Those legs were more than sufficient, whether adorned in stockings or fishnets. Nami and Nico Robin still had a youthful charm, but Robin's femininity was more pronounced. However, due to her previous escapades, she had yet to properly present herself. Thus, the allure of a mature secretary was undeniably tempting to Alan at this moment. Should we still take action against this pirate? Lucci, Kaku's voice was laden with hesitation. While CP9 prided itself as the foremost agent organization beneath CP0, they had never encountered a target of this caliber. It seemed Bruno was in grave danger, and he was genuinely curious to gauge the difference in strength between himself and such a formidable pirate. Lucci's expression bore no fear. Rather, it revealed an unusual excitement. Some individuals, with their limited perspective, foolishly attempt to challenge the immovable, only to find that while the stone remains unscathed, their own fragile shells are shattered. Fortunately, I have other means. Despite not comprehending Alan's words, Kaku, having seen Lucci's resolve, did not hesitate. He dashed forward, positioning himself at Alan's side. Raging gale, 3 shockwaves erupted from Kaku's feet, racing towards Alan's chest, yet the latter appeared utterly unfazed, leaving not even a mark upon his bare torso. Can you children cease this child's play? It's utterly tedious. Alan gripped Kaku's neck with one hand while the other dismissively brushed his own chest. While Kaku's attack lacked any real potency, it left Alan with an impression akin to foot odor, quite unsanitary. Everyone, attack together. The moment Kaku was seized by the neck, Lucci sprang into action. Unfortunately, Califa was unable to keep up. Lucci was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the bar counter and creating a gaping hole in the wall. Califa's movements became stiff as she was forced to halt her advance, stumbling yet managing to regain her balance. The impact was trivial for Lucci, but the force of Alan's kick genuinely astonished him. Had he not transformed into his hybrid form at the critical moment, enhancing his physique with the powers of his Zoan fruit, he might have been shattered by that blow. Even so, as he fell to the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, feeling as though his chest might split apart. That in truth, had Alan unleashed his full strength, Lucci would have been utterly obliterated, truly torn asunder. But this bore no benefit to Alan. Rob Lucci, I am unaware of your mission here with CP9, but I have 2 matters to discuss today. First, anyone who dares to lay a hand on Nico Robin shall face death. Second, I am aware of your shipbuilding prowess. Cooperate with Iceberg to construct the ship I desire at the fastest speed possible. Alan casually tossed Kaku aside, His footsteps resonated like a death knell, compelling the only standing figure, Khalifa, to involuntarily step back a few paces. Until my ship is completed, no one is permitted to stir trouble. It is as simple as that. Understood? Coughing out a clot of blood, Lucci struggled to rise, nodding at Alan, though his injuries were severe. Alan had indeed moderated his strength. Given Lucci's recovery rate, he would need at least a night to recuperate before he could participate in shipbuilding. In terms of physique, while Lucci possessed accelerated healing due to his Zoan fruit, he was still far from the extraordinary resilience exhibited by Luffy, who seemed to grow stronger with each confrontation. Observing Alan's silhouette vanish through the doorway, Khalifa exhaled softly, moving to assist Lucci and Kaku. What shall we do? Are we truly going to build him a ship? Although CP9 specialized in less than noble tasks and lacked the Navy's sense of justice, Khalifa found it hard to accept the audacity of a pirate standing before them. What if he disobeys? Can we withstand even a single punch from him? Kaku, who had always prided himself on possessing a power level of 2200, considered himself somewhat of an expert. However, today was an eye-opener. He found himself unable to elicit even a reaction from Alan, and his most fervent attacks felt like a gentle breeze to the latter. While Kaku appeared unscathed, the psychological impact was far more severe than any physical harm. If they truly were outmatched, they would simply perish. The most unbearable aspect for the three was that throughout the encounter, Alan had not even spared them a glance, treating them as mere children, effortlessly dismissing them with minimal effort. What was this? To be ignored was the greatest humiliation. Lord Alan. Just as Alan exited the bar, a woman appeared before him, her long pink hair cascading down her back, a golden semicircle piercing beneath her right eye, clad in denim overalls and sporting heart-shaped lipstick. Who are you? Alan stepped closer, taking in her appealing appearance. Even though he seemed somewhat familiar, I could not quite recall his name. Jewelry Bonnie. I have encountered Lord Alan before. You know me. This name indeed belonged to a rather renowned pirate from the same era as Luffy. However, her abilities instilled a sense of caution in Alan. The power to alter a person's age was, after all, rather unconventional. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you, but my father once spoke of you, so I hurried over upon receiving news of your presence. Who is your father? Bartholomew Kuma. Alan was certainly aware of this name, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, in his time, he must have still been a child. What connection could they possibly have? It seemed to him that their paths had never crossed. Indeed, we once sought out your subordinates and became part of your crew. Naturally, Jewelry Bonnie was not fully aware of the events that transpired over 30 years ago. However, as a formidable figure whom Bartholomew Kuma had mentioned numerous times, she held a distinct impression of him. If anyone were to assist her in rescuing Kuma, it could only be this individual before her. Ah, my crew has long since disbanded. How could you possibly have joined? Observe. Jewelry Bonnie casually tugged at her white short-sleeved shirt, revealing a small Chinese character tattooed just below her collarbone. As expected, any lingering doubts Alan had were now dispelled. After all, this character was one he had playfully tattooed on all members of his team during his youth. Even the members themselves were oblivious to the meaning behind this symbol. So, do you still wish to join my crew? I am but a solitary individual. Yes, a look of determination graced Bonnie's face. Having such a powerful ally would undoubtedly facilitate her quest to rescue Kuma. After all, compared to the shocking feats recounted by Kuma, those were the true horrors. Very well, I shall assign you your first task. Head to Sabaody Archipelago and prepare a substantial number of Den Den Mushi for live broadcasting, ensuring they can cover the entire sea when needed. Can you manage that? Not a problem. Once you are prepared, wait for me near the bar at the docks. Understood. Regardless of her intentions, Alan found himself in need of subordinates to handle matters. So utilizing her skills posed no issue. With Bonnie's pirate crew preparing in advance, they would undoubtedly find it far more convenient that a week later, Alan and his companions arrived at Dock 1, where a grand sailing vessel, over 100 meters long, was anchored at the shore, its hull gleaming with a deep black sheen, crafted from the rare black ironwood of the sea. While everyone knew that Adam wood was the finest shipbuilding material, it was a rare find, not something easily acquired even with wealth. Such treasures were absent even in water. 7 towering masts, 3 stories high, reached for the heavens. However, now with Nami aboard, the wind served merely as an auxiliary force, enabling her to hone her powers while effectively steering the ship.